Chapter 1. Setting up a stall at the university gates. On the morning of September 14th, at 8 a.m., a gentle breeze wafted through the air, accompanied by a pleasant sunshine. In an aged self-built residence in Hangzhou, a youthful man with a radiant disposition and striking features was bustling about in the kitchen. His name was Chenyang, a 21-year-old senior at the nearby Hangzhou University of Foreign Languages. With few classes remaining in his final year, his daily routine consisted primarily of drafting the graduation thesis assigned by his professors, interspersed with moments of gaming. To his surprise, he had recently activated a super culinary system. Upon binding to the system, he discovered that for every dish sold, provided it delighted the customer, he would earn 1 point of culinary credit. By expending a certain amount of culinary credits, he could acquire new recipes, and these credits were also utilized for a lottery. Moreover, the system featured a grocery store that offered Chenyang ingredients at wholesale prices, allowing him to purchase them with regular cash. The novice gift package from the system had bestowed upon him the perfect recipe for egg pancakes, along with a specially designed food cart for serving them. Should he unlock additional recipes in the future, and if the cart became inadequate, he could enhance and upgrade it by spending culinary credits. The prospect of earning money by selling snack from a stall had never crossed Chenyang's mind before. However, with the emergence of this system, he felt no aversion to the idea. Therefore, a couple of days prior, he had rented a kitchen in an old house to prepare for his venture. Today marked the day he intended to set up his stall for the first time. Typically, egg pancakes are enjoyed as breakfast. However, Chenyang planned to establish a stall at the university gates. The number of students willing to rise early for breakfast was scant, as most would be rushing to the cafeteria as classes approached. Only a handful would venture to the gate for breakfast. Crucially, the preparation for selling egg pancakes required time. Thus, to set up during breakfast hours, he would have to rise by 3 or 4 in the morning, which was far too early for him. Consequently, he decided that setting up his stall at noon would suffice. As he diligently prepared, his phone buzzed from his pocket. Glancing at the screen, he recognized it was a call from his roommate, Lu Penggan. He answered, "Hey Lu, what's up? Why are you MIA this early in the morning?" Lu Penggan inquired. "I told you I'm taking on a part-time job," Chenyang replied. Lu Penggan sighed in exasperation. "Didn't I say not to go today? Do you even understand the situation? What's wrong with a part-time job? Let's go watch the freshmen during their military training." Chenyang laughed mockingly. "Get lost. Who would want to go watch the freshmen? We're seniors now. If we go watch the freshmen during military training, they might think all seniors are scoundrels," Lu Penggan retorted. "Well, you're not a good person, so don't drag me down with you." Lu Penggan countered. "Don't exaggerate. Watching military training is perfectly normal. The freshmen won't think anything of it. Besides, think about it. It's our final year. If we don't find a girlfriend now, we'll have to resort to blind dates after graduation. Blind dates are no match for finding a girlfriend on your own. I've heard there are particularly beautiful girls among this year's freshmen. Don't you want to seize your last chance? Why are you so concerned about whether there are beautiful girls among this year's freshmen? You really are bored." Before Chenyang could finish his sentence, Lu Penggan interrupted again. "How can this be called boring? Besides, you have looks that are beyond reproach. Yet you haven't found a girlfriend in 3 years because your personality is too straightforward. Take advantage of the freshmen's innocence. They might not mind your bluntness. Don't miss this opportunity." Lu Penggan's words were laced with gentle persuasion. Alas, Chenyang was not swayed. He firmly stated, "I'm not straightforward. I just refuse to be a sycophant. I am not interested in watching the freshmen train. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm busy, so ill in the conversation here. Don't hang up," Lu Penggan implored, continuing to plead his case. "You say you have no girlfriend. What's the point of earning all this pocket money from part-time job? Who will you spend it on? If you don't join me and then see a beautiful girl, don't say I didn't warn you. I certainly won't have any regrets. Moreover, I advise you to stop fixating on the freshmen and broaden your horizons." With that, Chenyang hung up the phone. On the other end, Lu Penggan, frustrated by Chenyang's lack of understanding, muttered, "When I see a beautiful girl, don't come begging me." He had to seek out someone else. After ending the call, Chenyang resumed his preparations for the stall. Unbeknownst to him, time swiftly passed, and soon it was 10:30 a.m. "Time to set up," he declared, loading his prepared ingredients onto the food cart provided by the system, and setting off on his electric cart. After 20 minutes, Chenyang arrived at the entrance of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. The vendors who regularly set up stalls at the gate had already claimed prime spots. Arriving late, Chenyang could only find a position at the far edge of the entrance to set up his stall. Given that the university gates were a common sight for vendors, the other stall owners paid little attention to Chenyang's arrival, merely glancing before returning to their own business. However, the female students purchasing snacks at the gate could not ignore the sudden appearance of a handsome, sun-kissed young man. "Look, there's a handsome guy!" exclaimed a girl named Zhang Xiaoli, who was waiting in line at the stinky tofu stall, excitedly nudging her friend Wang Lihe to look. Wang Lihe's eyes lit up as she turned to see Xiaoli. "I suddenly crave egg pancakes. Shall we go buy some?" If Zhang Xiaoli and Wang Lihe were not kindred spirits, they would never have fostered such a close friendship. The allure of a handsome face was undeniable. Zhang Xiaoli addressed the stinky tofu vendor, "Boss, if my stinky tofu is ready, please pack it for me. I'll come back to collect it later." Wang Lihe quickly chimed in, "The same for me." The vendor, recognizing the irresistible attraction a handsome young man held over the girls, could only respond with resignation. "All right." The other vendors witnessed similar reactions from their own customers. Girls who were still waiting in line quickly canceled their orders. "Boss, I haven't been served my egg pancake, yet it'll pass. Boss, I don't want my potato pancake anymore. Boss, I'm canceling my egg burger." With those swift declarations, the girls turned to head towards Chenyang's stall. Meanwhile, those who had already paid could only gaze longingly at Chenyang, lamenting, "Why didn't this handsome guy come sooner? I know, right? I was so hasty to pay for my potato pancake before it had even started cooking." The vendors whose sales were affected by Chenyang's sudden appearance were fuming. Why is a handsome guy selling food instead of living off a wealthy woman? Of all places he had to choose to set up here, he must have run out of luck. Why is a good-looking guy selling food? Why not just find a rich girlfriend? The surrounding vendors harbored disdain for Chenyang in their hearts. Chapter 2. The Stall of the Handsome Vendor. A slightly higher price is quite normal. As the proprietors of other stalls at the school gate looked on with disdain, Chenyang's food cart had just come to a halt, before he could even display the sign for his egg pancakes. A throng of about 10 girls had already gathered before his stall. The girl at the very front, Zhang Xiaoli, promptly inquired, "Boss, I would like one of your egg pancakes, please." Without asking the price, Chenyang felt compelled to clarify. "Dear student, my egg pancake is a tad expensive. Priced at 20 yuan each." 20 yuan? That seems a bit steep, doesn't it? Zhang Xiaoli wasn't alone in her sentiment. The other girls shared her apprehension. Although the cost of living in Hangsheng is relatively high, many egg pancakes typically average around 10 yuan. Nearby, there are stalls selling them for as low as 8 yuan. Adding a piece of pork tenderloin or a sausage only brings the price up to 10 yuan. Thus, Chenyang and Appo's price essentially doubled. If he were extraordinarily handsome, a slight premium might be justifiable, but such a significant markup was hard to accept. University students often find their living expenses rather tight. Chenyang explained, "Dear student, the price reflects the quality of my ingredients and the exquisite flavor. For instance, take a look at this pork tenderloin." He displayed a tray containing the tenderloin and slices of sausage. This pork tenderloin and sausage are substantial, almost the size of half an egg pancake. If they charge 2 yuan for a single piece of pork, isn't it reasonable that I charge for 5 or 6 pieces? Moreover, I use fresh pork that I prepare myself, which is far superior to the processed products from factories. Upon hearing this, the girls at the stall quickly began to reconsider the price. If the ingredients were of such high quality, then the cost seemed quite reasonable. "Boss, I'll have 1 egg pancake." "Boss, I want one too." The girls chimed in eagerly. "All right, please bear with me while I prepare the ingredients. However, do line up so I can keep track of the order," Chenyang said, and the girls promptly formed a queue. As he arranged his stall, he began heating the pan and oil. Chenyang's cart was equipped not only with a flat pan for making pancakes, but also a deep fryer for cooking the pork or sausage. Typically, such stalls would pre-cook the meat, merely reheating it during the pancake preparation, which could compromise the flavor. Given his higher prices, Chenyang was determined to deliver the finest culinary experience. Next, he retrieved a large metal container and swiftly cracked around 20 eggs into it, followed by a vigorous whisking. Observing his method, Zhang Xiaoli, standing at the front of the line, curiously asked, "Boss, your method of making egg pancakes seems a bit different from others. Don't you usually crack the eggs directly onto the pancake and spread it out?" Chenyang responded, That technique doesn't allow for full coverage of the egg. Without thorough mixing, the yolk and white remain separate, resulting in an uneven texture. By whisking the eggs beforehand, I ensure that the entire surface of the pancake is coated, enhancing the overall taste. You are quite meticulous, the girls waiting in line thought. If the eggs were so plentiful and the meat so generous, then 20 yuan indeed seemed quite justifiable. Plus, the fact that a handsome man was preparing their pancakes added an extra layer of value to the experience. Chenyang then asked Zhang Xiaoli, "Would you like to add pork tenderloin or sausage? I can only accommodate one type. If I want both, how much extra would that be?" "That would be an additional 12 yuan. However, I personally recommend sticking to one, as my current pairing provides the best flavor." Unlike typical stall owners who encourage customers to add more ingredients, Chenyang's sincere suggestion made him appear more genuine. "I and Oppos, LL go with the pork tenderloin," she decided. "Very well." Chenyang placed a skewer of pork tenderloin into the oil fryer. "Do you enjoy spicy food?" "Not spicy, please." "Got it." Chenyang nodded and brushed a layer of oil onto the pan. He preferred using lard for its superior flavor. Then, he poured a ladle of batter into the pan, swiftly twirling a bamboo whisk to spread it evenly, achieving a pancake of uniform thickness, with no excess batter piled at the edges. Next, he took another spoon and poured a ladle of egg mixture over the pancake, ensuring it was perfectly spread out, achieving the complete coverage he had mentioned earlier. Without any spot left bare, he sprinkled scallions and sesame seeds evenly around the pancake's perimeter. At that moment, noticing that the pork tenderloin was perfectly cooked, he retrieved it from the oil to drain. Chenyang then used a spatula to circle the edges of the pancake and flipped it over. Upon flipping, he quickly brushed a layer of his secret sauce over the entire pancake. The girls in line watched in satisfaction, noting the steadiness of the boss's hands. The generous amount of egg mixture was clearly more than just one egg, possibly even two. During their usual purchases, they often had to plead for extra sauce, only to be met with lackluster results. Yet, this charming vendor delivered admirably. As the girls felt increasingly convinced that 20 yuan for such an egg pancake was indeed a bargain, Chenyang placed the fried pork tenderloin atop the pancake, shaping it to cover half of its surface. He then arranged 2 crispy wafers in the center, perfectly fitting the diameter of the pancake. Chenyang's homemade wafers were thinner than the average, yet once fried, they maintained a consistent thickness, ensuring an exquisite texture. "Isn't it typical to only add wafers to pancakes?" one girl queried. "You can certainly add wafers to egg pancakes as well. They enhance the flavor." Chenyang replied as he layered some fresh lettuce atop the wafers, ensuring that every bite would include a bit of each ingredient. Finally, Chenyang rolled up the egg pancake and swiftly sliced it into bite-sized pieces. He retrieved a takeout box, placed the egg pancake inside, and handed Zhang Xiaoli a pair of disposable chopsticks. "Your egg pancake is ready," he announced. "Thank you, boss. I've already scanned the payment," she responded. "All right." Wang Lihe then chimed in, "Boss, mine with sausage is ready, and I do like it mildly spicy." "Understood." With that, Chenyang immediately commenced crafting the next egg pancake. Chapter 3. The Surprising Delight of Egg Pancakes. Zhang Xiaoli took a few steps aside, ensuring she did not disrupt the line, and took a bite of the egg pancake. The rich aroma of eggs instantly enveloped her senses, far surpassing any egg pancake she had previously tasted. With each chew, the secret sauce within the pancake oozed out, filling her mouth with an intense, savory fragrance. The balance of saltiness was impeccable, awakening her appetite and causing her mouth to water involuntarily. As she continued to chew, she savored the juices released from the tender pork, which, combined with the flavorful sauce, created an experience akin to indulging in a gourmet pork chop. The freshness of the lettuce within the pancake added a refreshing crunch, preventing it from feeling greasy. The crispness of the thin, crunchy layer shattered delightfully with each bite, enriching the overall texture, just as Chenyang had claimed. Zhang Xiaoli truly felt that the addition of this crisp element elevated the flavor significantly. As she swallowed, it felt as though her tongue would disappear in the process. Zhang Xiaoli exclaimed, "Boss, this egg pancake is absolutely delicious. I have never tasted one this exquisite before. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. It puts the one sold near the school gate to shame." With that, She couldn't resist devouring another piece of the pancake. Initially, she was drawn to the handsome chef for the emotional value he provided. However, the flavor of Su Chenyang's egg pancake exceeded her wildest expectations. This 21 indulgence was worth its weight in gold. One for the culinary experience. The system's voice echoed in Su Chenyang's mind. With a satisfied customer, he felt immense joy. If you find it delicious, then I am at ease. However, the other girls in line began to feel that Zhang Xiaoli was being overly dramatic. Even her close friend, Wang Li, thought Zhang Xiaoli was slightly exaggerated. Really, acting like such a little girl in front of a handsome guy is quite excessive. Despite the teasing, Wang Li understood, for the handsome figure before them was indeed striking. Zhang Xiaoli made sure not to disturb Su Chenyang as he prepared the egg pancakes, instead relishing her meal with delight. Her enthusiastic devouring made Wang Li a bit envious, her stomach grumbling in response. Within 3 minutes, Wang Li received her own egg pancake. After a single bite, the exquisite flavor revealed that Zhang Xiaoli's earlier claims were not mere hyperbole. The taste of the ham was particularly pronounced, with a rich pork flavor that was far superior to the cheap processed ham one typically encounters. Su Chenyang's ham evidently contained a generous proportion of fatty pork, resulting in a juicy, flavorful experience that was indulgent yet not overly greasy, especially with the refreshing lettuce accompaniment. The crisp texture of the thin layer added a delightful crunch, making the egg pancake exceptionally enjoyable. Wang Li praised, "Boss, your egg pancake is truly impeccable. Who did you learn this from? I've been in Hangzhou for over 3 years and have never tasted anything like this." One for the culinary experience. So delicious was it that her words were slightly garbled as she spoke while eating. Su Chenyang strained to hear her and replied, "I developed this recipe myself." "You are truly talented," Wang Li exclaimed. "It's not just about talent. The deliciousness primarily comes from fresh ingredients and generous portions." Su Chenyang felt no need to boast about his precision in cooking. A simple explanation sufficed. Perhaps the stark contrast between the fresh ingredients and the synthetic flavors she was accustomed to was what made it so remarkable. "Regardless, your ham is absolutely fantastic." Wang Li could hardly contain her joy at the delightful food, praising him once more. "As long as you enjoy it," Su Chenyang replied, returning to his task with focus. If Zhang Xiaoli's earlier exuberance could be perceived as exaggerated, then Wang Li's enthusiastic praises were undoubtedly sincere. Was it truly that delicious? The curiosity of the other girls in line began to pique. However, as they each received their egg pancakes, the unparalleled flavor left them not just satisfied, but pleasantly astonished. "Boss, your egg pancake is unbelievably delicious. After tasting this, how can I ever eat another egg pancake again? I could eat your egg pancakes 3 times a day without growing tired of them." In the presence of the handsome chef, the girls were unabashed in their compliments. As the initial group of girls raved about the deliciousness, more students began to emerge from the school. Spotting the handsome vendor and hearing the praises from those who had already tasted the pancakes, they were eager to join the crowd. With the system's maximum experience, Su Chenyang prepared the pancakes with impressive speed. Yet, the line continued to grow, surpassing 20 patrons. Time had slipped by unnoticed, and it was now noon. The peak of lunch hour, with even more students entering and exiting the school. Many girls, upon seeing the handsome vendor stall, felt a surge of excitement. "Wow, a stunning guy has set up a stall at the school gate. Street food can be gourmet too. Let us go. We must try his egg pancakes. Who needs hot pot when a handsome chef's pancakes offer such value?" Suddenly, the line swelled to over 50 people. Boys leaving the school, witnessing a throng of girls at Su Chenyang's stall, scoffed internally. What a joke, selling pancakes based on looks. Is it really necessary to compete like this? They lamented the focus on appearance rather than skill, feeling it unfair to rely on natural beauty. These boys, having never experienced the joy of being a handsome vendor, opted to support the older vendors instead. While they could choose whether to patronize Su Chenyang and Oppo's stall, couples found themselves less free to make such decisions. At that moment, a couple clad in matching pink outfits emerged from the school. The girl immediately noticed the long line forming at the stall. Upon realizing that the vendor was a handsome young man, her eyes lit up. "Honey, There's a new stall selling egg pancakes over there. So many people are buying. It must be delicious. Shall we try one? When a girl refers to her partner as honey, it signifies a considerable level of affection. The best course for the boy at this moment was to acquiesce to her request. Typically, Zheng Yue would support beautiful vendors when out with friends. But this was a date with his girlfriend. It wouldn't be appropriate to take her to cheer for another handsome vendor. Zheng Yue refrained from outright rejecting her, choosing instead to provide a plausible excuse. Yao Tong, it's really hot today, and the line is too long. With so many people, we'd be waiting at least an hour. Don't you mind the heat? We might as well go for some big plate chicken. At least there's air conditioning there. After finishing their meal, watching a movie seemed far more worthwhile than wasting time in a queue. Upon hearing her boyfriend and aunt, Oppo's perspective, Fang Yatong found it quite reasonable. When there were fewer people, it was acceptable to show support, but in a crowded setting, it indeed felt less advantageous. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that supporting another handsome gentleman while accompanied by her boyfriend appeared somewhat inappropriate. Thus, she conceded, let us instead indulge in the grand chicken dish. Observing Fang Yatong and Oppo's understanding nature, Zheng Yue felt immensely pleased with his girlfriend and Oppo's attitude. Chapter 4. Is the boy being targeted? Just as the two were about to leave, a girl who had already purchased a scallion pancake was walking towards the school. Fang Yatong spotted her and called out, Xin Hui. Upon seeing Fang Yatong, Zhao Xin Hui stepped forward with a teasing tone. Yatong, out on a date, are we? Truly, couples in their prime make single dogs envious. Zhao Xin Hui and Fang Yatong were roommates and shared a close bond. Although Zhao Xin Hui greeted her in jest, Fang Yatong was not one to let such remarks slide. She retorted, what is there to envy? Being single has its perks. For instance, when you see a handsome guy, you can cheer him on freely, while I have a boyfriend who keeps me in check. She then asked, so, how is the pancake made by the handsome vendor? Hearing Fang Yatong tease Zhao Xin Hui, Zheng Yue suppressed a chuckle and feigned ignorance. It was amusing how Fang Yatong, who was equally guilty, had the audacity to poke fun. Yet, he understood that undermining his girlfriend would not bode well. It was unnecessary to invite trouble. Naturally, Zhao Xin Hui could not admit that her presence at the stall was due to the allure of the handsome vendor. With a playful smile, she denied, we merely went to buy scallion pancakes. It's not as complicated as you suggest. It has nothing to do with looks. The vendor's pancakes are simply delicious. Which is why I went. Is that so? Fang Yatong replied with a skeptical expression, clearly unconvinced. Even Zheng Yue appeared doubtful, privately lamenting, girls truly enjoy being contradictory. Here was Zhao Xin Hui, a single girl, claiming to be unaffected by the handsome vendor. The world is full of hypocrites. Who could deceive whom? With a bold face, Zhao Xin Hui reiterated, it's absolutely true. The vendor's pancakes are incredibly tasty, simply divine. You should try a piece. I guarantee you'll crave more. She extended her takeout box toward Fang Yatong. Is it really that good? Fang Yatong questioned, skeptical of how delicious a pancake could truly be. Had it not been for the vendor's charm, she would never have given up on her beloved big plate chicken for such a whimsical notion. Yet, considering it was a pancake made by a handsome man, she reluctantly decided to give it a try. Fang Yatong pinched off a small piece of the pancake and took a bite. The moment it touched her palate, an unparalleled flavor erupted, making her eyes widen in astonishment. How could a pancake taste this extraordinary? Fang Yatong had always enjoyed pancakes for breakfast, having eaten them from elementary school through college. After years of consumption, this was the first time she encountered such a rich and savory filling, accompanied by a secret sauce. The meat tasted as if she were indulging in a meticulously prepared pork chop feast. The crisp lettuce balanced the flavors, while the sauce neither overwhelmed nor rendered the meat greasy. The crispy edges enhanced the tender pancake and Oppo's texture, leaving a delightful aftertaste. The pancake indeed lived up to Zhao Xin Hui's praise. It was extraordinarily delicious. As Fang Yatong savored the treat, she did not forget her boyfriend. Yue, this pancake is truly delightful. You must try it. She offered him the other half of her pancake, grateful for his girlfriend and Oppo's feeding gesture. Zheng Yue would certainly not turn up his nose at it. As he took a bite, his initial indifference transformed into sheer astonishment. The exquisite flavor instantly captivated him. Wow, this vendor's culinary skills are impressive. I thought he was merely riding on his looks, but his cooking is exceptional. No wonder so many girls flock here. Zheng Yue suddenly realized that it was not the girls who were superficial, but rather himself. It was indeed true that preconceived notions could be formidable barriers. After swallowing the pancake, he nodded, affirming, "This pancake is undeniably excellent." Seeing both of them satisfied with the pancake and Appo's taste, Zhao Xinhui felt that she could now dispel the notion that she had come merely for the vendor and Appo's looks. With newfound confidence, she said, "Now you both believe I came for the delicious pancakes, right?" "Perhaps I believe it half-heartedly," Fang Yadong replied with a playful smile, still skeptical. The pancakes were indeed delicious. But without the vendor's charm, would Zhao Xinhui have been so eager to visit? However, lacking evidence, Fang Yadong refrained from further teasing. At that moment, Fang Yadong reconsidered her earlier desire for big plate chicken, realizing she was still unsatisfied after only half a pancake. "How much does this pancake cost?" "It seems quite substantial. In Appo's, it's a bit pricey at 20 yuan, but the portion is generous. The pork inside is as large as half the pancake itself. And the vendor assured me it's fresh pork, not processed meat. So 20 yuan is quite reasonable." With that, Fang Yadong turned to Zheng Yue, inquiring, "Yue, I really think this pancake is superb. Shall we queue up for one?" Zheng Yue shared her sentiments, feeling that half a pancake was insufficient. He eyed Zhao Xinhui's box and found himself salivating. If it didn't buy one, he would undoubtedly think about it all afternoon. Having just declared he didn't want a queue, he changed his mind. All right. Seeing them change their minds, Zhao Xinhui chuckled triumphantly. "See, after tasting it, you both agree it's delicious, yet you doubted my reasons for buying it. That is truly unfair. But hurry and queue, otherwise it might get crowded. I'll head back to the dormitory first." "All right, see you later." With their farewells exchanged, Fang Yadong and Zheng Yue made their way to the back of the queue. Typically, in such situations, the girlfriend stood in front, with the boyfriend behind her. As they positioned themselves in line, Zheng Yue heard Su Chenyang's voice from behind. "The boy at the back, you might as well not queue up. The line is already quite long. By the time it's your turn, it could take 2 hours. "Huh?" Zheng Yue was taken aback by Su Chenyang's suggestion to abandon the queue. It was his first experience at a stall, being dismissed by the vendor. More absurdly, he felt it was unfair. He and Fang Yadong had come together, merely standing one in front of the other. Why was it that just because he was a boy, he was told the line was long? Was it due to his girlfriend's decent looks that he received such treatment? Moreover, he had seen other girls join the queue without Su Chenyang making similar comments. Was it simply because he was male that he faced such differential treatment? It was blatantly unfair. Chapter 5. Addicted to egg pancakes. As a girlfriend, Fang Yadong knew she shouldn't Appo's. T laugh, yet she couldn't Appo's. T help but stifle a chuckle. A thought crossed her mind. There was an Appo's. T a single male in line at the stall. Could it be that the owner was not allowing them to queue? Typically, one would not conduct business in such a manner. Yet, this curious situation defied explanation. Zheng Yue was undoubtedly disgruntled by Su Chenyang's apparent preferential treatment. What was the issue with boys? Were they not human? Didn't Appo's they pay for their egg pancakes? While Su Chenyang chose to walk away, Zheng Yue stubbornly remained. He called out to Su Chenyang from the back of the line. "Boss, are boys not allowed to buy your egg pancakes?" "Classmate, that's not what I meant. I have explained it clearly," Su Chenyang replied. "Then why did you let this girl in front of me buy, but not her?" Zheng Yue pointed at Fang Yadong, subtly indicating she was his girlfriend. Su Chenyang continued, "I was busy earlier and didn't realize the line had grown so long. When I looked up, I only saw you at the back, so I didn't Appo's. To know how long this girl had been here. Even if I worked a bit faster, it would still take 2 minutes to make one egg pancake. With so many people behind you, it would take 2 hours for your turn. In this heat, waiting 2 hours for an egg pancake is simply unnecessary." He added, "The other girls behind you are in the same situation. It's not worth it to stand in the sun for so long without eating. Perhaps you should consider purchasing something else." Upon hearing Su Chenyang suggest that the girls behind also refrain from queuing, Zheng Yue began to believe that Su Chenyang truly hadn't noticed them. Fang Yadong and a few girls ahead of her immediately voiced their agreement. "Boss, we don't mind waiting. Please continue making the egg pancakes. Seeing that no one was willing to leave, Chenyang sighed slightly. All right then, I will try to work faster. However, if anyone else comes to queue behind you, please let them know not to wait. After saying this, he resumed his work. Chenyang and Appo's attitude struck Zheng Yue as sincere, prompting him to let the matter go. Fang Yadong whispered, "This is the first time I've seen a vendor encourage customers to leave due to a long queue. It's indeed quite rare. Perhaps his skills are so good that he doesn't fear a lack of customers." "That could be the case," Zheng Yue replied. As they chatted quietly, another couple joined the line behind Zheng Yue. Turning to them, he reminded them, "This line is quite long. The boss has already advised against queuing. It and Appo's as fine. We have nothing else to do, so waiting is no trouble," the boy replied. Noting their determination to stay, Zheng Yue decided to disengage. After all, he was not an employee of Chenyang and had no obligation to maintain order in the queue. Minutes passed, and Chenyang noticed that the line had grown even longer. His speed in preparing the egg pancakes could not keep pace with the queue. Most of the customers were girls, with only a few couples. There were no solo boys coming to support him. Chenyang, oblivious to this detail, reminded again that the line was lengthy, yet no one budged, expressing their willingness to wait. With no other choice, he continued to push himself. As a college student working for the first time, Chenyang's hands were already sore. While he lamented the long queue, the vendors around him watched enviously, as his presence had significantly impacted their lunchtime business. Previously, many girls would come to buy snacks, but now they were all flocking to Chenyang, causing a drastic drop in foot traffic for the others. Relying on looks to make a living will eventually lead to ruin. The surrounding vendors cursed Chenyang inwardly, yet they couldn't suppress the enthusiasm of the girls. After all, where else could one find a handsome chef preparing delicacies for just 20 yuan? The charm of a handsome chef rendered the wait enjoyable for the ladies, and the line continued to grow. 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Finally, Fang Yadong reached the front and received her egg pancake. She eagerly took a bite and then offered a whole piece to Zheng Yue, quelling her cravings. As they both savored the delightful taste of the egg pancake, all the waiting seemed worthwhile. The fatigue from the 2-hour wait dissolved entirely. Overcome with desire, Fang Yadong decided not to share any more with Zheng Yue. After 2 minutes, Zheng Yue received his own egg pancake, and they began to eat with delight, basking in the joy of their meal. After standing under the sun for so long, both felt a bit weary, and Fang Yadong suggested, "Yue, my legs are a bit sore from standing. How about we skip shopping this afternoon and head back to the dorm?" Zheng Yue felt the same way, and more importantly, this plan would save money, which he welcomed. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Having come to a pleasant agreement, they returned to school. On the way back to the dorm, after finishing their egg pancakes, Fang Yadong rubbed her stomach, feeling utterly satisfied. That was quite filling. The portion of this egg pancake is truly generous. Indeed, I am quite full myself. 1 egg pancake is equivalent to at least 1.5. Not having had her fill, Fang Yadong suggested, "How about we come back for egg pancakes tonight?" "Sure," Zheng Yue replied without hesitation. "Let us each return to our dorms for a nap, and then around 4:30 p.m., we can come back to queue again. I suspect it will also be crowded in the afternoon." "I imagine so," Zheng Yue agreed, believing the afternoon crowd would only increase. "Here is the plan. I'll queue first, and when it's almost my turn, I'll message you to come over. This way, you can cut down on your waiting time." "Sounds good. Thank you, dear." Fang Yadong cheerfully planted a kiss on Zheng Yue's cheek, making him feel incredibly valued and rejuvenated. "I'm off for a nap. See you this afternoon." "See you this afternoon." Zheng Yue waved goodbye to Fang Yadong. After watching her leave, he happily strolled back to the dormitory. Chapter 6. Destroying those who rely on their looks for livelihood. On his way back to the dormitory, Zheng Yue felt that even the sweltering air of summer was imbued with sweetness, his spirits soaring. Upon entering the dorm, his 5 roommates immediately noticed his unusually cheerful demeanor. "Old Zheng, you seem to be in quite a good mood. Aren't you supposed to be out on a date with Yadong? It's only 2 o'clock. Why are you back already?" Zheng Yue had recently started dating Fang Yadong. Their sudden return from a date raised suspicions among the group, leading them to believe that a quarrel had ensued. However, Zheng Yue's good spirits were perplexing. He replied, "It's nothing. ISNT, the purpose of a date, to make your girlfriend happy. If she is happy, then there's no reason for me to be in a bad mood." At that moment, his roommate Yang Zikai mercilessly interjected. "Yue, I just went to the school gate to buy a meat sandwich, and I saw you and Yadong in line at that new vendor selling egg pancakes. The vendor is quite handsome, and you actually let your girlfriend support him? You must be too indulgent with Yadong. Are you turning into a love-struck fool?" This remark ignited the curiosity of the other four roommates, who were oblivious to the situation. "What? Is that true, Zakai?" Yang Zakai, like a town crier, divulged more details. "There's no doubt about it. Zakai just got back and probably waited in line for around 2 hours. Accompanying your girlfriend to support another man, waiting for 2 hours, and still coming back in high spirits is quite absurd. When you were pursuing Yadong, you denied being a love-struck fool. Now, this is irrefutable evidence. ISNT it. Being a love-struck fool is something everyone despises." The dorm erupted in playful critiques of Zheng Yue's supposed love-struck nature. "Old Zheng, this is unacceptable. You become a love-struck fool. It's a disgrace to our dormitory. I even defended you before, insisting you couldn't possibly be one. Now, you made me look foolish as well. How can you justify this?" Unable to accept being teased as a love-struck fool, Zheng Yue quickly retorted with a smile. "How could I be a love-struck fool? The reason Yadong and I went to support that vendor is that his egg pancakes are delicious, not because he is handsome. Honestly, his egg pancakes are undoubtedly the best I've ever tasted. There is simply nothing to criticize." To the 5 listeners, this seemed like a flimsy excuse. "It's just an egg pancake. How good can it possibly be? Don't make excuses. Rest assured, we'll only call you a love-struck fool here in the dorm. Once we're out, we'll still save you face." Zheng Yue understood their skepticism. Before he had tasted the egg pancakes made by Chenyang, he too would have doubted that a common street food could be so exquisite. He insisted again, "I'm not lying. The flavor of these egg pancakes is genuinely outstanding. If you get the chance to try them, you'll understand. If they weren't good, Yadong and I wouldn't be planning to buy more this afternoon. Going back for more in the afternoon?" The mention piqued the curiosity of the 5. "Yue, if you and Yadong are going back for egg pancakes, could you bring one back for me?" "Me too," they chimed in. Zheng Yue shook his head. "That's not feasible. The vendor only allows one person to buy 2 pancakes at most. Not allowed to buy more than that. Wow, this vendor has some confidence in his business model. Not afraid of offending customers. I'm starting to believe he has some culinary skills," one remarked. Zheng Yue, with a hint of envy, replied, "What can I say? The vendor's egg pancakes are delicious, and with his good looks, he certainly has no shortage of female customers. Yadong and I waited in line for 2 hours today. Honestly, if someone were to buy for an entire dorm, it would indeed be a headache. So, the vendor allows couples to buy too. It's a small favor for lovers." The 5 roommates immediately expressed their understanding. "That makes sense. We'll just go ourselves in the afternoon. We'll join the fun." At that moment, Yang Zakai suggested, "After we buy the egg pancakes, let us head to the internet CAF for some gaming." "Sounds good," came the unanimous agreement. Zheng Yue, being in a relationship, naturally wouldn't join the single guys at the internet CAF. With that topic concluded, Yang Zakai climbed onto his bed to rest. Having stood for 2 hours and feeling quite fatigued, at the school gate, it was now past 2 o'clock and the lunchtime rush had subsided. The flow of people entering and exiting had noticeably diminished. However, at the various stalls by the gate, apart from a few students buying food, most of the vendors were sitting on their stools, glaring enviously at Chenyang's stall, while the others had no business. A long line still formed in front of Chenyang's stall, with over 50 people patiently waiting. This was undoubtedly frustrating for the other vendors. Without Chenyang's presence, these waiting students would have dispersed to their stalls, generating income for them. A pretty boy who thrived on his looks was adversely affecting their business. "Uncle can tolerate it, but Auntie cannot," grumbled the vendors selling meat sandwiches. Today's youth in business are truly shameless, relying on their looks to bully others. "Old Wang, can you accept this?" The old Wang referred to as Wang Yinfu, who had been selling egg pancakes at the school gate for over 20 years. The other vendors chimed in, "Yes, old Wang. You must take a stand and drive him away. If this kid doesn't leave, not only will our business suffer, but yours will collapse as well. Today's young women have little resistance to handsome men. If you don't get rid of him, you will be the one forced to leave. Wang Yinfu could clearly discern that these vendors were fanning the flames, hoping he would chase Su Chenyang away. However, he had no choice. Selling egg pancakes meant he was in direct competition with Su Chenyang. After years of experience, Wang Yinfu was 100% confident in his culinary skills. Yet he couldn't compete with the youthful charm of a 21-year-old. While Su Chenyang could thrive on his looks, Wang Yinfu could not. Thus, if he did not drive Su Chenyang away, he was indeed facing a dead end. Fine, I'll adjust my strategy tomorrow. I will eliminate him. Wang Yinfu gritted his teeth, preparing to confront Su Chenyang. Having had no business at noon, Wang Yinfu took the opportunity to observe Su Chenyang's stall. He noted that Su Chenyang's egg pancakes were made with fresh ingredients. Upon returning, Wang Yinfu planned to prepare some fresh materials to mimic Su Chenyang's offerings, pricing them lower. With his 2 decades of expertise, he couldn't believe Su Chenyang could outdo him. You're absolutely right. If you don't teach that young punk a lesson, he'll never learn his place. The other vendors were confident Wang Yinfu could handle Su Chenyang, and thus the conversation came to a close. They resumed their chatter, primarily venting their frustrations about Su Chenyang. Chapter 7. Is it the turn of the sycophant while the egg pancakes are sold out? Soon, the clock struck 4:20 p.m. Having promised to queue in advance for his girlfriend, Zheng Yue set off from his dormitory. Yang Zikai and his 5 roommates chose to accompany him. After a few minutes, the 6 arrived at the school gate. By this time, the sun had lost its midday intensity, and the flow of people entering and exiting the campus had increased, with various stalls enjoying a bit of business. However, compared to the more than 70 individuals queued at Su Chenyang's stall, this was merely a trivial affair. Zheng Yue couldn't help but exclaim, I thought there would be fewer people before mealtime, yet here we are. The line was indeed daunting. By the time he reached the front for the egg pancakes, it would surely be 7 o'clock. Zheng Yue had already been captivated by the aroma of Su Chenyang's egg pancakes and had made prior arrangements with his girlfriend. Thus, regardless of the crowd, he was determined to wait. However, Yang Zikai and the others were swayed by Zheng Yue and Appo's enthusiasm, but soon reconsidered their desire to join the fray. The prospect of standing in line for 2.5 hours for an egg pancake was simply unacceptable to them. As they gazed at the long queue of over 70 people, envy bubbled up within them, their tone tinged with bitterness. Today's young women are so superficial, they lamented. They flock to attractive vendors, unaware that they are merely being exploited as customers. The price of 20 yuan for an egg pancake seemed ludicrous for that amount. One could enjoy a full meal in the cafeteria. Why endure the wait for something so trivial? They scoffed. Hearing their fervent critiques, Zheng Yue chuckled ruefully, empathizing with their sentiments. However, he remained convinced of the unparalleled quality of Su Chenyang's egg pancakes and hoped his roommates might experience this culinary delight. Trust me, the taste is truly exceptional. Once you try it, you'll understand the long queue, he insisted. Yang Zikai shook his head. No matter how delicious, I can't muster the enthusiasm to wait in such a line. 2.5 hours? I'd rather be gaming at an internet CAF. How about we go for Huangmin chicken instead? Honestly, for 20 yuan, I would prefer Huangmin chicken as well. Yue, let us not wait here. We're heading to eat Huangmin chicken, they decided, seeing that his friends were adamant against queuing. Zheng Yue conceded, all right then, I'll queue by myself. If I return from gaming later and the vendor is still here, I might consider buying some for a late-night snack. Just as Yang Zikai was about to suggest purchasing the pancakes later, his voice abruptly trailed off. He had spotted a profile he had longed to see. A ride-hailing vehicle had stopped at the school gate, and 2 young women alighted from the back seat. One girl, clad in a light green short-sleeve shirt, had delicate features and sported a ponytail, complemented by jeans and canvas shoes, exuding a certain charm. Wasn't he that his goddess, Chun Keki? After disembarking, Chun Keki and her roommate Li Rongqian linked arms and hurriedly joined the queue behind Su Chenyang's stall. Yang Zikai immediately changed his tune. Oh, actually, I suddenly crave egg pancakes again. Let us rush to queue. His exclamation elicited laughter from Zheng Yue and the others, all of whom had noticed Chun Keki's sudden appearance. Chenyang was a girl from the neighboring class in the physics department. While she may not have been considered the class beauty, her adorable and lively demeanor made her quite popular and well-liked within the department. Yang Zikai and Appo's pursuit of Chenyang was well known among his roommates, and Zheng Yue couldn't help but look down upon him as he observed Yang Zikai's swift change in demeanor upon spotting her. He teased, "Zikai, you're not turning into a sycophant, are you?" The other four roommates joined in on the jest. "Just this noon, you mock Yue for supporting a handsome vendor. Yet your actions far exceed that. Yue is at least dating Feng Yadong, while you haven't even made a move. You're the true sycophant here. I can Appo's believe you've the gall to criticize him." Faced with their jests, Yang Zikai felt a bit embarrassed, yet he couldn't help himself. Chenyang was adored even in her own class, and, as a student from the adjacent class, Yang Zikai found it challenging to compete with the boys from her class. This was a golden opportunity. By queuing now, he could stand directly behind her and engage in conversation. 2 hours of queuing could mean 2 hours of dialogue, far superior to mere text exchanges on WeChat. How could he let this chance slip away? "I'm not a sycophant. I'm just genuinely hungry," he retorted. "If you 4-1 go ahead to the internet, CAF, feel free. I'll grab my egg pancakes and join you afterward." His roommates were skeptical. "We don't believe you. You might get completely enchanted by Chenyang, and we need to keep an eye on you. We're curious to see how you'll act as a sycophant." The group decided to join him as uninvited companions. After all, with so many people around, their presence wouldn't make much difference. Yang Zikai insisted, "Stop it. I'm not a sycophant." Without further ado, he hurriedly stepped forward to join the line behind Chenyang. Zheng Yue and the others followed, amusement evident in their expressions. Just as they reached the end of the queue, Yang Zikai was about to greet Chenyang when he heard Chenyang's voice. "I'm sorry, but the ingredients are running low. The 6 boys at the back don't need to queue any longer." Chenyang and her classmate had just arrived, and upon seeing this sudden announcement, she turned to look at the unfortunate souls who had been told to leave the line. Upon recognizing Yang Zikai and his friends, she felt a twinge of misfortune. "Zikai, how unlucky you are." She smiled, addressing him. Though they were from neighboring classes, Chenyang was evidently more familiar with Yang Zikai, who often engaged her in conversation. Yang Zikai had initially planned to chat with his goddess, and now, before he could even utter a word, she was initiating a conversation with him. Had he been able to queue, he would have certainly enjoyed a lively exchange. Yet, just as fate would have it, when it was his turn, the stall ran out of pancakes. How could he accept such cruel irony? Yang Zikai was utterly frustrated. Chapter 8. The Greatest Distance. The distance between a devoted admirer and a goddess. Yang Zikai initially responded to Chenyang's remarks, acknowledging that the goddess undoubtedly took precedence. Indeed, it was quite unfortunate. With a bitter smile, Yang Zikai concluded his statement and shouted towards Chenyang, his voice laden with resentment. "Boss, are you joking? This isn't amusing at all." Typically, Yang Zikai was someone who could take a joke. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained unperturbed when his roommates teased him about being a devoted admirer. However, jesting was one thing. Trivializing the chance to connect with the goddess was another matter entirely. This was of utmost importance. If anyone were to joke with Yang Zikai in such a manner, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Chenyang, however, had no time for frivolity. After several hours of selling, he was nearly cramping up from the repetitive motions. He called out again, "Students, I apologize. This is my first time running a stall, and I didn't anticipate such high demand. I am out of ingredients. Just enough for the girl in front of you. Just enough for the girl ahead." Yang Zikai felt a surge of rage. At that moment, Zheng Yue expressed his disbelief. When Zheng Yue had come to queue during lunch, Chenyang had not allowed him to line up. Now, as they approached, Chenyang was still refusing to let them queue. Zheng Yue seriously suspected that Chenyang was not short on ingredients, but rather unwilling to sell to the boys, hoping to minimize their chances of queuing. Was it merely a coincidence? Was this the pattern every time he arrived? "Boss, it can't be this coincidental. I believe you have more ingredients," Zheng Yue argued. "If someone were to buy 2 portions, how could you have run out just like that?" Chenyang explained. "Now, each person can only purchase 1 portion. There are acquaintances coming to help buy for others in line, which is unfair to those waiting. Originally, It was merely to facilitate couples, but it has turned into an opportunity for some to exploit, so I made this adjustment. Zheng Yue found this explanation reasonable. As they spoke, several girls arrived to queue. Su Chenyang once again called out, "Ladies at the back, please do not queue. I have run out of ingredients for today." "What? Sold out?" The three girls who had approached were immediately disheartened. "Yes, I apologize for not preparing adequately today." "All right then, what time will you be setting up tomorrow?" One of the girls inquired. "If it doesn't rain, I should be here around 11. If it rains, I won't set up." "Okay, we will come back tomorrow." The three girls were quite agreeable and left without fuss. Seeing how Su Chenyang dealt with the girls, Zheng Yue realized he had overthought the situation. Su Chenyang was not targeting the boys. He truly lacked sufficient ingredients. Zheng Yue could only sigh and say, "It seems there is nothing we can do." Zheng Yue was easygoing. After all, he could simply send a message to Feng Yadong explaining that Su Chenyang had run out of ingredients, and she would surely not be upset. However, Yang Zikai could not accept this. After finally having an opportunity, how could Su Chenyang simply claim to be out of ingredients? "Boss, if you're out of ingredients, why not have someone bring more? You're running a stall, and by 4:30 in the afternoon, you're out of stock? What about the evening?" "Claiming to be out means that I am truly out," Su Chenyang replied, exasperated by the persistence of the larger boy. "Classmate, if you desire an egg pancake, please come back tomorrow. I genuinely have none left. By the time I finish making pancakes, it will likely be 7, and I will be closing up to rest. Whether it end amp, oppos, s necessary or not is up to me, not you," Yang Zikai retorted. "Boss, can end amp, oppos. Do you make just one more? It wouldn't hurt, would it?" "Classmate, I have no ingredients left. Not even half a portion will suffice. Please refrain from prolonging this discussion." Seeing Yang Zikai so stubborn, even Chun Keki, who was queuing ahead, found it hard to watch. "Yang Zikai, the boss has run out of ingredients. Why must you make it difficult for him? You were simply a moment too late. If you want to eat, return tomorrow." Hearing Chun Keki's words, Yang Zikai felt a pang of sadness. She did not understand why he was so insistent on having Su Chenyang prepare another portion. However, with the goddess speaking, he felt that if he persisted, it would surely tarnish her impression of him. The goddess was right before him, yet he remained unreachable. Su Chenyang's declaration of being out of stock had created an insurmountable distance for those in love. "Curse you, Su Chenyang." Yang Zikai could only ask, "All right then, you queue here. I will take my leave." "Okay." Chun Keki nodded, and Yang Zikai reluctantly departed with his roommates. After leaving, his roommates, aware of his disappointment, chose not to tease him, but rather to offer consolation. "Don't be disheartened. There will be more opportunities." Zheng Yue comforted Yang Zikai, then suggested, "You all go enjoy Huangmin chicken. I want to go." "All right, then we will." Yang Zikai's words trailed off as he noticed 4 boys emerging from the school. Among them was Zhang Xinping, clad in a black printed t-shirt, standing at 1.75 meters tall, and Yang Zikai's greatest rival. Upon exiting the school gate, Zhang Xinping noticed Chun Keki in line and walked toward her with his 3 companions. Upon seeing his rival, Yang Zikai hesitated to leave. Zheng Yue and the others silently stood by, observing without comment. However, Zhang Xinping's fate mirrored Yang Zikai's. Due to the lack of stock, he too was forced to leave. Witnessing his rival's misfortune brought Yang Zikai a sense of relief as he joined his 4 roommates to enjoy Huangmin chicken. Zheng Yue remained behind, communicating with his girlfriend to discuss their next plans. Soon the clock struck 6. During the dinner rush, the flow of people entering and exiting the school increased. Upon spotting a girl they typically could not approach in line, some boys thought they might have a chance to engage in conversation. Yet, with Su Chenyang's stall being out of stock, these boys left grumbling. "Damn it, if you and amp, oppos, we're going to set up a stall, at least prepare enough ingredients. With this work ethic, how do you expect to make a profit? If you don't provide opportunities for us to support you, be prepared to face consequences tomorrow." The boys deeply resented Su Chenyang for obstructing their chance with the goddess. As Su Chenyang prepared the egg pancakes, he could feel the daggers of resentment from the boys who were leaving due to his lack of ingredients. "Damn devoted admirers. I'm not here to create dating opportunities for you." Su Chenyang loathed devoted admirers more than anything and inwardly scorned those who shot him venomous glances. Chapter 9. The infatuated one mistakes queuing for a date at 7:15. Chenyang completed the last egg pancake and let out a sigh of relief. As the final customer to receive an egg pancake, Chenyang fell in love with the delectable taste upon her first bite. She immediately inquired, "Boss, your egg pancake is truly delicious. I will return tomorrow. What time do you set up your stall? Unless it rains, I'll be here by 11. If it rains, I'll take a break," Chenyang replied. "All right, see you tomorrow." Chenyang's roommate, Wang Minyan, also greeted Chenyang, "Boss, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." Chenyang smiled and waved goodbye to the lively girl before starting to pack up his stall. By 7:20, Chenyang was riding away on his food cart. Seeing him depart, the surrounding vendors felt a mix of excitement and relief. This rascal had finally left. With Chenyang's presence, even those who abandoned the queue for his pancakes would rather not patronize their stalls. It was as if the allure of these middle-aged men had vanished, further compounded by the fact that many girls had attracted boys to their line while waiting. Those boys, disheartened by their unsuccessful attempts to queue for Chenyang's pancakes, were disinclined to purchase snacks from the other stalls. The sudden drop in customers left surrounding vendors with lackluster business for the evening, resulting in a significant loss of earnings. Thus, Chenyang's departure was a welcome relief for them. However, the thought of his return the next day cast a shadow of sadness over the vendors, who could only hope for a more fruitful day ahead. After leaving, Chenyang sat on his cart, enjoying the warm evening breeze, feeling quite content. He had sold a total of 260 egg pancakes that day. Name: Chenyang. Food points: 260. The profit from each pancake was 13 yuan. The system provided Chenyang with ingredients at the lowest wholesale prices in the market. Pork tenderloin cost 15 yuan per gene. Although Chenyang's portion of pork was about the size of half an egg pancake, it was actually flattened from 3 liang of meat. The cost of a tenderloin was approximately 5 yuan. Eggs were priced at 0.7 yuan each, and with 2 eggs used for 1 pancake. The cost came to around 1.5 yuan. The batter, scallions, crispy skin, sauces, and gas amounted to about another 1.5 yuan in total. Thus, the overall cost was roughly 7 yuan. After working for a little over 8 hours, Chenyang earned 380 yuan, which he found quite impressive. With the system in place, achieving a monthly income of 100,000 yuan seemed within reach. Chenyang felt a sense of exhaustion mingled with joy. Meanwhile, at the Times Trend Internet CAF across from Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, Yang Zikai was gaming with his roommates while keeping an eye on the time. Just as he died in the game, Yang Zikai noticed it was nearly 7:30 and thought, Keki must have gotten her egg pancake by now. Turning to his 4 roommates, he said, "You guys keep playing. My hands are a bit tired." "Then let us take a break," they agreed. After playing for over 2 hours, the group felt fatigued and didn't rush to continue. Yang Zikai picked up his phone and messaged Chenyang. "Yang Zikai, I missed out on an egg pancake today. Such a pity. My roommate said it was delicious. Is the boss's egg pancake really that good?" 10 minutes later, with no reply, Yang Zikai felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "She is probably busy." When he noticed that Chenyang still hadn't replied, he asked his friends, "Have you guys rested up? Ready to continue?" "Sure, let us go." They resumed their game of League of Legends. Just 5 minutes in, Yang Zikai's phone chimed. He glanced at it and saw a message from Chenyang. Even goddesses could take a while to reply. Yang Zikai knew he couldn't delay responding. He paused his game to read her message. "Chenyang, sorry, I was just in the shower." "Chenyang, the egg pancake is really delicious. You missed out by coming late this afternoon." Relieved that her delayed response was and oppos. Intentional, Yang Zikai quickly typed back. It was just the beginning of the game, so he directly logged out, risking his team and amp oppos as performance. His roommate leaned over to see him replying to Chenyang and sighed. "Yang, focus on the game first. Reply to her after this match." All right. Yang Zikai agreed hastily, typing faster. "Yang Zikai, now you've made me even more upset. Are you going to buy the egg pancake again tomorrow? If so, I'll join you." After sending the message, he hurriedly returned to the game. Deep down, Yang Zikai didn't expect her to agree. However, when he saw Chenyang's response, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. "Chenyang, sure. How about we meet at the school gate around 11 tomorrow? Seeing this message, Yang Zikai beamed with happiness. The goddess had agreed to go buy egg pancakes with him. He couldn't afford to take too long to respond. What if she thought he wasn't sincere? Without a moment's hesitation, he paused again to reply. His 4 roommates watched him stop to chat again and guessed he was replying to Chenyang. Zikai, are you serious? You're acting like a devoted admirer. We're so disappointed in you. If you keep this up, we won't play with you again. How embarrassing for you to act like this, they teased. In good spirits, Yang Zikai shrugged off their comments. Come on, just cover for me. I'll treat you all to supper tonight. Being so generous for a girl, and you still deny being infatuated, they replied, rolling their eyes. If it weren't for you being our roommate, we'd hold it against you. Yang Zikai laughed off their remarks and continued to reply to Chenyang. The 4 roommates ceased their teasing, resigning themselves to the fact that they had lost this round. Yang Zikai, it's settled then. Tomorrow at 11 at the school gate. Let us not be late. Grinning emoji, Chenyang. Okay, I'll see you then. Smiling emoji, oh yeah. Yang Zikai exclaimed, feeling as if he had taken a significant step forward in his pursuit of Chenyang. His excitement drew the attention of others in the internet CAF. Amidst the already noisy atmosphere, his outburst was enough to capture everyone's attention. Yang Zikai quickly offered an awkward apology. Sorry, everyone, don't mind me. After his apology, the others returned to their business, but the next moment, Yang Zikai was met with 4 disapproving stares from his roommates. Look at you getting all excited. What did she say to make you so happy? Nothing much. Just that we agreed to queue for egg pancakes together tomorrow. The 4 of them scoffed in disbelief, their eyes filled with disdain. Congratulations. You've officially claimed the title of the dorm S #1 admirer. If you continue to mock Yu Wei as a sycophant, we may not be able to tolerate it any longer. Once he secures his affections, he shall no longer be deemed a sycophant, correct? Let us await your success before passing judgment. Wishing you the best of luck. Such is the bond of good friends. We may jest, yet we genuinely hope for each other's happiness. I am determined to strive forward. Yang Zikai remains confident. Chenyang has even agreed to accompany him in queue to purchase egg pancakes, which suggests she holds a favorable impression of him. At the very least, he is a step ahead of other rivals. It is not solely Yang Zikai. Many young men share similar aspirations, messaging the girls they admire to invite them for egg pancakes. Those who succeed are undoubtedly elated, while those who fail are left to wallow in sorrow. Chenyang remains blissfully unaware of his thriving stall business, which inadvertently bolsters the fortunes of many sycophants. Chapter 10. The new school beauty Chenyang returned to his rented abode, maneuvering a specially designed food car provided by the system, which boasted a self-cleaning mode. He filled the detergent compartment with a generous amount of dishwashing liquid, then connected a hose to the faucet to activate the cleaning mode. Once the task was complete, it would stop automatically, much like a washing machine, allowing Chenyang to leave without waiting. Exhausted from a long day, he rode his bicycle back to school. As he leisurely pedaled back, in the boys' dormitory of the English department, a restless lad with a head of perm sat by the window in room 608. Where's Lao Su? Why hasn't he returned yet? This boy, preoccupied with thoughts of Chenyang, was none other than Lu Pengandamp, Oppos, and who had called Su earlier that morning. Hearing Lu Pengand's incessant musings about Chenyang, Jiang Moliai, engrossed in a game, chuckled. Pengand, how many times have you mentioned Chenyang today? You're relentless. Wu Ruiquan, sitting nearby, joined in the laughter. Honestly, one might think there is something more between you two. You just saw a pretty junior. What does she have to do with you? You're still single. Yet you're anxiously awaiting Chenyang's return to show him a picture. What if Chenyang has his sights set on her? Let us be real with your looks. You might not stand a chance against Chenyang. Lu Pengand quickly countered with a grin. You two are being ridiculous. I consider myself decent looking. What if the junior happens to fancy my type? The laughter in the room intensified as Jiang Moliai and Wu Ruiquan found it hard to contain themselves. If that junior isn't blind, the likelihood of that happening is rather slim. She is pretty, but not foolish. Come on, you two can't be serious. Just because the odds are low doesn't mean it's impossible. Lu Pengand declared, though his confidence seemed shaky. He added, besides, I just wanted to show Chenyang the photo to make him regret not joining me to watch the military training this morning. Jiang Moliai chimed in to defend Chenyang. I doubt he'll feel regret. That guy is as straight as they come. If he were to regret, it would be a sight to behold. At that moment, Wu Ruweikun expressed his thoughts. Honestly, if I had Chenyang's looks, I'd be willing to be a bit of a sycophant. I believe this new, beautiful junior could be won over. No sooner had he spoken than the dormitory door swung open. Chenyang's voice rang out. Ah, Ruweikun, you've been exposed. You often tease Pengin for being a sycophant. Yet here you are, wanting to be one yourself. Ruweikun's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Chenyang to overhear. Typically, Wu Ruweikun presented a stoic Fade, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds. How could he have let such a jest be taken seriously? He quickly stammered. Don't misinterpret me. I was merely making a comparison. There's no way I'd be a sycophant. Chenyang shot him a knowing look, prompting Ruweikun to feel a pang of embarrassment. He realized that no matter how he defended himself, Chenyang would likely remain unconvinced. Ruweikun sighed. I was just making an observation. This junior truly is stunning among this year's newcomers. Pengin, show Chenyang the photo of this new junior. And he'll see that being a sycophant isn't such a loss, Ruweikun urged. Chenyang noted how some individuals could abandon all principles in the presence of attractive women. Lu Pengin, eager to showcase the photo to instill regret in Chenyang for not joining him, seized his phone at Wu Ruweikun's prompting. Lao Su, come here. Look at this new junior's photo. She's absolutely gorgeous, even more so than last year's campus belle. If you'd come today, you might have snagged her contact while I was buying her bubble tea. Chenyang scoffed. Oh please, you went out of your way to buy bubble tea? How shameless. You, a fourth year, delivering bubble tea to a freshman? Aren't you afraid of the disdain from her classmates? How many girls did you buy for? Just 6. One for each dorm room, Lu Pengin replied, slightly embarrassed. A sycophant indeed. I can only imagine how you pleaded while delivering the drinks. His secret lay bare. Lu Pengin turned crimson. Those details aren't important. He protested. Indeed, not important, Chenyang teased, walking over to Lu Pengin's side. The phone displayed a picture of a girl just over 5 feet tall, with an oval face and fair skin. The girl smiled brightly at the camera, her warmth reminiscent of the gentle spring sun, her eyes sparkling with life. Although clad in military training attire and wearing a cap, she exuded youthful exuberance, embodying the beauty of 18. After viewing the photo, Chenyang nodded slightly. She's quite lovely, but I'd say she's just all right. Just all right? Are you blind? Lu Pengin objected immediately, with Wu Ruweikun and Jiang Moliai chiming in. Chenyang, don't deny it. This junior's beauty would surely make her our school's belle. It's not that I'm denying it. I prefer long-haired girls, and this junior's hair is shoulder length. Short hair isn't really my style. Come on, you're being picky. If you manage to win her over before graduation, you should celebrate. Wu Ruweikun teased further. If she's not my type, why should I pursue her? Chenyang shrugged off the conversation, declaring, I'm drenched in sweat from today's exertions. I'm off to shower. With that, he grabbed a basin and headed for the bathroom. Watching Chenyang's nonchalance, Lu Pengin muttered to himself, what gives? He's only 21 and seems utterly uninterested in beautiful girls? Lu Pengin had anticipated that Chenyang would be intrigued by the stunning junior and was waiting for him to inquire about her details, like her name, birthday, and zodiac sign. Instead, Chenyang remained completely indifferent, as if he had transcended worldly concerns. Even Jiang Moliai and Wu Ruweikun found the situation peculiar. Could his taste be so flawed? If he could win over the campus beauty, couldn't he simply ask her to grow her hair long? Just as the three pondered this mystery, their 2 roommates returned from playing basketball. As Qian Xiangbing entered, he inquired, where's Chenyang? He's showering. What is up? Healy Bo countered. He's trending on social media. Didn't you know? Trending? When did that happen? How did he end up trending? Lu Pengin and the others were taken aback, realizing that Chenyang had stirred quite a commotion without them noticing. Check Douyin for yourselves. He's at the top of the local trending list. The trio immediately opened Douyin, clicking on Hangzhou's trending topics. The trending topic title reads, Envy the Girls of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. Chapter 11. The jester was myself. Upon clicking this trending topic, the first video presented featured Chenyang preparing egg pancakes. The blogger capturing this moment was a young woman, who engaged in conversation with Su Chenyang while filming. As she complimented Su Chenyang on the deliciousness of his creations, a radiant smile illuminated his face, reflecting his evident joy. The video showcased a long queue forming at his stall, composed entirely of young women, leaving the three observers momentarily stunned. They glanced at videos from alternate angles, noting the varying times and different girls in line. Yet, irrespective of the perspective, each video revealed at least 30 to 40 young women queuing up, with the longer lines boasting upwards of 60 or 70. A rough estimate suggested that over 100 young women were drawn to Su Chenyang's stall, captivated by his handsome visage. Witnessing these videos, the three suddenly comprehended why Su Chenyang remained indifferent to the photos of the campus beauty, surrounded by hundreds of admirers. It was no wonder he harbored no thoughts of the campus flower. How ironic that Lu Pengyan had waited specifically for Su Chenyang's return, eager for him to inquire about the girl. The true jest was on himself. After a refreshing shower, Su Chenyang emerged from the bathroom, only to be met with the envious remarks of Lu Pengyan and others. What a lad. He claims he's off to work part-time, yet he is actually catering to hundreds of girls at Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. No wonder he is disinterested in pursuing girls. He is probably afraid that if he finds a girlfriend, he'll abandon a forest for a single tree. What a player. Must be delightful to be showered with compliments from so many girls. And here I thought I lacked ambition. Clearly, I'm dwarfed by your aspirations. Amused by their banter, Su Chenyang chuckled. Don't mistake my intentions. I'm genuinely trying to run a stall. I'm exhausted after a long day and plan to sleep. If you think gaming is distracting, feel free to turn on your desk lamp. Given their camaraderie, such trivial matters were easily forgiven. Shameless. A university student turning in by 9 o'clock. Are you on a health kick? You're really going all out to meet your dream girl, one teased. Sleep well, and may you encounter no one that catches your fancy. With that final jest, the lights in the dormitory dimmed, leaving Su Chenyang undisturbed. Fatigued, he lay down and fell asleep within minutes. The next morning at 6 o'clock, the alarm on his phone vibrated beside him, awakening Su Chenyang. Noticing his roommates still asleep, he rose quietly to wash up. As he did so, he observed a fine mist of rain outside. How peculiar. Didn't the weather forecast predict overcast skies turning to clouds? He mused, wondering if the rain would intensify. At that moment, a voice from the system chimed in. Master, the system is equipped with weather forecasting capabilities. Should you wish for a detailed forecast, you may spend 1 food point. Is that so? Su Chenyang thought, realizing that 1 point was negligible. He consented, and the system deducted the point. Name, Su Chenyang. Food points, 259 points. At this moment, it was drizzling lightly, and from 6:28 a.m. until 11:25 a.m., overcast conditions would prevail. Heavy rain was expected from 11:25 a.m. until 2:13 p.m., followed by clearing until 5:12 p.m., and intermittent light rain from 5:12 p.m. until midnight. Astonished by the system's precision, Su Chenyang contemplated that he might earn a living as a weather forecaster, though he dismissed the thought, acknowledging the risks involved. Given the impending rain, he decided to take the day off. However, he felt compelled to post a notification on Douyin, hoping the girls would see it to avoid unnecessary waiting. He considered that from around 6:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., the weather would be clear, and he worried that someone might erroneously assume it would remain dry. Arriving at the gate around 11 to await him, he felt it would be impolite to keep them waiting. Having only recently garnered attention on the local trending list, he believed that sharing a video at this juncture would still generate traffic. If even a fraction of the young women from the university saw it, word would spread, ensuring no one wasted their time. Thus, Su Chenyang stepped onto the balcony and recorded a brief video. 15 minutes later, he uploaded it and proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast. Although Su Chenyang was on break, many vendors remained undeterred by the weather. At the entrance of Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, vendors set up stalls as they had the previous day. The vendor most influenced by Su Chenyang, Wang Yanfu, had just arrived when others inquired about his preparations. Old Wang, are you ready for today? Think you can outdo that lad? They urged. You are the hope of us all. You must persevere. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Wang Yanfu nonetheless maintained his confidence. Rest assured, Today, I will surely surpass that fellow and show him that relying on looks is a misguided path. Curious, the others pressed him. What is your strategy? Do share. With a smug smile, Wang Yinfu replied, it's quite simple. My method for making egg pancakes will be identical to his, but I plan to charge 5 yuan less. College students often have limited budgets, and I am confident many young women will prefer saving money by purchasing from me. This approach seemed viable, yet the surrounding vendors remained skeptical. But if you lower your prices, he can do the same. How will you counter that? Exactly, they added. If he lowers his prices, he could easily undermine you. You can't keep slashing prices indefinitely, can you? Wang Yinfu had indeed contemplated this predicament. I doubt he will lower his prices. If he can thrive on his looks, why would he choose to engage in a price war right here? He could simply venture to other universities and earn more. Why settle for less? His rationale elicited nods of agreement from those around him. That makes sense. Let us hope for a smooth day ahead. The vendors recognized that this was the only feasible strategy at present. Thus, the outcome hinged entirely on whether Su Chenyang would choose to engage in a fierce competition. Wang Yanfu noticed the lingering doubt in the eyes of his peers, but remained steadfast in his own belief. In the face of discounts, young women would surely know how to make the right choice. Wang Yinfu was determined to illuminate the truth with undeniable results. With renewed confidence, he arranged his supplies and awaited the arrival of university students eager for egg pancakes. Chapter 12. Relied on peers for comparison. Barely 2 minutes had passed when 3 university students strolled back from off-campus, clearly having spent the night at an internet CAF. Upon arriving at the school gate, they glanced at the various stalls, ultimately making their way to Wang Yinfu and Appo's stand. One of the boys spoke up, "Boss, I'll have an egg pancake with an extra egg." Another added, "I'll have an extra egg too." The last one chimed in, "I want an extra portion of pork tenderloin." Each of the 3 expressed their desires. "Today, we've upgraded our egg pancake," the proprietor proclaimed, gesturing toward the sign. The boys paused when they saw the price of 15 yuan for the egg pancake. "Boss, why is your egg pancake so expensive?" "It's not overpriced. My pork tenderloin is as substantial as half an egg pancake. I charge only 15 yuan, while some others sell it for 20, he replied, the reference to some others unmistakably pointing to Su Chenyang, who had sold his egg pancakes for 20 yuan the previous day. The trio recalled attempting to purchase one yesterday, but had missed out. However, that was of little consequence. The crucial point was that just because Su Chenyang could command such a price did not mean Wang Yinfu could do the same. Su Chenyang and Appo's higher prices were justified by his appealing appearance, attracting female customers willing to pay for the emotional value he provided. Conversely, the boys were motivated by the presence of their crushes in line, purchasing not merely pancakes, but the companionship of their beloved. Wang Yinfu, lacking both charm and allure, had no right to sell his egg pancakes at such a premium. If they wanted more pork tenderloin, they could simply dine at the cafeteria. "Do you have the original 8 yuan egg pancake available?" one of the boys inquired. "Not today. However, this egg pancake is quite a value, I assure you." "You wanted Appo's to be disappointed after trying it," Wang Yinfu insisted as he promoted his dish once more. "Forget it," they replied, turning away without further acknowledgement. Heading to a nearby stall selling egg burgers, Wang Yinfu speculated that perhaps the boys were financially constrained, concluding that the issue lay not with his egg pancakes, but with the students themselves. Minutes later, a girl clad in sportswear jogged up, visibly perspiring from her morning run. She approached Wang Yanfu and Appo's stall and requested, "Boss, one egg pancake, please." "Dear student, my egg pancake has a new recipe today, and the price has changed," he said, indicating his sign. The girl's brow furrowed immediately. "Boss, are you no longer selling the original egg pancake?" "The original is temporarily unavailable, but the new version is exceptionally delicious, with even better ingredients and outstanding value." Wang Yinfu continued to promote his dish. Yet, the girl seemed uninterested, turning to leave without a word. "What is happening? My price is 5 yuan cheaper than his. Yet no girl is willing to support me simply because I lack his looks?" Wang Yinfu lamented. Just yesterday, when Su Chenyang was around, the girls had shown a markedly different attitude. This was far too pragmatic, reflecting on his 2 decades of culinary expertise. Wang Yinfu was loath to accept that it had been overshadowed by mere appearance. Observing this unfolding scenario, The other vendors began to feel a sense of melancholy. Was beauty truly that significant? Soon, the clock struck 7:20, marking the breakfast rush. The previously quiet school gate began to buzz with activity as more people entered and exited. Other vendors started to see business flourish, while Wang Yinfu and Appo's stand remained desolate, leading him to despair over the lack of interest in his price increase. At 7:28, two girls approached Wang Yinfu and Appo's stall, none other than Zhang Xiaoli and Wang Li, who had been among the first to support Su Chenyang yesterday. Wang Li inquired, "Boss, I see your egg pancake has gone up in price. What does it entail now?" Seeing that these two girls were unfazed by the price hike, Wang Yinfu felt a glimmer of hope. He excitedly explained, "My egg pancake now features more meat, with the pork tenderloin being as large as half an egg." Wang Yinfu showcased the pork tenderloin, which he had fried beforehand. Without the means to set up a fryer on his cart, he could only heat the pork when preparing the pancakes, making it similar to Su Chenyang and Appo's offering. "Well then, I'll have one," Zhang Xiaoli said. "I'll take one too." Wang Li followed suit. Wang Yinfu beamed with joy as he began preparing their orders. As he did so, more girls arrived, and upon learning that his egg pancake was akin to Su Chenyang and Appo's, they eagerly placed their orders. Business suddenly picked up, and Wang Yinfu's spirits soared. Of course, my 2 decades of culinary skill would not falter against the young man, even under discount conditions, he thought triumphantly. As he gained customers, the other vendors nearby felt uplifted as well, realizing that it was indeed possible to outshine the young competitor. Wang Yinfu was still a formidable presence. After 3 minutes, Wang Yinfu placed the prepared egg pancake into a takeaway box and handed it to Zhang Xiaoli. "I and Appo's already scanned the payment," she said. "All right." He then proceeded to make her second pancake. Eagerly, Zhang Xiaoli took her first bite, but her expression soon soured. The texture of the pork tenderloin was far inferior to that of Su Chenyang and Appo's pancakes, which featured tender, juicy meat that whetted the appetite. Zhang Xiaoli recognized that the difference stemmed from Wang Yinfu and Appo's pre-fried and reheated pork. With each bite, disappointment grew, particularly as she had taken a piece from the edge, where she encountered neither the crispy texture nor the fresh greens. Moreover, the sauce was unevenly spread, leaving only a faint taste. In comparison to Su Chenyang and Appo's offerings, which were worlds apart in flavor, Zhang Xiaoli felt that the value of Su Chenyang and Appo's 20 yuan pancakes was undeniable. Zhang Xiaoli had come to Wang Yinfu and Appo's stall with the expectation of supporting him, knowing that the crowd would be substantial if Su Chenyang returned, making it uncertain whether she could purchase one. Having tasted Su Chenyang's pancakes the day before, she found herself unsatisfied and thus decided to lend her support today. Little did she know that Wang Yinfu had merely imitated the appearance of Su Chenyang and Appo's pancakes without grasping the culinary finesse behind them. Chapter 13. The infuriated admirer Wang Li noticed that Zhang Xiaoli appeared distressed after consuming the egg pancake. Wang Li inquired, "Xiaoli, did the egg pancake taste unpleasant?" "In Appo's rather mediocre, nowhere near the level of that handsome boss," Zhang Xiaoli replied. "In Appo's simply not enjoyable." Without a hint of doubt, Wang Li immediately addressed Wang Yinfu, saying, "Boss, I shall not have this egg pancake. Please offer it to the next customer." Not having it, Wang Yinfu and Appo's expression darkened as he turned to Zhang Xiaoli. "Young lady, do not speak recklessly. Do not let the handsomeness of the boss cloud your judgment. I have been making egg pancakes for over 20 years. How could my skill possibly be inferior to that of a youth?" Despite Wang Yinfu's insistence, Zhang Xiaoli firmly disagreed. "Boss, since I have come to support your business by purchasing your egg pancake, I would never intentionally tarnish your reputation. Moreover, why would I need to slander you? Your business is not nearly as thriving as his. Do I gain anything by disparaging you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yinfu found himself at a loss for words. For her logic was indeed sound. Typically, it is the unremarkable businesses that denigrate the successful ones. No prosperous vendor fears the lackluster competition. The other girls who had come to support also found her reasoning compelling. Indeed, If Su Chenyang were here, selling his pancakes, they would undoubtedly choose the one crafted by the handsome young man, even at a higher price. Their reason for visiting Wang Yinfu's stall was merely the hope of securing a pancake from Su Chenyang, feeling a pang of desire for a taste. Since there was no reason to malign, it must be true that the pancakes were genuinely unappetizing. Wang Yinfu remained convinced that Zhang Qiaoli's praise for Su Chenyang stemmed from his good looks, leading him to question, "Young lady, what specifically do you believe I lack compared to him? Is my 20-plus years of skill truly inferior?" Zhang Qiaoli felt that further debate with Wang Yinfu was futile. "If you do not believe me, just wait until the boss sets up a stall again. You can taste for yourself. If you do not try it, you might think I am merely disparaging you." After speaking, she departed with Wang Qiaong. "I do not want the egg pancake anymore." "Neither do I." The other girls present echoed their disinterest, promptly leaving the scene. Seeing that no girl was willing to make a purchase, Wang Yinfu felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "Just a taste. I refuse to believe his egg pancake can be that delectable." His voice brimmed with indignation. Around 7:50, as the breakfast rush subsided, the small stalls at the school gate experienced a lull in business. With the absence of customers, the surrounding vendors resumed their conversations with Wang Yinfu. "Old Wang, what's going on? Why is your egg pancake business so dismal? Are you seriously considering the preparation method?" One vendor remarked. "He may be handsome, but in the eyes of girls, his pancakes gain an advantage. If you do not diligently refine your craft, how can you compete?" The casual remarks from the other vendors left Wang Yinfu feeling unjustly treated. If Su Chenyang were to sell the same snacks, he believed they would fare even worse than he had. All he could say was, "I'm not entirely certain of the situation. I'll wait for that kid to arrive, then I'll taste it myself and contemplate how to educate him. Good luck." The other vendors encouraged him. Subsequently, each vendor returned to their stalls, scrolling through short videos or watching dramas to pass the time. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by until it reached 10:48. In the male dormitory of the physics department at Hangzhou City Polytechnic University, Dorm 401, Yang Zikai had just finished washing his hair and emerged from the bathroom, humming a romantic tune, "Today You Will Marry Me." Seeing Yang Zikai in such high spirits, a few roommates could not resist teasing him. "Sakai, should we not accompany you to buy egg pancakes?" "Yes. Do you mind if we join you?" "If you don't mind, we can all go together." "It an amp. Oppos. It's almost 11. And the boss said he would set up at that time." At this, Yang Zikai's enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted. He wore a disdainful smile and replied, "Gentlemen, let's not joke. Today is clearly inconvenient. One must know self-awareness. Those who lack it will not find a favorable outcome. Besides, I treated you to supper last night. One should not be ungrateful." "Wait a moment," Zheng Yue interjected. "You didn't treat me to supper, did you? You with a girlfriend should not be trying to join in on the fun. I'll treat you to supper another day. You are truly willing to go to great lengths to win over Chenyang, aren't you? For true love, everything is worth it." With that, Yang Zikai approached his desk, picked up his phone, and prepared to head downstairs to use the public hairdryer before his date with the goddess. Just then his phone chimed. Upon seeing a message from Chun Keki, Yang Zikai immediately opened it. However, his smile vanished upon reading. At 11 and Oppos clock, you need not come to the school gate. The boss said it would rain, so he won tea set up today. What? Not setting up? Yang Zikai and Oppos' fury ignited instantly. Yang Zikai, where did the boss post this video? After a brief silence of 20 seconds, Chun Keki replied once more. Chun Keki forwarded video. Yang Zikai opened the video and saw the face of Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang greeted the camera. "Hello everyone. I am food blogger Su Taiyang. It will rain around 11:30 today. Rain can affect the taste of food, so I will take a break and not set up today. I hope after watching this video, no one makes a wasted trip. In the future, if I need to take a leave, I will inform everyone through video, so stay tuned. Wishing everyone a pleasant day and smooth work and study." The content of the video was simple and concluded there. With such splendid weather outside, how dare it rain? Yang Zikai could not help but curse, feeling utterly wronged. Just yesterday afternoon, when he planned to support Su Chenyang, he had claimed the ingredients for the pancakes were sold out, leaving Yang Zikai just a step away from his goddess, now an insurmountable chasm. Today, he had finally arranged to buy pancakes with her. only to hear Su Chenyang claim it would rain and he would not set up. He ruined others' romantic endeavors. It still had the audacity to take a day off? As Yang Zikai fumed, his roommates expressed their sympathy. How unfortunate. Though frustrated, Yang Zikai still aimed to leverage the opportunity of queuing at Su Chenyang's stall to strengthen his bond with Chenyang. Yang Zikai, how about tomorrow instead? Chenyang, sure, but we still need to see if the boss will set up tomorrow. Yang Zikai, it shouldn't rain tomorrow. Chenyang, let us hope for the best. Seeing that he successfully arranged a date with the goddess for tomorrow, Yang Zikai felt relieved. If that guy tries to find an excuse not to set up again tomorrow, I will not let him off easily. Yang Zikai muttered with a fierce determination. Not just Yang Zikai. Yesterday, the young man who had arranged to meet his goddess today found their plans thwarted by Su Chenyang's absence. One by one, they cursed Su Chenyang in their hearts. Chapter 14. A request from a sycophant. Initially, Yang Zikai intended to go downstairs to dry his hair. However, he found himself devoid of the mood to do so, sulking in front of his computer. The allure of gaming had faded, leaving him only with the option to scroll through short videos on his phone. Before he realized it, the clock struck 11:25 p.m. As the sound of rain echoed from outside, Yang Zikai glanced out the window and confirmed that indeed, a heavy downpour had commenced. To his surprise, the weather forecast from Su Chenyang had proven eerily accurate. This revelation alleviated a significant portion of his frustration. Even Zheng Yue and the others expressed their astonishment. Today had been predicted to be overcast, yet the forecast had pinpointed rain at around 11:30. How impressive! Fortunately, they had not queued outside, for otherwise they would have been drenched. Yang Zikai had considered dining at the cafeteria, but now opted for takeout instead. The residents of the dormitory quickly shifted into a state of leisure, and Yang Zikai followed suit, indulging in the convenience of food delivery. After placing his order, Yang Zikai checked the weather forecast on his phone. Seeing that tomorrow would also bring rain, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Another rainy day was truly vexing. While summer showers were commonplace, Yang Zikai wished the heavens would refrain from disrupting significant moments in others and Oppo's lives. Yet a thought struck him. Sharing an umbrella with his crush during the rain, queuing together, engaging in conversation, seemed like a romantic notion. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity to deepen their relationship? He dismissed the notion of rain. Be it a drizzle or a torrential downpour, he was undeterred. Tomorrow, he resolved, Su Chenyang must set up her stall. Yang Zikai promptly opened Douyin and navigated to the comment section of Su Chenyang's videos. There, he discovered a plethora of comments urging her to brave the rain and continue selling her food. Boss, please don't let the rain deter you from setting up your stall. There are so many rainy and snowy days throughout the year. Think of the losses you'd incur by not operating. A little rain can be managed. If you endure it, we patrons will as well. It's a mutual effort. Don't take the day off. It's merely a thunderstorm, and most of the time, it will be clear. Reading these comments, Yang Zikai felt a sense of camaraderie with the other patrons. He decided to leave a comment himself, hoping to bolster Su Chenyang's resolve and encourage her to be a considerate influencer. After all, this account had just released its first video, and in mere hours, it had garnered over 50,000 followers, a testament to the fans' enthusiasm. Surely, Su Chenyang ought to consider her fan sentiments. Give me a bit of courage. We're unafraid of the rain while queuing. Not even a deluge can dampen our appetite for delicious food. Please don't let the rain extinguish your passion for cooking. Rise to the occasion. It was amusing how fickle human nature could be. Just yesterday, when Su Chenyang set up her stall, people had complained about the long lines, deeming it not worth their time. Now, they were pleading for her to return. A closer look at the comments revealed that those with longer messages were predominantly from male admirers. At that moment, Su Chenyang was dining in the cafeteria, having spent the morning writing her paper, oblivious to the developments on Douyin. Upon opening her account during lunch, she was pleasantly surprised to see her follower count surpass 50,000. The video she posted earlier requesting a day off had disappointed many, as evidenced by the meager likes. Only a couple of thousand, but the comments were in the thousands. As she browsed the comments urging her to set up her stall, Su Chenyang felt a twinge of guilt for taking a day off. The enthusiasm was palpable. But did they not fear catching a cold after waiting in line for hours? Most of her customers were female, and she didn't want to be responsible for anyone falling ill after enjoying a simple egg pancake. With so many followers, she believed many had seen her video. So she reassured herself that the number of disappointed patrons would not be substantial. After her meal, Chenyang returned to her dormitory to continue her paper. Before long, the clock struck 12. Typically, heavy rain would impact the small stalls at the campus entrance. But today, the atmosphere outside Hangzhou University of Technology was particularly dismal, with business nearly non-existent. The absence of Chenyang had dissuaded many regular customers, particularly the girls who typically flocked to buy snacks. The most affected was, of course, Wang Yinfeng. He found that even without Chenyang present, no one was buying his egg pancakes. For lunch, he made himself an egg pancake. Savoring its taste, yet puzzled as to why the girls had claimed his cooking paled in comparison to Chenyang's. How could her pancakes be that much better? As he sat idly at his stall with little business, Wang Yinfeng busied himself with his phone. Soon, night fell, and by 11 p.m., he and the surrounding vendors began to pack up their stalls. Before sleeping, Chenyang had a clever thought. If it rained tomorrow and she didn't have to set up her stall, she could enjoy a bit of extra sleep without the early morning rush. System, what is the weather forecast for tomorrow? She spent 1 food point. Name, Chenyang, food points 258. The system replied, beginning at 5 a.m., there will be intermittent light rain until 12:40 p.m. Then, at 2:25 p.m., there will be a thunderstorm lasting half an hour. After that, it will clear up until 6:53 p.m. Finally, there will be continuous rain until midnight. With such a forecast, Chenyang saw no need to set up her stall. Just before bed, she recorded a video from her balcony. Not long after she posted the video, Yang Zikai, who was gaming with his roommates in the dormitory, was interrupted by a notification on his phone. Seeing that it was a message from his crush, he set aside his game and opened WeChat, only to be struck with dismay. Chenyang, the boss is taking another day off tomorrow, so we want to be able to buy egg pancakes together. What? Another day off? Yang Zikai cursed under his breath. So many people had urged Chenyang to brave the elements, yet she remained steadfast in her decision. But the next message sent him into a frenzy. Chenyang, it feels like buying an egg pancake is an endless cycle of complications. If we can't coordinate, let us not try again. What? Am I out of the picture? Yang Zikai's mind buzzed. Just yesterday, he had believed he was one step ahead of his rivals in winning over his crush. Yet, due to Chenyang's absence, he had been completely sidelined. How could he possibly accept this? Chapter 15. Almost on my knees pleading with Chenyang, Yang Zikai found it quite normal for it to rain continuously for 2 days during summer. Why elevate it to the notion that he and Chenyang were fated to be apart? As he typed a response, several roommates noticed Yang Zikai had logged off again, and they couldn't help but feel exasperated. Zikai, don't mess around. This is the promotion match. It's not my fault. Isn't giving me a chance and told me to stop pursuing her. What? Is it that serious? The roommates were taken aback. Just reply to her. Make an effort to salvage the situation. They immediately rallied their support for Yang Zikai. After all, ranks in the game could be regained. But if a girl wasn't willing to give him a chance, there might not be another opportunity. Yang Zikai, this is just a minor setback. If it rains again the day after tomorrow, then we can call it a series of misfortunes. Yang Zikai, and isn't they're saying? Without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see a rainbow? Everything happens in threes. Trust me, there will definitely be no issues the day after tomorrow. After sending that message, Yang Zikai lost interest in the game and patiently awaited Chenyang and Appo's reply. He could see her typing in the WeChat dialog box. But after a moment, she deleted her message. After several seconds, she began typing again. Yang Zikai sensed she was contemplating whether to give him another chance. Don't be so heartless. It can't be that unfortunate. Yang Zikai felt it would be truly unfair if Chenyang decided their fate based solely on Chenyang's absence at the stall. Fortunately, fate was not that cruel to him. After 5 minutes, Chenyang hesitantly sent a message. Chenyang, all right, let us see how it goes the day after tomorrow. Yang Zikai, there will definitely be no issues then. Striving emoji X5. It was a glimmer of hope, and Yang Zikai felt a sense of relief. However, the critical factor now hinged on Su Chenyang. Yang Zikai opened Douyin and clicked on Su Chenyang's latest video. Hello everyone, I am Su Taiyang. Tomorrow's weather will still not be particularly good, so I'll take a day off. I wish everyone happiness every day, and we'll meet again when the weather is nice. The content of the video was rather simple, but Yang Zikai found it shameless for Su Chenyang to wish everyone happiness after announcing his absence. He was feeling quite upset with Su Chenyang. Yang Zikai left a comment in the comment section. Give me some courage. Can we negotiate? Regardless of the weather, please come out to sell your egg pancakes the day after tomorrow. I have a compelling reason to crave them. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. Crying emoji X20. Yang Zikai concluded his comment with a long string of crying emojis to emphasize his urgency. He was quick to reply, and since he had the day off tomorrow, Su Chenyang was still awake and scrolling through Douyin, thus he saw the comment. Today and AMP. Oppos. S fans are truly amusing. In Su Chenyang and AMP. Oppos. S eyes. Yang Zikai and AMP. Oppos. S comment was merely a joke. Even the most delicious egg pancakes would not cause a loss of appetite if skipped for a day or two, so he certainly wouldn't take it seriously. At midnight, Su Chenyang went to bed. The next morning, he woke up at 8 o'clock to find it drizzling outside. The forecast was spot on. If only the system had a function to predict lottery numbers, Su Chenyang mused, noticing his roommates were still asleep. He quietly got up to wash up and then went for breakfast. After returning, Su Chenyang began writing his thesis. Writing in his dormitory, sheltered from the wind and rain. He listened to music and felt quite relaxed. However, outside the gates of Hangzhou University of Technology, the stall owners were not pleased. It was yet another day of poor business, compounded by thunderstorms. The rain made their spirits dampened, especially for Wang Yanfu. With Su Chenyang absent again, business had not improved. In fact, it was worse. Yesterday, Wang Yanfu had improved his egg pancake recipe, expecting it to match Su Chenyang and AMP, Oppo's, S flavor, but news of its poor taste had spread. Today, not even loyal customers showed up. Typically, Wang Yanfu would pack up and head home around 11 o'clock when the dormitories closed, but today, by 7 o'clock, he was already packing up, his morale shattered. Soon, it was 11 o'clock at night. In Yang Zikai's dormitory, he dared not play games with his roommates, but instead quietly scrolled through short videos to see if Su Chenyang would indeed show up at his stall tomorrow. Don and Oppos. Post another video announcing a day off. If you do, I will really be at odds with you, Yang Zikai thought anxiously. According to the weather forecast, tomorrow would start sunny but turn to scattered showers. In such uncertain weather, it was hard to predict whether it would rain all day. If Su Chenyang called off again, Yang Zikai and Oppos, as heart wouldn't be able to take it. Yang Zikai considered himself a black fan of Su Chenyang, but after these days of anxiety, he had become quite adept at timing when Su Chenyang would post videos. He watched Su Chenyang and AMP, Oppo's, Douyin account closely, and just a few minutes later, at 11:05, Su Chenyang released a video. With a heart full of trepidation, Yang Zikai clicked on the video. Hello everyone. After 2 days of rain, tomorrow's weather will be splendid. We shall meet at the school gate at 11:00 and AMP, Oppo's, clock. If I am able to set up my stall without rain afterward, I will resume selling as normal. I want to post a video tonight. I will only post when I take a day off. Wishing everyone sweet dreams tonight. Good night. At last, he would be setting up his stall. Yang Zikai felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He was on the brink of losing true love. He quickly messaged Chinchichi. Yang Zikai, I told you, without experiencing wind and rain, how can one see a rainbow? And it can't possibly be just a series of misfortunes. See you at the school gate at 11. Chinchichi, okay. The goddess replied instantly. And Yang Zikai felt hopeful. Did Chi-Chi think of this as a test of their relationship? His imagination began to wander. If Chun Chi-Chi viewed it as a trial of fate, then perhaps he had gained a slight edge over his rivals. Noticing Yang Zikai's uplifted mood, his roommates commented, Old Yang, want to team up for some games? Come on, today I'm going to dominate. Yang Zikai immediately launched into the game, eager to rack up kills to celebrate. He played until 3 in the morning, finally falling asleep with a smile. The previous nights, he had been cursing Su Chenyang. But tonight, he felt no need for such grievances. Not just Yang Zikai, but also the other boys who had planned to meet girls felt that Su Chenyang had at least shown them some consideration by deciding to set up his stall. despite the forecast of scattered showers. Thus, they refrained from cursing him. Chapter 16. There are quite a few supportive boys. The following day, at 10:50 a.m., Yang Zikai arrived early at the school gate. While waiting for Chun Keki to arrive, he noticed not only a multitude of girls, but also dozens of boys standing at the entrance. Just a couple of days prior, when Su Chenyang set up his stall for the first time, the queue was predominantly comprised of girls. Now, with the influx of boys, Yang Zikai immediately understood the situation. They were all waiting for someone, and it was evident that it wasn't Apo's, another boy. Yang Zikai chose a conspicuous spot so that Shinkeki would easily spot him upon her arrival. Though she had yet to appear, he observed several ride-hailing vehicles pulling up to the school gate, from which disembarked a number of stylishly dressed urban female professionals and a few couples. These fashionable ladies seemed to be timing their visit meticulously, likely to check in on the popular stall. Yang Zikai quickly deduced the reason behind this. Without a significant following of female professionals, how could Su Chenyang amass over 50,000 fans? Today was also Saturday. If they weren't working, it made perfect sense for these spirited girls to come out and enjoy the scene. Yang Zikai welcomed the crowd. In the past, he might have resented the throngs of people, but now he found himself wishing the line would grow longer. If he were to quickly purchase a crepe, he would have little time to converse with Chun Keki. The longer they waited, the more opportunity they would have for conversation. At 10:55 a.m., Yang Zikai spotted Chun Keki approaching the school gate. His heart soared when he realized she was alone. He had anticipated she might arrive with her roommate, but here she was coming to meet him by herself. Could it be that after 3 days of fate's tests, she had begun to trust him? This was undeniably a positive sign. Being able to stand in line with Chun Keki without any acquaintances around to act as a third wheel certainly felt like a date. In this regard, he felt he was well ahead of any rivals. Keiichi, Yang Zikai called out cheerfully, waving when he saw she had noticed him. As she approached, she smiled and remarked, "You came quite early. Have you been waiting long?" "Not really, just a few minutes. There's so many people today." "Indeed, but the crowd indicates that the owner's crepes must be delicious. I'm eager to find out how good they really are," Yang Zikai responded, praising Su Chenyang's crepes. Having tasted them herself, Chun Keki assured him, "You won't be disappointed." If the owner's crepes weren't good, who would stand in line for so long? True, he conceded. As they engaged in light conversation, the number of people at the school gate continued to swell. The vendors at various stalls watched dejectedly as the crowd gathered around them, without showing any interest in their offerings. At 10:59 a.m., Wang Yinfu caught sight of Su Chenyang's infuriating visage approaching on his food cart. As Su Chenyang leisurely made his way to the school gate, other vendors cast discontented glances. "Here comes trouble," they muttered. Before Su Chenyang's cart had even come to a complete stop, those waiting eagerly rushed towards his stall, desperate to secure their place in line. "Yang Zikai, let us hurry," Chun Keki exclaimed, taking the lead. Yang Zikai, however, was reluctant to rush too swiftly, so he merely kept pace beside her. By the time they reached the front of the stall, they found themselves positioned comfortably in the middle of the line, with at least 50 people ahead of them. "They're quite fast," he remarked. "Yes, with so many people, it's essential to keep things orderly," Chun Keki replied, while Yang Zikai felt a rush of exhilaration. With 50 people ahead of them, it would take over an hour for him to finally get his crepe. He was more than satisfied with their position in line. Interestingly, he noticed that other boys, like himself, were positioned further back in the queue, while those at the front were primarily female professionals and swift-moving single girls from the school. One figure stood out distinctly, Wang Yinfu, who had managed to secure the very first spot. Su Chenyang was taken aback to see over 100 people lining up before he had even set his cart down. For those further back, this queue is going to be a struggle. You might want to consider alternative lunch options. At my pace, it'll take over 3 hours for you to get your crepe, he announced, attempting to dissuade the crowd. Hearing Su Chenyang urge customers to move along, the other vendors felt a surge of frustration. How could he complain about having too many customers? As they observed the desolate state of their own stalls, the disparity between their fortunes became painfully evident. From the back of the line, someone shouted, "No worries, just focus on making your crepes. If we find the wait too long, we'll simply leave." "Exactly, just get on with making those crepes." Another chimed in, The thought of spending more time conversing with the goddess before him was too enticing for anyone to leave. Witnessing the support from the boys behind him, Chenyang felt a mix of disbelief and elation. While these boys were accompanied by girls, they did not appear to be couples. Chenyang began to grasp the reason behind the enthusiastic support. "All right, everyone, just wait a few minutes. I'll have everything ready shortly, and then I'll start making the crepes," he said. As Chenyang prepared to cook, Wang Yinfu, at the front of the line, overheard the excited whispers of the female professionals behind him. "The owner is really handsome. The videos didn't lie. I just wonder if his crepes are as good as they say." Wang Yinfu turned to see the girls recording Chenyang on their phones, clearly starstruck. What is so special about him? He scoffed inwardly, suppressing his irritation as he continued to wait. "I hope this kid moves quickly." After 5 minutes, Chenyang was ready to begin making crepes. "Sir, would you like it spicy or not?" he asked, only then realizing that Wang Yinfu was the owner of a nearby crepe stall. Noticing the peculiar look in Chenyang's eyes, Wang Yinfu assumed it was merely a case of a fellow vendor seeking to learn from him, so he felt no embarrassment. "Not spicy, please." "All right," Chenyang replied nonchalantly. A customer is a customer. He wouldn't refuse service to a fellow vendor. With his flawless culinary skills bestowed by the system, he had no fear of others replicating his techniques. As Chenyang set to work, Wang Yinfu observed intently, noting how the egg mixture was applied more evenly than in his own preparations, and the sauces were distributed with greater care. Could such minute differences truly affect the flavor that dramatically? Wang Yinfu pondered, though he failed to notice many of the finer details. Chapter 17. The colleagues were thoroughly convinced. After 2.5 minutes, the first egg pancake was ready. "The uncle handed it to you, and I have already completed the payment via scan." With that, Wang Yinfeng took the egg pancake and immediately began to savor it. Initially indifferent, he was struck with profound astonishment as the taste enveloped his senses. Wang Yinfeng had presumed there would merely be minor discrepancies in the preparation of the egg pancake. However, upon tasting it, he realized the difference in texture was nothing short of extraordinary. Chenyang's egg pancake was far more tender and delicate than his own. The pork tenderloin within was juicier and more succulent, contrasting sharply with the firmer texture of his own. Moreover, Wang Yinfeng found the secret sauce in Chenyang and Appo's egg pancake to be far richer and more flavorful, not merely due to a generous application, but rather a superior recipe. Additionally, the crispness of the pancake was impeccably uniform, devoid of any uneven thickness. This was clearly not a store-bought product, but a carefully crafted creation by Chenyang. The level of mastery required to achieve such perfection was astonishing. Furthermore, Chenyang's lettuce was meticulously trimmed, resulting in an even texture that Wang Yinfeng had neglected, assuming a mere rinse would suffice. The culmination of these meticulous details rendered the egg pancake utterly flawless, overshadowing Wang Yinfeng's own efforts. Just days prior, he had boasted to a girl that, with over 20 years of experience, he could not possibly be outdone by Chenyang. At that time, the girl had countered, stating that after so many years, his skills were merely conventional, which he had vehemently denied. Now, however, Wang Yinfeng found himself utterly defeated, unable to contest the superior craftsmanship before him. Was this innate talent? Wang Yinfeng pondered that without such an explanation. The existence of an egg pancake so exquisitely refined after all these years seemed implausible. From tomorrow onward, he resolved to revert to his original recipe, avoiding direct competition. Acknowledging his inability to replicate such finesse, he sought solace in the belief that returning to his previous pricing would still attract customers who had not been able to queue for the new offering. With a heart full of mixed emotions, he returned to his stall, where the vendor selling stinky tofu inquired old Wang, "Have you tried that kid's egg pancake? How does it compare? Can you replicate it?" The other vendors gazed at Wang Yinfeng, eagerly awaiting a promising reply. Alas, the outcome was destined to disappoint them. Wang Yinfeng admitted, "That kid's egg pancake is indeed delicious. I doubt I can replicate it. I plan to return to my original recipe tomorrow and will not compete with him." "What? You're conceding? Is it really that good?" The other vendors expressed their reluctance to accept this news. The presence of Chenyang was affecting their sales, leading to significant losses over time. "If it's truly delicious, You should all try it. Is it really that exaggerated? The other vendors approached Wang Yanfeng, each taking a piece of the egg pancake. Upon tasting it, they too were utterly astonished. Is this truly the flavor of an egg pancake? If this were served in a Michelin restaurant, it would warrant at least 300. This kid sells it for just 20. No wonder so many people flock to buy. With his handsome appearance and exquisite flavor, Wang Yanfeng realized he stood no chance of competing. In that moment, the vendors deemed Wang Yanfeng's decision to concede a wise one. The hope of him outdoing Su Chenyang was a fanciful notion. They resigned themselves to this reality. Unbeknownst to Su Chenyang, his egg pancake had decisively swayed the opinions of the other vendors. In front of his stall, a striking young woman in a strappy dress, exuding an air of sophistication, stood in line. Her name was Zhou Yulin. After receiving her egg pancake, she immediately began to taste it. Originally, she and her two close friends had come primarily to admire the handsome college student, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, with gentle and refined features. Zhou Yulin felt her visit was already worthwhile. As long as the egg pancake was palatable, it would be worth the experience. Therefore, she harbored no grand expectations for the taste of the egg pancake. Yet, upon tasting it, she was taken aback by the delightful flavor that far exceeded her anticipations. "Delicious!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Feeling unsatisfied, she took another bite, becoming increasingly enamored with the exquisite taste. Observing Zhou Yulin's enjoyment, her two friends grew curious and reached for a piece from her box. After tasting, they too were left in awe. "Boss, this egg pancake is genuinely delicious. I've never had such a delightful egg pancake in Hangzhou. What did you learn to cook?" "You're astonishing. I'm not a culinary student. I'm just a college student. I'm in my 4th year and have few classes, so I decided to set up a stall to earn some pocket money." "You're a college student?" Zhou Yulin and her friends had assumed the vendor was a culinary school graduate, only to discover he was an undergraduate. Being a college student was indeed an added bonus. "Boss, your cooking is so impressive. Why not set up a stall in the CBD? Even if you sold them for 30 each, they would fly off the shelves. You could even open your own restaurant, ensuring steady business without worrying about the weather." Given that Hangzhou generally had high living costs, with takeaway meals averaging 30 to 40, and considering the current concerns regarding food hygiene, Zhou Yulin and her friends felt they could trust this sun-kissed young man with his fresh ingredients. With such delicious flavors, they believed they could regularly patronize his stall without tiring of it. After all their hard work, the idea of having a handsome young man prepare meals for them after a long day was an enticing prospect. This emotional value surpassed the mere price of an egg pancake. However, the female university students waiting in line behind Zhou Yulin felt a pang of annoyance at the trio's flirtation. Did they think college life was a walk in the park? They too wished to enjoy delicious food prepared by a handsome young man after class. Yet, despite their irritation, the waiting students had to concede that if Su Chenyang were to set up in the CBD, he would undoubtedly earn more. Unable to voice their discontent over his potential success, they could only internally scorn Zhou Yulin and her friends. Just because you graduated and can earn your own money, does that give you the right to bully a college student for being broke? I hope you never find a boyfriend. Here was a young man successfully running his stall, and they sought to entice him away. How inconsiderate. I hope you meet only unappealing and aged men in the future. As the girls expressed their disdain, Su Chenyang interjected, "Setting up in the CBD is appealing, but I quite enjoy being here." At that moment, Sun Qinmei, a close friend of Zhou Yulin, jokingly inquired, "Boss, could it be that your girlfriend is studying at this school?" This remark instantly resonated with many, as it seemed plausible. Why would Su Chenyang forsake opportunities to earn more money to set up a stall here? If it were for the convenience of meeting his girlfriend, it would indeed make sense. Otherwise, it was illogical to forego earnings. Su Chenyang was instantly amused by Sun Qinmei and Amp Oppo's playful banter. He pondered why girls often jumped to such conclusions. With a chuckle, Su Chenyang replied, "Sister, where do I find a girlfriend? I can't even manage to get one." Chapter 18. Are you a hopeless romantic? Can a strikingly handsome individual like Su Chenyang truly find himself without a romantic partner? This notion is rather hard to believe. Sun Qinmei remarked, "Boss, with your good looks and culinary prowess, It seems rather absurd to claim you can't find a girlfriend. Surely, there must be many girls at university who are fond of you? Su Chenyang replied with a wry smile. Being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Perhaps my straightforwardness puts girls off. His blunt admission left the girls in line both amused and perplexed. Just how oblivious must one be to be deemed undesirable by a partner? Logically speaking, physical attractiveness is a powerful asset. A slight lack of social finesse might typically be overlooked by the women present, yet excessive awkwardness could indeed be a source of frustration. When a man's emotional intelligence is noticeably low, it can provoke exasperation so intense that one might even contemplate a breakup. At this moment, the boys in line, who had initially harbored jealousy toward Su Chenyang's good looks and popularity, began to feel a twinge of sympathy for him. It appeared that even striking good looks could not redeem a personality characterized by insensitivity. It seems that while fate bestowed him with beauty, it simultaneously diminished his emotional acumen, a rather fair exchange. Zhou Yulin, smiling, advised Su Chenyang, "Boss, if you could just soften your speech a little, you would see significant improvement. In fact, if I weren't worried about you rejecting my help, I would gladly guide you in enhancing your emotional intelligence." Though she was an attractive woman, Su Chenyang dismissed her suggestion. "Never mind, my emotional quotient is what it is. There are far too many sycophants in this world, constantly pandering to women's whims. I cannot compete with their emotional finesse." This statement elicited discomfort among the boys in line. What does your emotional ineptitude have to do with being a sycophant? Clearly, you lack emotional awareness. Indeed, the critique of sycophants has become a prevalent trend online, leading to the perception that Su Chenyang's unpopularity with women stemmed from such influences. After all, how could someone so handsome remain single? Zhou Yulin interjected once more, "Boss, you cannot equate simply being kind to women with being a sycophant. It's completely normal to treat your girlfriend well. We shouldn't hastily label it as sycophancy. Don't let the extreme viewpoints presented in those online videos sway your perspective. They can greatly distort one's views on relationships." The boys in line nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Su Chenyang responded, "I possess the ability to discern right from wrong and will not be swayed by those short videos. There is nothing wrong with treating women well. I wholeheartedly agree. However, it should not come at the cost of one's own dignity." Sun Chi-mei added, "Such instances are rare. In relationships, women typically do not want men to suffer unduly." "Oh, but they do," Su Chenyang countered, citing examples. Take, for instance, the act of standing in line to purchase something. Some sycophants may be utterly unwilling to wait, yet they endure hours under the scorching sun just to please the woman they admire. Some even go so far as to wait in line for hours while the woman rests, only to deliver the purchase to her afterward. If they were this dedicated to their studies, they could likely gain admission to prestigious universities. His words struck a nerve, and some of the boys in line felt deeply offended. What was he implying? Was it wrong to buy something for one's girlfriend? Such behavior is entirely normal. Calling it sycophantic is absurd. They felt disdain for Su Chenyang's remarks. Yet amidst their frustration, a few boys recognized the truth in his observation. Many men indeed change for the sake of a woman, while they often neglect to exert the same effort for their own growth. Zhou Yulin and her friends shared a knowing smile. Some girls in line exchanged amused glances, acknowledging the validity of Su Chenyang's points. They felt compelled to offer a counterbalance to his perspective. "Boss, you shouldn't view it this way. These boys are simply being considerate and warm-hearted. Labeling them as sycophants is not quite right. Warm-hearted would be more fitting. Some men inherently possess a nurturing nature." Upon hearing this, the boys in line mentally applauded Zhou Yulin and her friends for their eloquence, contrasting sharply with Su Chenyang's apparent lack of social grace. However, Su Chenyang remained unconvinced by their argument. "While I agree that being warm-hearted is commendable, one must not sacrifice their own well-being in the process. Generally, relationships should enhance one's quality of life, not diminish it. These sycophants endure undue hardship, living in conditions worse than their single counterparts while still deriving joy from their suffering. I am uncertain whether they possess an innate capacity for love, but their ability to be self-deprecating is undeniable." Zhou Yulin and her friends could only smile wryly at his words, realizing that he was not entirely wrong. Indeed, a relationship should be a mutual choice, where both parties benefit from their union. However, sycophants appear to be engaged in one-sided sacrifices. The three attractive women recognized that while they might attract attention from sycophants, they would never accept a relationship that compromised their quality of life. Consequently, they found themselves bemused by the notion that sycophants would willingly lower their standards for love, a sentiment echoed by the other girls in line. No wonder someone as handsome as Su Chenyang remained single. He saw the situation too clearly. The girls theoretically agreed with his perspective, yet in practice, they hoped their future partners would treat them well without resorting to sycophancy. On the contrary, the boys in line were in staunch disagreement, particularly when Su Chenyang suggested they had an innate tendency towards self-deprecation. Is that why you can't find a girlfriend? If you refuse to treat women well, who would choose to be with you? They thought, you may be handsome, but if you cling to such flawed reasoning, you are destined for a life of solitude. As the boys mentally berated Su Chenyang, they longed to leave the scene, unwilling to support him any further and depriving him of their potential patronage. In the end, after some contemplation, I realized that having successfully arranged a meeting with the goddess, there was no reason to turn on my heels simply due to Su Chenyang and Amp, Oppos, as remarks. As long as they could win the affection of the goddess, they would find themselves free from the shackles of solitude, while Su Chenyang would remain a solitary figure. And even his handsome visage would not alter the dynamics. One could not definitively ascertain who the true jester was. Chapter 19. The Affectionate Fool. If one must be degraded, so be it. Zhou Yulin and her two companions found merit in Su Chenyang's words. They believed that a handsome man like him could certainly find a partner if he were to lower his standards. Thus, the trio merely came to show their support, feeling no need to engage in debate with him. Soon, Zhou Yulin's friends received their egg pancakes, and the three joyfully departed. Before leaving, they greeted Su Chenyang, exclaiming, "Boss, your egg pancakes are truly delicious. We shall return tomorrow." To which Su Chenyang replied, "Should the weather permit, I would be delighted to welcome you back." He then resumed preparing his egg pancakes. Behind Zhou Yulin stood a couple, the young man expressing displeasure at Su Chenyang and Amp, Oppos' remark regarding affectionate fools. However, after tasting the egg pancakes, he dismissed his earlier irritation. His girlfriend, initially unoffended by Su Chenyang's comments, was left in awe after sampling his culinary creation. She remarked, "Boss, I believe the three girls were right. You should consider setting up a stall in the CBD. The profits would be substantial. Let me tell you, as long as a man has money in his pocket, even the most steadfastly straight of men will find favor with women." This young woman surmised that Su Chenyang's emotional intelligence was unlikely to change, and thus his priority should be to generate income. When wealth flourishes, even the most rigid of men can be perceived as warm-hearted. Upon hearing a young professional attempt to sway the scene, the female university students in line expressed their disdain. Is this never-ending? Does the boss need your guidance on where to set up shop? Have you not heard the saying that fortunes fluctuate over time? Do not underestimate the youth. Su Chenyang merely smiled, responding, "I may consider the CBD in the future, but I have no such plans at present." The girl felt a pang of regret, saying, "Oh well, I suppose that means I cannot support you daily. I shall return another time. Occasionally indulging will suffice." "I welcome your next visit," he replied. The couple then departed. When it was the turn of the girls from the Polytechnic University, Su Chenyang was engrossed in making egg pancakes when one of them asked, "Boss, you would and Amp, Oppos, actually consider setting up in the CBD, would you?" Surprised that the previous comments had stirred such concern, Su Chenyang smiled gently. "Not for now. I am well aware of how delectable my egg pancakes are. If I wished to set up in the CBD, I could have done so long ago." His reassurance calmed the anxious girl, who responded, "Boss, the flavor of your egg pancakes could easily be deemed the best in Hangzhou, without a doubt." "I am flattered," Su Chenyang humbly replied, as several girls began taking photos and videos to share on social media. Even if he possessed the skill to claim the title of the best in the city, he refrained from such boasts, as it would invite unnecessary attention and hostility from rival vendors. "Boss, you're far too modest. Which other stall in Hangzhou could possibly surpass your egg pancakes?" chimed in a girl who had tasted them the previous day, affirming Su Chenyang and Oppos' status as the best. Delighted by the praise, Su Chenyang acknowledged that there would always be seasoned chefs whose pancakes might surpass his, but perhaps they had simply retired. As lunchtime approached, the queue swelled to over 150 patrons, overwhelming Su Chenyang. The increase in male customers today was notably higher than in previous days. At 12:53 p.m., it was finally Yang Zikai and Chun Keki and Appo's turn. Chun Keki, standing ahead, received her egg pancake first and eagerly awaited Yang Zikai, starting to eat it with impatience. The flavor was as exquisite as the day before, a delightful experience that justified the 2-hour wait. After standing for so long, her hunger led her to eat ravenously. Yang Zikai observed Chun Keki's departure from her usual dainty eating habits, leaving him momentarily astonished. Is it really that delicious? He pondered, despite the long queue of eager customers. After 2 minutes, Yang Zikai received his egg pancake and took a hearty bite. The remarkable taste instantly captivated him, evoking memories of all the exquisite dishes he'd enjoyed throughout his life. Yet, none could compare to the sheer enjoyment of this egg pancake. Though he had previously scorned Su Chenyang and Appo's comments about affectionate fools, the flavor of the egg pancake made him feel an unexpected attachment to Su Chenyang and Appo's culinary prowess. Even before finishing his first pancake, he contemplated a second helping. Noticing Yang Zikai's shocked expression upon tasting the pancake, Chun Keki smiled and asked, "How is it, Yang Zikai? Is it not incredibly delicious? After waiting so long, do you not feel it was worth it?" Yang Zikai, feeling fortunate to have spent nearly 2 hours chatting with Chun Keki, now felt even more fortunate to savor such delightful food. Grinning, he replied, "This egg pancake truly is exceptional, quite unexpectedly so." He took another bite, feeling that leaving his mouth idle would be a disservice to the delicious treat. Without lingering at the stall, the duo strolled back to campus, Chun Keki remarking, "Actually, the other afternoon, I came here on a whim, half believing what my classmates said. But once I tried it, I understood its worth. It's unfortunate you missed out that day." Yang Zikai eagerly continued, "I felt a tinge of regret then, but now, having tasted it, I deeply wish I had bought one that day. I find myself craving more. I plan to return tomorrow. Will you join me?" If Chun Keki were to accompany him, it would be another opportunity for delightful conversation. Yang Zikai was unaware of how long she might enjoy the pancakes, but he believed that spending 2 hours chatting every day for a week would surely strengthen their bond, leaving any potential rivals in the dust. He was confident that winning Chun Keki's heart was merely a matter of time. As for Su Chenyang's disdain for affectionate fools, Yang Zikai chose to disregard it, prioritizing his pursuit of the goddess over any disparaging remarks. For Chun Keki, such delectable egg pancakes, having only been tasted 2 or 3 times, could hardly become tiresome. "It has been 2 days since I last indulged in a delectable egg pancake. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I shall certainly return. Shall we meet at the same time tomorrow?" "Certainly." Upon hearing Chun Keki's enthusiastic agreement, Yang Zikai felt a surge of hope. Were it not for the constraints of circumstance, he would have surely let out a triumphant howl to express his exhilaration. With tomorrow and Appo's rendezvous arranged, Yang Zikai and Appo's appetite for egg pancakes grew ever stronger. As he strolled and savored his treat, he reluctantly bid farewell to Chun Keki at the crossroads leading to the boys in Appo's and girls in Appo's dormitories. "Chun Keki, see you tomorrow." "All right, see you tomorrow." With that, Chun Keki turned and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Chapter 20. The campus belle succumbs to the allure of delicacies. Yang Zikai stood still, watching Chun Keki leave until her figure vanished from sight, before contentedly making his way back to the boys' dormitory. He felt a sense of satisfaction, which was mirrored by Chun Keki, who found her time spent with him quite enjoyable. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chun Keki was in exceptionally high spirits. However, as she approached the entrance, she slowed her pace, recalling that her previous visit for egg pancakes had been with her roommate, Wang Manyan. This time, it was with Yang Zikai. Departing with him had led to some jests about prioritizing romance over friendship, and now she anticipated similar teasing upon her return. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she lingered at the door for 2 minutes, contemplating her entrance. Ultimately, she resolved to face the ridicule and steeled herself to push open the door. Upon entering, she discovered that only one of her roommates remained. The other four were absent. This realization made her nervous for a moment, but then she chuckled at her own folly. She sighed in relief as she turned her gaze to the engrossed Xia Yuro, who was deeply absorbed in her studies. Yuro, you are far too dedicated. While we are having fun, you are studying. Even during our downtime, you are still hitting the books. You are already so beautiful, yet you work so hard. What are we mere sloths to do? Xia Yuro, caught off guard by Chun Keki's playful remarks, couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, her exquisite features resembling a luscious rose. It was mid-September, and with the graduate entrance exams approaching in December, Xia Yuro was serious about her studies. Chun Keki and Appo's antics, however, never failed to amuse her. After regaining her composure, Xia Yuro retorted, Keki, it's one thing to return from your rendezvous, but to mock others for studying is a bit much. I wasn't on a date. I merely went to buy an egg pancake. By the way, where are the others? Didn't they also go for egg pancakes? Didn't you see them? Chun Keki replied, her tone defensive as she noticed the smirk on Xia Yuro's face. Admit it, your mind was entirely on the boys, and you didn't even notice your roommates. Xia Yuro teased, causing Chun Keki to blush and stumble over her words. I was not solely focused on the boys. The egg pancakes were just too delectable. Once I had one in hand, my attention was entirely on it. Besides, the line was absurdly long. Over 100 people. Seriously, Yuro, you must try this egg pancake. It would be a pity to miss out. Chun Keki attempted to shift the conversation. With the exams looming, my studies must take precedence. Spending 2 hours in line for an egg pancake feels like a tremendous waste of time. I could have completed a physics paper in that duration. Oh, come now. You must allow yourself some leisure. Our illustrious campus belle should venture out and give the boys a chance to encounter you. How else will they pursue you? Focus on your own love life and leave me out of it. Very well, the radiant campus belle remains unattached, while I, a mere mortal, will take a nap. You continue your studies. All right. Xia Yuro nodded and returned to her books. After more than half an hour, as Chun Keki still lay awake, the other four roommates returned. Upon entering the dorm, they searched for Chun Keki, but seeing her asleep, they decided to leave her be. Chun Keki exhaled with relief, thinking to herself, thank goodness I didn't give them the opportunity. Like Chun Keki, the others were weary from the long wait in line, so they opted for a midday nap. The dormitory quickly fell into silence, with only Xia Yuro remaining at her desk, absorbed in her studies. Before long, time slipped away, and soon it was 5:30. Chun Keki, Xia Yuro, and their four roommates made their way to the cafeteria, where they procured their meals and found a table to sit. While dining, Chun Keki and the others occupied themselves with their phones, scrolling through short videos or reading novels. As Chun Keki was scrolling, she stumbled upon a video from a popular blogger, complete with a trending hashtag, the best egg pancake in Hangzhou. Upon seeing the hashtag, Chun Keki immediately grasped the video and Appo's as content. Oh no, she exclaimed, her voice laced with exasperation. This sudden outburst piqued the curiosity of Xia Yuro and the other roommates. What do you mean, oh no? What's going on? This has nothing to do with you. It concerns the four of us. Why am I excluded? Xia Yuro questioned, puzzled by her sudden exclusion. The matter pertains to the egg pancakes from Boss Su at the school gate. Chun Keki clarified as she showed her phone to the others. Boss Su is trending again, titled as the best egg pancake in Hangzhou. Today's line was already overwhelming, and I fear tomorrow will bring even more customers. The queue might stretch for eternity. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuro grasped why Chun Keki felt it was irrelevant to her. As her roommates saw the video's view count exceed 10 million, they realized it had not just made local headlines, but had become a nationwide sensation. Just 2 nights prior, it had merely made the local trending list, leading to a manageable queue of 150 people today. Now, with national attention, the number of eager patrons would undoubtedly increase. Young people are always drawn to the excitement, and with Boss Su's egg pancakes being so delicious, it was no wonder the lines were long. The realization weighed heavily on the four roommates. This is truly dire. Standing in line for 2.5 hours has left my legs aching. If tomorrow brings even more people, waiting 3 to 4 hours is unbearable. Who was it that first shared the video? Boss Sue is supposed to cater to us, the ones who enjoy this delicacy. Now we have office workers crowding in, making it harder for us to buy. This is utterly unfair. I haven't and Oppos to even have my fill yet. I certainly plan to go back. But if I have to wait 3 to 4 hours, it will be the end of me. Is this pancake truly that good? Sayuro interjected, observing her friends and Oppos' distress. It is genuinely delicious. Did you not see the trending hashtag? It is declared the best in Hangzhou. Think about it. If this pancake were served in a Michelin-starred restaurant, it would cost you hundreds. So, getting it for just 20 yuan is a remarkable bargain. If it weren't so tasty and affordable, how could it possibly attract such a crowd? Euro, you must try it. The best egg pancake in Hangzhou is absolutely worth it. Upon observing several roommates fervently extolling the exquisite taste of this egg pancake, Sayuro felt a momentary wavering of resolve. As an individual who relishes culinary delights, the prospect intrigued her. However, with the impending graduate entrance examinations, her schedule was not so much devoid of leisure, but rather averse to squandering time on the triviality of queuing. Yet, the egg pancake had garnered such high praise, being hailed as the finest in Hangzhou. This stirred a sense of curiosity within Sayuro, a native of Hangzhou. What could possibly be so delectable to warrant such a claim? Chapter 21. The Capriciousness of Human Hearts. Initially, Sayuro had planned to wait until her postgraduate entrance examination concluded before seeking an opportunity to indulge. However, she found herself quite tempted and felt that not trying it would indeed be a pity. Sayuro suggested, "How about we queue for a taste after dinner? Since you all mentioned it would take 3 to 4 hours to wait by the time in an Oppos. As our turn, it might be close to 10 and Oppos clock. We could consider it a late-night snack. What do you think? My treat. Under normal circumstances, this would not be an issue. Yet, the current group found it difficult to agree. No, the egg pancake is delicious, and I could easily consume 2 portions in a day. But after queuing for several hours today, standing in line for another 3 or 4 hours tonight would leave my legs utterly exhausted," one of them replied. "Indeed, I cannot endure standing in line any longer," another echoed. "You should go alone. I simply can't Oppos, handle it. Queuing all day is exhausting." Even Chun Keki, who had the closest relationship with Sayuro, directly stated she could not join. After queuing all afternoon, they had all returned to their dormitory and promptly fallen into a deep sleep. Thus, Sayuro understood how fatigued they were after standing for several hours in the queue. Therefore, it truly seemed inappropriate to drag them out again that evening. "Very well, then. I shall go alone." Sayuro did not abandon her plans simply because no one could accompany her. If the crowd tomorrow would indeed be larger, it would be more sensible for her, who was already reluctant to waste time in line, to seize the opportunity to go now. Before long, Sayuro stumbled upon a video shared by a female user praising Chenyang's egg pancakes as the best in Hangzhou. The video received an abundance of likes and comments, prompting her to open the comment section. "Why can't there be a handsome guy selling egg pancakes at my school's entrance?" One comment lamented, followed by another expressing, "I had planned to fly to the capital tomorrow, but this handsome vendor's pancakes look incredibly appetizing. I think I shall linger for another day and hope to queue up." Another added, "In this culinary desert of city, the sudden emergence of a popular egg pancake vendor is certainly worth checking out. I shall delay my return to Shanghai by a day." Sayuro was genuinely astonished by the widespread admiration for Chenyang and Oppos' egg pancakes. Just how delectable could they be if an egg pancake could frequently trend online? Her curiosity piqued even further. Around 6 and Oppos clock after dinner, Chun Keki and the others dispersed to pursue their own activities. Some went on dates, while others returned to their dormitories. Sayuro made her way toward the school gate alone. After a brief 5-minute walk, she arrived at the egg pancake stall, only to find it teeming with over 150 people. Would she really have to wait 4 or 5 hours? With the dormitory closing at 11, would she even manage to buy one? Sayuro began to feel conflicted. What if she waited for hours only to find the dormitory closed before she could obtain her egg pancake? The thought made her anxious. Just then, she noticed a couple of office workers joining the queue behind her. At that moment, she heard Chenyang addressing them from the front of the line. "I'm sorry, but the last of the ingredients has run out before it reached you," he informed the couple. "You might as well not wait." "What? It ran out just as we arrived?" the disappointed couple exclaimed. "Boss, can and Oppos. Do you make just one more?" "Yes, boss, we just got off work," they pleaded. "I came here early just to buy your egg pancakes." The couple and Oppos' frustration was evident. Yet, despite their pleas, Chenyang could only express his regret. "Eva, Oppos, Emma, Julie saw thee. I prepared more today than yesterday, but it still wasn't enough. Moreover, there are still about 150 people in line. At 2 minutes per pancake. It will take 4 to 5 hours, and by then, it will be close to 11 when I must close up shop." Even with the current number of people, Chenyang worried about whether he would manage to return to the dormitory himself. At that moment, another couple chimed in. "Boss, 11:00 and Oppos, clock is when the nightlife begins. This is just the start. You should prepare more ingredients. Otherwise, you want and Oppos, do you have enough to sell?" Their comments left Chenyang feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. "It an Oppos. It's not that I don an Oppos. Do you want to stay open until midnight? It an Oppos. It's just that my pork loin and ham are made from fresh meat, and I have to start preparing the ingredients at 6 in the morning. I need to rest. Otherwise, I want and Oppos to be able to keep going. I sincerely apologize." This explanation garnered understanding from the crowd. "All right, I guess we would just have to come back tomorrow," they conceded. After all, he was a handsome young man. The girls coming to support him were willing to forgive him. With a sigh, Xiaoyuro turned back toward the dormitory to study. Although the queue might be excessively long tomorrow, she believed that arriving early should prevent it from becoming too outrageous. It and Oppos, a common habit among people to purchase something before leaving, especially during mealtimes. Since she could no longer buy from Chenyang and Oppos' stall, many nearby vendors became her alternative options. Moreover, the patrons visiting these stalls were primarily office workers with greater purchasing power than college students. This sudden influx of customers made the surrounding vendors feel an unexpected wave of fortune, quickly dispelling any resentment they might have harbored towards Chenyang. It appeared that the arrival of this young vendor was not entirely detrimental. Even Wang Yanfu, who loathed Chenyang, found himself in good spirits. After all, the patrons who came to support him had yet to taste Chenyang's egg pancakes and remained unaware of their superior flavor. Wang Yanfu's egg pancakes, when compared to Chenyang and Oppos' merely appeared inferior, though they were not inherently unpalatable. Thus, Wang Yanfu and Oppos' business began to improve as well. Selling his egg pancakes for 15 yuan each, the profit per pancake far exceeded the original 5 yuan price, while the workload remained relatively unchanged. Consequently, Wang Yanfu felt quite pleased with the situation. "Now that this fellow has shown up, at least I can benefit from the overflow," he thought. With this realization, Wang Yanfu became more cheerful and eagerly assisted customers with their orders. A customer inquired, "Boss, your egg pancakes seem quite similar to that other vendor in Oppos', yet yours are 5 yuan cheaper. How come?" His pancakes are indeed tastier, which justifies the higher price. However, mine are also quite delicious and offer great value. Wang Yanfu, having tasted Chenyang's pancakes himself, had grown more humble. "Oh, I see." The customers, understanding the situation, chose to stay and purchase their egg pancakes from Wang Yanfu, thereby resolving their dinner dilemma. As time passed, the number of office workers coming to indulge in late-night snacks surpassed that of the daytime patrons. Those who missed out on Chenyang and Oppos' offerings could only resort to nearby stalls for their evening meals. The vendors surrounding the area found themselves busier than ever, surpassing the usual evening rush, their faces beaming with joy, clearly reveling in their newfound success. Chapter 22. Transforming the Food Cart, New Recipes. Upon returning to her dormitory, Xiaoyurua's early arrival with a chicken egg pancake prompted her roommates to speculate about the reason. Chun Keki inquired, "Yurua, was there a long line?" "It wasn't the crowd. The vendors simply ran out of ingredients and stopped taking orders. So I came back," Xiaoyurua explained. "That's unfortunate, but it and Oppos' as quite common. Just yesterday, Yang Zikai was right behind me, and he ended up missing out too. Indeed, I guess I'll just have to go earlier tomorrow, she replied. Wang Manyan chimed in. Then you should join us for tomorrow. Sounds good. After a brief chat, Xia Yuo returned to her spot to continue studying. At 10:20, Su Chenyang summoned all his energy to finish making the pancakes. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to return to the dormitory. As he left with the food cart, he noticed a distinct lack of hostile glares that he had encountered the previous day. Su Chenyang was well aware of the reason behind this change. Even at that moment, numerous late-shift workers were still arriving to clock in. Since he had run out of pancakes, he had no choice but to purchase a late-night snack from other vendors. These individuals had benefited from Su Chenyang's situation, and thus, their resentment had dissipated. Such is the reality of human nature. However, Su Chenyang felt powerless to alter this circumstance, rendering any internal conflict over it futile. When he first set up his stall, he had never anticipated achieving viral fame so swiftly. Over the course of 11.5 hours, he managed to prepare 400 servings of chicken egg pancakes. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 657. Despite his relentless efforts, many who sought out his pancakes left empty-handed, which left Su Chenyang feeling guilty. Thus, he deemed it necessary to switch to a snack with a higher production yield. He promptly accessed the system's recipe menu to ponder over alternative snacks. Eventually, a new idea struck him. System, how many points would it require to transform the food cart for producing chicken meat pancakes? Ideally, it should include a fan to keep me cool. Chicken meat pancakes are essentially a type of stuffed pastry. If he were to prepare these, Su Chenyang could produce a significant quantity in a single day. Upon receiving this request, the system inquired, would the master like to include a seating arrangement? That would be preferable. I've been standing while making pancakes these past few days, and I'm utterly exhausted. A seat would perfectly meet my needs. In the next instant, a design blueprint for the food cart materialized in Su Chenyang's mind. The cart had doubled in size, now measuring 7 meters in length. The system equipped it with an air conditioning fan, ensuring a refreshing breeze amidst the sweltering heat. The cart featured a large cooking surface akin to an electric griddle. But instead of being round, it was rectangular, boasting an impressive power output that could cook 50 chicken meat pancakes in just 10 minutes. It was also equipped with a substantial battery, and the canopy had solar panels for charging. The storage area had been enhanced with a larger refrigeration unit for preserving ingredients. Additionally, there was a foldable ergonomic chair concealed within the storage compartment. If the master approved of this design, he would need to spend 500 points for the automatic upgrade of the food cart. Yes, Su Chenyang promptly confirmed. However, he realized he could not do this while still on the road. He needed to return to his rented accommodation first. 15 minutes later, upon reaching his rented apartment, Su Chenyang paid the required points. The transformation will take 8 hours. Please be patient, master. The system then withdrew the cart into its spatial realm for the upgrades. 8 hours later, it would be ready for use. Next, Su Chenyang spent 100 points in the system's recipe marketplace to acquire the perfect method for making chicken meat pancakes. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 57. Having completed these tasks, he secured the door and rode his bicycle back to campus. At 10:55, Su Chenyang returned to the dormitory just in time to catch the closing of the doors. As he settled down with a cup of tea to catch his breath, 5 of his roommates looked at him enviously. Old Su, you're quite the catch. You've gone viral again today. One remarked. So many stunning beauties came by to check in and take videos. I'm utterly envious. Interacting with such lovely women daily. Do you not feel overwhelmed? Su Chenyang smiled and replied, overwhelmed? I'm exhausted every day, believe me. Indeed, he had never been so busy before. After the first day of making pancakes, he had spent his 2 days of rest nursing aches and pains. His roommates believed his claims of fatigue, but they were skeptical that he wasn't enjoying the attention from the beautiful women. If you're truly so tired and unhappy, why do you keep working late? Keep dreaming, one teased. You're working the stall just to meet more lovely ladies, aren't you? Honestly, with all those gorgeous office ladies stopping by, haven't you thought about taking advantage of the situation? If I wanted to take advantage, I'd be a different person. I'm primarily focused on making money, all right? I'm not one to rely on others. At this moment, Lu Pengon chimed in with a mischievous grin. So, How many girls' WeChat contacts have you added in the past few days? Not a single one. Really? Lu Pingon was incredulous. Just the other day, he had tried to invite Su Chenyang to watch the military training of some female students, only to have Su Chenyang turn the tables on him that night. Lu Pingon eyed the female students, knowing Su Chenyang had already set his sights on a girl from Hangzhou Institute of Technology. This realization highlighted the disparity in their pursuits. While Lu Pingon had added several female students' contacts, Su Chenyang had none, which Lu Pingon found hard to believe. He had seen several beautiful women in videos related to Su Chenyang, and he felt that Su Chenyang should have pursued them. Come on, we're all roommates. There's no need to be shy about it. We won't mock you. We'll only envy you. Su Chenyang scoffed. I truly haven tea. Do you think I'm like you? I've seen beautiful women and immediately sought their contact information. I have principles. I only consider adding someone if I feel a connection. Even so, to not add even one beautiful girl as contact, that's disappointing. Yet the next moment, Su Chenyang's words struck Lu Pingon hard. Don't worry about my progress. Now that military training has concluded, have you made any headway with those female students? Or are you merely a one-sided admirer, chatting about trivial matters? Shut it. I'm not some lovesick fool, Lu Pingon retorted, but a smile betrayed his happiness at the mention of the female students. Su Chenyang knew there must be some progress, albeit minimal. So Lu Pingon wasn't quite ready to divulge yet. Choosing not to pry further, Su Chenyang moved to the balcony to record a video announcement regarding the upcoming change in his culinary offerings. Chapter 23. The heartfelt struggles of a devoted admirer. 15 minutes later, the video was recorded. Su Chenyang performed a brief edit before releasing it. Soon after, he discovered that his follower count had astonishingly surpassed 100,000. The growth in followers was rapid. He mused that if he took a break, he could create some short videos to document the beauty of life. With street vending earning him thousands of yuan daily, he felt confident that he wouldn't need to seek employment after graduation. Thus, in his leisure moments, Su Chenyang considered filming short videos to capture the joys of life. However, that was a matter for another time. After uploading the video, he proceeded to take a shower. Upon posting the video, numerous admirers of Su Chenyang received notifications. In Yang Zikai and Amp Oppo's dormitory, while engrossed in a game, he heard the familiar sound of a notification. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was a message from Douyin, notifying him that the food blogger Su Taiyong had published a new video. What? Another video? Yang Zikai felt a surge of displeasure. Just earlier that day, he had enjoyed a delightful conversation with his crush while buying egg pancakes, and they had arranged to continue their chat the following day. Yang Zikai had hoped to deepen their connection, but Su Chenyang had promised not to post any videos without prior notice. With tomorrow forecasted to be sunny, why did he have to release a video? Yang Zikai and Oppo's frustration grew. How could someone take a day off from vending, only to return the next day? He had never encountered such an unreliable vendor. Fortunately, the game had just concluded, sparing him from his roommate's teasing. Cursing under his breath, Yang Zikai clicked on Su Chenyang's video. As the video began, he saw Su Chenyang smiling and saying, "Hello everyone, I'm the food blogger Su Taiyong. Today, I am vending at Hangzhou University of Technology, and it brings me immense joy to see so many eager customers. However, due to the overwhelming turnout, many had to endure long queues, especially those arriving in the evening who were unable to taste the egg pancakes. I sincerely apologize for this. So, starting tomorrow, I will no longer sell egg pancakes." What? What inconsiderate move to stop selling egg pancakes. Yang Zikai erupted in anger. He could tolerate the brief hiatus, but to cease sales entirely? How could he possibly arrange a date with his crush now? Just days prior, Su Chenyang and Oppo's absence had nearly jeopardized his budding relationship. After a test of patience, his crush had grown significantly warmer towards him, placing him ahead of many rivals. Now, with Su Chenyang opting out, it seemed an opportunity to pursue his crush had vanished. He willingly endured long queues. Why should Su Chenyang feel embarrassed? It was he who ought to feel ashamed. He should be the one to apologize to all the customers. The sudden outburst startled his 5 roommates. "Hey, what in Amp Oppo's wrong?" One asked. "Nothing much, just this." Yang Zikai began, but the video continued to play. Su Chenyang went on. To better accommodate all food enthusiasts, I will be switching to a more efficient dish, egg meat pancakes. Interested customers are welcome to come and check it out. Wishing everyone a joyful day and sweet dreams. Ah, he is going to sell egg meat pancakes instead? Yang Zakai's anger dissipated immediately. His roommates found amusement in Yang Zakai and Amp Oppo's volatile reactions. Old Yang, just a moment ago you were dismissive of the vendor, and now that he is changing his menu, you seem pleased. You're quite the character. Indeed, is this how you conduct yourself? The vendor must feel quite wronged, they teased. Come on, Yang Zakai laughed. If I manage to win over Chun Keki, I'll still support this vendor. You're shameless. Does he really need your support? Your patronage is merely a result of the vendor's delicious offerings. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Chun Keki also received Su Chenyang's video promptly. She turned to her friend Xia Yuru, who was studying late into the night, and said, Yuru Su, the vendor, just announced that he won't be selling egg pancakes anymore, but will switch to egg meat pancakes. Are you still going to buy some? Xia Yuru turned her head, glancing toward Chun Keki, who was lounging against the bed and damp Oppo's railing. Why would a vendor, whose egg pancakes are so popular, suddenly change to selling egg meat pancakes? She inquired. The vendor mentioned that many evening customers missed out on egg pancakes and felt bad about it, so he decided to switch to egg meat pancakes for greater efficiency, allowing more people to enjoy them. Oh, I see. He is quite considerate, since he dares to change his offerings during peak business. I believe the egg meat pancakes should be equally impressive. I'll definitely go try them tomorrow. Curiosity for Su Chenyang and Amp Oppo's egg pancakes had taken root in Xia Yuru and Amp Oppo's mind. She felt that if she didn't try them, it would linger in her thoughts. Moreover, Su Chenyang had made a conscious effort to provide a quicker option, reducing waiting time. This only heightened her desire to support him. That is the spirit. Sometimes one must set aside their studies to savor delicious food and enjoy life. Perhaps, Xia Yuru replied before returning to her reading. Su Chenyang had explicitly invited interested individuals to return in his video's conclusion, yet it seemed that interest had burgeoned. Even those who had not tasted his offerings appeared eager, inadvertently escalating his workload. The following morning at 6 a.m., Su Chenyang was roused by his alarm. He quietly groomed himself before heading out. By 6:40 a.m., he arrived at his rented abode. Having begun his renovations around 10:40 p.m. the previous night, he was pleased to see them completed. The revamped food cart possessed an aesthetic reminiscent of futuristic culinary vehicles from anime, a design that delighted him. Testing the seating, he found the height to be perfect, not hindering his efficiency in preparing egg meat pancakes. This brought him great satisfaction, easing his tasks ahead. Afterward, he procured ingredients from the market. The dough was the cornerstone for crafting egg meat pancakes. Su Chenyang mixed flour with an appropriate amount of yeast and salt, gradually incorporating warm water to knead the dough. As the dough neared formation, he added a generous amount of lard for richness. With the system's top-tier experience at his disposal, Su Chenyang kneaded the dough with remarkable speed, completing a large batch in just 20 minutes. In merely an hour and a half, he had prepared 5 large tubs of dough, which he covered with plastic wrap to allow it to rise. Next, he commenced crafting the meat filling, a straightforward process. He finally chopped scallions using a meat grinder before setting them aside to ensure they would not disrupt the texture of the filling. He then ground pork shoulder into small granules, mixing in eggs, scallions, and spices, further blending the filling. Once prepared, he stored the meat in a bucket, covered it with plastic wrap, and placed it in the refrigerator of the food cart. Su Chenyang and Amp Oppo's meat grinder, provided by the system, was oversized, capable of grinding up to 100 g of meat at once. In under 40 minutes, he had prepared 10 buckets of filling. With the time only at 9 a.m. and hours remaining before he would set up, Su Chenyang decided to roll out additional meat pancakes in his rented space. Soon, when the stall opens, we can begin frying directly, thereby enhancing the efficiency of service. In order to minimize the waiting time for patrons, Su Chenyang truly embodies the spirit of being a devoted fan of his customers. Chapter 24. The campus belle comes to buy egg meat pies. At 10:40 a.m., 6 girls collectively departed from the dormitory of Chun Keki and Xia Yuru. Yesterday, the other roommates refrained from joining them, considering that Chun Keki was going on a date with Yang Zakai and did not wish to intrude. However, with Su Chenyang trending on social media yesterday, it was certain that more people would flock to the scene today. To minimize wait times, they aimed to arrive at the school gate by 11 o'clock a.m. As Xia Yuru set off, she held a book on English reading comprehension for her postgraduate entrance exam, which elicited playful jabs from her roommates. Yuru, are you really reading while waiting in line? Don and Amp, Oppos, TB so serious. I suspect we'll waste a lot of time queuing today. Reading some English is no different from enjoying a novel. The studiousness of Xia Yuru was undeniable, akin to indulging in fiction. Amidst their chatter, the 6 girls quickly reached the school gate, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. A vast crowd overflowed at the entrance, estimated to be over 300 individuals. Among them were a small fraction of urban professionals and tourists, while the majority comprised university students. Previously, the stall run by Su Chenyang had attracted mainly female students, but after the boys tasted success yesterday, their numbers had increased significantly. The current gender ratio was approximately 3 to 2. When Su Chenyang first set up his stall, only about 100 people had gathered. Today, the number had doubled. Even if Su Chenyang expedited his egg meat pie production, the volume of customers would still be overwhelming. As this thought crossed their minds, Yang Zikai joyfully approached. Kichi, I and Amp, Oppos, V brought you some milk tea. Xia Yuru, typically not one to stir excitement, found herself amidst the playful banter initiated by Wang Manyin and the others. Young Zikai, how thoughtful of you. You bought milk tea for Keki to quench her thirst. No, I just happened to pass by a shop, he replied. Had I known you all were coming, I would have bought for you as well. The milk tea is inconsequential. Just don't mind us being third wheels. If it bothers you, you and Keki can step aside for a moment. Just don't stick with us the whole time. Not at all. Yang Zikai laughed heartily, though he secretly felt a bit like a third wheel himself. Despite the throngs of unfamiliar faces, he and Shun Keki conversed freely. Yet with Xia Yuru and Wang Manyan nearby, even Shun Keki felt somewhat restrained. At that moment, she simply accepted the milk tea with a smile, feeling too shy to say anything. At 10:55 a.m., Su Chenyang arrived at the school gate with his food cart, eager to secure his position. The 300 people at the entrance immediately sprang into action. Typically non-confrontational, Xia Yuru joined her roommates in the rush for a prime spot to avoid long queues. Chun Keki and Yang Zikai instinctively created some distance from the group. Su Chenyang was startled by the sheer number of people rushing towards a stall. This is overwhelming. Why are there so many more than usual? He had mentioned yesterday that he would be selling egg meat pies instead of egg pancakes, inviting those interested to come. Now, he wondered if these people had even seen his video. Surely, they couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T all be genuinely interested in a dish they hadn't and Amp, Oppos, T yet tasted. Other stall owners looked on enviously as Su Chenyang drew the crowd to himself. However, they had also benefited, as many patrons had purchased snacks from their stalls just before the rush began, anticipating Su Chenyang's arrival to avoid delaying their own wait. The queue formed neatly, with patrons avoiding a chaotic line to keep the entrance clear. Those who secured good positions were jubilant, while those further back resigned themselves to a lengthy wait. Fortunately, the girls in line tended to be considerate, as many boys graciously offered their spots. As the campus bell, Xia Yuru received ample deference from the boys, who were eager to be near her. Initially, she had been with Wang Manyin and the others, but boys began to weave into the line, creating a gap between her and her friends. Why don't you boys go ahead? I can just wait behind, Xia Yuru suggested. However, the boys surrounding her refused to budge, although they understood that the campus beauty was out of their league. Having her nearby made the atmosphere feel sweeter. No, Juru. You stay right here. With so many people, it's inconvenient to move. I'll just change my spot. Enjoying food is best done standing here. Persuaded by their enthusiasm, Xia Yuru remained where she was. Seeing the long line, Su Chenyang called out, just to clarify, I'm selling egg meat pies today, not egg pancakes. For those who haven't seen my short video, I wanted to inform you all. We know it's egg meat pies today, boss. Hurry up. Yes, boss. Speed is of the essence. Faced with their encouragement, Su Chenyang could only smile wryly. All right. He opened the electric griddle on his cart and took out a large tray of egg meat pies. placing them on the griddle before covering it and turning the heat to maximum. It takes about 10 minutes to cook the pies, so please bear with me. The price for the meat pies was the same as for the egg pancakes, 20 yuan each, a rate that met with no objections. A girl at the front of the line curiously inquired, "Boss, don't you need to add oil for the egg meat pies?" Chenyang explained, "I incorporated an appropriate amount of lard into the dough while mixing it, so no additional oil is necessary during cooking. Otherwise, following the traditional method of greasing the pan would slow down the process." "Oh, I see," she responded, appreciating Chenyang and Appo's innovative efforts to expedite service. Behind her, a boy chimed in, "Boss, your food cart looks different from what we saw in a video." "I remodeled it overnight," Chenyang replied. "You revamped it overnight? It looks significantly larger." As he spoke, the crowd took a moment to scrutinize the cart, particularly those who had previously purchased egg pancakes, whispering amongst themselves in astonishment at the seemingly dramatic alterations made in such a short time. Chapter 25. The difficulties of serving the eagerly anticipated. Speedy yet scorned, many young women did not question the astonishing efficiency of transformation that could be achieved in a single night. They merely acknowledged its rarity. "Boss, you worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk yesterday, and today you're tirelessly revamping the food cart to ensure that diners are not kept waiting," one remarked. "You must be exhausted. You ought to take care of yourself to avoid burnout. A kind word can warm 3 winters." Indeed, the young women exhibit genuine concern. Chenyang smiled in response. "There is no alternative. It is worthwhile to endure hardship when everyone is eager to support us. With such a kind heart, sacrificing your own comfort for the satisfaction of your patrons, I believe your business will flourish," she encouraged. "May your words bring me good fortune." With that, Chenyang retrieved from the freezer beneath the food cart a bucket of meat filling covered with cling film and a bucket of dough that had already fermented. Donning the specially designed gloves provided by the system, he began to craft meat pies. He pinched off 80 grams of dough, aided by the system's perfect experience. Should the dough feel too light, he would add a bit more, ensuring precision to the gram. Next, he extracted 300 grams of pork filling from a bucket and swiftly wrapped in the dough. With remarkable dexterity, he encased the substantial portion of filling within the small ball of dough in under 5 seconds. Following this, he rolled the dough into a circular shape, completing the entire process in less than 15 seconds. Finally, he placed a rolled egg and meat pie onto another baking tray and continued the seamless cycle of wrapping filling, rolling dough, and placing on the tray. "Boss, your movements are incredibly skilled. How many years have you been a chef?" one admirer exclaimed. "I have only recently taken up this part-time endeavor. Perhaps it is simply a matter of talent," Chenyang replied modestly. If one were to claim recent learning, those in line would surely be skeptical. However, they would undoubtedly acknowledge his innate talent. Such remarkable speed suggests at least 2 or 3 decades of experience. And at just over 20 years of age, it is implausible that he began his culinary journey as a child. ISN and AMP. "AMP, Appo's, tea this an egg and meat pie? Why haven't you added any eggs?" a curious onlooker inquired. "I have already incorporated eggs into the meat filling while grinding it. Additionally, I mixed some eggs into the dough, so when you taste it later, the flavor of eggs will be evident." "Ah, I see." As Chenyang busied himself with the egg and meat pies, the patrons in line naturally engaged in conversation. It was a rare opportunity to be in proximity to the campus belle, Xia Yuru. The boys flanking her seized the moment to strike up conversations, their audacity unyielding, oblivious to her engrossed study of vocabulary for her graduate entrance examination. "Yuru, how can you concentrate on English studies amidst all this noise?" "It must be quite distracting," one boy remarked. "I am accustomed to it, as long as I maintain focus." "It isn't too disruptive," she replied. Another boy, sitting in front of Xia Yuru, complimented her. "Your ability to study amidst distractions is truly impressive. I struggle to concentrate in even slightly noisy environments." Since their discussion revolved around academics, Xia Yuru was unperturbed by their interruptions as she continued to offer suggestions on adapting to studying in noisy surroundings. "I recommend listening to soft music through headphones while studying. It may help you adjust. Once you become accustomed to learning in sound-filled environments, even a bit of noise won't be bothersome." "That's an excellent suggestion. I will give it a try, one of the boys responded. By the way, Yuru, which school are you planning to apply to for your graduate studies? The boys vying for Xia Yuru's attention were undoubtedly academically accomplished, and it was perfectly acceptable for her to focus on her studies. However, should she have the opportunity to attend the same graduate school, it would be improbable for her to dedicate solely her attention to academics. After all, she is undeniably beautiful, and in a new academic environment, she would surely stand out as a top beauty. If they shared a bond as former classmates, their relationship could blossom during their graduate studies. I haven't and Oppos decided yet. I'll see which schools I can apply to after taking some practice exams to assess my abilities, Xia Yuru stated, returning her gaze to her studies. Yet, the boys continued to initiate conversations in hopes of garnering more of her attention. It was an infrequent opportunity to engage with the goddess. Missing the chance to leave a lasting impression would be a pity. Chenyang noticed that many boys were animatedly chatting with the girls in line, particularly those flanking Xia Yuru, who were incessantly chattering. He inwardly scoffed. What do these sycophants think this queue is? A dating venue? The absurdity of their enjoyment and the laborious act of queuing was unfathomable to him. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Chenyang had skillfully prepared over 30 meat pies. As the egg pancakes and the electric griddle were ready, he paused the rolling process and turned off the heat. He retrieved another tray of meat pies he had previously prepared from the freezer, selecting 15 to complement those freshly made. Wearing heat-resistant gloves, he removed the baked meat pies from the tray and placed the new tray on the grill to continue cooking. He then swiftly packaged each meat pie into an oil paper bag, placing them in a basket for patrons to take one each. With 50 pies prepared, Chenyang's speed delighted true patrons eager for the egg and meat pies. However, among the first 50, several boys were displeased. 10 minutes, and we're already at the front? Isn't that a bit excessive? One grumbled. I'm in the 40s. How can it be my turn so soon? This is far too efficient. Frustration began to brew among them. What should have been a pleasant opportunity to converse with Xia Yuru was abruptly cut short. With the current pace, they anticipated their turn within another 10 minutes. How can our brief interaction with the goddess end so quickly? A mere 20 minutes of conversation? I haven't even established enough presence. Having accomplished in 10 minutes what would typically take 2 hours, Chenyang's remarkable speed was bewildering. Does he have some urgent business to attend to? Why is he working so hastily? When it matters, he lacks urgency. When it doesn't, he rushes. It's utterly perplexing. Chapter 26. The campus belle succumbs too. The sycophants within the ranks were, after all, a minority, and thus, even if they harbored dissent, they dare not voice it. They could only silently advance the line, each scanning a code, paying, receiving their pancake, and then dutifully departing from the queue. Many, upon acquiring their egg and meat pancake, eagerly sampled it. The first girl in line, upon receiving her egg and meat pancake, disregarded its scalding temperature and, seized by her gourmand instincts, took a sizable bite. However, the moment her teeth sunk in, the succulent meat juices within the pancake gushed forth. Due to the scalding heat of the broth, the girl quickly released her bite, scalded, though she had not fully savored the pancake and Oppos' taste. The lingering juices in her mouth were tantalizing, brimming with meaty fragrance. This broth is exquisitely fresh and rich. The broth's intense aroma was somewhat irresistible. The girl blew on the heat, and once assured it was safe, she sampled it once more. The pancake, once tasted, revealed an exceptionally flaky and tender crust. Chenyang had mentioned the addition of lard to the dough. One might have expected the entire pancake to be greasy. Yet, apart from its flakiness and tenderness, there was no hint of greasiness. Due to the skillful control of heat, the eggs and meat within the filling remained remarkably tender. In particular, the thorough mixing and stirring of the eggs and meat in the meat grinder resulted in a meat filling that felt unbelievably smooth. Moreover, the eggs were thoroughly saturated with meat juices, imparting a rich, meaty flavor upon consumption. The eggs had absorbed a significant amount of the broth, preventing the greasy mouthfeel often associated with meat fillings. The scallions within the meat filling were minced finely, resembling seaweed flakes. Besides contributing an aromatic scallion note, they did not detract from the tender texture of the meat filling. What the girl appreciated most was the uniform consistency of Chenyang's pancake crust, with the edges as even as the two sides. Typically, the crust tends to be thicker at the edges, leading many to discard the edges when eating pancakes. Chenyang had circumvented this flaw, resulting in a perfect initial bite that immediately endeared the girl to the flavor. Delicious to the point of explosion. I find myself even more enamored with it than yesterday and Amp, Oppo's egg pancake. This sentiment was not unique to the girl. Others who obtained the egg and meat pancake were equally captivated by its flavor. In particular, visiting business people and tourists from Hangzhou raised their thumbs in approval. Boss, this egg and meat pancake of yours is undeniably delicious. I frequently travel to Hangzhou for business throughout the year and have sampled pancakes from numerous establishments. Your egg and meat pancake is undoubtedly a culinary marvel of Hangzhou. More than just a marvel, it would end Amp, Oppo's to be an exaggeration to call it the best in the country. In any case, I've traveled all over the country these past years, sampling local pancake delicacies, but I've never encountered a pancake this exquisite. Boss, selling this egg and meat pancake for 20 yuan is practically an act of charity. Chenyang remained modest, stating it and Amp, Oppo's, it's not that impressive. It's just that the flavor might have happened to satisfy you. Boss, don't be so humble. In those 5-star hotels, this would be a signature dish, costing at least a few hundred yuan. My flight is originally at 10:00 and Oppo's clock tonight, but your egg and meat pancake is so delicious that I and Oppo's am reluctant to leave. If I have the opportunity to visit Hangzhou again in the future, I and Oppo's come back to savor it. With such high praise for the egg and meat pancake from those who had purchased it, those further back in line, drawn by the promise of deliciousness, grew impatient. Everyone in Oppo's is eating so heartily. I and Oppo's am getting hungry. I hope in Oppo's, it's my turn soon. Even Xia Yuro, at this moment, had no inclination to converse with the boys around her. Nor did she feel like reading. She was captivated by the expressions of the diners relishing the food. Xia Yuro couldn't help but murmur to herself, how delicious could it be? The wait is becoming unbearable. Seeing that the goddess was captivated by the food and unwilling to acknowledge them, the boys grew even more contemptuous of Chenyang. Chenyang was least concerned with the attitude of sycophants. Chenyang continued to make pancakes. Because packaging the pancakes had delayed him somewhat, only 7 minutes had passed when a second batch of egg and meat pancakes was ready. During this time, Chenyang had only rolled out 26 pancakes. Chenyang turned off the heat, gathered the previously made pancakes and the freshly made ones to make up the number, and then, wearing heat-resistant gloves, removed the baked pancakes and placed a new baking sheet on the oven. Next, Chenyang packaged the egg and meat pancakes in oil paper bags. Those in line were conscientious, scanning the code, paying, and taking a pancake. Xia Yuro, being 42nd in line, successfully obtained an egg and meat pancake. As Xia Yuro scanned the code, paid, and took the egg and meat pancake, Chenyang glanced at Xia Yuro, thinking, this girl is among the most beautiful I've seen these past few days of setting up shop. No wonder so many sycophants were shamelessly chatting around her, speaking so loudly, because they were separated by a few boys. Her roommates Wang Manyan and the other 3 were just behind the 51st person and did not manage to buy one. Xia Yuro smiled. You guys are really out of luck. They're in Oppo's. There's no helping it. Our luck is just bad. The 4 of them appeared somewhat helpless, inwardly blaming the boys who had cut in front of and behind Xia Yuro. If not for these people who had inserted themselves upon seeing Xia Yuro, how would they have been separated from Xia Yuro by so many people? Xia Yuro did not say much, but began to savor the egg and meat pancake. The moment she bit into it, the rich, savory broth that gushed forth from the pancake caused Xia Yuro's eyes to widen slightly. As she ate the egg and meat pancake, the crispy crust paired with the exquisitely tender meat filling, flavorful yet not greasy, and the aromatic scallions, which serve as an excellent accent, perfectly struck Xia Yuro and Oppo's taste buds, leaving her amazed. Even knowing that Chenyang had switched to selling egg and meat pancakes at the height of the egg pancake craze, it was clear that he had absolute confidence in his culinary skills. It was inevitable that it would be delicious, but it was truly beyond Xia Yuro's expectations that it would be this delicious. Over the years, Xia Yuro had traveled extensively with her parents during summer and winter vacations. She had never encountered a pancake stall that could make them this perfect. Not to mention that Su Chenyang managed to maintain such attention to detail even in this mass production setting. This egg and meat pancake could truly be called the best in the country. No wonder Ku Chi and the others come to line up every day. This boss in Oppo's culinary skills are truly a bit perfect. If only I'd tried it when he was selling egg pancakes before. Xia Yuro suddenly felt a sense of regret and remorse. Fortunately, it was not too late to make amends. Even with a tight schedule for graduate school entrance exams, Xia Yuro now felt that even if she came to line up every day and used the queuing time to read, it wouldn't really interfere with her studies. Chen Kiki, who was in line and most familiar with Xia Yuro, noticed a slight change in Xia Yuro's expression after eating the egg and meat pancake. This expression was entirely one of disbelief. Chen Keki smiled and asked, "Yuro, how is it? Was it worth it to come and line up today?" "It was indeed worth it. It's really delicious." Xia Yuro did not deny it out of embarrassment. "I also think this egg pancake is super delicious, Yuro. Are you coming back to buy it this afternoon?" The boy who had been pestering Xia Yuro to chat asked. Xia Yuro did intend to come back. However, Xia Yuro disliked the feeling of being constantly pestered to chat, not being given a chance to end the conversation. "It's hard to say, because I have other study arrangements this afternoon." Saying this, Xia Yuro looked at her roommates. "I'll go back to the dormitory first. You guys wait in line here." "Okay." Chun Keki, Wang Manyin, and the others also sensed that Xia Yuro was somewhat bothered. After saying goodbye, Xia Yuro left. A few of the boys who had been persistently pursuing Xia Yuro have finally shown some semblance of dignity and refrained from their advances this time. Chapter 27. Did Su Chenyang fall for the school beauty at first sight? After Xia Yuro departed, Su Chenyang turned to Wang Manyin and inquired, "Classmate, is that girl quite popular at your school?" Upon hearing this question, the expressions of Wang Manyin and her companions transformed, revealing knowing smiles. Even Chun Keki, who was seated 3 places away, raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Chun Keki, the furthest from Su Chenyang, wore a mischievous grin and remarked, "Boss, are you interested in my classmate? She and Oppo's. It's not just popular. She and Oppo's. As the school beauty, and many aspire to win her affection. However, she is currently single and open to flirtation." The 4 girls exchanged furtive laughs at Chun Keki's bluntness, feeling it was perhaps a tad too direct. "I didn't mean it that way," Su Chenyang quickly protested, anxious to avoid any misunderstandings. Yet, Chun Keki was clearly inclined to misinterpret his words. With a playful tone, she continued, "Boss, if you waive my bill today and let me skip the queue for egg pancakes next time, I'll share my classmate as we chat with you. What do you say?" At this moment, Wang Manyin and her friends chimed in, "Boss, we can act as intermediaries. We're roommates with Yuro and can assist you. Do you need our help?" Su Chenyang hastily clarified, No, I was merely curious because I noticed many boys were surrounding that girl." "Boss, you're being coy," Chun Keki exclaimed, intrigued. Typically, handsome boys were seasoned in romance. Yet here was Su Chenyang, strikingly attractive, feeling bashful over merely asking for a girl's contact information. It was indeed a rarity. Chun Keki recalled Su Chenyang's earlier admission of being a straight man with no female admirers, and she found it believable. "I truly was just asking casually. Please don't misconstrue my intentions," Su Chenyang said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Casual inquiries could lead to awkward situations if misunderstood. "Is that so?" Chun Keki remained skeptical. She had been one of Su Chenyang's first loyal customers since his debut at the stall. Although beautiful girls had frequented his stand previously, he had never inquired about them until he laid eyes on Xia Yuro. It seemed unreasonable to assume there were no ulterior motives behind his curiosity. As Chun Keki contemplated teasing Su Chenyang further, a boy from behind interjected, "Boss, you need to be more professional. Don't let pretty girls distract you from your work." "Indeed, boss, beauty can be a double-edged sword. Don't lose focus." The group was already irked by Su Chenyang's swift performance earlier, and now that he had slowed down upon seeing their school beauty, they felt entitled to voice their displeasure. Chun Keki turned to glance at the boys, amused by their remarks, detecting a hint of envy in their tone. However, she considered their jealousy futile. Su Chenyang was handsome and culinary skills were commendable. While she couldn't assess the quality of his egg pancakes, She assumed his cooking must be delightful. Furthermore, his booming business surely promised substantial earnings. A charming and skilled cook who could also generate income was undoubtedly a prime catch. As such, what use was envy? The boys in line continued to remind Su Chenyang that beauty could be perilous, and he found their audacity rather amusing. I wasn't distracted while speaking. I was simply conversing, Su Chenyang retorted before refocusing on his work. I want to be coming to this spot tomorrow, he mused, though he acknowledged Xiaoyuro and Appo's beauty. Yet, a diligent student who carried a book while queuing for food was clearly one who prioritized academics over social pursuits. Su Chenyang recognized his own limitations in the face of a school genius. Moreover, Xiaoyuro's striking beauty was not of the type that appealed to him. Having determined that the campus beauty from Hangzhou Institute of Technology did not align with his tastes, Su Chenyang felt it was time to change his stall's location, as he hadn't encountered any other captivating girls in the past 3 days. 10 minutes later, another batch of egg pancakes was ready, serving 50 customers. Those who received their pancakes hurried to the side to savor their treat. Even the boys who had criticized Su Chenyang's professionalism earlier found themselves impressed. This guy's culinary skills are indeed exceptional. This deliciousness is addictive. Girls often had little resistance to delectable food, and if Su Chenyang truly harbored feelings for Xiaoyuro, it was no trivial matter. The boys felt a pang of sadness. Even if they were unworthy of the goddess's affection, the thought of their school beauty being pursued by an outsider was indeed disheartening. Unaware of the boys' unspoken feelings for Xiaoyuro, Chenyang excitedly exclaimed after tasting the egg pancake, "Boss, this egg pancake is even more delightful than the previous ones. Are you sure you don't want Xiaoyuro's WeChat? Miss this opportunity, and it might be gone for good." "Exactly. With our assistance, your chances of winning her over would significantly increase. Just let us skip the queue every day, and it's a fair trade." Upon hearing Chenyang and her friends' continued misunderstandings, Su Chenyang could only smile helplessly. I genuinely asked out of curiosity, "Please don't misread my intentions." The girls, of course, were determined to maintain their assumptions. However, noticing the long queue, they speculated that Su Chenyang and Appo's hesitation might stem from being overwhelmed by the crowd. Since he seemed reluctant, the girls refrained from further teasing him. "All right, boss. We shall take our leave then." "Take care," they said. As Su Chenyang watched Chenyang and her friends depart, he felt a sense of relief and resumed preparing the pancakes. After they left, Chenyang turned to Yang Zikai and said, "Yang Zikai, we're heading back to the dormitory. See you tomorrow." Chenyang's willingness to mention meeting again indicated a positive impression of him, which was encouraging. However, the unfortunate reality was that since Su Chenyang switched to selling egg pancakes, the queue moved at an astonishing pace. Within 30 minutes, over 100 people had received their pancakes. Previously, they would have waited 3 to 4 hours. Now, a week's worth of conversation time barely equaled a single day's worth. Not to mention, today they had a third wheel present, which stifled any meaningful dialogue. The one consolation was that the egg pancakes were indeed delicious. Yet, Yang Zikai was yearning for a girlfriend. "All right, see you tomorrow." He managed a forced smile and waved at Chenyang. Afterward, Chenyang rejoined her 4 roommates on their way back to the dormitory. On the return journey, Yang Zikai lamented, "I hope there are more people tomorrow." Chapter 28. A good man has even shaken the school bell. In contrast to Yang Zikai and Appo's gloom, Chenyang and her 4 companions were in exceptionally high spirits. Not only had they indulged in delectable cuisine today, but they had also enjoyed some juicy gossip. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found Xiaoyuro engrossed in her studies. The 5 of them had long since become accustomed to this scenario. However, Chenyang felt it necessary to share the latest gossip regarding Xiaoyuro, so she decided to interrupt her study session. With a playful smile, Chenyang approached Xiaoyuro and said, "Yuro, do you know what happened after you left?" Something quite intriguing occurred at the stall. "What happened?" Xiaoyuro inquired curiously, expecting some news or commotion following her departure. However, the next moment, Chenyang and Appo's revelation left her both amused and bewildered. "Did you know that after you left? Boss Su asked me whether you were popular at school. It seems he may have developed a crush on you." "That's impossible. You must be joking," Xiaoyuro exclaimed. immediately dismissing the idea as a prank by Chenyang. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, ask the other four. Wang Manyan and the others chimed in immediately. Indeed, Euro, just after you walked away, Boss Su directly inquired whether you were well-liked at school. If it weren't for some budding feelings, why would he suddenly ask such a question? Truly, our esteemed school belle, your charm is undeniable. Even the most stoic of men, like Boss Su, seems to be captivated by your allure. Despite the chorus of agreement from her friends, Xia Euro remained skeptical. Are you all conspiring to tease me? That boss doesn't strike me as someone so shallow. While in line earlier, Xia Euro had noticed Su Chenyang, intrigued by how he prepared his egg pancake. After tasting Su Chenyang's creation, she had been impressed by his meticulousness, noting a certain artisan spirit in his work. Could a dedicated individual like him truly be distracted by a pretty girl? Moreover, if Su Chenyang was inquiring about her through Chenyang and her friends, why wouldn't he simply strike up a conversation with her directly? After all, at that moment, he was unaware of her relationship status. Engaging her in conversation would have been a more natural approach than asking her friends. Seeing Xia Euro's disbelief, Chenyang insisted, "No, we are not teasing you. He genuinely asked about you." However, he seemed a bit shy when I suggested giving him your contact information. He hesitated to accept. You can oppose. Just share my contact information with a stranger. Xia Euro protested. Why not? If the boss is genuinely interested. I thought it might be nice to facilitate a connection. While he may not have the same academic credentials as us, he excels in his own field and is quite remarkable. Plus, think about it. With his culinary skills, you could enjoy exquisite meals every day as his girlfriend. Not to mention, he is good-looking, capable, and not a playboy. Quite a rarity in today's world. Wang Manyan readily supported Chenyang and Oppo's argument. Absolutely. I believe Keki has made an excellent point. Finding a boyfriend like that is indeed rare. If you plan to buy egg pancakes again this afternoon, and he asks for your contact information, I think you should consider giving it to him. At least give him a chance. With their encouragement, Xia Euro found herself wavering. During her undergraduate years, she had not considered dating, focusing solely on preparing for graduate studies to rectify her college entrance exam missteps. She had planned to be open to meeting someone suitable during her master's program if the opportunity arose. However, as her friends pointed out, good men were indeed scarce. Reflecting on her encounter with Su Chenyang, she mused that aside from his educational background, he seemed quite admirable in other respects. Furthermore, the happiness she felt after tasting his egg pancake was undeniable. After all, isn't life about enjoying good food? Having a boyfriend who could cook would indeed bring joy. Yet, Xia Euro was no superficial person. She wouldn't allow herself to be swept away by her friends' teasing. Her instincts told her that Su Chenyang had not displayed any particular interest in her during their brief interaction. He had previously described himself as somewhat of a straightforward man. While he had indicated he wasn't the type to be overly affectionate, he had never claimed to be completely devoid of feelings. If he truly had feelings for a girl, wouldn't his demeanor reflect that? Thus, Xia Euro remained unconvinced by her friends and Oppo's claims and cautioned. You all should refrain from stirring up trouble. Boss Su is undoubtedly handsome and likely has encountered many beautiful women. Perhaps he was merely making casual inquiries. If he had no interest, why would he bother to ask? Chenyang countered boldly. If I'm wrong about this, I'll treat you to your birthday cake next time. Determined to prove her point, Chenyang was willing to bet on her intuition. Are you really willing to go that far? Of course. If he truly asks for your contact information, don't be too aloof. Give him a chance. Just imagine, if you and Boss Su do end up together, we all benefit. Xia Euro couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of her friends scheming for their own gain. I feel like Boss Su never even asked. You're all just trying to exploit the situation. Not at all. We swear. Who would believe your oaths? Xia Euro laughed. All right, let us drop it for now. Her friends conceded, though they remained hopeful. If you happen to see any videos later, you might just believe us. As they spoke, Xia Euro resolved to return to her studies, allowing her friends to fall silent in her company. Chapter 29. Tomorrow will not come. Su Chenyang initially believed that after transitioning to selling egg and meat pancakes, he would at least be able to enjoy a brief respite after the lunch rush. Based on the previous foot traffic for egg pancakes, that certainly seemed feasible. However, Su Chenyang overlooked the fact that many university students desired to indulge but were either unwilling to queue or simply lacked the time to spare several hours in line. Now, witnessing that his stall could accommodate 50 customers in just 10 minutes, many students who typically detested waiting found it more acceptable. Gradually, more patrons began to line up, and the reduction in the queue was not significant. Those who approached to sample the fare expressed their surprise, affirming that the trending topics did not lie. They highly praised Su Chenyang's decision to switch from egg pancakes to egg and meat pancakes. "Boss, you should have chosen to sell these egg and meat pancake from start. Had you done so earlier, I would have supported you much sooner. You simply do not understand the plight of us freshmen. Our days are filled with classes, leaving little time to wait in line for hours. Your decision to sell egg and meat pancakes is spot on. They're so delicious that I would be willing to come here every day. Honestly, if I could buy two, that would be perfect. One is simply not enough for someone with my appetite." As much as Su Chenyang appreciated the compliments, he could only respond briefly, knowing he would not be returning tomorrow. He simply could not lift the purchase limit to cater to the larger appetites of some boys. Otherwise, among those in line, nearly everyone would buy 2 egg and meat pancakes due to connections with acquaintances. With the sales of the pancakes, the batch he had prepared that morning had been exhausted, thus slowing his serving speed. With the pre-made egg and meat pancakes, he could typically serve about 6 pots in 1 hour. Now, despite exerting all his effort, he could manage only 4 pots an hour. However, this was still significantly faster than when he sold egg pancakes. As the hustle continued, it was now 5:30 p.m. Anticipating the impending school dismissal and peak commuting times, many students opted to arrive early to queue. Those who had tasted the egg and meat pancakes at noon felt unsatisfied and returned for another round. Among these repeat customers were Xia Yuru and her 5 roommates. This time, Xia Yuru had not brought her books. Instead, she held her phone, donned headphones, and utilized an app to study vocabulary. Just as Xia Yuru began to study, Chan Keki remarked, "Yuru, if the boss asks for your contact information later, don't refuse him." After this, she playfully nudged Xia Yuru with her shoulder, conveying a knowing look. Earlier in the afternoon, while watching short videos, they had come across one featuring Su Chenyang inquiring about Xia Yuru's popularity, which they had shown her. Xia Yuru realized that her friends were not joking. Yet, she still did not believe Su Chenyang was genuinely interested in her. She turned to Chun Keki and cautioned, the boss was merely making small talk. "You shouldn't egg him on. I and Amp, Oppos, am not egging him on," Chun Keki retorted, with the other roommates chiming in softly. "Yuru, I must tell you, when you encounter a good guy, you must cherish him. Even if you succeed in your graduate studies and move to a new school, you may never meet someone like Boss Su again. I can't Oppos, to be bothered with you all." Xia Yuru abruptly dismissed the topic. Chun Keki and the others noticed her slight embarrassment. If Su Chenyang truly asked for her contact, it seemed she would be inclined to share it. Soon after, they resumed playing with their phones as they patiently waited in line. At 6 o'clock, the dinner rush began. As nearby office workers arrived, they were met with a dense lineup of nearly 400 people. These university students were certainly in a prime position to enjoy the fruits of their labor. But the sheer number of people waiting was astonishing. Even if Su Chenyang was capable of preparing 200 egg and meat pancakes an hour, this queue was excessive. These students ought to focus on their studies rather than squander time waiting in line. Such behavior was simply unacceptable. These office workers, filled with a sense of disappointment, joined the queue behind the students. Su Chenyang, observing the increasing speed of his service alongside the growing line, felt a mix of emotions. He had hoped to find some time to rest, but that opportunity had yet to present itself. At 7:40 p.m., Xia Yuru and her 5 roommates were finally at the front of the line. When it was her turn, Xia Yuru scanned her payment code, received an egg and meat pancake, and stepped aside. "Boss, don't you want to be bold and ask for her contact information?" Chun Keki suggested with a sly look. Immediately, Xia Yuru, who was happily munching on her pancake, became flustered. She quickly covered Chun Keki's mouth, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? Boss, my classmate just enjoys joking. Please don't take it seriously." "I know," Su Chenyang replied with a smile, not taking it to heart. In truth, Having lively classmates like Chun Keki added a touch of amusement to life. However, Chun Keki and the others perceived that Su Chenyang was merely shy and embarrassed. Chun Keki and Appo's mouth had been covered, but Wang Manyin and the others were not silenced. Boss, you could take us seriously. Be bold and ask. We guarantee you will get her contact information. Just make the next pancake purchase a little easier for us. If you can't, we won't pressure you. We simply enjoy fostering good connections. Please, stop joking around, Xia Yuru exclaimed, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Yet deep down, she harbored a flicker of hope that someone as handsome and capable as Su Chenyang would ask for her contact information. Compared to the boys pursuing her at school, she found many admirable qualities in Su Chenyang. Su Chenyang had not anticipated that a casual inquiry at noon would lead to such a profound misunderstanding, especially in front of the girl. He was, in fact, rather shy. I truly was just asking casually. There was no ulterior motive. I want to come here to set up my stall again. That should clear my name. Su Chenyang also used this opportunity to preemptively inform his university fans that he would not be returning. Not coming back? When a guy has his sights set on a girl, without even pursuing her, he is already giving up? That is simply impossible. They believed that Su Chenyang would not walk away. At this moment, even the boys at the back of the line found it hard to believe. What was he pretending for? After a few days of setting up a stall and seeing other girls remain indifferent, he inquired about the campus beauty's popularity, merely wanting to ascertain if she had a boyfriend. He clearly had feelings but pretended otherwise, lacking sincerity. As the boys internally criticized Su Chenyang, Chun Keki wriggled free from Xia Yuru and Appo's grasp and remarked, "Boss, can you really bear not to come back tomorrow? If you don't, how will you ever see our campus beauty again? You all need to leave quickly. This is not how jokes are made," Xia Yuru insisted, pulling Chun Keki away, confident that the others would follow suit. If one does not assert themselves, a few individuals will perpetually take advantage. Although Su Yuru felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing Su Chenyang and Appo's denial, she believed that a man with depth of character would indeed be preferable. After all, Su Chenyang was merely selling his wares at the school gate. Su Yuru thought there would be ample time to foster a deeper understanding. As Wang Manyin and her companions observed Chun Keki being escorted away, they decided not to linger any longer. Before departing, they playfully remarked, "Boss, if you desire our contact information, be bold." Such exuberance from these young ladies was quite remarkable. Su Chenyang chuckled and shook his head, returning to his task of preparing egg meat pies. Chapter 30. Teaching Su Chenyang about love. At 8:30 p.m., two female office workers, freshly liberated from their overtime duties, were about to join the end of the queue. Su Chenyang hastily called out, "Ladies, I apologize, but we have run out of ingredients for today. You'll have to come back tomorrow." "What? It's already this late, and you've sold out? How unfortunate." The two women expressed their disappointment. "I'm truly sorry, ladies. With the current queue, I am set to prepare 2,000 egg meat pies today. My hands are nearly cramping. I simply cannot make any more," Su Chenyang explained. The figure of 2,000 egg meat pies was impressive, rendering any criticism of Su Chenyang's efforts unfounded. Compared to the previous day's maximum of 400, this was a substantial increase. Unfortunately, the sheer number of customers made it impossible to serve everyone. Not to mention, many had returned for second helpings after tasting them at noon. Upon hearing Su Chenyang's words, the two women could only lament their late overtime hours. "All right then, we and Appo's LL have to come back tomorrow." They resignedly wandered over to a nearby stall for a snack. The vendors at the school entrance were in high spirits today, as the foot traffic was unprecedented. Many customers, having enjoyed the egg meat pies, would stop by the other stalls for additional snacks, resulting in a bustling business for everyone. The vendors, who had initially resented Su Chenyang for encroaching on their business, now eagerly anticipated his daily presence. At 10:20 p.m., Su Chenyang closed up and left, elated. With a profit of 13 yuan per egg meat pie, selling 2,000 mint, he had earned a staggering 26,000 yuan. If it weren't for the system granting me maximum experience, I would never be able to manage this alone. Shortly thereafter, upon returning to his rented accommodation, Su Chenyang connected the water pipe and activated the automatic cleaning function of his food cart. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 2057 with an ample supply of points. Su Chenyang decided to take advantage of the system's lottery feature. System, I would like to draw. Understood. The system presented him with a lottery interface showcasing 4 types of treasure chests. The bronze chest for 1,000 points, the silver chest for 5,000 points, the gold chest for 10,000 points, and the crystal chest for 100,000 points. Naturally, Su Chenyang could only afford a bronze chest. He purchased one. Name, Su Chenyang, culinary points, 1057. Upon opening it, a message appeared. Congratulations, you have received a daily income doubling card. The card and amp, Oppo's S function was simple. Once used, it would double his income for the day. Su Chenyang used it immediately, reasoning that he could draw again tomorrow, and there was no point in saving it. After activating the card, he received a text message confirming an additional 26,000 yuan in his account. Including the previous 2 days of sales, he had amassed around 60,000 yuan in just 3 days of business. With the system in play, it is impossible to remain impoverished. Achieving a monthly income of 100,000 is effortless. He pondered the potentially richer rewards of higher-tier treasure chests and decided against drawing a second chest, opting instead to save his culinary points. By 10:45 p.m., Su Chenyang returned to his dormitory, greeted by familiar scents and recipes. His 5 roommates immediately chided him playfully. "Chenyang, you sly dog. You've set your sights on the campus beauty, haven't you? I knew your intentions were not pure when you set up shop at her school. But how could you falter at such a crucial moment? Exactly. Why hesitate? Her friends encouraged you to ask for her contact information, yet you didn't. Were you planning to take your time to get to know her first? Listen, dating is like playing a game. You just have to go for it. The notion of love developing over time is nonsense. It's all about love at first sight." Realizing they must have seen a video of his encounter, Su Chenyang found it difficult to maintain his composure as they waxed poetic about romance. "Please, don't make wild assumptions. I have no romantic inclinations towards her." "No romantic inclinations? Come on, we're all guys here. Who doesn't appreciate a pretty girl? Are you some kind of saint? That girl's beauty shouldn't leave you unmoved. You're being overly picky. First, you claim the campus beauty isn't your type. Then you say you have no interest in her. What are you aiming for, the stars? It's not that I'm picky. She is undeniably beautiful. But she simply doesn't fit my aesthetic. One cannot force personal taste. Not fit your aesthetic? Campus beauties are chosen for their looks, representing the pinnacle of beauty. His roommates could hardly tolerate Su Chenyang and Oppo's bluntness. "I and Oppo's LL tell you this. Being single for 21 years has made you numb to love. Encountering a girl like that and remaining single is already a win. Asking for her contact information should be a given. Stop fixating on aesthetics. Girls like her don't even enter the dating market. If you keep being so choosy, once graduation arrives and your parents set you up for blind dates, you'll have nowhere to lament. Chasing girls is about character. That girl bought your meat pie while carrying books, clearly a diligent student. If I were you, I would have asked for her contact information on the spot. Be bold. What if it works out?" As he observed the fervor of his friends, Su Chenyang felt their excitement, but remained steadfast in his beliefs. "The world is vast. Surely there are other girls better suited for me. I truly have no feelings for her. Besides, why should I resort to blind dates? I plan to set up shop at another school tomorrow and see if I find someone more compatible." At this, the 5 who had been earnestly advising him suddenly fell silent. They had almost forgotten that Su Chenyang and Oppo's approach allowed him numerous opportunities to meet different girls. If the beauty of Hangqing Institute of Technology didn't work out, he could always find another at a different school. Thus, their concerns shifted from Su Chenyang to themselves. Perhaps they should prioritize finding partners before graduation. "You're ruthless. You're shamelessly targeting the campus beauties. What if your expectations are too high and you end up overextending yourself? If I were a guy from another school, I'd surely teach you a lesson for being so arrogant." After a playful spat, they decided not to dwell on Su Chenyang and Oppo's missed opportunity with Xiaoyuru. With a calm smile, Su Chenyang thought to himself, "How can one find the right match without encountering more people? You all have such a narrow perspective. Encountering one attractive girl doesn't mean she is your goddess. It and amp. Oppos. It's time to broaden your horizons. Upon hearing this, his friends shot him looks filled with resentment. If looks could kill, Su Chenyang would have been reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 31. Implicitly understood by Su Chenyang paid no heed to the curious gazes of those around him as he comfortably sat down on a stool to change his shoes. At that moment, Jiang Moliai approached him. Chenyang, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Jiang Moliai chuckled, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. As roommates, our bond must surely be stronger. If we were to visit your stall for some egg pancakes, could we perhaps skip the queue? In an instant, Su Chenyang grasped the underlying implication and scoffed with a smirk. Ah, so you wish to bring your girlfriend along for the egg pancakes? Well, your culinary skills have been trending, and Jia is eager to try them, Jiang Moliai replied before Su Chenyang could respond. At that moment, he noticed that Qian Xiangbing and Wu Ruiquan, both of whom also had girlfriends, were gazing at him with hopeful expressions. Clearly, they were anticipating a favorable response from him. Su Chenyang smiled and said, as roommates, you certainly deserve some privileges, but I cannot allow you to cut in line at my stall. If you wish to eat, you are welcome to come to my rented place before I set up. I can prepare some for you. Sound great. Just as expected. The three were immediately satisfied with this arrangement. Once Su Chenyang set up his stall, the number of customers lining up was staggering, as evidenced by the videos circulating online. Truth be told, even if he had permitted them to skip the queue, the trio would have been apprehensive about inciting public outrage and facing potential backlash. However, their girlfriends and Oppos, cravings for egg pancakes compelled them to approach Su Chenyang with this request. His proposal, clearly, was far more appealing than directly cutting in line. They unanimously agreed. At that moment, Lu Peng and Oppos, and spoke up, could I join as well? The four, Su Chenyang, Jiang Moliai, Wu Ruiquan, and Qian Xiangbing, along with a single, forlorn He Libo, exchanged astonished glances at Lu Peng's words. Had it not been for the desire to ease their girlfriend's queuing burden, Jiang Moliai and Qian Xiangbing would have felt too embarrassed to make such a request of Su Chenyang, opting instead to patiently wait in line. Yet Lu Peng, as a single individual, should not have any need for such a favor. Su Chenyang, understanding Lu Peng better than the others, chuckled teasingly. Peng, you aren't hoping to impress that new school beauty, are you? Of course not. I am well aware of my place. The school beauty is out of my league. It's actually another junior who has expressed a desire to try your egg pancakes. Since Jiang Moliai and the others are heading to your rented place, adding me to the mix shouldn't be an issue, right? If I surprise her with egg pancakes tomorrow, she'll surely be delighted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Moliai and the others could no longer contain their laughter, deriding Lu Peng and Oppos, and in jest. Old Lu, how shameless. You're using our roommate bond to deceive an innocent junior. Exactly. You want TQ up, and the junior will think you've been waiting for hours. Touched by your effort. Isn't that a bit unfair? Chenyang, you mustn't indulge this scoundrel. It's utterly shameless. It's already disgraceful enough to target someone so naive, let alone deceive her. Lu Peng retorted with a grin. What do you mean deceiving? I'm merely planning to give her a delightful surprise. If you were honest about cutting corners, how would she feel surprised? Chenyang, you absolutely cannot agree to this. We all worked hard to win over our girlfriends, and this fellow wants to take shortcuts to impress a girl. It's intolerable. Stop the nonsense. Who has to blame for your missed opportunities while pursuing your girlfriends? Chenyang, considering our bond, this should be a trivial matter. I always think of you first when good fortune arises. Such a minor request was something Su Chenyang was unlikely to refuse. However, he suggested Peng and Oppos, and while I don't and Oppos TC a major issue, I would advise you to bring the junior along to queue. Why? Think about it. If you simply hand her the pancakes, she might be pleased, but she'll likely see you as someone trying too hard to win her over. If you queue together, it's much better. Besides, while waiting, you can engage in conversation. Many boys do just that at my stall. Otherwise, if you deliver the pancakes, she might just say thank you, and that's the end of it. What do you think? His words left Lu Peng and Oppos, and deep in thought, resonating with reason. The essence of pursuing someone lies in shared moments, not merely in exchanging pleasantries over chat. Without time to bond, the chances of success diminish significantly. You make a valid point, but she's a freshman with a busy schedule, and your stall might not be stocked by the time she arrives. If you come around 6, there will definitely be some left. Moreover, after buying the pancakes, you can take her to see a movie. Otherwise, if you just grab the pancakes from me, I fear you want an oppose to even have the chance to invite her to the cinema. Consider it well. With that, Chenyang took his basin and toiletries into the restroom. Lu Peng and oppose, and reflected on the advice. Feeling fortunate, he hadn't mentioned that Chenyang was his roommate in his quest to surprise the junior. While Chenyang bathed, Lu Peng and oppose, and settled down to watch a gaming livestream, occasionally scrolling through short videos. As he browsed, he stumbled upon a video featuring Chenyang. The creator of this video, named Love Yourself in Life, was none other than the young professional who had visited Chenyang's stall yesterday, Zhou Yulin. Having seen several videos about Chenyang today, Lu Peng and oppose, and was about to swipe away when the opening of this particular video captured his attention. As the footage began, Chenyang's voice resonated. There are far too many sycophants in this world. Why was Chenyang discussing sycophants in relation to a beautiful woman buying his egg pancakes? Lu Peng and oppose, and felt this was a version of events he hadn't encountered in his previous short video viewings. Intrigued by the attractive creator, he decided to watch further. The video commenced with Zhou Yulin's eye-catching edits. Once the introductory commentary concluded, the main segment featuring her conversation with Chenyang unfolded. When the discussion shifted to Chenyang's single status, the tone changed, particularly when he spoke about sycophants, leaving Lu Peng feeling somewhat offended. 20 minutes later, as Chenyang emerged from the restroom, Lu Peng called out to him, "Hold on a moment. What is up?" Without responding to Chenyang's query, Lu Peng and oppose, and played the audio from the short video. For instance, take the scenario of queuing to buy something. Some sycophants, though deeply reluctant, endure the sweltering heat for hours just to accompany the girl they fancy. Some go so far as to queue for hours under the sun, allowing the girl to rest while they fetch her order. They are willing to change themselves for the sake of a girl. I doubt they apply such dedication to their studies. If they channeled that same effort into academics, they could probably make it to elite universities. Meanwhile, those who don't display such emotional labor are often dismissed as an oppose, straight men, and oppose. So how can emotional intelligence even compare to that of a sycophant? After listening to his own words from earlier in the day, Chenyang curiously inquired, "Is there something wrong with what I said? Is there truly a problem?" Lu Peng chuckled reproachfully. "Were it not for the fact that you uttered those very words yesterday, I would suspect you were mimicking me. No, in truth, you are mimicking me. You disdain such individuals, yet you still expect me to queue up. How absurd." Upon hearing this, Chenyang grasped the situation. Lu Peng and oppose, and clearly harbored intentions to pursue the junior female student, yet inwardly he was reluctant to stand in line. After being persuaded by Chenyang, Lu Peng resolved to accompany the junior student the following day to queue for meat-filled pancakes. Thus, the criteria Chenyang outlined for a dog in the video seemed to perfectly align with Lu Peng and oppose as behavior. Chapter 32. Was he really not joking at that time? When Chenyang persuaded Lu Peng to take that course of action, he certainly did not harbor such thoughts. Chenyang hastily clarified, "What I meant was the other boys at the school gate who were queuing with girls. I absolutely did not imply anything about you." "Well, I suppose I can believe that," Lu Peng and oppose, and retorted with a hint of annoyance. As Chenyang contemplated climbing into bed for an early night, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to rush to the balcony to record video. He felt it necessary to release a video informing his followers that he would not be setting up his stall at Hangzhou Polytechnic University the following day, to spare numerous office workers and tourists from making a futile trip. 15 minutes later, Chenyang uploaded the video. To his surprise, he discovered that his Douyin account had amassed 200,000 followers. The growth in followers was quite satisfactory. Perhaps he could even secure a short video advertisement in the future. Elated, Chenyang felt as though his career was blossoming effortlessly. This was the epitome of a charmed life. Once Chenyang posted the video, those who followed him and were still awake received a notification from Douyin. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Hangzhou Polytechnic University, Chenyang was lying in bed chatting with Yang Zikai just before sleep. Suddenly, Douyin alerted her that the food blogger Su Taiyang had released a new piece of content. Having indulged in 2 servings of egg meat pie earlier that day and still feeling unsatisfied, Chenyang was planning to return for more the next day. However, upon receiving Su Chenyang's message, she felt a wave of disappointment. Seriously? This Su boss has only been selling for 2 days and is already taking a day off? Can't he be a bit more reliable? Her lament was overheard by all 5 roommates in the dormitory. Xiaoyuro, who was reading at her desk, could not see Chenyang, but the other 4, lounging in bed with their phones, sat up in surprise, gazing at Chenyang. Kichi, are you saying Su boss is taking a day off tomorrow? But isn't it supposed to be sunny? Who knows? He just released his latest video. You can check it out for yourself. As she spoke, Chenyang opened Douyin. Even if she suspected Su Chenyang and Oppo's video was about taking a day off, she needed to see the content for herself. Wang Manyan and the other 3 quickly followed suit, opening Douyin to view Su Chenyang's video. Xiaoyuro, though less astonished than her roommates, also pulled out her phone to watch Su Chenyang and Oppo's latest offering. Upon opening the video, they saw Su Chenyang addressing the camera. Hello everyone. I am Oppo's food blogger Su Taiyang. Oppo's, thank you for your support at Hangzhou Polytechnic University recently. It is an honor to meet you all through food. However, due to certain reasons, I will not be setting up my stall here starting tomorrow. I have yet to decide on a new location, so I won't disclose that just yet. If you see this video, I hope you won't make a fruitless trip. I believe we will meet again in the future. Wishing you all a pleasant mood, sweet dreams, and good night. After watching the video, Xiaoyuro and her roommates were left dumbfounded. He was switching locations and would no longer be coming. What they initially thought was just a day off turned out to be a complete withdrawal, which was even more disheartening. Since they were now in their senior year, their academic load was relatively light, allowing them ample time to queue and enjoy the delicious food, which was indeed a source of joy. Not to mention, the food was a tremendous value. Thus, despite the fatigue from queuing, Chenyang and her friends found joy in the experience. Yet, just as they were beginning to relish it, the news of the stall and Oppo's relocation hit hard. The most affected was undoubtedly Xiaoyuro. When she had purchased the egg meat pie earlier that day, she regretted not having queued the previous 2 times to taste the delicacy. However, considering that Su Chenyang was selling food daily, she thought it was not a significant issue. But now, after just 1 day of attending, he was no longer going to sell. Was this a joke? At that moment, Xiaoyuro speculated about the reason behind it. She believed it must be due to Chenyang's teasing, which had embarrassed Su Chenyang enough to keep him from returning. Keki, look what you've done. I told you not to joke around, and now you've scared the boss off. Upon hearing this, Wang Manyan and the others began to think that perhaps Chenyang's teasing had indeed crossed the line, causing Su Chenyang to feel too shy to return. However, since they had also teased him, they felt they had no right to criticize Chenyang. Thus, only Xiaoyuro had the standing to reprimand her. Chenyang felt awkward under Xiaoyuro's scrutiny. I had no idea he was serious, she replied, feeling sheepish. He is so handsome. What girl wouldn't want to pursue him? Why make it so awkward? Chenyang was genuinely perplexed, having never seen a handsome guy so reserved before. In contrast, the good-looking boys at her school were all quite extroverted, eagerly participating in various club activities and confidently seeking contact information from girls like Xiaoyuro. Yet Su Chenyang, upon seeing Xiaoyuro's beauty, merely inquired about her popularity and then withdrew, displaying an excessive level of shyness. Perhaps he never intended to pursue anyone in the first place. With so many people around, your teasing must have made him uncomfortable, Xiaoyuro remarked. Now, if we won't buy his snacks in the future, we'll have to travel elsewhere. It was so convenient right at the school gate. You've effectively pushed him away, making it a hassle for us later on. Would it have cost you anything to refrain from those jokes? Chenyang found herself at a loss for words in the face of Xiaoyuro and Oppo's criticism. At that moment, Chenyang concocted a rather impractical idea. Yuro, Since the boss is shy, why not take the initiative and ask him for his contact information? Chun Keki's suggestion was met with incredulity from Xia Yuro. Oh, please. You think the boss has any romantic interest in me? Asking for his contact information? You must be joking. Come on, I was just making a suggestion. Once we find out where he is setting up next, we should try to persuade him to come back. Chun Keki insisted, taking on the responsibility herself. If you can persuade him to return, that would be wonderful. Xia Yuro replied, harboring little hope. Well, you're still here. Chun Keki chuckled awkwardly, realizing she lacked the charm necessary for such a task, which would likely fall to Xia Yuro. Stop it. Xia Yuro shook her head, feeling exasperated. The unexpected turn of events had soured her mood, even causing her to lose interest in her reading. Deep down, Xia Yuro felt a twinge of regret and mild frustration. Was it really just a casual inquiry? Though initially embarrassed by the teasing from Chun Keki and Wang Manyan, she could not help but wonder why a boy would inquire about a girl in Amp oppose as popularity if he had no interest in her. Her secret delight had turned into a fruitless endeavor. Chapter 33. The Internet mourns for Su Chenyang. Xia Yuro felt a sense of melancholy. Yet there were many who felt even more despondent than her. These individuals were not newcomers to the culinary prowess of Su Chenyang. Rather, they were the boys who had turned queuing at Su Chenyang's stall into a social event, such as Yang Zikai, who had just been chatting with Chun Keki. Over the past few days, queuing at Su Chenyang's stall had significantly advanced his relationship with his goddess. Yang Zikai was immensely grateful to Su Chenyang. However, he was taken aback when he stumbled upon a video where Su Chenyang announced he would no longer set up shop at the school gate. Yang Zikai's mood instantly soured. Has he lost his mind? He was doing so while selling food. Why stop now? ISN and oppose. TR campus beauty charming? Does he have a problem with his eyesight? Yang Zikai began to vent his frustrations. He was present at that moment, and knowing that Su Chenyang had sought Chun Keki and Amp oppose, has helped to inquire about Xia Yuro and Amp oppose as situation, he felt that Su Chenyang should not leave. Thus, when he did, Yang Zikai truly believed Su Chenyang and Amp oppose as sanity had been compromised. Not only was he forsaking the campus beauty, but he was also dragging innocent bystanders like himself down with him. The crux of the matter was that Xia Yuro was stunningly beautiful, a goddess that countless boys aspired to pursue but could not reach. Chun Keki had enthusiastically played the role of intermediary, helping Su Chenyang obtain Xia Yuro's contact information. Instead of expressing gratitude, Su Chenyang chose to depart, which Yang Zikai deemed utterly ungrateful and heartless, deserving of dire consequences. Hearing Yang Zikai's tirade, Zheng Yue and his companions felt a pang of sympathy for him. After all, the one who had pushed the boundaries with Su Chenyang was none other than Chun Keki. Yang Zikai could not direct his ire towards her, leaving him without anyone to voice his grievances. However, they couldn't and oppose help but wonder about the introverted nature of Su Chenyang. If they possessed his looks, they certainly would not be so reserved. The five friends truly struggled to comprehend what life experiences could render such a handsome young man so reticent. Beyond Yang Zikai, many boys in the dormitories of Hangzhou University of Technology were passionately criticizing Su Chenyang. Mere complaints were insufficient. Su Chenyang was oblivious to their sentiments. Consequently, many boys resorted to leaving furious comments beneath Su Chenyang's video. Why wouldn't you set up shop? The girl was only joking with you. There was no malice. Not only do you fail to express gratitude for helping you get closer to our campus beauty, but you just leave. Don and Amp oppose. Till you realize you and Amp oppose. Re-hurting her feelings? Dude, don't be so shy. Our campus beauty is stunning. If you miss this chance, it may never come again. Just set up shop here and pursue our campus goddess. Wouldn't that be splendid? What if you succeed? It wasn't only the boys from Hangzhou University of Technology who felt this way. Even many white-collar fans who followed Su Chenyang expressed their helplessness regarding his actions. As long as they knew where he was selling food, they would make the effort to drive or take public transport to taste his culinary delights. Thus, Su Chenyang's location was of little consequence to these office workers. Yet, it was evident that he was intrigued by the girl and had intentions towards her. To abandon his pursuit simply because she playfully teased him was a baffling decision. Such timidity in matters of romance was truly disheartening. Brother, heed my advice. When your roommate jokes around and the girl doesn't get angry, it clearly indicates she doesn't dislike you. When a beautiful girl doesn't harbor resentment towards you, it marks a promising beginning. If I were you, I would swiftly exchange contact information. You should be grateful to your roommate. It is inappropriate to leave just because of a joke. You are simply young and fail to appreciate the value of such opportunities. This girl is the object of desire for many boys in university. When someone assists you, how can you turn your back on that? If you pass up the chance to pursue the campus beauty, you will regret it in the future when you find no one as remarkable as her in the dating market. I now lament not being more persistent in pursuing girls during my college years. The comments continued to surge. Yet, Chenyang had already fallen asleep and was completely unaware of the uproar. His roommates, however, were still awake and had come across Chenyang's latest video. Upon seeing the flood of frustrated comments, Liu Pengyan and his friends felt nothing but envy. Good-looking individuals exude confidence. If the campus beauty dismisses you, so be it. I wish I could be that audacious someday. Chenyang's boldness kept Liu Pengyan and his friends awake with envy throughout the night. The night passed in silence. The following morning at 6 a.m., Chenyang awoke as per his routine. After breakfast, he returned to his rented accommodation, and by 6:40 a.m., he was immersed in preparations for the day. At 10:20 a.m., several roommates came over to purchase egg pancakes from him. Liu Pengyan, why are you two here? Don't you have girlfriends? He and Liu Pengyan exchanged playful banter. What do you mean? Is it forbidden for me to come here to enjoy your egg pancakes? I can indulge myself too, you know. Besides, the girl I like has class in the afternoon, so I can only take her to your stall in the evening. Is it wrong for me to have a delicious egg pancake for lunch? All right. Chenyang chuckled, not wanting to waste time, and began preparing the egg pancakes for his friends. Once the five received their egg pancakes, they were utterly captivated by Chenyang and Appo's culinary skills, understanding why he had skyrocketed to fame. Where on earth did you learn to cook like this? This flavor genuinely deserves the title of the best in Hangzhou. What a great guy you are, handsome and an excellent cook. The girl you marry will be incredibly lucky. You must be making quite a fortune now with your stall, right? To be honest, if you seriously pursued the campus beauty, I believe you could succeed. I don't understand why you're being so picky. Xia Yuro was indeed stunning. But Chenyang believed that one should not rush into relationships. Rushing often leads to missing out on the right person. Enough chatter. Take your egg pancakes and leave. All right, we and Appo's, off. Where do you plan to set up shop today? Liu Peng and Appo's, and inquired, as he was set to take the girl he liked to buy egg pancakes that evening. I plan to set up near Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics. You're aiming for that campus beauty again. You'll get your comeuppance. After exchanging these words, the group departed. You ungrateful wretch. Just after I made you egg pancakes, you wish misfortune upon me. Chenyang scoffed with a smile, then closed the door and set off on his food cart. Chapter 34. No more. Not happy anymore, the youth possess a swifter internet speed, while the middle-aged seem to lag behind. At the entrance of Hangzhou University of Technology, the vendors are perplexed by the unusual situation unfolding before them. Typically at this hour, white-collar workers arrive early, and just days ago, they flocked to the stalls for snacks, resulting in a bustling trade. However, as the clock nears 11, not a single soul has appeared, marking a stark deviation from a norm. Initially, the vendors harbored animosity towards Chenyang, believing his presence adversely affected their business. Yet, just yesterday, they began to appreciate his visits. Thus, they had yet to notice his absence. At this moment, Wang Yinfu inquired of a girl purchasing egg pancakes at a stall, "Is that Mr. Su taking another day off?" Upon hearing this, the girl sighed, responding, "Alas, Mr. Su is no longer setting up shop at our school. He posted a video stating he would be relocating." Wang Yinfu was taken aback. "What? Mr. Su isn't coming back?" The expressions of nearby vendors shifted dramatically at this revelation. Over the past few days, they had tasted the sweetness of high foot traffic brought in by Chenyang's popularity. His absence would undoubtedly diminish their customer flow, sending their businesses into a downturn. Having briefly savored the taste of success, the prospect of losing it was disheartening. Ironically, Human nature can be quite fickle. Initially, they wished to drive Su Chenyang away. Now, with his departure, they found themselves lamenting his absence and hoping for his return. Wang Yinfu pressed further. Why isn't Mr. Su returning? Wasn't he doing splendidly here? The girl exhaled again, explaining, it's primarily due to a girl at our school who enjoys joking around. While in line, she might have teased Mr. Su, leaving him feeling embarrassed, hence his withdrawal. What? He.S. not coming back over such triviality? Wang Yinfu was at a loss. He had assumed there must be a more significant issue at play, yet it was merely a light-hearted jest. A man of his stature ought to endure the banter of various personalities. Su Chenyang's bashfulness in the face of jest was quite absurd. Wang Yinfu continued. What exactly did she say to make him feel awkward? The girl chuckled, recounting, well, yesterday the most beautiful girl in our school approached his stall for egg pancakes. Given her beauty, Mr. Su likely stole a few glances, curious if she had a boyfriend, and playfully asked the joking girl about it. The joking girl, thinking Mr. Su might have a crush on the school beauty, teased him about sharing her contact information, which made him shy away. Unbelievable. He felt awkward over that. Wang Yinfu was utterly speechless. Nearby vendors shared his disbelief. To be flustered by a girl's light-hearted joke was truly pathetic. With such good looks, he should have charmed the ladies effortlessly. Instead, he shrank away from humor, proving to be a poor specimen among handsome men. Wang Yinfu had envisioned a scenario where a school beauty had rejected him, but the reality was that he couldn't even muster the courage to accept a mere contact. At that moment, the vendors wished fervently that they possessed Su Chenyang's culinary skills and good looks. If they were in his shoes, handsome and talented in the kitchen, they would be raking in profits daily. In their singlehood, who else would they pursue but the school beauty? Wang Yinfu, feeling exasperated, asked if Mr. Su isn't coming to our school anymore. Where is he setting up shop now? He pondered whether the girls from their school would follow him elsewhere. Having savored Su Chenyang's egg pancakes themselves, they knew he was heralded as the best in Hangzhou. Popular eateries often attracted throngs of patrons seeking to sample the fare. Thus, Wang Yinfu suspected that even if Su Chenyang relocated, many girls would still seek him out. Should they flock to him, it would significantly impact the business of the other vendors. In response to Wang Yinfu's query, the girl replied, I'm not sure. The boss didn't mention where he'd be moving in the video. All right, Wang Yinfu sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. He ceased his inquiries and focused on preparing egg pancakes. Once he finished, noticing the lack of customers, he took out his phone to investigate further. After viewing the video, he was left in awe. The girl had enthusiastically offered to share the school beauty's contact information, and yet Su Chenyang was too bashful to accept. Clearly, he was doomed to remain single and unable to attract a beautiful partner. After completing their tasks, the other vendors also took a moment to view the video. Upon watching, they too felt a deep sense of disdain for Su Chenyang. How could he falter at the prospect of obtaining a beautiful girl as contact? If he were as inept as that, he might as well end it all. As Su Chenyang faced their scorn, he had already arrived near Hangzhou University of Finance and Economics with his food cart. Suddenly, he sneezed. A sneeze here, and there is commonplace, and he thought little of it. At 11:03, he reached a spot at the university entrance where he could set up. The scene was similar. Numerous stalls lined the area. Since it was not yet peak lunchtime, the foot traffic of students purchasing snacks was sparse, with only a few patrons at each stall, and some had none at all. Given his late arrival, Su Chenyang knew he would have to set up at the periphery. However, as soon as he parked his food cart, a girl selling snacks at the entrance took immediate notice. Isn't that Mr. Su? Yes, at our school today. What a delightful surprise. These girls were savvy internet users. Even if they hadn't come to support him at Hangzhou University of Technology, they were aware of his recent online fame. Moreover, the mere presence of a handsome vendor provided ample reason for them to come and show support. Not to mention, Su Chenyang's egg pancakes had garnered acclaim at the Finance University as well, leaving an indelible impression on those who had tasted them. Boss, I'll pass on the sauce pancake. I haven't even started making it. Boss, I'll skip the grilled squid. Boss, I'll forego the egg rice cake. After greeting the vendors in line, these young ladies swiftly made their way to Su Chenyang and Damp Oppo's stall, eager to join the queue. This time, it was not only the girls. Even the boys standing in front of the various stalls, who had yet to pay or were not next in line, chose to forego their purchases and make their way towards Chenyang. After all, both genders share a fondness for delectable treats. In an instant, the stalls were left nearly deserted, much to the chagrin of the vendors. However, their dismay was only temporary. Having recently encountered short videos showcasing Chenyang, they understood that his presence would draw a substantial crowd. Thus, it became evident through these short clips that the other vendors ultimately benefited. As long as Chenyang could attract attention, the stall owners were more than willing to welcome him. Chapter 35. The Campus Beauty of the Finance University. In front of Chenyang's stall, a line quickly formed, exceeding 50 individuals. Chenyang addressed the eager crowd. "Today, I am selling egg pancakes for 20 yuan each. Please bear with me for 10 minutes. He retrieved a baking tray from the freezer of his food cart, removed the cling film, and placed it into the electric griddle, igniting the flame to cook. Meanwhile, he busily prepared the dough and filling, donning special gloves to hastily create the egg pancakes. As Chenyang adeptly crafted the delicacies, the girl at the front of the line initiated a conversation. "Boss, I never expected you would set up stall at our school gate today. It's such a delightful surprise. We thought you would be at the CBD. You could have let us know earlier. I almost bought a meat sandwich and Mr. Egg pancakes." The excitement in the girls' voices was palpable, imbued with an unexpected sense of joy. Previously envious of the students from Hangzhou University of Science and Technology, they now felt fortunate to have this stroke of luck fall upon them. Naturally, Chenyang was elated by the warm reception. "I decided this morning to come here. I was busy prepping ingredients and didn't have time to post a video. Meeting you all here feels fated. I hope you enjoy my egg pancakes. No need to be so modest. I visited Hangzhou University of Science and Technology yesterday and tried your egg pancakes. They were genuinely delicious, so good that I wanted more. Plus, the price is really reasonable. You truly care for us students." Those who had tasted Chenyang and Appo's egg pancakes knew they were far beyond the culinary skills one would expect for 20 yuan. Thus, his pricing was undoubtedly considerate towards the university students. "If you enjoy them, that is all that matters," Chenyang replied, glancing up briefly at the girl who had mentioned visiting the day before. Unfortunately, he had no recollection of her, as he often focused on his work. Although conversing did not hinder his tasks, he still had to look down while rolling out the pancakes. Otherwise, no amount of skill could ensure perfection. As the girl animatedly chatted with Chenyang, the boys in line watched enviously. Being handsome has its perks. They noted how the girls typically did not show such enthusiasm towards boys. As Chenyang engaged in light banter with the girl, people continued to flow in and out of the school gate. Whether returning from within the campus or arriving from outside, they were instantly drawn to Chenyang's stall. The original line of over 50 quickly swelled to more than 100. Before long, the first batch of egg pancakes was ready. After placing a second tray into the griddle, Chenyang neatly packaged the first batch and placed it into the basket. Patrons scanned their codes to pay and collected their pancakes in order. Those who had never tasted Chenyang's creations, only having seen them online, eagerly sampled the hot pancakes. The crispy crust yielded to the soft, savory filling, with a hint of rich broth spilling forth, a true delight for the palate. Even the most discerning critics found no flaws, especially considering the price of merely 20 yuan. While the culinary prowess amazed them, the boys still cast disdainful glances at Chenyang. With such skills and looks, how could he be shy around beautiful girls? What a waste. If circumstances permitted, they would have shown him how to approach girls with confidence. Noticing the contemptuous stares from several boys, Chenyang pondered if they might be foolish enough to think he lacked the courage to pursue girls. He felt that if any of these boys from Hangzhou Finance University harbored such thoughts, they were sorely mistaken. His intention was to connect with the lovely girls from their school. They not only underestimated him, but also exhibited arrogance. However, since he had yet to spot anyone intriguing, there was no need to prove his boldness to them. Continuing his work, Chenyang diligently prepared more egg pancakes. Those who had already purchased theirs did not linger at the gate, but walked back to school, savoring their meal. Each bite left them craving more. The exquisite gastronomic experience elevated everyone's spirits. The two girls who had been at the front of the line were roommates. Upon returning to their dormitory, Su Xiulin clad in a pink polo shirt, could not restrain her excitement. "You four must be regretting not joining us at the gate. Guess what? While I was out with Yunk, that wildly popular Sue boss set up a stall at our school gate." As soon as she spoke, the four girls sitting at their desks turned to Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunk in astonishment. "Is that true? You're not just teasing us, are you? Why would I lie to you?" Kong Yunk chimed in, unable to hide her pride as she produced her phone to show them. "Look, this is the video I just recorded at the gate. ISNT that Su boss." The four girls leaned in to see, recognizing Su Chenyang in a light blue t-shirt, distinctly different from his attire in the recent trending videos. Undoubtedly, he had indeed set up at their school gate. "Can you believe he really came to our school?" they exclaimed in disbelief. "But you two could have at least sent us a message. Seriously, you could have let us know instead of hogging him to yourselves." In response to the teasing, Su Xiaolin explained, "It's not that we didn't want to inform you. We just thought you'd already grabbed lunch and didn't want to bother you." "Exactly. We're not the type to be selfish," Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunk justified, as they had all departed their dormitory together. Choosing to buy snacks at the gate meant the other four had likely headed to the cafeteria first. With a 5 to 6 minute walk from the cafeteria to the gate, it was only natural for Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunk to assume their friends had already eaten. At that moment, a beautiful girl with an oval face, cool demeanor, and shoulder-length hair, seated near the balcony, interjected. "You could have sent us a message. That way, we wouldn't have had to fill up, and could have bought an egg pancake too." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunk turned to Chenishi, curiosity evident on their faces. "Oh, Ishi, weren't you the one who said Su boss only relied on his looks? Why the sudden change of heart?" "In our eyes, Ishi, you are not the kind of superficial girl who is fickle simply because a boy is handsome. As the belle of the school, Chun Ishi naturally attracts the attention of many dashing young men. However, she does not exhibit leniency towards them merely due to their good looks. On the contrary, Chun Ishi holds a more stringent standard for handsome boys. She harbors a strong aversion to those who, despite their attractive appearances, maintain flirtatious relationships with other girls while pursuing her. The several handsome suitors vying for Chun, Ishi, and Appo's affection do not strike her as particularly reliable individuals, leading her to dismiss them outright and refrain from any engagement. Her prioritization of character over appearance has garnered admiration from her friends, including Su Xiaolin. Due to her high standards regarding integrity, once she deems someone untrustworthy, she swiftly severs ties. Consequently, she has earned a reputation for being aloof among many boys. However, this time, Chun Ishi has expressed her dissatisfaction with Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunkel for their lack of consideration, seemingly eager to support their attractive boss. Even knowing of his culinary prowess and desire to savor exquisite dishes, her behavior still appears somewhat unprecedented. Chapter 36. Two school beauties come to support. Under the playful teasing of her roommates, Chun Ishi and Appo's cool demeanor slightly flushed. However, she believed that she was not capricious. As you mentioned, that was in the past. Besides, during that conversation that night, weren't you all of the same opinion? When Su Chenyang's stall exploded with popularity the day before, most of the videos shared were from the female students of Hangzhou University of Technology. In those clips, the girls extolled the virtues of Su Chenyang and Appo's egg pancakes to the heavens, which was truly hard to believe. After all, Su Chenyang was still quite young, barely in his 20s. To say that he could truly master the culinary arts seemed quite implausible. Yet, as more and more people flocked to his stall, no one dared to criticize his cooking skills. Chun Yuxi was not a stubborn person. Of course, her opinions could evolve. Realizing that both she and her friends had changed their attitudes, they felt as though they had lost the right to tease her. Kong Yunk laughed and said, "Let us not dwell on the past. After all, Boss Su is setting up a stall right by our school gate. We could just go after classes and endure a longer queue. What else can we do? We can only go after school," they all agreed. The four of them exchanged knowing glances with Kong Yunk and Su Xiaolin, silently conveying their shared grievances before returning to their own tasks. Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunk shared a knowing smile, indulging in delicious food and planning to take a refreshing nap. At 1:50 p.m., the six of them arrived at the classroom. Upon entering, they overheard the girls already inside discussing the egg meat pancakes. Did you hear that Boss Sue set up a stall at the school gate at noon? Of course. I even tried it. The pancake crust is crispy, and the meat filling is tender and flavorful. Taking a bite feels like bliss. Absolutely amazing. I agree. It's so delicious that it brings unparalleled joy, like being frozen outside in winter and suddenly having a warm bowl of soup. After tasting Su Chenyang and Amp, Oppo's, egg meat pancakes, the other meat pancakes in school seemed utterly unappealing. The girls in the class engaged in lively banter about the egg meat pancakes, praising them endlessly. Chen Yishi and Zhang Wansha, having missed the opportunity to taste them at noon, felt their mouths watering just from listening. What does happiness truly taste like? Just as the six of them settled down, a girl asked, "Did you all try Boss Sue's egg meat pancakes at noon?" The four of them shook their heads, indicating they had not tasted them. Kong Yunk and Su Shilin chimed in, "I did. They were so good that I couldn't find a single flaw. The egg pancake is both handsome and delicious, almost the epitome of perfection." As Kong Yunk and Su Shilin spoke, another girl turned to Chen Yishi and said, "Yishi, don't just focus on studying. You should take some time to relax and enjoy some delicious food." Exactly. Your grades are already excellent. You should savor life a bit. If you're not interested in love or good food, what joy is there in life? Hearing such remarks from the girls left Chen Yishi and her friends feeling quite exasperated. They thought primarily that they had already eaten when they learned about Boss Su and Amp, Oppo's, stall, so they planned to try it in the afternoon. You're right, trying it is definitely worth it. It's unforgettable. At this moment, Su Xiaolin and Kong Yunk felt the weight of their friends and Oppo's grievances once more. Not daring to meet their gazes, they pulled out their books to prepare for class. Minutes passed, and soon it was time for class. The hours flew by as they diligently listened to the lecture. Before they knew it, the clock struck 6, and the class dismissal bell rang. The six of them rushed out of the classroom, hurrying towards the school gate. When they arrived at Su Chenyang's stall, panting and lined up among a throng of people, they were taken aback by the sight before them. There were at least 500 people ahead of them in line. "Ah, the evening queue is indeed long," Su Xiaolin exclaimed. Compared to the 10-minute wait earlier, this line was formidable. Just then, Zhang Wansha remarked, "Today is actually not that bad. Did you notice that there aren't too many office workers in line?" Upon hearing this, the group looked around and indeed noticed the lack of white-collar workers. Chen Yishi immediately deduced, it's probably because they are at work. Even if someone posts about it on social media, they wouldn't have time to check. That makes sense, the others readily agreed. When Su Chenyang first set up his stall at the University of Technology, it was primarily attended by female students, with hardly any office workers present. A male student in front of Chen Yuxi turned around and, upon catching sight of her, froze momentarily before quickly averting his gaze. "Wow, this girl is as stunning as Shunlei," Lu Peng and Amp, Oppo's, and thought, glancing at the beautiful short-haired girl standing 3 spots ahead of him in line. Shunlei, the campus beauty of this year. Today, she wore a pink cartoon-patterned short-sleeve shirt paired with a denim skirt, radiating youthful vitality. Lu Pengin had specifically brought the girl he was pursuing, a petite and cute girl named LV Xinyue, who stood at about 156 meters. Since their acquaintance was still fresh, he felt uneasy about being alone with her, so he invited Xinlei and her 4 roommates to join them. Lu Pengin dared not glance at Chen Yishi again, fearing that LV Xinyue might catch him looking at another girl. After all, he didn't want to jeopardize the budding relationship he had with her. However, upon catching a glimpse of Chen Yishi, he found her beauty to be strikingly memorable. She had long hair and an air of aloofness, which seemed to align with Su Chenyang's tastes. Lu Pengin couldn't help but admire Su Chenyang's extraordinary perspective. Generally, when a boy has the opportunity to pursue a campus beauty, he would seize it without hesitation. Yet, Su Chenyang dismissed the chance to pursue Xia Yuru, believing he could encounter someone more aligned with his aesthetic. Ultimately, Lu Peng and Oppo's, and realized he had underestimated Su Chenyang and Oppo's charm. Su Chenyang and Oppo's culinary prowess naturally attracted beautiful girls to him. Lu Peng and Oppo's, and felt dwarfed in the presence of Su Chenyang and Oppo's vast allure. Noticing Lu Peng and Oppos, and S silence. LV Shinua asked, Senior, what's wrong? Lu Pengin quickly snapped back to reality and smiled, oh, nothing. Just feel like the queue is moving a bit slowly. The stall owner, S pace, ISN, T quite up to par. Almost immediately, Shunlei teased, Senior, is it because we five are here as you're in amp? Amp, Oppos, light bulbs and amp, Oppos, that you feel uncomfortable in line? Honestly, we would want to be your light bulbs if you had treated us right. If you had, next time when LV Shinua brings us along, we'd find an excuse not to come. That's not the case at all. Lu Peng and amp, Oppos, unhurriedly denied, estimating they would still be in line for another 2 hours. He asked, would you like some milk tea while we wait? No, that one tea be necessary. Shunlai and the others chuckled, playfully refusing, as they were merely joking about Lu Peng and amp, Oppos, and winning them over, knowing that they were unfamiliar with Hangzhou and that LV Shinua was too shy to be alone with him. Shunlai and a few others, driven by their desire for egg and meat pies, accompanied Lu Peng and Oppos, and subsequently, they engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about the enjoyable aspects of Hangzhou from Lu Pengin. Chapter 37. Shamelessly employing the art of seduction while Shun Yi and her companions engaged in conversation. Many young men in the queue began to take notice of her. Which school does this girl attend? She rivals Chun Yi in beauty, with a distinctly lively demeanor. She exudes a charm that would surely make interactions delightful. Many young men found themselves tempted to ask for her contact information, but hesitated, fearing the embarrassment of being rejected in front of so many witnesses. Chun Yi and her friends were aware of Shun Lu Yi's striking appearance. Yet, as they were all girls, they paid little attention to her beauty. Instead, they noted the steadily growing line of eager patrons. In less than 10 minutes, an additional 200 people had joined the queue. Zhang Wansha remarked on the overwhelming popularity of Su Chenyang's stall, estimating that there must be around 700 people waiting now. Given such a turnout, Su Chenyang had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of his industry. How much profit could he be making today? Chun Yi expressed her admiration, suggesting that if Su Chenyang set up shop in the CBD, his profits would surely soar even higher. Operating at their school in trance felt almost charitable. One could only wonder how much revenue he was sacrificing. If she were in his position, she would have chosen the more lucrative CBD as well. After all, why not double the profits? Chun Yi was clear about her own ambitions. Her dedication to her studies was driven by the desire for financial success. She could never reach the level of indifference toward money that Su Chenyang seemed to possess. Lu Pengin, overhearing her praise, couldn't help but feel exasperated. He thought her infatuation with Chenyang was misguided. Yet, he acknowledged that Chenyang had indeed made considerable sacrifices to meet attractive girls. Time swiftly passed, and by 6:40 p.m., Shun Lu Yi and the others at the back of the line heard Su Chenyang's voice. To the last 3 girls in line, please inform those behind you that we have run out of ingredients. Understood, boss. They responded promptly. Before 7 o'clock, the egg pancakes were sold out, moving faster than they had seen in promotional videos. If they were to return tomorrow, they would need to arrive even earlier. How is Su Chenyang able to manage both cooking and tracking the line's length? Surely, he must have his own methods. Curiosity buzzed among those waiting, but they could only surmise that Su Chenyang possessed a unique approach. As the queue dwindled by 8:50 p.m., Shun Yi and her 4 roommates finally secured their pancakes. As the last batch reached LVXINU and Lu Pengin, it suddenly ran out. Su Chenyang noticed LVXINU in front of Lu Pengin and recognized her as Lu Pengin's crush. He shot Lu Pengin a disdainful glance. While casting judgment on Lu Pengin, Su Chenyang's gaze fell upon Chun Yi, who stood 2 spots behind him. Her elegant demeanor caught his attention, prompting him to glance twice before returning to his cooking. Lu Pengin noticed Su Chenyang's fleeting interest in the girl behind him. What could possibly be captivating about her? It was evident that he had a preference for this type of girl, and she was clearly not a senior. Wasn't she of the same year or younger? How dare he? Lu Pengin chuckled, boss. Focus on making your egg pancakes and stop getting distracted, all right? I and Amp, Oppos, I'm not slacking off, are you blind? Chenyang retorted, just as a melodious voice chimed in. Senior, these egg pancakes are delicious. Why not set up shop at our school lesson trance? Given Chenyang's recent fame, the newcomers, including Shun Lu, were aware that he belonged to their school. They also knew that Lu Peng and was his classmate, even if he hadn't mentioned they were roommates. Thus, calling him senior felt entirely appropriate. Chenyang looked up to see Shun Li, her cheeks stuffed with egg pancake, radiating satisfaction, a rather endearing sight. Before he could respond, the other four girls chimed in, Yes, senior. Wouldn't it be more convenient to sell at the school gate? Your culinary skills are exceptional. Renting a window in the cafeteria would spare you from the sun. Wouldn't it be ideal? At this moment, even though Shun Lu initiated the conversation, many in the queue silently judged her for trying to poach him. How brazen. Did she really think her preferences mattered? Chenyang, being direct and forthright, responded candidly. There are no attractive girls at school, so I prefer not to sell there. His words left Shun Lu and her friends momentarily stunned. The unexpectedness of his response caught even the onlookers off guard. The boys in line could hardly believe such a statement could escape a normal guy's lips. Just moments ago, they had mocked Shun Lu for her boldness, but now they found themselves defending her. Couldn't they see how charming the girl in the pink cartoon tee was? This girl was youthful, vibrant, and undeniably beautiful. Who wouldn't want to pursue her? To utter such a thing in front of her was truly lacking in social awareness. Even Lu Peng was taken aback by Chenyang's bluntness. Perhaps he needed some emotional intelligence training. As the six girls regained their composure, LVXN you couldn't help but ask, Senior, isn't Lui beautiful? Indeed, with her looks and figure, how could there be any flaws? Another chimed in, if you claim Lu isn't beautiful, Senior, you're being utterly disingenuous. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her friend's remarks, Shun Lu hesitated. While she didn't wish to come across as vain, she believed herself to be a fair representative of beauty. Chenyang's assertion that there were no attractive girls at school left her feeling somewhat validated. I was unaware that such stunning girls existed when I started selling, Chenyang admitted, his words resonating with Shun Lu. LVXINU then asked, Now that you know, are you considering selling at school? You could enjoy the benefits of being close to home. Don't say such foolish things. Shun Lu quickly interjected, feeling a bit shy despite her typically lively demeanor. However, she couldn't deny that her first impression of the senior was quite favorable. Not only was he handsome, but his culinary skills were impressive as well. If he pursued her, he seemed far superior to other boys at school. The prospect of enjoying delicious food daily was a delightful thought. At this point, the queue once again expressed their disdain for the six girls. How shameless! It is utterly outrageous to employ the art of seduction to entice the boss back. Mr. Su has only been here for a day, yet there are attempts to lure him away. Such audacity. Do they think our school is devoid of beauties? In this very moment, many in the ranks wish fervently for Chun Ishi to step forward and compete with Shun Lei. Chapter 38. Chenyang clarifies misunderstandings. The personalities of several junior sisters left Chenyang both amused and exasperated. Was it truly appropriate for them to so blatantly betray their teammates? Especially recalling yesterday at the entrance of the Institute of Technology when Xia Yurua's roommates were equally enthusiastic in their betrayals. Chenyang pondered. Even if his culinary skills were exceptional, it could hardly warrant such behavior from these girls. With a smile, he firmly stated, that is certainly unacceptable. If I were to set up a stall at school merely for the sake of a junior sister, only to earn a chance to pursue her, what would distinguish me from a sycophant? If the junior sister ultimately does not become my girlfriend and ends up with someone else, I would be left with nothing, a mere sycophant left with empty hands. I refuse to be that kind of sycophant, chasing after fleeting opportunities and showering girls with flattery. The vast majority of sycophants end up with dismal outcomes. I cannot consider myself one of the fortunate few who might defy the odds. Thus, I shall never embrace such a role in my lifetime. Upon hearing this, many boys in line exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically, internally cursing Chenyang for his remarks. What did he mean by his sarcasm? How utterly detestable! While others were there to support, he chose to belittle them. Such a person could not expect a favorable outcome. Emotional intelligence seemed to elude him entirely, even if he did not wish to play the sycophant. Was it so wrong to express a willingness to consider the junior sister and Oppos as feelings? What if she were moved by his sincerity? Clearly, he was destined to remain single for eternity, as he was incapable of uttering words of higher emotional intelligence. The boys queued up began to cast curses upon Su Chenyang. If it weren't for the presence of the girls they fancied nearby, they would have been loath to tolerate someone who insulted their patrons. Just moments ago, they had contemplated asking Chen Yishi, also a campus beauty, to step forward. Now, it seemed evident that someone like Su Chenyang was unworthy of a girl of her caliber. Amidst this, Lu Peng and Amp, Oppos, and a close friend cast a resentful glance at Su Chenyang, wondering if he had inadvertently become a target of Su and Amp, Oppos, as ridicule. Lu Pengyan had brought his junior sister to Q, a suggestion made by Su Chenyang himself, and he felt it should not have included him. While the boys grumbled in the background, the girls present found it amusing. The boss was rather straightforward. To so bluntly refuse a beautiful girl was the hallmark of a true steel man. Chen Yishi, also a campus beauty, looked on in astonishment, realizing how rare it was for a boy to be so direct in rejecting a stunning girl. She understood well how earnestly boys pursued exceptionally attractive girls, often speaking in hushed tones. Su Chenyang's lack of regard for someone like Shunlui was indeed a rare occurrence, compared to the relentless suitors. Chen Yishi found Su Chenyang's principled stance rather commendable. Though Shunlui felt embarrassed by her roommate's teasing moments ago, she couldn't help but be amused by Su Chenyang's demeanor. This was her first encounter with him, but she recalled seeing a video where he mentioned his inability to find a girlfriend stemmed from his unwillingness to act as a sycophant. Thus, his words resonated deeply with his character. Shunlai smiled and inquired, "Senior, you mentioned not setting up a stall at our school due to the lack of attractive girls. Why then did you choose to do so at the entrance of the Institute of Technology? Wasn't it Amp, Oppos, that girl they're your ideal type? Moreover, her roommates even supported you. So why didn't you pursue her?" Curiosity piqued among the audience. All ears were tuned to hear how Su Chenyang would respond. Su Chenyang was acutely aware of the deep misunderstanding surrounding his inquiry about Xia Yurua's popularity. The online community had branded him as timid, and with several people recording videos. He seized the opportunity to clarify. "That girl is not my type," he asserted. "If she were, I would in Oppos have changed my location." Shunlui, with a mischievous grin, expressed her disbelief. "Senior, that sounds disingenuous. You were clearly inquiring about her relationship status." Given the clarity of the recording, she felt that Su Chenyang could not evade the truth. "You're quite handsome, certainly not unworthy of her. The entire internet is aware of this. You needn't feel shy. As a girl, I believe boys should be bold. If you don't dare to flirt, how can you expect to find a partner?" Her words garnered agreement from those present. Well said. If you like someone but lack the courage to pursue them, how could a relationship simply fall into your lap? Su Chenyang's cowardly demeanor made it difficult for others to regard him favorably. Fully aware of the misunderstanding, he reiterated, "I was merely inquiring about whether that girl was popular, not whether she was single. The reason for my curiosity was that I found her rather pitiable. Initially, she had come to read, yet she was besieged by boys eager to chat, unable to focus on her studies. It was clear that she had come with her roommates, yet the queue was filled with boys, separating her from them. I loathe sycophants. Those sycophants use their time in line to flirt with beautiful girls, which I find intolerable. Thus, I casually asked about her popularity. If she were well-liked, I intended to give her some preferential treatment on her next visit to prevent those sycophants from bothering her. However, the misunderstanding that I was interested in her left me feeling quite bad, so I decided to change my position." His explanation left the audience in stunned silence, revealing a stark contrast to their initial assumptions. Yet, Su Chenyang's disdain for sycophants was undeniably evident. To suggest that he was trying to undermine sycophants by seizing the opportunity to flirt with the goddess seemed reasonable. Ironically, many online misconstrued him as a timid individual in matters of love, which was quite disheartening. The girls present erupted in laughter, realizing the enormity of the misunderstanding. The boss had previously lamented that his experience with sycophants had led to him being perceived as a mere straight man. unable to find a girlfriend. And it was clear he bore a significant grudge against them. Judging by his expression, it seemed reconciliation with sycophants was a distant possibility. Meanwhile, many boys in line found themselves at a loss. Was it not entirely normal for a beauty of campus queen caliber to have sycophants? If one did not pursue her, they had no right to hinder others. The campus beauty herself had said nothing. What right did he have to meddle? A dog catching a mouse is still a dog. Yet he dared to call others sycophants. To intentionally complicate others' efforts in pursuing girls was truly malicious, even more so than the sycophants themselves. Pursuing girls was already a challenging endeavor. If Chenyang were to raise the stakes, they would certainly not let him off easily. Chapter 39. Here comes our school bell. Is this called timidity? As the playful banter continued, the pot of egg and meat pancakes was once again ready. Chenyang swiftly packaged the pancakes and instructed the waiting patrons to help themselves. When Lu Xinyue took her pancake and prepared to scan the code for payment, Lu Pengyan interjected, "I'll take care of the bill." While paying, Lu Pengyan noticed a knowing smile lingering at the corner of Chenyang's mouth. He silently scoffed, wondering how confident this guy would be when pursuing girls. Lu Pengyan and oppose, as peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Chun Ishi among the few people behind him. His own crush was the adorable type, not particularly aloof, yet Chenyang had derided him as a puppy dog. Lu Pengyan couldn't help but doubt whether Chenyang could maintain such bravado if he were interested in a high-caliber beauty like Chun Ishi. The anticipation of witnessing Chenyang's attempts at wooing a girl made Lu Pengyan momentarily overlook his attitude. After Lu Pengyan stepped away from the line, it was Zhang Wancha's turn. As she scanned her payment, she jokingly asked Boss Su, having set up shop outside our school all day, "Have you spotted any girls who meet your aesthetic standards?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze instinctively shifted toward Chun Ishi. Given that Zhang Wancha had come with Chun Ishi, it was evident she sought Chenyang and Oppo's opinion on the school bell. Would Chenyang dare to speak his mind? Lu Pengyan silently praised Zhang Wancha while observing the unfolding drama. Chenyang was not one to shy away from honesty. His presence at the stall was inherently aimed at encountering a fateful connection with a girl, nothing to be ashamed of. As he continued to package the pancakes, he replied without lifting his head, "I find one girl rather attractive." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls discerned that Chenyang likely harbored feelings for Chun Ishi. It seemed that aloof girls like her were indeed quite sought after. Nevertheless, Chun Ishi had high standards, even if Boss Su was commendable in many respects. Success was not guaranteed. It was perplexing why he would pursue someone difficult to win over while overlooking the more accessible girls and those with supportive roommates. Not only did the girls struggle to comprehend this, but even Shunlai, who had initially anticipated a gossip session upon hearing Zhang Wancha's question, felt a twinge of jealousy and confusion. This girl appeared somewhat aloof, and logically, she should be harder to get along with. So why was she more popular? Shunlai's envy did not stem from an affection for Chenyang, but rather a rivalry among attractive girls. She regarded Chenyang as an exceptional young man. Why would he favor Chun Ishi, whose looks were no superior to her own? Shouldn't her vivacious personality make her more appealing? Moreover, Shunlai and Chenyang attended the same school. Chenyang was truly bold, indirectly declaring his interest in the school bell in front of so many boys. What a fearless move. Lu Pengyan admired him once more. He glanced at the line of boys, noticing their disdainful looks. It seemed they were judging him for pursuing the school bell while dismissing Lu Pengyan and Oppos and as a puppy dog. Yesterday, the internet had labeled Chenyang as timid, yet here he was unabashedly expressing interest in the school bell on his first day of selling pancakes. This was audacious indeed. Even when Lu Xinyue attempted to leverage Shunlai and Oppo's beauty to attract Chenyang and Oppo's attention, many boys wished for Chun Ishi to step up and compete with Shunlai, proving that their school also had stunning girls. They wanted Chenyang to remain, allowing them to chat with their crushes while waiting in line. Yet, when it became apparent that Chenyang was indeed interested in Chun Ishi, their enthusiasm waned. Chun Ishi felt uncomfortable under the sudden scrutiny. Zhang Wancha and Oppo's teasing had inadvertently placed her in the spotlight, and she resented the implication that Chenyang and Oppo's interest was directed at her. After all, there were several equally stunning girls in other departments, perhaps better suited to his taste. Zhang Wansha and Appo's jokes were quite troublesome. Irritated, Chun Ishi pinched Zhang Wansha lightly at her waist, prompting a slight wince from her friend. However, Zhang Wansha found conversing with such a bold and straightforward young man entertaining. Ignoring Chun Ishi and Appo's warning, she continued, "Boss Su, if you wish to pursue someone, is there any way I can assist you?" Zhang Wansha was aware that Chun Ishi might feel shy, so she refrained from directly asking if he meant her. Instead, she offered him help, knowing it would undoubtedly point to Chun Ishi. Su Chenyang responded, "Classmate, that's not quite right. You asked me if there are any attractive girls, and I mentioned one that catches my eye. Just because I find someone appealing doesn't mean I intend to pursue her. Just admiring her isn't enough to secure a relationship, is it?" Zhang Wansha pressed, sensing a sudden retreat in Su Chenyang's courage. "Oh, so now you're backing down? How disappointing." Just as the boys began to doubt Su Chenyang's resolve, he delivered another statement that caught them off guard. "Finding someone attractive only signifies that she meets my aesthetic preferences. However, our personalities and values may not align. I'm not a puppy dog who would overlook compatibility merely because of physical beauty. What if our values clash?" This reasoning resonated with the boys present, leaving them feeling conflicted about whether to be angry or to concede that he had a point. Su Chenyang's rational approach to romance was unsettlingly astute. Buying pancakes from him felt like enduring a trial. He would deride puppy dogs at the slightest provocation. Among the girls, there was a notable alignment with Su Chenyang's perspective. Indeed, he was not merely a straightforward male, but rather a rational thinker. Chun Ishi found her impression of him shifting. He seemed like a reliable young man. In truth, she harbored a disdain for those who were solely driven by physical attraction. Such boys often flitted from one beautiful girl to another. Initially, she had presumed Su Chenyang to be of that ilk, but he proved otherwise. With his charm and culinary skills, he was hard to dislike. Meanwhile, Shunli felt a twinge of envy again. Why was it that no dependable young men pursued her? She thought of the boys at school who only noticed her beauty, wanted to flirt with her, in comparison to the admirable senior before her. She felt a chasm of difference in both character and integrity. Su Chenyang had never encountered a girl of this kind. So what reason did he have to believe that a girl with Chun Ishi's temperament would be superior? Chapter 40. The aloof school beauty begins to anticipate. Zhang Wansha understood that jesting should be done in moderation. After she acquired her egg meat pie, she stepped aside. When it was Chun Ishi's turn to scan and pay, she glanced at Su Chenyang, only to find him engrossed in making egg meat pies. The sight of Su Chenyang diligently at work struck Chun Ishi as unexpectedly handsome, causing her heart to race. She quickly took her egg meat pie and left the queue. Having come straight from class without eating, Chun Ishi was ravenous. She blew on the hot pastry and immediately took a large bite. With that first mouthful, Chun Ishi understood the bliss the girls in her class had spoken of before their afternoon lessons. The crisp crust produced a delightful crunch as she chewed. The texture of the pastry was unlike anything she had ever experienced in all her years of indulging in pies. So crisp was the crust that Chun Ishi felt she could enjoy it even without the filling. The meat filling, tender and succulent, released a rich and savory juice that was delectable on its own. The collision of flavors in her mouth felt like a delightful explosion of culinary pleasure. It was simply divine. Given her hunger, one bite was insufficient. Chun Ishi took 2 more bites, filling her mouth to satisfaction. Observing Chun Ishi's voracious appetite, Zhang Wansha thought there was nothing of the usual aloof school beauty about her. With a playful smile, she asked, "Ishi, Su's culinary skills are beyond reproach, aren't they? If Su were to pursue you, would you consider it?" This remark abruptly interrupted Chun Ishi's enjoyment of her meal, and she retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. I didn't comment when you were joking earlier, but if you keep it up, I won't let it slide." At that moment, a few other roommates who had just received their egg meat pies chimed in with soft laughter. "What is wrong with a little chat? Wansha was just confirming if Su thinks the beautiful girl is you. From the looks of it, he must think our school beauty, Chun, is the one. Come on, what do you think of Su?" They pressed. "All right, enough with the jokes. It's not good to be too self-absorbed. Shinichi felt her friends were being rather reckless. They were surrounded by people, not in their dorm. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, she would have no face to show at school. Seeing that her 5 roommates had all received their egg meat pies, Shinichi began to walk and eat, heading towards the school. Zhang Wansha and the others hurried to catch up, refraining from further teasing and starting to enjoy their food. As Shinichi savored the delicious egg meat pie, she couldn't help but think how delightful it would be to have a boyfriend who could cook. Could he be referring to me as the beautiful girl? The thought made her cheeks flush with warmth. For the first time in many years, she felt a sense of anticipation towards a boy pursuing her, a feeling never experienced with those infatuated suitors from before. After Shinichi and her friends departed, Shunli and her group left with Lu Peng and Appos. And meanwhile, Su Chenyang focused on making more egg meat pies. At that moment, many girls began posting videos they had just recorded online. The previous day and Appos' buzz about Su Chenyang and Appos' reluctance to pursue Xia Yuru, labeling him as timid in love, had already garnered significant attention. With the release of these videos, the interest surged even higher. By 10:20 p.m., Su Chenyang finally finished his work. Name: Su Chenyang, culinary points, 3,057. After tirelessly preparing 2,000 pies, Su Chenyang returned to his dorm at 10:50 p.m. As he stepped inside, his 5 roommates turned their gazes toward him. Chenyang, have you really set your sights on that aloof girl from the finance university? Su Chenyang anticipated this question from his roommates upon his return. I just think she's quite beautiful. Is there a problem with that? She is indeed pretty. His words immediately drew disdain from his friends. Hilibo remarked, I have a high school classmate at the finance university who says that girl is their campus beauty. Very aloof, and many boys cannot win her over. She has high standards for a boyfriend, so it might be a bit challenging for you. Whether I pursue her or not is still uncertain. I merely find her appealing at the moment. Please don't gossip about this. I am exhausted today. Upon hearing this, his friends realized Su Chenyang was indeed interested in Shinichi. However, given Su Chenyang and Appos' attitude, it seemed he was merely contemplating his feelings. They decided not to press further. Knowing that with Su Chenyang and Appos' rising popularity, any developments would soon be visible online. They quietly observed how this straightforward boy would pursue the aloof school beauty. After Su Chenyang finished his shower, he lay on his bed. Instead of sleeping right away, he opened his phone to check the online situation. Upon searching for his name, he discovered a trending topic. Trending tag: Su boss and Appos' resentment towards infatuated admirers. Curious, he clicked on a video and saw a recording of himself clarifying that he did not have feelings for Xia Yuru. The title even contained the term infatuated admirer. Naturally, his remarks about infatuated admirers garnered the most likes, exceeding 100,000, with comments surpassing 1,000. As he browsed the comments section, he wondered if the public perception of him as a coward had changed. I would think of it as an excuse if anyone else said it, but I completely believe Su Boss is teaching infatuated admirers a lesson. Su Boss has quite the history with infatuated admirers. I suspect he must have liked someone who was pursued away by them. Otherwise, where does all this resentment come from? It seems we misunderstood Su Boss yesterday. Today he dares to directly pursue a beautiful girl from another school. Anyone who calls him timid must be mistaken. I'm increasingly curious about what happens next. Can Su Boss, being from another school, win over a girl from her own? I'll go to watch the excitement tomorrow. I can only join in after work tomorrow night. I wonder if I'll get to see a good show. The online audience appear to have accepted Su Chenyang and Appos' explanation, no longer mocking him as a coward. Yet, much like his roommates, they were intensely curious about how this straightforward boy would pursue a girl. The enthusiasm for gossip was simply unstoppable. Su Chenyang couldn't help but shake his head. At least he had cleared his name of the cowardice stigma. With that, he set down his phone and drifted off to a pleasant slumber. Chapter 41. Not taking Su Chenyang's words to heart, at 6 o'clock the following morning, Su Chenyang, as per his usual routine, completed his morning wash and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast before returning to his rented accommodation to prepare for the day. Outside the finance university, a considerable crowd had gathered by 10:50, anticipating Su Chenyang's stall, which was set to open at 11. Among the throng were Chun Ishi and her 5 roommates, who had rushed over after their third class ended and before the fourth began, books in hand. Upon arriving at the school gate, they were momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of people present. The area was teeming with individuals. Not only students, but also numerous white-collar workers, tourists, and business professionals, all drawn by the videos posted by many girls the previous day, showcasing Chenyang's stall. They would have to endure a lengthy queue. Chenyang mused on how wonderful it would be to shorten the wait. As she expressed her thoughts, Zhang Wansha was about to remark that if her boyfriend were Chenyang, they wouldn't have to wait in line, when someone called out to her. Ishi, are you here for the egg pancakes again? She turned to see Lin Difeng, a classmate from the adjacent class, standing there, tall at 1.8 meters, with sharp features and a rugged handsomeness, who had been pursuing her. Indeed, Lin Difeng, are you here for the egg pancakes as well? She replied politely. I heard they are quite delicious, so I decided to give them a try. Lin Difeng smiled, concealing his true intentions. He was well aware that Chenyang would return for the egg pancakes, and had also seen the trending topic from the night before regarding Chenyang, an outsider who had set his sights on their university's flower. After 2 years of fruitless pursuit, he was determined to observe how Chenyang would court Chenyang. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly create some obstacles for him. Just as Lin Difeng finished speaking, another voice interjected, Ishi, what a coincidence. Turning around, he spotted Wang Zhiyong, a stylishly dressed young man, standing at 1.75 meters tall, with a trendy hairstyle. Lin Difeng's displeasure surged. For Wang Zhiyong was a rival in his pursuit of Chenyang. Quite the coincidence, Chenyang responded politely, while Lin Difeng inwardly cursed, annoyed at Wang Zhiyong for intruding. Wang Zhiyong, unfazed by Lin Difeng's disdainful glare, was equally irritated by his presence. However, within moments, several more rivals joined, compounding Chenyang's exasperation. Her roommates, Xiaolin and the others, exchanged glances, stifling laughter at the sight of the jealous competitors who had gathered. At that moment, the 7 rivals exchanged glances, each radiating dissatisfaction. Chenyang, wishing to spare herself from their incessant chatter while waiting in line, inquired, Aren't you all here with classmates? Instantly, the 7 detected her subtle desire for them to depart, yet they were resolute in their decision to stay. They had previously waited in line for over 2 hours with their crushes and seized this chance for interaction, albeit it was brief. As they hesitated on how to respond, a stir rippled through the crowd, announcing Chenyang's arrival. Upon hearing the call, Chenyang swiftly joined her roommates to queue, leaving Lin Difeng and the others without excuse to linger, much to their delight, as they hurried to follow her. After parking his food cart, Chenyang addressed the crowd. Please wait a few moments while I prepare. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Chenyang amidst the throng, but his primary focus remained on the group of young men surrounding her. Yesterday, she had come with her roommates, yet today, she was separated from them due to the exuberance of Lin Difeng and his friends, who had eagerly rushed to queue beside her. Content with their position, Lin Difeng remarked, It's quite crowded and warm. Ishi, would you like a small fan? He produced a compact fan from his pocket. That is quite thoughtful of you. Wang Zhiyong and the others silently lamented their lack of preparation, regretting not bringing their own fans. No, I'm fine. It's not too hot, Chenyang replied. But since we're in close proximity, if you use it, I might catch a breeze too. Before she could finish, Chenyang's voice rang out, Hey, the girl in the light green checkered shirt, please come forward to the front of the line. The crowd turned to see Chenyang, whose immediate vicinity was filled with young men, prompting a realization among the onlookers about Chenyang's previous comments regarding rescuing a girl from clingy admirers. At that moment, it appeared that Chenyang found herself in a similar predicament. Chenyang had subtly indicated that he would not allow the lick-spittles to crowd around her, especially since Chenyang was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl present. Those from Finance University were somewhat aware of the competition for Chenyang's affection, while the outsiders, white-collar workers, tourists, and business individuals observed the 7 young men with growing embarrassment. The tension hung in the air as all eyes awaited Chenyang and Appo's response, should she step forward. It would signify that the 7 were merely infatuated admirers. In that instant, the 7 rivals felt an awkwardness settle upon them, recalling Chenyang and Appo's Chenyang's earlier words. Lin Difeng cursed inwardly at Wang Zhiyong and his companions for their need to join the fray. Had he been alone, the embarrassment would have been significantly lessened. For many girls had boys standing beside them, which did not necessarily denote subservience. Su Chenyang would not overtly signal Chen Yishi to join the front, as it would invite disdain from the queue, suggesting preferential treatment toward attractive women. However, with the 7 boys in close proximity, it was evident they were indeed admirers. Observers of Su Chenyang were well aware of his disdain for such behavior, thus making his actions palatable. As the first to arrive, Lin Difeng found himself in a predicament largely due to Wang Zhiyong's presence, while Wang Zhiyong shared similar disdain for his fellow competitors. With only 2 individuals involved, it is as if Chen Yishi has only ever had one male companion. The other girls are similarly engaged in a queue, rendering the situation unsurprising. Consequently, Wang Zhiyong feels that he is adversely affected by the other 5 individuals. Each of these 5 harbors their own thoughts as well. However, such considerations are of little significance at this moment. What truly matters is whether the awkwardness can be alleviated. All 7 pairs of eyes are fixed upon Chen Yishi, hoping she will refrain from stepping forward. Chapter 42. Relying on being liked, is it fearless? Suddenly becoming the center of attention among the throngs of people queuing, Chen Yishi felt somewhat out of her element. Indeed, she was not particularly fond of being pursued by boys like Lin Difeng, whom she did not like. However, if Chen Yishi were to heed Su Chenyang's suggestion and step to the front of the line, it would unequivocally expose Lin Difeng and his companions as infatuated admirers. Chen Yishi felt that doing so would be excessively harsh on them. Given Su's disdain for sycophants, she pondered whether he would be upset if she declined to comply. Her heart began to waver. After a few moments of contemplation, she concluded that she could not treat Lin Difeng and his friends in such a manner. If Su Chenyang and Appo's notion of a beautiful girl was indeed her, and he harbored feelings for her, such trivial matters should not warrant resentment. If a boy liked a girl, it would be rather petty to dwell on such minor issues. Moreover, considering her own attractiveness, if Su Chenyang truly liked her, he would pursue her regardless. At worst, she could afford him a bit more courtesy next time. With resolve, Chen Yishi announced, "No need, I shall continue queuing here." Upon hearing her words, Lin Difeng and his companions felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Yishi was not as cold-hearted as they had feared. They had initially thought she might have a soft spot for the boy, but it seemed their presence held more weight, though they were uncertain which one among them it was. Instantly, the 7 exchanged glances of discontent. The crowd was astonished by Chen Yishi's refusal, realizing that even Su Chenyang had been turned down. It seemed that this aloof girl was not easily swayed, even by him. Pursuing the unattainable, Su Chenyang had found himself facing a challenge. Curiously, they wondered how he would respond next. Yet, upon hearing Chen Yishi's refusal, Su Chenyang chose to remain silent, continuing to prepare his egg and meat pies. Nevertheless, a new plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps he should set up shop at a different school tomorrow. While he could tolerate a girl being pursued by a sycophant, he had little interest in a girl who willingly entangled herself with one, even if she fit his ideal type. As Su Chenyang maintained his silence, the onlookers felt a sense of disappointment, realizing that the anticipated drama would not unfold. They resumed their wait in line. Following Chen Yishi's rejection of Su Chenyang, Lin Difeng and his companions were in high spirits, engaging her enthusiastically in conversation. They exchanged words, and Chen Yishi, feeling somewhat awkward, could only engage in casual discussions related to their studies. An hour later, when the latest batch of pies was ready, it was finally Chen Yishi's turn among the 50 people in line. Wang Zhiyong, standing ahead of her, promptly offered to pay for her. "Yishi, I've covered your share. Just grab a pie." This left Chen Yishi feeling somewhat helpless. She glanced at Su Chenyang, who was engrossed in his work, and did not wish to give him the impression that she was the type to take advantage of boys. She certainly did not want him to misunderstand her relationship with Wang Zhiyong. "No need, I'll transfer the money to you later." After taking her egg and meat pie, she stepped aside and pulled out her phone to transfer the money. "Wang Zhiyong, I've sent you the money. Please check." Chen Yishi raised her voice slightly, hoping Su Chenyang would hear. However, when she looked again, she found Su Chenyang completely absorbed in his task, oblivious to her. Perhaps he was simply too busy, she reasoned, dismissing the thought. As her 5 roommates received their pies, Chun-Ishi joined them in departing. Having enjoyed one pie yesterday, she had been eagerly anticipating this moment. The exquisite taste of the pie brought her immense delight. Zhang Wansha and the others relished their meals, chatting animatedly as they distanced themselves from Lin Difeng and his group, discussing the earlier events. Ishi, wasn't it a bit inconsiderate not to grant Su Chenyang that favor when he asked you to move to the front? One of them remarked. You've had an indifferent impression of Lin Difeng and his friends, having turned them down before. Why give them such courtesy now? In response, Chun-Ishi explained, I have rejected them before, but I felt it was unkind to embarrass them in front of everyone. It's their own fault for clinging so desperately. Are you not worried about Su Chenyang being upset? Why would he be so easily offended? Chun-Ishi replied dismissively. Let us not even consider whether he meant me when he spoke of a beautiful girl. If he were referring to me, he would be pursuing me, not the other way around. Why should I fear upsetting him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wansha and the others found her reasoning somewhat convincing. In matters of affection, the dynamics of pursuit and being pursued reflected a power imbalance. Why should the pursued fear the pursuer's displeasure? With that, they ceased to dwell on the matter, enjoying their meal and conversing as they returned to their dormitory for a midday rest. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 6 of them attended their class. At 5 o'clock, having finished, they headed straight to Su Chenyang's stall to queue. The afternoon line appeared even longer, with a greater influx of eager patrons. By 6:20, the number of people waiting at Su Chenyang's stall had surpassed 600. At that moment, his supplies ran out, leaving newcomers unable to join the line. Much to their dismay, the more I prepare, the quicker it sells. He lamented, recalling how yesterday's stock had also vanished by 6:40. Su Chenyang had prepared over 2,000 egg and meat pies to cater to his customers, yet they had sold out even faster today. He found himself at a loss as to how to prevent latecomers from leaving empty-handed. However, this situation delighted the nearby stall owners. Just as they had seen the videos, once Su's stall was bustling with customers, it drew attention to their own stalls as well. Yesterday, there had been a lack of white-collar workers, resulting in minimal business for everyone. Now, with many professionals arriving after work, sales had significantly improved. By the time Chun-Ishi and her friends purchased their egg and meat pies, it was already 8:10. As she scanned to pay and collected her pie, she noticed that Su Chenyang remained focused on his work, seemingly disinterested in conversing with her. Chun-Ishi felt that the earlier incident might have left him feeling displeased. After some reflection, she decided to make the first move and greet him, as a subtle gesture to convey her goodwill. Su Chenyang, many people at our school Haven Tea had the chance to try your egg pies yet. Would you consider selling them again? She added, the pie includes tenderloin lettuce, crisp layers, and a secret sauce, which enhances its flavor. Chun-Ishi genuinely wished to taste it. However, Su Chenyang felt somewhat exasperated by her inquiry. Given their lack of familiarity and the fact that she had not shown him any consideration earlier, he found it audacious for her to make such a request. Su Chenyang sensed that Chun-Ishi's demeanor suggested she viewed herself as superior. While she could dismiss others' requests, she expected compliance with her own. He recognized that this attitude had likely been conditioned by the sycophants who pursued her. Though she looked down on them, their subservience had made her accustomed to the notion that those who sought her affection should indulge her whims. Regrettably, apart from his parents, Su Chenyang never indulged anyone. He bluntly stated, if you are so concerned about your fellow students, I believe many of them have not had the opportunity to purchase anything due to the lengthy queue. You may choose not to come and leave the chance for them. As soon as he finished speaking, those waiting in line were left in a state of astonishment. What did this mean? He was essentially telling Ishi not to come. Had he not been admiring her? Was he implying that the attractive girl he mentioned yesterday was not Ishi? Initially, everyone had suspected that the girl Su Chenyang referred to was Chun-Ishi. Now, however, their certainty was thrown into doubt. Chapter 43. The indifferent school belle is stunned. Su Chenyang's frigid demeanor left Chun-Ishi momentarily speechless, despite her having initiated the conversation. Even though he had not explicitly stated who the attractive girl was yesterday, during a light-hearted banter among his roommates, Chun-Ishi remained in denial. Deep down, however, she felt that it should be her he was referring to. If that were the case, wouldn't Su Chenyang desire to see her every day? Was he truly so petty as to hold a grudge over their midday encounter? It was no wonder he struggled to find a girlfriend. Chun Ishi mused that this was far beyond the realm of a simple straight man. It reeked of narrow-mindedness. Yet, Chun Ishi seemed to have forgotten her own past behavior. Whenever boys pursued her, she would sever ties at the slightest hint of their enthusiasm for other beautiful girls. Now, entangled with a persistent admirer, she deemed the boys to be small-minded. The double standard was glaringly evident. In an attempt to convey a subtle hint of goodwill to Su Chenyang, Chun Ishi greeted him. However, since he seemed indifferent, she decided not to extend any further kindness and walked away from the stall. She refrained from making any harsh statements about not returning, primarily because Su Chenyang's egg and meat pie was indeed delectable. The stall had a limit on purchases, allowing only one pie per person, making it impossible for her roommates to bring her one. This is merely offering him an opportunity for redemption. Chun Ishi reassured herself. After all, if she ceased to visit, how would Su Chenyang pursue her? Hence, she persisted in patronizing his stall to afford him chance. Once she departed, her 5 roommates successively acquired their egg and meat pies and left with her. Observing Chun Ishi's exit, those in line were taken aback when Su Chenyang continued packaging the pies, hardly glancing up. Did he truly mistake the identity of the beautiful girl he spoke of? Even if Chun Ishi wasn't the one he referred to treat such a stunning girl with such indifference was undoubtedly indicative of a straight man at heart. In any case, I could never manage such aloofness towards someone so beautiful. Confidence is indeed commendable. Among the university students and young professionals present, many envied Su Chenyang's audacity. Handsome and possessing remarkable culinary skills, coupled with his undoubtedly substantial income, he certainly had no shortage of beautiful women vying for his attention. Thus, a little bravado seemed entirely justified. Now, they perceived Su Chenyang as lacking in appreciation for feminine beauty. Yet, if they were in Su Chenyang's shoes, they might display even greater arrogance. While Su Chenyang continued to busily prepare egg and meat pies, Zhang Wansha and her companions resumed discussing the matter as they walked back to the college. Ishi, it appears that Boss Su is still mulling over your midday disregard, remarked Zhang Wansha. Chun Ishi nonchalantly replied, "What does it matter to me? Let it go. I have plenty of assignments to complete tonight." Noticing Chun Ishi's reluctance to delve into the topic, Zhang Wansha and the others wisely fell silent. Upon returning to their dormitory, the 6 girls commenced their studies. Before they knew it, the clock struck 10:30. Su Chenyang swiftly closed his stall and rode off on his food cart. Name: Su Chenyang. Gourmet points: 5257 today. He had prepared 200 egg and meat pies, leaving him fatigued. With his points surpassing 5000, Su Chenyang was eager to explore the rewards of the silver treasure chest. Name: Su Chenyang. Gourmet points: 257. Congratulations. The master has acquired a 1-year usage right to a 240 square meter townhouse in Hangzhou, valued at 40 million. A usage right. If this property were to become Su Chenyang's outright, he could sell it and cease his efforts. Living at school was indeed inconvenient, and he had plans to rent a place. Naturally, any residence he rented would not be as extravagant. After working so hard, it was only fair to indulge a little. Thus, the expenditure of 5000 points felt justified. Next, he decided to exchange for a recipe for pot stickers. The process for making egg and meat pies required rolling dough, which had become increasingly exhausting for him over 3 days. Pot stickers would be considerably simpler, akin to dumplings, requiring only that the tops stick together without the need for wrapping. The system provided maximum experience, allowing for swift execution. Su Chenyang believed that making pot stickers would adequately satisfy his needs. The pot sticker recipe cost him another 100 gourmet points. Name: Su Chenyang. Gourmet points: 157. System: how many gourmet points are needed for the modification of my food cart? Master: there is no need for extensive changes to your food cart. A simple adjustment to the electric pancake maker will suffice, requiring only 20 points. Additionally, The plan for your egg and meat pie stall will be saved, and you can reactivate it later for just 1 point. That sounds splendid. Su Chenyang found this arrangement quite considerate and planned to head back to school. However, he suddenly recalled that he would need to request the dormitory manager to open the door upon his return. Why not just stay at the villa? He thought. This way, he could prepare for work there and even cancel his rental plans. With this in mind, Su Chenyang opened his phone's navigation and made his way to his new home. After half an hour, he arrived at his residence. The food cart was returned to the system for modifications. Su Chenyang also checked the weather forecast on his phone, which indicated potential rain. He spent 1 point to obtain accurate weather updates from the system. Name: Su Chenyang. Gourmet points: 136. The forecast suggested a thunderstorm around 1 p.m. the following day. Then, I shall take a day off. I've been quite exhausted lately. Afterward, Su Chenyang explored the villa, which featured 3 floors above ground and 2 below, comprising 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, adorned with luxurious new Chinese-style decor that aligned perfectly with his tastes. Once his tour concluded, he remembered he needed to send a video notification about taking the following day off and the change of location. He found a well-lit spot to record his message. By the time he sent the video, it was already 11:30. At this hour, the nightlife at Hangzhou Finance University was still in its early stages. In Chun Ishi's dormitory, the lights had just been extinguished. The 6 girls lay in bed, playing on their phones before drifting off to sleep. Chun Ishi had not initially paid much attention to Su Chenyang. However, considering that he might pursue her, she had begun to follow his updates since last night. As she scrolled through videos, she soon stumbled upon the latest one from Su Chenyang. In the video, Su Chenyang addressed the camera. "Hello everyone. I'm the food blogger Su Taiyang. I extend my gratitude to all the patrons who have visited the entrance of the Finance University these past couple of days. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a thunderstorm, so I will not be setting up my stall and will take a day off. If it doesn't rain the day after, I will resume my stall, but it will not be at the Finance University entrance. So please do not make a fruitless trip. The exact location has yet to be determined, but we shall meet again if fate allows. Wishing everyone sweet dreams tonight and a pleasant day ahead." After watching the video, Chun Ishi was taken aback. He wouldn't be setting up his stall at the university entrance anymore? Was it truly because of their midday encounter? At this moment, Chun Ishi was convinced that she was indeed the beautiful girl Su Chenyang had referred to. If it were someone else, and nothing had upset him, why would he choose not to come? If she was truly attractive, wouldn't he want to pursue her? Was his lack of tolerance really due to such a trivial matter, despite the school bell and oppos? As radiant beauty? In her daily encounters with sycophants, Chun Ishi often maintained a demeanor of indifference, yet they would persist relentlessly. However, on the other hand, Su Chenyang chose to disregard her over such trivial matters, leaving Chun Ishi astounded at the existence of such a man. Had she known better, she would not have shown courtesy to those boys during lunch. At this moment, regret washed over her, as if her insides were turning a shade of blue. The presence of those sycophants had caused her to miss out on a far superior gentleman. A grievous loss indeed. When would she have the fortune to encounter another man who could truly meet her expectations? Chapter 44. The campus belle regrets and seeks to win back Su Chenyang. When Chun Ishi encountered the video of Su Chenyang, her 5 roommates, including Zhang Wansha, also caught wind of it through Douyin. Upon watching the video, the 5 roommates were astonished. They had not anticipated Su Chenyang's formidable demeanor. Being Chun Ishi's roommates, they were well aware of her allure, yet it seemed that even the campus belle had no sway over Su Chenyang. The 5 of them were left enlightened by this revelation. Zhang Wansha was uncertain whether Chun Ishi had seen the video, so she inquired, "Ishi, did you come across Su Laoban and Amp? Oppos. S video?" Although Chun Ishi felt an overwhelming gloom that nearly brought her to tears, she could only respond nonchalantly, "I saw it. If he chooses not to set up his stall, that's his prerogative. It has nothing to do with me." Her indifferent tone left her roommates at a loss for words. Zhang Wansha sighed in resignation and chose to remain silent. Undoubtedly, Chun Ishi harbored some regrets deep down. It was common knowledge that Su Laoban was a steadfastly masculine figure, and compatibility in character and values was essential. However, by giving preference to 7 other boys in front of Su Laoban, she inadvertently led him to believe that they were mismatched, prompting him to abandon any pursuit. Just that afternoon, he had suggested that if Ishii had any objections, she need not come. Now, his sudden withdrawal felt excessively resolute, as if he hadn't even considered granting her a chance. The five of them lamented quietly, not so much for Chenyang and Appos, as lack of suitors, but rather for the prospect of no longer enjoying Su Chenyang's delectable egg pancakes. In recent days, he had sold out before 7 o'clock. If they wished to visit other eateries for a change, it would be far less convenient, and they risked making fruitless trips. Meanwhile, many at the financial university who had been following Su Chenyang viewed the video, and regardless of gender, they cast disparaging glances at Chenyang. The disdain from male viewers was particularly intense, as they felt she had squandered their opportunity to interact with the girls they admired. Chenyang, who usually held herself in high regard at school, had now turned down a better candidate, failing to appreciate her good fortune. How foolish. It was also apparent that she had never shown any kindness to those infatuated with her. Yet today, she extended her warmth to them, which seemed quite toxic. Su Laoban's stall was undoubtedly lucrative. He was both charming and culinary skilled. The thought that such a man might go unappreciated left them pondering how well she could fare in the future. At this moment, the resentment from the male students towards Chenyang was even greater than the annoyance they felt when Su Chenyang adopted a sarcastic tone towards those infatuated with him. When Su Chenyang teased those infatuated with him, they could dismiss it as not being directed at themselves. After all, the mere act of standing in line with their crushes and engaging in cheerful banter indicated a significant chance of success. As long as they could become her official boyfriend, they would no longer be considered mere admirers, although they could still arrange outings. The lack of favorable context and excuses diminished the allure. Moreover, hewing together as a means of dating was a remarkably economical approach. Thus, to some extent, these young men were pleased to see Su Chenyang at his stall. Despite their inner scorn for Chenyang, they felt compelled to suppress their discontent and left comments in Su Chenyang's section, advocating for Chenyang. Boss, this isn't fair. The girl didn't disregard you at noon. She was merely trying to spare those boys from embarrassment, which shows her good nature. Have a little compassion. Consider it from another angle. If you pursued a girl who didn't reciprocate your feelings but was unkind, wouldn't that indicate she's not worth pursuing? There's no need to abandon the stall over such trivial matters. It's rare to encounter someone you find attractive. You should continue setting up your stall. As the male students from the financial university fervently urged Su Chenyang, numerous other professional followers also chimed in. Boss, heed my advice. Never let a chance at a beautiful girl slip away easily. It and Appos, as akin to blind dates. If you overlook those who catch your eye, you'll only meet the undesirable later. This girl hasn't committed any unforgivable sin. There's no reason to forsake your pursuit over such incidents. Besides, she wasn't aware of your feelings. She was merely considering the boys vying for her attention. Sometimes, you can't be too rigid. If you do end up dating, will you break up over minor grievances? Lowering your standards a bit for someone you genuinely like will foster a more harmonious relationship. The influx of enthusiastic fans led to a rapid increase in comments. By noon, Chenyang, who usually would have been asleep, found herself wide awake, troubled by her thoughts. Upon seeing Su Chenyang's video again, she was taken aback by the thousands of comments advocating for her. So many people were speaking on my behalf. Perhaps their words could sway Su Laoban's attitude. It had been half an hour since she first saw the video. Now in her third year, Chenyang mused that it was unlikely she would encounter any more suitable candidates during her university years. She planned to pursue graduate studies next year, which might introduce her to more exceptional individuals, or perhaps not. Thus, seizing the moment felt prudent. If Su Chenyang returned to set up his stall, she vowed to grant no consideration to any admirers. In the comment section, she too left a message in her defense. Be kind. The girl was unaware of your feelings. There's no need to be so harsh. If she had known, and you continued to be critical, that would be another matter entirely. Don't miss out just because she didn't acknowledge you. Chenyang wondered if her comment would be lost among the multitude. Regardless, expressing her thoughts provided her with some solace. Subsequently, she set her phone aside and prepared for sleep, though she found herself restless. tossing and turning due to the missed opportunity with a boy she deemed quite commendable. It wasn't an amp, oppos, tea until 1:30 in the morning that she finally drifted into a fitful sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning at 7:30, Chenyang woke naturally. Grabbing his phone from the bedside, he opened Douyin to scroll through short videos for a wake-up boost. Upon doing so, he noticed a flurry of notifications. Realizing they were responses to the video he had posted last night, he clicked to view them, discovering a sea of comments urging him not to abandon someone who piqued his interest over such minor issues, as that would make him difficult to engage with. To his astonishment, he found an abundance of admirers among his followers. Chenyang could hardly contain his irritation. All his followers were aware of his disdain for sycophants. Logically, a creator should attract a corresponding audience. Yet, these individuals seemed to deem such behavior acceptable. Chenyang surmised that those commenting had likely grown accustomed to being sycophants, believing that an attractive girl entangled with admirers was not a matter of principle. If that were the case, could it be permissible for a handsome man to engage with multiple women? Why, then, were men vilified as scoundrels? How could he possibly alter the sycophantic nature of his followers? With a heavy heart, Chenyang set his phone down, feeling a headache coming on, and proceeded to wash up, due to the fatigue and discomfort caused by daily baking. Chenyang resolved to take a jog around the community to both invigorate his body and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Clad in the freshly washed and dried attire from the previous night, he stepped outside. Those residing in such multi-million-dollar villas are not typically individuals who need a rush to work early. Thus, the vicinity of Chenyang's townhouse was remarkably tranquil. After a leisurely half-hour run, as he returned to the entrance of his villa, he noticed a stunning woman of 26, dressed in athletic wear, with a slender and graceful figure, embodying an air of sophistication, stepping out of her home. Chapter 45, The Art of Pot Stickers. The enchanting lady before him was none other than Zhou Yulin, the sophisticated woman he had encountered during his second visit to Hangzhou University of Science and Technology to set up his stall. In her hand, she held a dog leash, and at her feet sat a petite golden retriever, clearly having emerged for a morning jog and a casual stroll with her canine companion. Upon recognizing Chenyang, Zhou Yulin paused momentarily, ensuring she was not mistaken, before greeting him. "Boss Su, I didn't realize you lived here as well. Do you remember me?" With a warm smile, Chenyang replied, "Of course. You brought your friend that day." After that day at Hangzhou University, I couldn't stop thinking about the egg pancakes I bought. I wanted to come back for more, but work has kept me too busy, she lamented. "I think you should consider setting up shop here in the CBD for a few days to cater to your fans who are already working. It would be a fair distribution of your culinary delights." Chenyang chuckled. "I'll consider it. But since we are neighbors, if you'd like to sample my cooking, it will be quite simple, wouldn't it? Are you off for a jog and to walk your dog?" "Yes. I take my little dog out for a run every morning," Zhou Yulin confirmed. "I was actually planning to make some pot stickers. If you don't mind, I could prepare a few for you to taste later." Feeling slightly bashful, Zhou Yulin hesitated. Although they were not too familiar with each other, she felt it might be a bit presumptuous to accept such an invitation. However, she did not harbor any thoughts of romantic interest from Chenyang. Having watched a short video about him the previous day, she knew he was quite dismissive towards stunning beauties in their 20s. Although she considered herself decent-looking, she felt overshadowed by those campus goddesses, especially given that she was 5 or 6 years his senior. "There's no inconvenience at all. We're neighbors, after all. It's quite normal to visit," she reassured him. As they spoke, Chenyang's gaze fell upon the little golden retriever. "Sister, your dog seems delightful. Would it be all right for me to play with her while you're at work?" Zhou Yulin quickly grasped Chenyang's enthusiasm for inviting her for breakfast. When she worked, her dog was left under the care of a housekeeper. There was no significant difference between that and leaving it with Chenyang. "Of course, but my dog can be a bit shy," she replied. "Shyness is not an issue. She will warm up quickly. However, I might need to shoot a food video featuring your dog. Would that be acceptable?" "Food video?" Zhou Yulin paused, not for a moment believing that Chenyang intended any harm to her dog. Yet, she was puzzled about how a dog could be featured in a food video. Despite her confusion, she readily agreed, "Certainly. By the way, my name is Zhou Yulin." I'm Chenyang. Thank you, Yuan, he said with a grateful smile. As he prepared to make the pot stickers, Chenyang was inspired by the prospect of creating a short video, especially with the presence of the adorable golden retriever. I'll start making the pot stickers now. They'll be ready in about half an hour. Great, I'll return in half an hour. See you soon. Zhou Yulin waved as she set off for her jog. In the kitchen, Chenyang began by preparing the dough, having purchased the ingredients from a nearby market. While many would simply mix flour with water and a bit of oil for the pot sticker wrappers, Chenyang, knowing the premium he charged, added eggs and lard for richness. After kneading the dough, he set it aside to rest while he prepared the filling. Opting for a 3-flavor filling, he combined various proportions of pork, shrimp, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo shoots, eggs, salt, and a splash of cooking wine and ginger scallion water in a meat grinder. Once well mixed, he rolled out the rested dough with expert precision, creating uniform wrappers in mere minutes. Knowing he needed a substantial quantity, he cut the dough into 8 pieces and then used a round cutter to create the pot sticker skins efficiently, yielding a total of 64 wrappers. He planned to make more dough if he were to set up his stall the following day. With his gloves on, Chenyang began to fill the wrappers. In a swift motion, he scooped a portion of the flavorful filling and expertly sealed each pot sticker, his hands moving with remarkable speed, wrapping one in a second. 32 pot stickers would suffice for his meal, with the remainder stored in the refrigerator. He then placed the pot stickers in a frying pan, turning on the heat. The ample lard he had mixed into the dough negated the need for additional oil in the pan. As he fried them over medium heat, he prepared the ice flour water, an essential batter for creating the crispy base of the pot stickers. While most would simply mix flour, water, and a touch of oil, Chenyang added a pinch of salt to enhance the flavor, ensuring the crispy layer would not be bland. Once the pot stickers turned golden brown on the bottom, he poured in the ice flour water, ensuring each pot sticker was perfectly coated before covering the pan to steam them for 10 minutes. Just as the pot stickers finished steaming, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Chenyang found Zhou Yulin and the little golden retriever waiting outside. Yulin, you arrived just in time. I've just finished cooking the pot stickers. That means I'm lucky enough to taste your freshest creations, she exclaimed. Please come in. Chenyang welcomed Zhou Yulin and her dog into the villa, eager to introduce her furry companion, which would play a starring role in his video. However, the little golden retriever shyly darted away, seeking refuge beside Zhou Yulin. My little golden retriever is quite timid, but she has a lovely temperament. You'll need to spend some time with her to build trust, Zhou Yulin explained. That's all right. I can win her over with some treats, Chenyang replied, leading Zhou Yulin to the dining area. Entering the kitchen, he lifted the lid of the pan. A plume of steam escaped, carrying the rich aroma of the pot stickers. Wow, it smells incredible. Is that a hint of seafood mingling with the meat? Zhou Yulin remarked, her anticipation building as she involuntarily swallowed. Carrying a platter of pot stickers and a glass of milk, Chenyang approached the table. Zhou Yulin marveled at the presentation. The pot stickers gleamed with a glossy sheen, their wrappers translucent and inviting. Each was generously filled, their edges spilling over with delectable filling, a true feast for the senses. The minced shrimp, pork, shiitake mushrooms, and various other ingredients are meticulously crushed to a uniform size, with a remarkable consistency and granularity that is truly astonishing. The surface of the filling is adorned with a sheen of oil, enhancing the visual appeal of the diverse ingredients: shrimp, pork, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots, blending harmoniously together. The base of the pot stickers is a lustrous golden hue, its texture reminiscent of crystalline ice, elevating its aesthetic allure to perfection. The dish is an epitome of color, aroma, and flavor, leaving no room for criticism. With a touch of artistic plating, it could easily rival the creations of Michelin-starred chefs. Chapter 46. Filming videos with the dog, pot stickers, unembellished, exuded an air of sophistication akin to that of a high-end restaurant dish. Zhou Yulin was sincerely astounded by Chenyang and Appo's culinary skills. Little Sue, your pot stickers resemble works of art. They are truly exquisite. Even the chefs at Michelin-starred restaurants, who often flaunt their presentation, would find it hard to rival your prowess. Chenyang humbly smiled. My skills are rather ordinary. Do taste the flavor. Then I shall not hold back, Zhou Yulin replied as she picked up a pot sticker with her chopsticks. As she lifted it, she noticed the translucent frost on the edges, faintly revealing the hue of the solid wood table beneath. With eager anticipation, she took a hearty bite. A crisp crack echoed as the frost shattered. The pot sticker was not overly flavored. It was simply crispy with a hint of saltiness. As she bit into it, the juices from the filling burst forth, revealing the tender aroma of pork, the freshness of shrimp, the fragrant essence of shiitake mushrooms, and the crisp sweetness of bamboo shoots, all harmoniously blended to create an exquisite taste. This flavor made her taste buds sing with delight. Moreover, the surface of both the dough and the filling appeared glistening with oil, leading Zhou Yulin to anticipate a greasy experience. However, upon tasting, there was no trace of greasiness whatsoever. This was to be expected, as the pork, shrimp, bamboo shoots, and shiitake mushrooms were ground without the addition of lard. The sheen on the dough and filling was actually the lard originally present in the dough, which had been released during the steaming process. This sheen on the surface of the dough had its advantages. It ensured that the pot stickers remained moist and did not dry out due to external temperature changes or breezes. Furthermore, the oil provided lubrication, allowing the dough to blend seamlessly with the filling when chewed, preventing a layered texture that could overwhelm the palate with an excess of freshness. A well-blended dough and filling mitigated the intensity of the flavor, rendering it perfectly balanced. The texture and taste approached perfection, leaving Zhou Yulin at a loss for any criticism. As she swallowed, her eyes sparkled. The opportunity to savor such delightful pot stickers for breakfast invigorated her spirit, heralding the start of a splendid day. With another half of the pot sticker in her mouth, she chewed, relishing the exquisite flavors while extolling, "Little Sue, your culinary skills could rival those of state banquet chefs. In fact, I believe they might struggle to achieve such excellence in pot stickers." Su Chenyang immediately demurred. "How could I possibly compare to those top chefs? As long as you enjoy it, that is enough for me. If you're still hungry, I have more in the pot." Naturally, as the host, Su Chenyang wouldn't mention the additional pot stickers waiting in the refrigerator, lest she come off as overly generous and discourage Zhou Yulin from asking for more. "That's quite enough. 16 pot stickers are already a substantial portion for me," Zhou Yulin replied, acknowledging her smaller appetite as a woman. Typically, she would find 10 dumplings sufficient, and given that pot stickers were heftier than dumplings, finishing this platter of 16 would certainly leave her feeling full. Yet, given how delicious these pot stickers were, she felt confident she could finish them. Soon after, Su Chenyang began to enjoy his own meal. The delightful flavors of the pot stickers filled his mouth, bringing him immense satisfaction. Paired with fresh milk, this breakfast was undoubtedly a triumph. The milk was simply fresh cow and Appo's milk, devoid of any embellishments. While Zhou Yulin relished her meal, a little golden retriever trotted around her, nudging her with its body, hoping to gain her attention rather than solely focus on the sumptuous food. Zhou Yulin noticed the little golden retriever but couldn't bear to share her pot stickers, as she was already struggling to satisfy her own hunger. Additionally, Su Chenyang had invited Zhou Yulin over to film videos with the dog, not for the sake of neighborly obligation. So feeding the dog would be better done at home with dog food. Su Chenyang noticed the little golden retriever anxiously sniffing the air, yearning for a taste. He held up a pot sticker, enticing the dog. The golden retriever, who had previously ignored Su Chenyang, now scampered over eagerly, accepting his offering. Having only eaten dog food, this exquisite pot sticker felt like a transcendental experience for the dog. Woof! The little golden retriever barked at Su Chenyang, resting its forelegs on his lap with an expression of eager submission, clearly still craving more. I'll give you another one. But you must cooperate with me for the video today. If you do well, I might prepare a few more for you. How does that sound? Woof! The dog and human reached an agreeable arrangement, and Su Chenyang fed the golden retriever another pot sticker. "This dog has no pride at all," Zhou Yulin laughed, teasing her little golden retriever, likely a result of its previously humble dog food diet. Su Chenyang chuckled and, seeing the dog still wanted more, fed it 2 additional pot stickers. Such delectable treats made sharing worthwhile, instantly earning him the dog and Appo's friendship. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Yulin planned to head home to prepare for work. As she bid farewell to the little golden retriever, it did not seem reluctant to see her go. Instead, it cheerfully waved her off. Chenyang placed the dishes in the dishwasher and grabbed his phone, ready to film the video with the golden retriever. Walking the dog out of the neighborhood, Chenyang arrived at a nearby bus stop. He was not there to catch a ride, but simply to record a video. The little golden retriever, well trained by Zhou Yulin, understood commands perfectly. Under Chenyang's direction, the dog cooperated splendidly, allowing the filming to progress rapidly. The final scene, showcasing the dog's eager antics, was performed with remarkable authenticity. It was quintessentially a dog in love. By 1 o'clock, just before a torrential downpour, Chenyang returned home. True to his word, he cooked another 10 pot stickers for the little golden retriever. After finishing these, the dog seemed to adopt Chenyang as its second master, eagerly seeking his company. While Chenyang edited the video in his study, the little golden retriever lay beside him, providing delightful companionship. Lacking experience in video editing, Chenyang worked slowly, spending 5 hours crafting a 2-minute video. At 6 o'clock, he finally uploaded his first culinary video for his 400,000 followers to appreciate. Chapter 47. Watching a video, the simp is defeated. At 6:00 and amp, Oppo's clock, Chenyang and her 5 roommates finished their classes at the University of Finance and headed toward the cafeteria. Throughout the journey, Chenyang felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort as many people cast resentful glances in her direction. This was the case at noon, and now it persisted. As a campus belle, she was not accustomed to such treatment. Typically, whenever boys spotted Chenyang, they would steal glances at her. Now, even the boys seemed to harbor discontent towards her. Chenyang felt a pang of bitterness. It was all the fault of Lin Defin and the 7 of them. Her disdain for those 7 had intensified. If they hadn't clung to her, there would have been no issues at all. The stares from her classmates made her increasingly uncomfortable, prompting her to quicken her pace. Zhang Wansha and the others also sensed the resentment directed at Chenyang and sighed, choosing to follow her lead and hasten their steps. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the 6 of them approached the fast food counter. There was quite a queue, so they separated into different lines to wait. Just as there was only one person left in front of Chenyang, a voice that made her frown instantly rang in her ears. "Ishi, you love the dishes from this counter too." Turning around, she found Lin Defin smiling beside her. Throughout the day, Chenyang had been unable to muster a smile, and Lin Defin's cheerfulness only fueled her irritation. "Not particularly," she replied coldly. Lin Defin felt a twinge of awkwardness at Chenyang's indifferent demeanor. After Chenyang had rejected Chenyang the previous day, Lin Defin assumed it was due to one of the 7 that Chenyang held in high regard, perhaps even himself. However, now, with Chenyang's attitude, it seemed she no longer valued him. Feeling a bit downcast, but unwilling to leave, Lin Defin chose to stand behind her in line. At that moment, the person in front of Chenyang stepped aside, and it was her turn to get food. "Auntie, to go, please," she instructed the server. With that, Lin Defin realized there was no longer any hope and understood he was not the one Chenyang cared about. He quietly departed. Observing Chenyang opt for takeout, Zhang Wansha and the others followed suit, and they all returned to their dormitory together. Once back in the dormitory, as Chenyang ate, she opened Douyin to scroll through short videos, hoping to alleviate her gloomy mood. The platform's algorithm was remarkably intuitive. As soon as she opened Douyin, she quickly stumbled upon the latest video posted by Chenyang. Why would he post a new video at this time? Could it be that he heeded the numerous comments from the previous night? Chenyang thought it plausible. After all, it was merely a minor mistake, and she believed it was forgivable. With so many fans advocating for Chenyang, it seemed reasonable for him to take their advice. Eagerly, she focused her attention on Chenyang's video. The video began with a golden retriever walking down the street, its leash held by Chenyang. What was this about? Chenyang felt a sense of curiosity, but chose to continue watching. After a few seconds of the golden retriever trotting along, the scene shifted to a bus stop, where a crowd awaited their ride. Soon, a bus arrived, and the people waiting hurriedly surged toward the entrance. Just as Chenyang was about to step forward, the golden retriever froze, refusing to move. Chenyang tugged on the leash, but the dog remained stationary. At that moment, a taxi pulled up behind the bus, and as someone exited, the golden retriever barked, "Woof. Are you reluctant to board the crowded bus and prefer the less cramped taxi instead?" Chenyang's cheerful voice chimed. "Well, okay then." Subsequently, he and the golden retriever hopped into the taxi. The camera panned to the street scenery outside the window, and, as the scene shifted again, Chenyang arrived at his destination, a bubble tea shop. Upon reaching, he noticed a long queue at the entrance. Just as he prepared to join the line, the golden retriever voiced its discontent. "Woof. You don't want to wait in line? Woof. All right, I can't argue with you." Chenyang then took the dog to another less crowded bubble tea shop, where he purchased a drink. Afterward, he strolled leisurely down the street. The footage sped up, and soon, Chenyang found himself outside a trendy cake shop, which also had a long line. As he attempted to approach the queue, the golden retriever protested again. "This place is delicious. Woof woof. No matter how good it is, I won't wait in line." "You are quite picky, aren't you?" With no other choice, Chenyang moved on, opting for a burger joint where he quickly grabbed 2 burgers to satisfy his hunger. He continued to wander the streets with the golden retriever. Before long, the scene changed again, revealing Chenyang and the golden retriever in a park. As they strolled, they passed a lawn where 10 puppies frolicked together. Among them, a Pekingese clad in a pink sweater stood out, surrounded by the other 9 puppies. The golden retriever, spotting the Pekingese, became excited and dashed towards it, eager to make a new friend. Fortunately, Chenyang held onto the leash, preventing it from getting too close. "Where do you think you're going?" "Woof woof. I want to play with her." In the next moment, Chenyang's frustrated voice rang out. "You silly simp, you won't get on the bus when it's crowded. You won't wait in line for bubble tea, and you still refuse to queue for food. Why don't you just give up when there are so many dogs around? There are already 9 simps vying for her attention, and you still shamelessly rush in to join them. How presumptuous, with only a 1 in 10 chance. What makes you think you would be the lucky one? There is no chance for you to be a simp. Come back with me." With that, Chenyang pulled the golden retriever away from the park. The little dog struggled, but Chenyang firmly held on, unwilling to let it become just another simp. Upon witnessing this, Chenyang's hopes that Chenyang had heeded the advice from others were swiftly dashed. She realized that this video was a direct response to those urging him not to give up. It was evident to anyone with eyes that she had 7 simps. By acknowledging those 7, it implied an entanglement of sorts. Therefore, Chenyang and Oppo's message in the video was abundantly clear. It was not that Chenyang had embarrassed him the previous day, which led him to abandon his stall, but rather that he simply did not want to chase after others to become just another simp. Thus, Chenyang understood that Chenyang would no longer set up his stall at the school gate. Sighing inwardly, she accepted that some opportunities were meant to be missed. If one finds it challenging to encounter a man who meets their criteria in the future, one may have no choice but to lower their standards. Of course, it is also possible to encounter someone even better. However, if discovering a superior partner were such an effortless endeavor, there would not be so many individuals resorting to arranged dates. It is precisely due to the lack of better alternatives that many opt for matchmaking. Chenyang, pursued by an infatuated admirer, merely felt disheartened upon realizing she had missed the opportunity to connect with a remarkable gentleman who met her standards. Conversely, the infatuated admirer is in a different situation. Take Lin Defin, for instance, who is presently dining in the cafeteria with her roommate. Chenyang's earlier indifference made it abundantly clear to Lin Defin that she holds no interest in him. He recognizes himself as the infatuated admirer. At that moment, he stumbles upon a video featuring Chenyang, showcasing a golden retriever as the protagonist. This video instantly shatters Lin Defin's defenses. He happens to be someone who despises queuing. Yet in the pursuit of Chenyang, he finds himself willingly stepping into the role of the infatuated admirer, despite being aware of the competition. Chenyang's harsh words directed at the golden retriever resonate with Lin Defin, making him feel as if he too is being scolded. Must the language be so vulgar? Are infatuated admirers not human? Chapter 48. Who told you to film food videos like this? A somewhat disheartened Lin Defin momentarily believed the video had concluded and was about to swipe away, only to discover that it was not yet over. The scene shifted, revealing Chenyang returning to the villa with a golden retriever. Sachin Jiang firmly forbade any servile behavior. The golden retriever, now brought back to the villa, appeared utterly dejected, lying forlornly in the yard. After capturing a sorrowful shot of the dog, the camera focused on Sachin Jiang, who was busily preparing pot stickers in the kitchen. The video showcased him kneading dough, preparing the filling, rolling out the wrappers, and assembling the pot stickers. Once cooked, he placed them in a skillet and turned on the heat. With a subtle adjustment of filters, the visuals transformed into an exquisite and elevated aesthetic. Next, Sachin Jiang proceeded to prepare a flour ice water. After frying the pot stickers to a golden brown, he poured in the flour ice water and covered the pan. In the blink of an eye, the scene transitioned to Sachin Jiang lifting the lid, releasing a cloud of steam. Ultimately, he presented the pot stickers, artistically arranged in a Michelin-style display, offering a close-up shot. These artfully crafted pot stickers, placed on a meticulously adorned plate, rendered even the simplest snack into a luxurious delicacy, appearing as though it were a dish only the affluent could afford. At this point, Lin Daifeng found himself utterly perplexed. What did this video signify? Was it still a food video? Having just been chastised, he was now confounded by the sudden insertion of a culinary segment, leaving him bewildered regarding Sachin Jiang's intentions. However, it did not take long for Lin Daifeng to grasp the underlying message, and once again, he felt the sting of realization. Sachin Jiang approached the yard with a plate in hand, setting it down before the golden retriever. The once sorrowful dog, now invigorated by the aroma, perked up with renewed energy. Just as the golden retriever was about to take a bite of the pot sticker, Sachin Jiang grasped it by the scruff of its neck. Are you still eager to be servile? Bark. No. Is there not a more splendid life to look forward to beyond servitude? For instance, gourmet food. Bark. Indeed, is the life of servitude not profoundly arduous? Bark. Yes. Sachin Jiang's final question struck Lin Daifeng like a dagger to the heart. Reflecting on his 2 years of unrequited devotion to Chun Yishi, he recognized the truth in Sachin Jiang's words. Not only did he have to contrive ways to encounter Chun Yishi, but he also felt the burden to appease her with kind words, only to be met with her indifference. The sensation of offering warmth to a cold shoulder was undeniably painful. Although Chun Yishi upheld her principles, often rejecting gifts from suitors, the emotional toll remained heavy. The agony of unreciprocated affection far surpassed the loss of monetary investments, making the life of a devoted admirer exceedingly painful. Lin Daifeng was acutely aware of this reality, and thus, Sachin Jiang's poignant remark struck a deep chord within him. In the aftermath of the golden retriever's responses, Sachin Jiang released his hold, allowing the dog to devour the pot stickers. The main portion of the video concluded here, fading to black, followed by text appearing on screen. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. At the entrance of Hangzhou University of Technology, do not be absent. In the end, the devoted admirer may find themselves with nothing, but gourmet food will never betray you. We welcome your presence. Sachin Jiang's announcement of a food stall elicited an intolerable reaction from Lin Daifeng, who authorized him to film in such a manner. Was there truly a method to this madness? Having seen Sachin Jiang's video the previous night, Lin Daifeng understood why Douyin continued to recommend Sachin Jiang's content. Many viewers had urged Sachin Jiang in the comments, and Lin Daifeng recognized that this video was crafted for those very fans. Yet, he felt that if one were to step outside the perspective of a rival, the fan sentiments were not entirely unfounded. It is natural for competition to arise when pursuing an attractive girl. In the pursuit of romance, men often find themselves making unilateral sacrifices. What is wrong with women being slightly lenient towards those who admire them? The fans' encouragement of Sachin Jiang, who seemingly regarded them as mere sycophants, was disheartening. The probing questions posed in the video felt akin to tormenting the souls of devoted admirers. Most significantly, it unintentionally wounded Lin Daifeng, who was not even a fan of Sachin Jiang. The limit of tolerance had been reached. Lin Daifeng opened the comments section, prepared to voice his discontent. Upon entering, he discovered a multitude of individuals lamenting Sachin Jiang's approach. If you intend to film food videos, then do so properly. Even if devoted admirers have wronged you, this is no way to retaliate. My friend was brought to tears by your video. I cannot betray my friend. I cannot support you any longer. Crying emoji 3. Devoted admirers are human too. What deep-seated grudge do you hold against him for depicting his plight? Do you think my friend relishes being a devoted admirer? He has no choice. Your cruelty may drive him to never purchase your snacks again. Crying emoji 5. Why insult my friend? If you hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have felt the pain. Now he truly feels it. You risk losing potential customers. Do you not realize that? Who would still support you? Crying emoji 10. Seeing so many kindred spirits. Lin Daifeng felt a bitter pang in his throat, struggling to swallow his food. As many had voiced the sentiments he wished to express, he found no need to comment further. With a heavy sigh, he then noticed that his 3 roommates bore similar expressions of discontent. Rising slightly, he leaned forward to discover that they too were intently watching Chenyang's video with serious and focused expressions. Unlike Lin Daifeng, these 3 were in relationships. How could this be? What is wrong with you 3? He inquired. Upon hearing his voice, they snapped out of their reverie. Oh, nothing. We just find Mr. Su's video quite interesting. He seems to possess a talent for both cooking and short video production. He and Appos as quite creative and amusing. Hearing them praise Chenyang and Appos S video only deepened Lin Daifeng and Appos S discomfort. He could only suppress his frustration and reply, indeed. Lin Daifeng believed that since his roommates had girlfriends, they would be unaffected by the video, unaware of the forced smiles they wore. Even with partners, life's hardships often remain unrecognized by outsiders. Surely they could not be oblivious to their own struggles. University students typically have limited budgets between dating and daily meals, not to mention gifts during holidays. They rarely treat themselves to indulgences. By the month's end, if they did not have to ask their families for money, they would consider themselves fortunate. Conversely, with Chenyang's recent food stall, these 3 felt a slight alleviation of their burdens. Chenyang's offerings, priced no more than 40 yuan, allowed them to pass the time in line while enjoying delectable food. Comparatively, a meal out with a girlfriend could easily cost 200 to 300 yuan, plus the expense of a movie ticket, an alarming difference in value. Thus, despite Chenyang's sardonic remarks directed at devoted admirers, they genuinely appreciated his culinary contributions. Chenyang's absence has significantly increased the financial burden, leaving 3 individuals profoundly saddened. The emotional turmoil they endure is certainly no less than that of Lin Daifeng. After Chenyang posted the video, he attentively observed the comment section. It amused him to see numerous individuals vociferously defending their devoted friends. Such commendable loyalty. He sincerely hoped that this video might encourage these devoted friends to treat themselves with a bit more kindness. It perplexes Chenyang to witness these ardent pursuers of affection, who are so consumed by their pursuits that they forego basic comforts and pleasures. Chapter 49. The Campus Belle. The most detestable type of man. As the time for posting videos lengthened, the comment section increasingly filled with voices advocating for friends. Chenyang noticed a growing discontent among netizens from Hangzhou University of Commerce below. What does this mean? When you're changing schools and selling goods, you never posted a notice. Now that you're at our school, you do? This differential treatment is unacceptable. Delete the notice, or I want to buy anything. Bomb emoji. When you set up shop at the Finance University, on the first day, it was all their students. Now with a notice, tomorrow it's all white-collar workers. Do you think that that's appropriate? You're being hypocritical. I want to buy anything unless you delete that last notice. Disdain emoji. Are you here for our campus bell? Can you show a bit of sincerity? Tomorrow, the line will be full of white-collar workers. How are we supposed to queue for our campus bell? It's not too late to delete the notice now. Think about it. Wicked smile emoji. You're showing no respect for our campus bell at all. Do you really think you can pursue her like this? Wicked smile emoji. Reading these comments, Chenyang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Life is so complicated. If I don't post a notice, it's a problem, but if I do, it's still a problem. Besides, why am I supposedly here for the campus bell? I'm just looking for a spark of connection. The campus bell of the University of Science and Technology, CIURO, and his own school, S-Bell, Shunlai, did not ignite any romantic intentions in Chenyang simply due to their beauty. It was merely the type that Shun Ishi embodied that captivated him, and, coincidentally, she was the belle of the Finance University. It was merely an appreciation for a beautiful campus belle. How did it become that Chenyang was pursuing her? Such rumors are slanderous. While Chenyang felt helpless regarding these assertions, many genuinely believed them. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory of the finance department at Hangzhou University of Commerce, room 306, a short-haired girl, after watching Chenyang's video, turned her desk mate who was busy solving problems. "Ningyao, have you seen that short video for Boss Su?" Hearing Tao Yuxuan's sudden inquiry, Li Ningyao nonchalantly replied, "I have." At that moment, two other roommates joined in the fun. "Then you must know Boss Su is here for you, right?" "Minsha, you think so too?" "I also believe Boss Su is here for Li Ningyao." "Ningyao, after watching his short videos these past few days, what do you think of Boss Su?" Ma Minsha and Pan Ruaming were quite intrigued by the topic, thus their enthusiasm surged. Li Ningyao was the campus belle of their university, possessing skin as fair as snow, glowing with a pearlescent sheen under the dormitory lights. Her eyes were like ink, with a graceful nose and delicate features reminiscent of an ice sculpture, exuding an air of aloofness. Li Ningyao's demeanor was akin to that of Chun Yishi, whom Chenyang once found appealing. Hence, Ma Minsha and Pan Ruaming believed that if Chenyang found Chun Yishi attractive, he would surely find Li Ningyao appealing as well. Of course, Chenyang was completely unaware that their university also had a similarly aloof belle. However, if he were to find Li Ningyao beautiful, claiming he was pursuing her would be entirely incorrect. Upon hearing their comments, Li Ningyao immediately felt displeased and said, "What does it matter if he comes or not?" Although they knew Li Ningyao usually maintained a cool demeanor, such a cold response left her three roommates somewhat disheartened. Tao Yuxuan asked again, "Ningyao, if Boss Su comes to sell his food, would you want to taste his culinary skills?" "Not interested," was her response, which thoroughly doused the enthusiasm of the three who had been eager to join in the fun. In the past few days, having seen videos online, everyone spoke highly of the food, and Tao Yuxuan's group had long been craving it. Tomorrow, as Chenyang was set to arrive, Li Ningyao appeared completely uninterested, which seemed unusual. Usually, Li Ningyao had quite the penchant for exquisite cuisine. Why wouldn't she want to try the dishes of the talented Boss Su, whose egg pancakes and meat pancakes were said to be unparalleled nationwide? Surely, the pot stickers tomorrow would be equally delightful. Wouldn't she want to sample them? "Not particularly interested," she reiterated. "Not interested? Boss Su's culinary skills are exceptional. Those who have tasted them all rave about it. Even though the postgraduate entrance exams are approaching, there are still 2 or 3 months left. With your grades, you're bound to succeed. This isn't about not having time to queue for food," Li Ningyao explained, hoping to avoid further entanglement with her roommates. "You all just said that Boss Su is here for me, right? It's because I share a similar aesthetic with that girl we found attractive last time. If I queue up to support him and someone films it, many netizens will likely think the same. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with what that girl did last time. It's completely normal for beautiful girls to have admirers. Why should she forsake other suitors for him? What if she dismisses everyone else for him, only to find that his straight male personality clashes with her? Wouldn't she end up worse off? Just because he is a good cook doesn't mean he has the right to think he is entitled to a romantic relationship. Besides, I detest straight male archetypes. Why would I waste my time supporting a straight male stall?" Upon hearing Li Ningyao's explanation, the three roommates exchanged glances, recognizing her support for the equally aloof Chun Yishi. However, as Tao Yuxuan and her friends did not have as many admirers as Li Ningyao, they could somewhat empathize with Chenyang's perspective. After all, as Chenyang had expressed in his recent video, that little golden retriever competing with 9 other suitors had only a 1/10 chance of success, akin to a near-impossible feat. Chenyang, being handsome, a talented chef, and now well-off, was understandably reluctant to gamble on such a slim chance. Of course, from Li Ningyao's perspective, the trio acknowledged that it was indeed reasonable for a beautiful girl, surrounded by admirers, not to feel compelled to abandon them for a man she might not even end up with. Moreover, during her freshman year, she had many suitors, including straight males. Straight males could be thoughtless in their words, which had once infuriated Li Ningyao. Thus, her distaste for them was well known among her friends. Even if Chenyang were more attractive than that previous suitor, the mere notion of being a straight male would likely land him on her blacklist. Ultimately, both talented and attractive men, and beautiful women with numerous admirers. Each possessed their own strong reasons for not compromising. Having heard all this, the trio decided not to press further and resumed their activities, scrolling through their phones and watching dramas. Nevertheless, even if Li Ningyao opted out, the others were determined to support Su Chenyang. After a while, two other roommates returned. Seeing Su Chenyang's video, they, like Tao Yuxuan and the others, felt compelled to tease Li Ningyao about her plans for tomorrow. However, they were met with her indifferent demeanor, which extinguished their enthusiasm. At 10 o'clock, Su Chenyang discovered that his video had accumulated tens of thousands of comments, with a staggering 99 being negative. Observing this disheartening statistic, one might assume Su Chenyang was on the brink of collapse. Feeling helpless, he proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 50. Praise and criticism. At 5:30 the following morning, Su Chenyang awoke. While brushing his teeth, he glanced at the food video he had posted the previous day. The video had garnered considerable attention, resulting in a recognition of his creative abilities and an increase of 50,000 followers, bringing his total to over 450,000. However, out of 30,000 comments, there were only a handful of positive remarks. Despite his well-meaning invitation for others to savor the culinary offerings and experience the beauty of the world, the comments were filled with vitriol, admonishing him to keep the sycophants away. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Su Chenyang was unfazed by the backlash. He then proceeded to the kitchen. After enjoying breakfast, he began his preparations. After 4.5 hours of diligent work, he set off on his food cart towards Hangzhou Business University at 10:40. Meanwhile, in the girls and oppos dormitory at Hangzhou Business University, room 306, apart from Li Ningyao, Tao Yuxuan and her 4 roommates decided to head out early to secure a good spot at the school gate. Just before leaving, Tao Yuxuan turned to Li Ningyao, who was busy solving problems, and asked once more, "Ningyao, are you sure you don't want to come with us?" "Definitely. You all go ahead. I will just head to the cafeteria later," Li Ningyao replied. "All right then, we'll be on our way." With that, Tao Yuxuan and her friends closed the door and departed from the dormitory. Upon reaching the school gate, they were greeted by a large crowd gathered outside. Due to prior announcements, many professionals, business people, and tourists had arrived early. Even though they anticipated a substantial turnout, the 5 could not help but voice their discontent. "After all the criticism in Su's comment section last night, I thought for sure many wouldn't show up," one remarked. Indeed, quite a few students from our school commented urging Su to delete the video, claiming they wouldn't attend. Yet, look at the turnout today. Those who said they wouldn't come are now the first in line. "Just wait and see how fast they sprint to grab a spot," another added. As the 5 chatted and awaited Su Chenyang's arrival, a tall boy suddenly approached them. "Tao Yuxuan, what a coincidence." Turning around, they recognized Yang Zhuoxing, who had been pursuing Li Ningyao. Before Tao could respond, another boy joined them. "Ma Minsha, are you here for the pot stickers as well?" This newcomer was He Kai-fan, another suitor of Li Ningyao. Both Yang Zhuoxing and He Kai-fan had arrived simultaneously from opposite directions, their main interest being the absence of Li Ningyao. Each hoped to catch a glimpse of her without having to endure the other's presence. When their gazes met, a palpable tension filled the air. Yang Zhuoxing silently scorned He Kai-fan. "I arrived first, and yet he still shows up. Is he oblivious to the fact that Su despises sycophants? If Su sees several boys lingering around Li Ningyao, he will surely consider them as such. What if Li Ningyao agrees to skip the line? That would surely lead to an awkward situation for both of us." Conversely, He Kai-fan did not share Yang Zhuoxing's sentiment. "How shameless. I was clearly here waiting first. Yet he is audaciously trying to intrude. Am I here to support Su Chenyang? No, I came for Ningyao." As they exchanged disdainful glances, 4 more boys approached within a second. "Rui Meng, is Ningyao not coming?" Fang Jizhen was particularly straightforward, skipping pleasantries to inquire about the goddess's absence. The previously antagonistic Yang Zhuoxing and He Kai-fan immediately turned their contempt towards Fang Jizhen and his companions. "It's fools like these who often end up making a spectacle of themselves," they thought. There is no sense of order regarding who arrived first. The 5 girls observed the 6 boys and oppos' arrival, feeling that they lacked awareness. Su Chenyang just posted a video ridiculing sycophants yesterday. Arin and oppos, Tea they worried about being targeted? Tao Yuxuan remarked. Ning Yao said she was tea interested in pot stickers, so she didn't tea come, she added. What? She is not interested in pot stickers? The 6 boys fell silent, their hopes dashed. On one hand, it was fortunate that they wouldn't have to face Su Chenyang's ire. On the other hand, they lamented the absence of their goddess. As the graduate school entrance exam approached, Li Ningyao was preoccupied with her preparation, rarely seeing her peers. They had hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to discuss which universities to apply to, but now they could only converse with Tao Yuxuan and her friends. Before Yang Zhuoxing could finish his sentence, a voice rang out excitedly. Su Chenyang has arrived. The 6 boys, fixated on Li Ningyao, found no relevance in Tao Yuxuan's group. Tao Yuxuan, focused on securing a good spot, disregarded Yang Zhuoxing's unfinished thought and began to move with her friends. The 6 boys were also not idle. Since they had come, they might as well secure a position and sample the food. As Su Chenyang halted his cart, a neatly formed line of over 500 people had already formed in front of him. Today, we are selling pot stickers with a 3-flavor filling at $2.50 each. Each person may purchase a maximum of 15. My pot stickers are quite substantial. 10 should suffice for most women. Recalling that Zhou Yulin had consumed 16 and appeared overly full, Su Chenyang mused on the matter. As he continued speaking, a boy in the crowd urged him, "Hurry up and get to work, boss." All right. Su Chenyang swiftly opened the electric griddle, retrieved a baking tray from the cart and damp Oppo's freezer, placed it onto the grill, and ignited the heat. This tray, measuring 2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide, could yield 600 pot stickers at once. Just 10 minutes, he remarked. Afterward, he took the dough and filling from the freezer, donned gloves, and began wrapping the pot stickers. With his left hand grasping the dough and his right hand holding the meat filling, he placed the filling on the dough, pinching it swiftly. The wrapped pot stickers were quickly arranged on the tray. This efficient and rapid assembly process, akin to a well-oiled machine, left those waiting in awe. The speed at which Su Chenyang prepared the pot stickers was remarkable. It was hard to believe that this proficiency stemmed from 21 years of singlehood. Even after 21 years of culinary training, few could match his dexterity, particularly some 30-something professionals in the crowd, witnessing Su Chenyang's fluid motions. Couldn't he help but reminisce? In my college days, I too had such speed. Alas, those days are long gone. As Su Chenyang continued wrapping pot stickers, he kept an eye on the clock hanging from the cart. 2 minutes later, when the bottoms of the pot stickers turned golden, he opened the electric griddle, retrieved a prepared ice flour water mixture from the freezer, and added it to the pot stickers. He then closed the griddle again and resumed wrapping. During previous occasions when he made egg pancakes or meat pancakes, customers would engage him in conversation. However, seeing him so engrossed in his work, the customers waiting in line felt hesitant to disturb him, fearing it might hinder his efficiency. Chapter 51. The cold and distant school beauty regrets her stubbornness. After 8 minutes, Su Chenyang ceased making pot stickers and extinguished the flame. Upon lifting the lid of the electric griddle, a rich and savory aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating those who stood in line at the food cart, causing their mouths to water involuntarily. The fragrance was tantalizing, and the appearance of the pot stickers was equally enticing. Alas, many had to wait for their turn. Those in the front row felt an even greater impatience than those behind them. The pot stickers not only smelled divine, but also looked exceptionally appealing. Their glossy sheen, both in the dough and the filling, exuded a translucent elegance usually only seen in filtered short videos. The generous portions of filling promised a delectable experience. Even as their turn approached, the front row patrons found it difficult to contain their excitement. When it was her turn, the girl at the front eagerly declared, "I'll take 15. Classmate, 10 should suffice." The vendor replied, "I can eat a lot, and I assure you, I will finish them." Very well. Su Chenyang grabbed a foam takeout box, scooped up 15 pot stickers, and handed the box to her. After she scanned the QR code to pay, she stepped aside to indulge in her treat. As she took her first bite, those nearby observed her face light up with delight and exhilaration. When Tao Yuxuan, who was 10th in line, received her pot stickers, she inquired, "Boss, do you have any vinegar?" "I didn't prepare any, as it would alter the original flavor." Tao Yuxuan felt a pang of disappointment, as she was someone who relished vinegar with her food. Nevertheless, she quickly moved to the side and picked one up to taste. Upon biting down, the crisp ice flour texture and the fragrant, tender bottom crust melded perfectly with the succulent juices that burst forth from the meat filling. Tao Yuxuan, an aficionado of sashimi, found the flavor so exquisite that her taste buds danced. She mused that even when savoring bluefin tuna sashimi, it could hardly compare to this richness. The medley of flavors in the pot sticker enchanted her further. As she chewed, she savored the harmonious blend of tender pork, bouncy yet delicate shrimp, tender shiitake mushrooms, crunchy and sweet bamboo shoots, and velvety eggs. Each bite revealed a unique combination of flavors that was more gratifying than even bluefin tuna. The delightful richness of the pot stickers, paired with the thin, crispy dough, created a perfect balance that did not overwhelm the palate, but rather invited further enjoyment. It was no wonder that vinegar was deemed unnecessary, adding it would only detract from the exquisite taste of these pot stickers. The flavor transformation offered by these pot stickers, priced at merely $2.50, surpassed that of any bluefin tuna dish costing dozens or even hundreds at a sushi restaurant. Chenyang's culinary skills were truly remarkable, as Tao Yuxuan marveled at the taste. She noticed that her 4 roommates were equally enraptured. Meanwhile, she observed that Yang Zhuoxing and his companions were relishing their meal, looking quite pleased. Although they had initially approached the queue with a casual mindset, after tasting Chenyang's pot stickers, they were left in a state of blissful astonishment. Indeed, I seem to have endured unnecessary hardship in my pursuit of romance, one pondered. With such culinary talent and good looks, it's absurd that he remains unattached while being pursued by others. If I were in his shoes, I would certainly stand my ground against such sycophants. In that moment, they began to understand Chenyang's predicament and recognize the existence of other beautiful pursuits in life. As Chenyang had eloquently stated, one must not overlook the splendor of fine cuisine. Those who acquired pot stickers did not linger. Satisfied with the flavor, they departed, savoring their meal on the way back to school. Tao Yuxuan and her friends followed suit. After devouring 8 pot stickers, they sensed they were nearing their limit. Having had a late breakfast at 9, they were now gearing up for lunch just 2 hours later, clearly overestimating their capacity. By the time they had consumed 10, their appetites still craved more, yet their stomachs protested. I can amp, oppose, believe I and amp, oppose, ve reach my limit. Chenyang said 10 would suffice for girls. I should have heeded his advice. Tao Yuxuan chuckled ruefully, contemplating whether she could manage to eat 2 more. However, finishing the remaining 5 felt daunting. Indeed, having had breakfast so late was a miscalculation. Had I eaten at 7, I believe I could have polished it all off effortlessly. Ma Minsha glanced at the 4 remaining pot stickers in her box, her belly slightly protruding, nearing its limit. Throwing them away was out of the question, so the group decided to cover their boxes and save them for later. To speak candidly, I now understand why others refer to Chenyang as doing charity work with his cooking. How I wish he could set up a stall at our school permanently. While it seemed unlikely he could maintain a stall indefinitely, she resolved to support him daily while he was in business. I plan to return this afternoon. Will you join me? Of course. Even before lunch had concluded, they began discussing dinner plans. Chatting animatedly, the 5 soon returned to their dormitory. At 11:20, Li Ningyao was still in their room and was surprised by their quick return. Noticing the takeout boxes in their hands, she remarked, "You managed to buy them so swiftly?" Tao Yuxuan grinned. "We acted quickly and secured good positions in line." "Well, you were fortunate. But seeing that you Haven Tea finished your meal and brought some back, perhaps the pot stickers weren't that great?" Previously, when she had seen videos of others tasting them, they had all been eager to sample them on the spot. Li Ningyao believed that if they had leftovers, it must mean the taste was lacking. Tao Yuxuan quickly replied, "Oh, you're mistaken. They are absolutely delicious. We simply bought too many and couldn't bear to waste them." Chenyang's pot stickers were so delectable that there was nothing to criticize. Why not give it a try? Ma Minsha approached Li Ningyao, opening her takeout box. To her surprise, steam still wafted from it, indicating that the pot stickers retained their warmth. They kept their heat rather well. The flavor should remain intact. "You must try one. Is it really as good as you claim?" Li Ningyao skeptically picked up a pot sticker and took a small bite. As the ample filling overflowed with juices, the explosion of flavor overwhelmed her taste buds, causing her to momentarily freeze in astonishment. With each chew, the perfect blend of freshness and texture left her utterly astonished. Can pot stickers truly taste this extraordinary? Is he perhaps a bit too talented? Li Ningyao hailed from a privileged background, having frequented upscale hotels throughout her life, savoring the exquisite creations of top-tier chefs beyond count, rendering her quite jaded. However, when she previously watched videos where people proclaimed Su Chenyang's culinary prowess as the finest in Hangzhou, or even the nation, she dismissed them as lacking worldly experience. Yet now, as Su Chenyang transformed even a humble pot sticker into a culinary masterpiece, Li Ningyao found herself questioning her previous judgments. It seemed to her that the renowned chefs she had once admired paled in comparison to Su Chenyang's talent. With just a single bite, she became enamored with the flavor. Regret washed over her as she thought, I truly should not have been so obstinate last night. In that moment, she wished to slap herself for having spoken so confidently. Chapter 52. The Proud and Aloof School Belle. Ma Minsha noticed the subtle change in Li Ningyao's expression, clearly astonished by the deliciousness of the pot stickers. With a smile, she inquired, Ningyao, how do you find the taste? Isn't it scrumptious? Despite her evident astonishment at the delectable pot stickers, Li Ningyao had previously expressed disinterest in the booth run by the Amp, Oppos, Iron Straight Man and Amp, Oppos, before her roommates went to buy them. It would be quite inappropriate for her to relish in the deliciousness of pot stickers made by someone she claimed to dislike. Li Ningyao could not afford to lose face in front of her roommates. With a composed demeanor, Li Ningyao remarked, the taste is quite decent, actually rather good. Her words elicited laughter from her 5 roommates, who clearly sensed the insincerity in her statement. Ningyao, don't be so stingy with your praise. The flavor of these pot stickers is not something one can casually claim to rival throughout the nation. I believe none in Hangzhou can compare. Just because you harbor disdain for Boss Su being an iron straight man, you shouldn't withhold a fair assessment. I find it hard to believe you can point out any flaws in these pot stickers. Do you think there is room for improvement? The roommates teased her about her insincere evaluation, leaving Li Ningyao feeling rather helpless. Yet, she remained unwilling to lose face before them. She reiterated, I never said they were bad. Didn't I just say they're pretty good? Must I lavish praise upon them excessively? Upon hearing this, her 5 companions understood that Li Ningyao was, in fact, quite satisfied with the flavor, but was too concerned about her image to admit it openly. However, since she was hesitant to give a sincere evaluation, her friends decided not to press the matter further. At that moment, Ma Minsha suggested, by the way, Ningyao, since you haven't eaten, we each have several pot stickers left, and some of us can't finish them. How about we offer you some for lunch? The containers will keep them warm for a while, and if we let them cool down, such delicious pot stickers would be a waste. Under normal circumstances, Ma Minsha would hesitate to make such an offer, but given the unparalleled taste of Su Chenyang's pot stickers, it was a different story. If Li Ningyao went to buy them herself, she would have to wait in line for hours. After all, they weren't dealing with a bowl of noodles that would leave behind any saliva. This wasn't precisely leftover food. The other roommates chimed in, yes. If you don't mind, consider helping us out. We have about 20 pot stickers combined. You certainly can't finish them all, but if you help us finish half, we can manage the rest and avoid waste. As a girl for a well-off family, Li Ningyao typically wouldn't want to eat someone else's leftovers. Yet, the tantalizing flavor of these pot stickers was hard to resist. If not for her concern about appearances, she would have eagerly devoured the half-eaten pot stickers in her hand right then and there to savor the taste. Even finishing the pot stickers, she had wouldn't quell her cravings. The predicament was further complicated by the bold claim she had made the day before, leaving her reluctant to join the queue. Thus, the only opportunity to satisfy her craving seemed to be right before her. As the aloof school belle, Li Ningyao felt compelled to feign a refusal. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? You all worked hard to buy these. If you give them to me for lunch, won't you be left with nothing to eat? It's fine, better than letting them go cold and losing their flavor. We should enjoy them while they're hot. That's the proper attitude towards food. With that, Li Ningyao saw no reason to refuse any longer. If she continued to decline, her roommates might genuinely think she disliked them. Suppressing her inner delight and refusing to appear unwilling, Li Ningyao conceded. All right then, I suppose I'll take advantage of you all a bit. And I want you need to buy lunch in the cafeteria. What kind of advantage is that? We often enjoyed your snacks as well. Her friends laughed as they gathered around her, opening the containers. Inside were more than 20 pot stickers. Li Ningyao knew she couldn't finish them all. Tao Yuxuan and the others had just walked a bit and had a few pot stickers themselves. Without hesitation, Li Ningyao took a bite of the pot stickers in her hand, her mouth watering in anticipation. To maintain her image, she took a normal bite rather than devouring them ravenously. Each bite she savored felt like a delightful explosion of flavor, touching her very soul. After Tao Yuxuan and her friends had 2 each, they could eat no more. The remaining 12 pot stickers were consumed by Li Ningyao, who appeared to chew slowly but was, in truth, devouring them swiftly. After consuming 13 pot stickers, Li Ningyao felt quite full. If her roommates weren't present, she would have loved to lean back in her chair, rubbing her stuffed belly, reveling in the bliss of having eaten her fill. Earlier, she had gone to the cafeteria with Tao Yuxuan and the others. By the time they had eaten 10 or 11 pot stickers, she was already satisfied. Li Ningyao's ability to eat 13 pot stickers clearly indicated her fondness for them. However, her friends refrained from teasing her about it. After the meal, feeling content, the 5 roommates chose to take a short nap. Noticing that her friends didn't tease her for eating so much, Li Ningyao sighed in relief. How embarrassing. I didn't even realize I had eaten so much. She pondered, how could this young man, who wasn't even a culinary professional, manage to make something so delicious? It seemed illogical. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that, having eaten 13 pot stickers, she was physically satisfied but hadn't quite fulfilled her cravings. Regret washed over Li Ningyao for her earlier words. What did it matter if he was an iron straight man? If she wanted to support him by buying food, she could simply ignore him. She felt increasingly remorseful. Even if Chenyang was attracted to her type, she could have just declined when he asked for her WeChat. Now, she found herself in an awkward predicament. This situation weighed heavily on her heart. If she went, it would be a slap in the face. If she didn't go, she still wanted to eat. The internal conflict disrupted her focus on studying. Half an hour passed with no inclination to read, prompting Li Ningyao to climb onto her bed for a brief nap. At that moment, her 5 roommates had yet to fall asleep. Tao Yuxuan and the others were surprised to find Li Ningyao, who aimed for a top 5 university in the nation and hadn't napped since the semester began, joining them for a rest. Could it be that, after enjoying the pot stickers, she felt so pleased that she decided to take a nap like the rest of them? With her affluent background, her friends realized they shouldn't underestimate Li Ningyao. But today seemed too coincidental. After lying down for a while, the dormitory fell completely quiet and all 6 of them drifted off to sleep. Typically not one to nap. When Li Ningyao awakened and glanced at her phone, she discovered it was already 4 o'clock. Oh no, I've slept for so long. She sighed, sitting up to shake off the drowsiness. In her dazed state, she heard Tao Yuxuan's voice. Ningyao, we're planning to go buy pot stickers. Do you want to join us? Of course, Li Ningyao instinctively replied. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly corrected herself. I misspoke. I think I'll pass. You all go ahead. Chapter 53. Double Standards of Chenyang. Upon hearing Li Ningyao and Oppo's hesitant agreement followed by refusal, Tao Yuxuan and her companions could hardly suppress their laughter. They were well aware that Li Ningyao and Oppo's initial affirmation stemmed from her delightful experience at lunchtime, which had instilled a primal desire to indulge again. Her subsequent refusal, however, was rooted in a concern for her pride. Tao Yuxuan and the others felt this concern was unwarranted. After all, they were all from the same dormitory, and there was no need to be overly concerned about maintaining appearances. Tao Yuxuan pressed on. Ningyao, are you truly not going? We dawned into Oppo's. Do you know how long Su is going to be here selling his dumplings? Every meal missed is a meal lost. Indeed, after savoring the dumplings crafted by Chenyang, Li Ningyao found herself yearning for them. Yet, her disdain for the archetypal and oppos, straight male and amp, oppos, held her back. As the campus belle, could she afford to lower her standards? With a resolute tone, Li Ningyao replied, "Never mind, I shall not go. I wasted enough time napping this afternoon. I need to focus on my studies tonight. So you all go ahead." Her friends were taken aback by her stubbornness. "How about this? We can order a dozen or so and share the excess with you. What do you think?" They felt that if Li Ningyao was adamant about her pride, they could bear the burden of waiting in line on her behalf. "No need. Just purchase for yourselves. I will head to the cafeteria later," Li Ningyao firmly declined. She felt embarrassed at the thought of her friends queuing for hours only to bring her food, so she resolutely opted out. "Very well, we shall take our leave," they said, bidding her farewell as they departed the dormitory. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the school gate, where the clock read 4:15 p.m. The dinner rush had yet to commence, yet a line of over 500 still awaited. Joining the queue, Tao Yuxuan and her friends reminisced about the joy of having only waited 10 minutes for their lunch earlier that day. "Indeed, we were quite fortunate this afternoon," they mused, as they chatted amongst themselves. Suddenly, a young man in front of them turned to look back. This was none other than Yang Zhuoxing, who had sought out Li Ningyao during their previous queue. Scanning the group, he noted with disappointment that the goddess was absent. "Tao Yuxuan, is Ningyao still not here?" he inquired. "She remains unwilling to come," Tao Yuxuan replied. Yang Zhuoxing's face fell, wishing that if Li Ningyao had joined them, they could have conversed while waiting. Tao Yuxuan refrained from teasing him, recognizing that Yang had arrived even earlier than they had, clearly drawn by the allure of Su Chenyang's dumplings. Su Chenyang worked swiftly, ensuring that the dumplings were produced with efficiency. Even when a morning into Oppo's S-batch had sold out, he could still manage to prepare 4 pots within an hour. Initially, few heeded his advice to order fewer dumplings, but as the day progressed, many began to adjust their orders to match their appetites. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 6 o'clock. The line had dwindled to just 3 rows, roughly 100 people remaining. At this moment, Su Haosen, who wore glasses and had come alongside Yang Zhuoxing, placed a call to his girlfriend. "Darling, there are still quite a few people ahead of me. It will be at least half an hour," he whispered into the phone. "If you finish class now, perhaps you should return to the dormitory for a while. I will message you in half an hour when I and Oppos am closer." Speaking softly, he wished to avoid the embarrassment of calling her darling in public. Yet, amidst the chatter of 600 people, the noise was overwhelming, making it difficult for her to hear. Raising his voice slightly, he repeated his message, omitting the term of endearment. His girlfriend responded, "I'll come over now. You must be tired from waiting. I'll bring you an iced milk tea." "No need for that. You've had a long day of classes. Please rest for a bit. I can get you a cold drink later." Just then, Su Chenyang's voice cut through. "Hey." The bespectacled guy on the phone. Startled, Su Haosen realized that all eyes were now on him. He had not intended to draw attention while waiting for dumplings for his girlfriend. Was this what it meant to be and Oppos, simp and Oppos? Yet, Su Chenyang continued, "You're calling your girlfriend to ask her to come over while your dumplings are hot, right? Not to worry. My containers are designed to retain heat for 20 minutes. You can deliver them to her without compromising the flavor. You might even consider dining together at the cafeteria. One portion alone may not suffice. But you could always order something else." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this truly the same Su Chenyang? Not only did he refrain from mocking Su Haosen for being a simp, but he also offered practical advice to ensure his girlfriend enjoyed the dumplings at their best. This unexpected display of kindness left everyone bewildered. However, in the midst of this, a young man who had been offended by Su Chenyang's previous video felt a surge of indignation. Wasn't it contradictory to despise simps while simultaneously engaging in such behavior himself? In this moment, the complexities of social standards and personal pride intertwined, creating a tapestry of human experience that resonated deeply within the hearts of those present. Chapter 54. A refreshing perspective. Su Chenyang is essentially a war man. Su Haosen was utterly astonished by Su Chenyang's demeanor. He could hardly believe that Su Chenyang did not mock him, but instead offered a warm reminder, which was quite a revelation. Were it not for the bustling crowd around them, Su Haosen might have suspected that Su Chenyang was harboring some ulterior motive. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Boss Su, for the reminder." In the next moment, Yang Zhuoxing interjected with a sarcastic tone. Boss Su, weren't you the one who despises simp behavior the most? ISN and AMP. AMP. Oppos. T waiting in line for 2 hours to buy dumplings for your girlfriend, a prime example? That sounds a bit hypocritical, as Su Haosen was his roommate. Yang Zhuoxing felt emboldened to use him as a reference without fear of repercussions. Many young men in the queue applauded Yang Zhuoxing and AMP. Oppos. S remarks affirming, well said. However, Su Haosen couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Yang Zhuoxing, thinking, what a scoundrel. Why must you drag my affairs into this? Do I not deserve some dignity? With so many people around, including numerous professionals filming the scene on their phones, Su Haosen was acutely aware that this topic could easily be recorded. Most importantly, he did not see himself as AMP, Oppos, simp, and AMP, Oppos, Yang Zhuoxing and AMP, Oppos, as comments were a misrepresentation of his situation. If Su Chenyang were to label him as a simp, Su Haosen feared that any attempt to clarify would fall on deaf ears, damaging his reputation online. Yet Su Haosen and AMP, Oppos, S worries were unfounded. If he were truly AMP, Oppos, simp, and AMP, Oppos, Su Chenyang would not have offered him such a reminder. Su Chenyang spoke up. Being good to one's girlfriend does not automatically make one a simp. I believe many couples waiting in line here, or those who are buying dumplings for their partners, are driven by genuine love. Take that young man who is waiting to buy dumplings for his girlfriend, while specifically asking her not to purchase milk tea. It is evident that she is considerate of him and offered to buy the milk tea herself. A mutual affection exists when a man treats a woman well, and vice versa. That is a reciprocal pursuit. And Oppos, simp and Oppos, engages in a one-sided endeavor. If and Oppos, simp and Oppos, were to buy something for a girl he fancies, not only would he be unlikely to receive even a simple inquiry about his well-being, but he might even find himself queuing up just for a chance encounter, only to be disappointed. A simp will never grasp the value of a reciprocal relationship. Therefore, I am willing to provide conveniences to those couples who are genuinely in love. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhuoxing's expression shifted dramatically. Had he not known that Su Chenyang was unfamiliar with him, he might have felt as though Su Chenyang were chastising him personally. The video Su Chenyang had posted the previous day had already left Yang Zhuoxing feeling as though he were being scolded. Now, facing this public reprimand, he felt a sense of humiliation. Yang Zhuoxing was indeed setting himself up for ridicule. The 5 individuals behind him, including Tao Yuxuan, stifled their laughter. Even Su Haosen and Oppos, S roommates felt a chuckle rising within them, pondering whether Su Chenyang had some prior acquaintance with Yang Zhuoxing, as his remarks seemed rather accurate. Those unfamiliar with Yang Zhuoxing began to reassess their opinions of Su Chenyang. His generous treatment of couples in love suggested a longing for true affection within him. While many labeled Su Chenyang as a staunchly masculine figure, it appeared instead that he merely yearned for a relationship characterized by mutual affection. Acknowledging the kindness of men toward women, it became clear that Su Chenyang was, at heart, a warm man who simply wished for women to reciprocate that kindness. However, the women he admired were often of exceptional beauty, attracting numerous simps willing to offer unconditional support. Consequently, these women became accustomed to being pampered by simps and were less inclined to treat men well in return. Thus, Su Chenyang's desire for women to also show kindness to men led to the perception of him as a typical man. This misunderstanding likely contributed to his difficulties in forming romantic connections during his university years. The crowd felt as though they had unraveled a mystery. Furthermore, Su Chenyang's attentiveness to his customers left little room to dispute his status as a war man. Yang Zhuoxing, however, was indifferent to whether Su Chenyang was in essence a war man. What truly irked him was that the sentiments expressed in Su Chenyang and Oppos' video from the previous night, along with his current comments, left him feeling quite displeased. Even though Yang Zhuoxing had enjoyed Su Chenyang's dumplings at lunch, he still felt burdened by his unrequited love. The feeling of affection for someone is uncontrollable. Why should he be subject to ridicule for daring to pursue his feelings, however humble they may be? Yang Zhuoxing pressed on, Boss Su. If being good to women is a standard, How do you differentiate between a simp and a non-simp? Of course, Yang Zhuoxing would not openly admit to being a simp, so he adopted a questioning tone in his discourse with Su Chenyang. In truth, Su Chenyang felt that such a discussion was unnecessary. However, given Yang Zhuoxing's earnest inquiry, he recognized him as a likely simp. Su Chenyang remembered Yang Zhuoxing from earlier, acknowledging him as a regular customer. Since he had posed a sincere question, Su Chenyang decided to indulge him in a thoughtful discourse. Su Chenyang elaborative. Engaging in a romantic relationship is akin to playing a game. You need a progress bar, don and oppos, tu. The distinction between A and amp, oppos, simp and amp, oppos, and a non-dash and amp, oppos, simp and amp, oppos, lies in whether one can perceive this progress bar. If you can see it, you are certainly not A and amp, oppos, simp, and amp, oppos. If you cannot, then you undoubtedly are. Take, for example, the video I shared yesterday. If a golden retriever were to pursue a Pekingese, not only would it be unable to see the progress bar, but it would first have to overcome 9 other obstacles. Moreover, if other simps were to join the pursuit midway, it would be futile, facing an onslaught of challenges. The golden retriever would find it impossible to succeed. So, if one cannot see the progress bar, how can one not be considered a simp? Upon hearing this, Yang Zhuoxing fell into a contemplative silence, his expression tinged with bitterness. I seem to indeed be unable to see the progress bar. He recalled his earlier encounter with his goddess, only to find himself confronted by 5 rivals. Additionally, there were competitors within the school. It appeared that he was besieged by an endless array of adversaries. The prospect of winning her affection felt like a distant dream. Su Chenyang and amp, oppos. S analogy regarding the progress bar rendered many of the young men in the queue silent as well. They began to introspect their own situations. Meanwhile, the women present found Su Chenyang's insights to be quite astute. After Yang Zhuoxing lapsed into silence, Su Chenyang inquired, "Classmate, do you believe what I said is accurate?" Yang Zhuoxing and oppos, as heart sank. He understood that Su Chenyang was unaware of his identity, yet the commentary describing A and oppos, simp and oppos, was painfully applicable to him, leaving him feeling exasperated. He could neither deny nor accept the label, so he reluctantly replied, "I suppose I am indeed a simp." Upon hearing Yang Zhuoxing's admission, those who knew him couldn't help but chuckle internally. Why voluntarily humiliate yourself? They thought. With Yang Zhuoxing's acknowledgement of his simp status, the conversation drew to a close, allowing Su Chenyang to resume his work on the dumplings. Before long, 2 more batches were ready, and as the first 2 lines departed, Yang Zhuoxing found himself at the forefront of the queue. At that moment, a girl standing to his left, who had been waiting ahead of him, suddenly gathered her courage to ask, "Boss Su, tomorrow is my boyfriend and Oppo's birthday. He loves beef-filled dumplings. Could you prepare some for tomorrow? I want to wish him a happy birthday." Surprised by her directness, Su Chenyang looked up from his dumpling making. "Have you prepared a gift for your boyfriend?" he queried. "Yes," she replied. "What kind of gift?" He continued. "If it's from an online order, would you mind showing me the receipt?" "Certainly." The young woman opened a shopping application on her phone and showed Su Chenyang a mechanical keyboard priced at 300 yuan. While a 300 yuan mechanical keyboard may not be exceptionally high quality, it would serve a boyfriend who receives gifts for a lifetime. After purchasing the gift, she found herself without funds for a cake. Thus, she believed that if she could procure delicious beef dumplings tomorrow, her boyfriend would undoubtedly be delighted. "No problem. Given your sincerity, I'll sell beef dumplings tomorrow. You can bring your boyfriend over, and I'll let you skip the queue." "Really? Thank you so much, Boss Su." "No need to mention it. I cater to my fans," Su Chenyang replied, glancing at Yang Zhuoxing. "Classmate, do you think a sycophant can compete with true love?" Upon hearing Su Chenyang call her out again, Yang Zhuoxing felt her head buzzing. Chapter 55. The aloof school beauty changes her attitude. Yang Zhuoxing felt that Su Chenyang was being rather excessive. Why must he direct his questions at him? Had he not just acknowledged what Su Chenyang had said? Although he was inwardly vexed, the fact that Su Chenyang had called him out by name left Yang Zhuoxing with no choice but to respond, lest he be ridiculed for his silence. With a hint of displeasure, he replied, "You're right. A sycophant can never compare to true love." However, he quickly added, "But Su, It seems it will rain tomorrow. Aren't you planning to set up your stall? As soon as the words left his mouth, many in the queue began to silently scorn Yang Zhuoxing for disrupting the ambience. Was this man allergic to romance? The young lady was in high spirits, and the weather forecast is hardly infallible. To dampen her mood at such a moment seemed rather unkind. Was he such a sycophant that he could not bear to see genuine affection? He sensed the weight of many disapproving gazes upon him. Yet, Yang Zhuoxing did not believe he was being jealous. He merely stated a fact. Chenyang admired the courage of a girl who could be so bold for her boyfriend. It was indeed commendable and made him envious. He assured, "No worries, classmate. If it rains tomorrow, wait for me at the school gate at 6 o'clock, and I will personally deliver a portion to you." Such generosity. If it were to rain, then perhaps it was best to let it be. Yang Liuxia was not one to take liberties, after all. She was already pushing her luck by asking Chenyang for a favor, and his willingness to oblige was commendable enough. One should not be greedy. That's fine. You can wait at the school gate with your boyfriend. I would like to see which fortunate young man has won your heart, he added, glancing at Yang Zhuoxing. I hope you find a girl who reciprocates your feelings soon, just like your classmates on either side of you. That is what true happiness in love looks like. Being singled out once more by Chenyang, Yang Zhuoxing felt an urge to storm off in frustration. Absurdly, both Yang Liuxia to his left and his roommate, Su Haosen to his right, had become exemplars of happiness, leaving him feeling like a fool. Yet, it was soon his turn to purchase the pot stickers. Choosing not to engage further with Chenyang, he waited in silence. A few minutes later, Chenyang and Oppo's batch of pot stickers was ready. After taking his share, Yang Zhuoxing was eager to avoid further encounters with Chenyang and promptly left. Despite his simmering anger, the taste of Chenyang's pot stickers filled him with a peculiar sense of joy. How had he become someone he despised? He cursed under his breath, continuing to eat the pot stickers as he walked back to the dormitory with a few roommates. After a while, Tao Yuxuan and her group also acquired their pot stickers. Though Chenyang had assured them that the food containers maintained excellent warmth, having queued so long, the five were far too hungry to wait. By the time they returned to the dormitory, they had devoured the pot stickers. It was already 6:40 when they arrived. The five noticed Li Ningyao engrossed in her studies and deduced that she must have gone to the cafeteria for a meal, so they refrained from interrupting her, each attending to their own tasks. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away until it was 10 p.m. Chenyang finally completed his last batch of pot stickers. The final customers arrived at 7:10, turning dinner into a late-night snack. However, after tasting the delectable food, the patrons felt their time had been well spent and departed in high spirits. Chenyang was even more elated, having accumulated a significant amount of food points today. Name: Chenyang. Food points: 2754. He had sold approximately 2,060 portions of pot stickers, resulting in a points increase of 2,697, largely due to couples purchasing for shared enjoyment, thus doubling the points earned. The profit margin on pot stickers was substantial, yielding about 1.2 yuan per piece. Today, he had made a staggering 30,000 yuan. Subsequently, Chenyang used 1 point to inquire about tomorrow and Oppo's weather. Name: Chenyang. Food points: 2753. Master. Beginning at 9 a.m. tomorrow, there will be intermittent heavy rain, particularly from 5 p.m. until 7 p.m. The system was aware of Chenyang's commitment to delivering food at 6 and provided him with a timely reminder. I must still deliver then. If I promised, I shall certainly keep my word, Chenyang resolved, riding his food cart back to the villa. Upon returning, he posted a video to excuse himself, and, after freshening up, it was already 11 p.m. Having made 25,000 pot stickers in a day, his hands were sore from the rapid work. Although it wasn't as strenuous as rolling dough, it was still no small feat. Feeling fatigued, he opted to forego watching short videos on his phone and went straight to sleep. As he drifted into slumber, Chenyang was unaware that he had once again become a trending topic. In the dormitory of the finance department, room 306 at Hangzhou City University, even the most diligent student, Li Ningyao, had concluded her studies and was preparing for bed. Before sleeping, she decided to unwind her mind by scrolling through short videos. Habitually, she opened the trending topics, curious to see if there were any interesting news stories. To her surprise, At the top of the local trending list was a tag reading, "Su boss is a war man." Leaning Yao furrowed her brow slightly. Was this Su boss the one who set up shop at the school gate? She suspected it might refer to Su Chenyang, who had recently garnered attention several times on trending lists. However, wasn't Su Chenyang known for being a ruggedly straightforward man? Why then was this trending title phrased so warmly? Intrigued, she clicked on the topic to investigate further. The first video under the trending topic was posted by a user known as If Heaven Has Feelings. The video began with Su Housen calling his girlfriend, followed by Su Chenyang offering a thoughtful reminder. Subsequently, Li Ningyao observed Yang Zhuoxing and Su Chenyang engaging in a discussion about the standards of sycophants. Regarding Su Chenyang's criteria for discerning sycophants, even the many boys vying for Li Ningyao's attention seemed momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. However, Su Chenyang's standards applied solely to sycophants. Li Ningyao still believed it was entirely normal for beautiful girls to attract such attention. Of course, she acknowledged Su Chenyang's point that girls should also treat boys well, yet she felt that during the pursuit phase, a beautiful girl need not show kindness to someone who may or may not become her boyfriend. Just as Li Ningyao was about to scroll past, she saw in a video that Yang Liuxia had asked Su Chenyang to prepare beef-filled pot stickers for her boyfriend's birthday. Su Chenyang inquired if Yang Liuxia had a gift prepared and then agreed to help. Such a warm-hearted gesture surprised Li Ningyao. He indeed possessed a gentle side. Could it be that he was truly a war man? Su Chenyang and Yang Liuxia, having met by chance, were willing to help fulfill each other's dreams of a romantic birthday celebration. If Su Chenyang had a girlfriend, he would likely treat her well. Li Ningyao herself believed that girls could indeed be kind to their boyfriends. Thus, she felt that the difference in views between herself and Su Chenyang lay in whether to delineate boundaries with sycophants prior to becoming a couple. Once they became a couple, there wasn't much difference compared to Yang Zhuoxing and his companions. This Su boss is more handsome and possesses remarkable culinary skills. His career is thriving, making him a promising prospect. In terms of his outlook on relationships, although he can be somewhat demanding, such a man is unlikely to stray, and he seems quite admirable. Upon reflection, Li Ningyao felt that Su Chenyang indeed stands out significantly compared to the suitors vying for her attention. Therefore, letting go of those infatuated admirers does not seem so difficult to accept. Chapter 56. The temptation of beef pot stickers having found Su Chenyang rather appealing. Li Ningyao decided that there was no need to maintain her stubborn facade. She would grant Su Chenyang a chance. If he truly pursued her, she could contemplate distancing herself from those sycophants. Moreover, after savoring Su Chenyang's pot stickers at lunch, she found herself longing for that exquisite flavor during dinner. This craving rendered her meal at the cafeteria tasteless, devoid of pleasure. If Yu Xuan and the others invited her tomorrow, she would certainly indulge in pot stickers again. Reluctant to change her stance outright, Li Ningyao awaited a gentle nudge from her friends. Later, as she scrolled through a few videos, she stumbled upon Su Chenyang's announcement about his day off. He cheerfully stated, "Hello everyone, I'm the food blogger Su Taiyang. Due to the rain tomorrow, we're taking a day off as per tradition. Wishing you all sweet dreams and a delightful mood for tomorrow. See you soon." The video was brief, lasting barely 10 seconds. Li Ningyao noticed a flood of comments beneath the video, amounting to thousands. Curious, she browsed the comments. Are you out to sell or on vacation? With this many days off, you might as well take a week off. You just had a day off yesterday, work today, and now you're resting again? That an amp. Oppos. That's not how you maintain your health. Are young people really afraid of a little rain? I wouldn't amp. Oppos. T flinch at hail, what are you scared of? You and amp. Oppos. Re still young. While a day of selling might earn you a decent sum, there are plenty of days ahead where you'll need money. Without a girlfriend, do you really think resting is wise? Can you even sleep at night? Reading through the barrage of critiques, Li Ningyao found their points quite reasonable. Just when she was eager to support him, he decided to take a break. How frustrating. This feeling of wanting to relish something that was unavailable to her was irksome. After a while of watching other videos, she decided to sleep. The following morning, Su Chenyang returned to campus to consult his advisor regarding his thesis. By 4:30 p.m., he was back at the villa. He purchased ingredients from the System S marketplace and began his preparations. As the dough rested, he set about making the filling, opting for a combination of beef and celery. The ratio was as follows: 80 lean beef, 5 fatty beef, 10 celery, 3 shiitake mushrooms, and 2 carrots. The inclusion of a small amount of mushrooms and carrots was primarily to enhance the aroma and flavor. The natural sweetness of carrots was superior to that of sugar for enhancing freshness, and a hint of carrot would add depth to the filling. Of course, Chenyang remembered to add an egg for a tender texture. Once the filling was prepared, the dough was sufficiently rested, and he began crafting the wrappers. By this time, it was already 5 p.m., and he could hear the rain pattering outside the house. Summer rains were indeed bothersome, often becoming the subject of ridicule. Having noted the comments on his video from the previous night, Chenyang reflected on his days of selling and resting. They seemed to be at a perfect balance. This left him feeling slightly embarrassed, and he sincerely hoped for better weather to restore his reputation. Taking his time, he carefully wrapped 100 pot stickers, 70 for himself and 30 for a couple he would soon meet. He prepared a special dipping sauce and placed the pot stickers in a skillet. By 5:25 p.m., he divided the pot stickers into 2 containers, sealing one in a plastic box and wrapping it in a plastic bag to keep it dry. Sensing that it was nearly time, he opened his umbrella and set out. The torrential rain drummed on the umbrella, growing heavier with each passing moment. Without a car, he hailed a ride to the entrance of the university, knowing that he would arrive early, especially considering the couple he was about to meet. At 5:40 p.m., Yang Liuxia arrived with her boyfriend, Zhou Xiangji, each holding an umbrella. Zhou Xiangji was visibly elated, clutching a box that contained the packaging of a mechanical keyboard. "You know, when I left the dorm, my roommates envied me," he exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. They were practically green with jealousy. Yang Liuxia smiled, finding his exaggeration amusing. Zhou Xiangji continued, his enthusiasm palpable. Had he not seen the video the night before, he would have been unaware of his girlfriend's plans to celebrate his birthday. As they chatted, passers-by couldn't help but glance at the couple, aware of the trending topics surrounding them. While others went without gifts, here was Zhou Xiangji, not only with a present, but also with pot stickers specially made by his girlfriend. At 5:50 p.m., Chenyang arrived at the university, quickly making his way to the security office under the eaves. "Classmate, your beef pot stickers are here," he announced, glancing at Zhou Xiangji. "You have excellent taste in finding such a thoughtful girlfriend." Zhou Xiangji, slightly bashful yet proud, replied, "I do have good taste. Wishing you both happiness. Make sure to make those sycophants envious," Chenyang said, preparing to leave. "Oh, I almost forgot the payment," Zhou Xiangji exclaimed, realizing he hadn't yet compensated him. Chenyang waved it off, believing that this was a gesture from a girlfriend to her boyfriend, and he didn't feel the need to decline payment at that moment. Having accepted the fare, Chenyang returned home while Yang Liuxia and Zhou Xiangji headed to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, it was mealtime for Li Ningyao, along with her 5 roommates, made their way to the dining hall. The group arrived at the spicy hot pot stall, and after a brief wait, they received their dishes. As Li Ningyao and Tao Yuxuan settled down with their bowls, Yang Liuxia and Zhou Xiangji chose a table right behind them. Eagerly, they opened the box containing the customized beef pot stickers. Upon lifting the lid, a fragrant steam wafted into the air, reminiscent of freshly cooked delicacies. The container was designed to retain moisture, ensuring that the pot stickers remained perfectly crisp and delectable. Immediately, an enchanting aroma of beef intertwined with a fresh fragrance enveloped them, awakening their appetites. At that moment, as Li Ningyao and Tao Yuxuan were about to indulge in their delightful, spicy hot pot, the enticing aroma wafting from the table behind them suddenly rendered their own dish less appealing. "What is this?" The fragrance is simply irresistible. The two of them instinctively leaned in slightly to savor the enchanting scent, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Chapter 57. The steps are not just what you say they are. Li Ningyao and Tao Yuxuan turned around and were surprised to realize that the girl before them was the one for whom Chenyang had specially ordered the beef pot stickers. The aroma wafting from the beef-filled pot stickers made them yearn to taste it. The fragrance was distinctly different from the 3-flavor filling they had experienced earlier. As the enticing scent enveloped them, their cravings intensified. Tao Yuxuan had already indulged in 2 meals and was eager to savor the unique flavor of the new pot stickers. While Li Ningyao had only enjoyed 1 meal the previous afternoon and was still yearning for more. The tantalizing aroma was severely diminishing her appetite for the spicy hot pot before her. Just then, Ma Minsha and 3 others approached with their bowls. As they settled down, they too caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance, their noses twitching in appreciation as they gazed towards its source, Yang Liuxia. Upon seeing her, they instantly understood and couldn't help but feel envious. How fortunate she was to have the custom beef pot stickers from Su, a true delicacy. Yet, they knew that envy would get them nowhere, so they sighed and returned to their own spicy hot pot. Yang Liuxia and Zhou Xiangji, unable to resist the temptation of the aroma, eagerly began to taste the beef pot stickers. As the birthday celebrant, Zhou Xiangji took the first bite. The rich, savory juices burst forth in his mouth, a delightful blend of flavors enhanced by a hint of celery and egg. The broth was not artificially enhanced. It was a pure essence derived from the ingredients themselves. Zhou Xiangji was utterly captivated by the flavor hidden within the pot stickers. The tender beef was complemented by the crispness of the celery, which had been left in larger pieces to retain its refreshing crunch. It harmonized beautifully with the overall texture, thanks to the egg. As he savored each bite, the sweet vegetable juices from the well-sized celery pieces were released, creating a perfect marriage of the celery and appos, as freshness and the beef and appos, as tenderness. The crispy, flaky exterior and the soft dough further balanced the richness, rendering the dish light and enjoyable without being greasy. Zhou Xiangji had already been impressed by the 3 flavor pot stickers, but for a beef enthusiast like him, this beef stuffed delicacy was a true love. He felt that this preparation was the pinnacle of all beef dishes he had ever tasted, leaving him relishing the exquisite flavors long after swallowing. With excitement, Zhou Xiangji exclaimed, "Darling, you must try this. It's indescribably delicious, truly the zenith of beef pot stickers." "Really?" Yang Liuxia asked, picking one up to taste. The exquisite flavor, both rich and refreshing, left her astonished. "This is unbelievably delicious. The generous meat filling is remarkably light, and I can hardly believe how perfectly the beef and celery complement each other. Indeed, Su's culinary skills are extraordinary, and he personally delivered our meal despite the pouring rain. Such a wonderful person. I can't fathom why the trolls in the comments section criticize him," she added, her admiration for Su growing. The two became staunch fans of Su Chenyang, recognizing that a kind-hearted individual like him could not possibly be at fault for the vitriol directed towards him online. Li Ningyao, sitting nearby, observed how easily the two had become devoted supporters of Su, all due to a single plate of beef pot stickers. She marveled at how 2 people could be so bold as to defy the multitude of online critics, simply because the dish was that good. The 6 of them yearned to experience the pot stickers for themselves, but for now, they could only endure the tantalizing scent wafting from their friends' plates. As they dined, they were oblivious to how they finished their meal. Exiting the cafeteria, the only thoughts in their minds were of the praises Zhou Xiangji and Yang Liuxia had lavished upon the pot stickers. Their anticipation for the next day, when Su Chenyang would set up his stall, was palpable. Later that night, as the clock approached 11, the 6 settled into their dormitory, each engrossed in their own activities. As Li Ningyao scrolled through short videos, she stumbled upon Su Chenyang's latest post. In the video, he announced, after the rain, "The sun shines. Tomorrow at 11, at the entrance of the business university, those interested in beef pot stickers are warmly invited to join. Wishing everyone sweet dreams tonight." A wave of joy washed over Li Ningyao. Finally, he was setting up his stall, though she had previously feigned disinterest. She could not help but feel a flicker of excitement. Meanwhile, Tao Yuxuan and the others rejoiced at Su's announcement, eager to taste the beef pot stickers, curious how they would compare to the 3-flavor ones they had tried before. They were captivated by the glowing recommendations of Zhou and Yang, and their anticipation soared. As they chatted, Li Ningyao silently wished they would invite her to join them. Yet, as the discussion drew to a close, no one asked her if she would come along, leaving her feeling slightly disheartened. The next morning at 10:40, as Su Chenyang prepared to set up his stall at 11, Tao Yuxuan and the others began getting ready to head to the school gate, applying sunscreen without even inquiring about Li Ningyao's plans. While the others busied themselves, Li Ningyao anxiously awaited their invitation. As a result, they left directly, leaving Li Ningyao, who was sitting in her seat studying, feeling somewhat bewildered. Are they truly not calling for me? What am I to do now? Chapter 58. The devoted admirer. In a moment of clarity regarding Su Chenyang, Li Ningyao devised a plan as she faced a dilemma. She promptly rose from her dormitory, closed the door behind her, and hurried to catch up with her 5 roommates descending the staircase. Upon noticing her presence, Tao Yuxuan and the others immediately exclaimed, "Ningyao, are you heading to the cafeteria for an early lunch?" "Indeed, I thought it best to eat before the crowd arrives, allowing me to return to my studies sooner," Li Ningyao replied. This was the strategy she had concocted, to accompany her roommates with the hope that they might extend an invitation for her to join them. In that case, she could gracefully decline. However, considering her upcoming graduate entrance exams, her roommates felt no obligation to invite her to partake in activities they deemed frivolous. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. Tao Yuxuan turned to Li Ningyao and said, "We're heading to the school gate now. See you later." The cordial farewell from Tao Yuxuan left Li Ningyao momentarily taken aback. Why hadn't she invited her along? The unexpected behavior from someone who usually displayed such enthusiasm left her perplexed. Was it because of Su Chenyang's comments about the standards of devoted admirers that had dissuaded Yang Zhuoxing? Although Li Ningyao was indeed attractive, Yang Zhuoxing felt overwhelmed by the competition and the elusive nature of progress in his pursuit, leading him to abandon his efforts. When he spotted Li Ningyao, he merely glanced at her without uttering a word as he passed by. His indifferent demeanor struck her as unbelievable. Had he truly chosen to ignore her? The sudden coldness from a once ardent admirer disoriented Li Ningyao. Had he succumbed to Su Chenyang's words and given up on her? The thought displeased her. While she believed that if Su Chenyang genuinely harbored feelings for her, she could draw a line with those who pursued her, she felt it was unjust for someone like him to dictate the dynamics of her admirers. Li Ningyao scufa inwarli. If they choose not to pursue me, then so be it. With a disdainful curl of her lip, she resolved not to indulge Yang Zhuoxing and Appo's newfound apathy, mentally placing him on her blacklist. Surely, the others wouldn't all cease their pursuits simply because of Su Chenyang's remarks? If that were the case, the thought of being overlooked as a campus belle due to a few words from him was disheartening. Just as her spirits sank, she heard a familiar, enthusiastic voice call out, "Ningyao." Turning, she saw He Kaifan approaching. Was he truly so spineless as to disregard Su Chenyang's astute observations? He Kaifan jogged up to her and inquired, "Ningyao, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Have you eaten yet?" His friendly demeanor reassured Li Ningyao that her fears had been unfounded. Her allure as the campus beauty remained intact. "Not yet. Are you heading to buy pot stickers? You should hurry along with your roommates then." "I'm not joining them for pot stickers. I came to eat," He Kaifan replied. "If you haven an Appo's tea eaten, why not join me?" Faced with his invitation, Li Ningyao felt a mix of exasperation and relief. She had hoped he would invite her to the school gate for pot stickers, as that would provide her a valid excuse to avoid ridicule from her roommates. Alas, He Kaifan seemed oblivious to her predicament. "Just go with your roommates. I and Amp, Appo's, am merely here for a smoked meat pancake. I and Amp, Appo's, leave right after." "No worries, I'm quite keen on the pancake as well." Despite his craving for pot stickers, He Kaifan prioritized spending time with her. With Tao Yuxuan and her roommates absent, and sensing Yang Zhuoxing and Appo's apparent withdrawal, He Kaifan seized this opportunity to pursue her. "All right then." Hearing her agreement, He Kaifan felt a surge of joy. "Let's go." Witnessing Li Ningyao acquiesce to He Kaifan's company, Yang Zhuoxing was unable to contain his frustration. What was happening? Had his retreat inadvertently paved the way for He Kaifan? Regret washed over him. If his decision to step back led to others adopting a similar stance, he would be inadvertently aiding He Kaifan, the very admirer he once viewed as competition. Yang Zhuoxing had indeed discerned He Kaifan's intentions. If the others ceased their pursuits, the opportunity to win over Li Ningyao would be significantly heightened. Realizing this, Yang Zhuoxing began to empathize with Su Chenyang's predicament. The relentless pursuit of admiration could be painfully competitive. He resolved to find a way to reclaim his standing. He could not allow He Kaifan to effortlessly win Li Ningyao and Appo's affection simply because he had chosen to withdraw. After years of pursuit, relinquishing his efforts was not a simple task. Thus, he decided to persist. If he could claim the heart of the goddess, it would not be in vain. With a heavy heart, Yang Zhuoxing accompanied his roommates to the school gate. Having lingered by the cafeteria, they were delayed. As they arrived, Su Chenyang appeared, riding his food cart. Yang Zhuoxing scrambled with his friends to secure a place in line, but alas, they were unable to secure a favorable position. As Su Chenyang surveyed the lengthy queue, he declared, "Today, we are serving beef pot stickers. If you're not fond of beef, kindly refrain from wasting time." His words elicited a chorus of impatience. "Hurry up with the pot stickers. You rarely set up shop. Less talking, more doing. Since you take so many days off, why not put in some extra hours now? After all, it's only 11 o'clock when our dorm lights go out. You're single. Why leave so early?" The moment Su Chenyang mentioned the pot stickers, a wave of requests for him to extend his hours flooded in. However, now that he had a villa, he was no longer bound by strict timelines for returning to the dormitory, and he considered the possibility of working longer hours. "All right, I'll arrange for extra hours." The crowd brightened at his accommodating response. "That's the spirit, Su. Focus on your career while you're still single." Indeed, that makes sense." Su Chenyang smiled gently as he retrieved a baking tray from the freezer, placing the handmade pot stickers into the electric griddle to commence frying. Chapter 59. The indifferent school beauty loses her reserve after a mere 10 minutes. The first batch of beef pot stickers emerged from the electric griddle. As the lid was lifted, a rich aroma of meat mingled with a refreshing fragrance, instantly whetting the appetites of those in the front rows. Regardless of the filling, Boss Su and Appo's culinary skills were exceptional, leaving me ravenous. It was evident that my visit today was not in vain. The flavors promised to be delightful. I can only hope that Boss Su's claim of working overtime is genuine and not merely a casual remark. This is particularly important since Su Chenyang had mentioned organizing rather than considering. His demeanor suggested that he was indeed committed to working extra hours. However, given Su Chenyang and Appo's emphasis on health, one cannot help but wonder if he truly engages in both health-conscious practices and overtime. Once Su Chenyang retrieved the pot stickers, he placed a new plate of them and began packaging the orders. Those fortunate enough to receive pot stickers immediately wandered to the side to savor their first bite. The delectable, rich meat juice burst forth in their mouths, a harmonious blend of meaty richness, the freshness of vegetables, and the essence of egg, showcasing the ingredients and Appo's innate flavors, which was utterly captivating. Especially while chewing, the perfect ratio of celery to beef ensured that the crunchy bits of celery did not compromise the tender texture, making each bite refreshing yet not greasy. The soft dough enveloping the crispy ice crystals created a multi-layered, rich taste that evoked a sense of opening a new realm for those unaccustomed to the three-flavor filling. The flavor was truly extraordinary. Had I known, I would have bought 15. Such skill is irresistibly enchanting. I could easily devour 20. This culinary prowess made the midday excursion worthwhile. The praises from these individuals heightened the anticipation of those waiting in line behind them for Su Chenyang's creations. However, those in the queue remembered the remarks about buying too few. Just the day before, when Su Chenyang first set up his stall, many had purchased 15 pot stickers, only to discover they couldn't finish them. By afternoon, people adjusted their orders, opting for 10 or 12 based on their appetites. Now, hearing these comments, even those who had previously supported him seemed to forget their own inability to finish last time. It was far better to overestimate than to find oneself unsatisfied. After an hour and a half, Tao Yuxuan and her friends finally procured their pot stickers, purchasing 15 in total. The rich, savory, and refreshing pot stickers left them feeling that they had not overindulged. Yet, after consuming 12, they were nearly full, their stomachs protesting against further intake. Tao Yuxuan lamented, "Those people ahead led me astray, claiming it wouldn't be enough and now I can't finish. Indeed, they had assumed the beef filling would be less filling, only to find Boss Su generous with his ingredients, rendering them unable to eat so much. The five could only close their takeout boxes and return to their dormitory. At that moment, Li Ningyao was busy solving problems. Noticing someone enter, she turned to glance at the five, asking, "Why are you all back with takeout boxes? Did today's pot stickers not taste good?" The previous night, they had finished their pot stickers on the way back and hadn't brought any boxes. "No, today's pot stickers are equally delicious. We thought our appetites were good today, so we bought more. By the way, Ningyao, would you like to try some? Are they really that good? Then I shall taste them." Li Ningyao, feeling tempted, declined to refuse. Had she known her friends had bought extra pot stickers, she would have purchased the smoked meat pancakes. Tao Yuxuan opened the takeout box, steam wafting upward, releasing an enticing aroma. It was the same delicious scent she had encountered in the cafeteria, instantly stimulating her appetite. Li Ningyao picked up a pot sticker and, despite her pride, took a small bite. The savory meat juice released exquisite flavors, making her wish to devour the entire pot sticker in one go. However, for the sake of her image, she restrained herself. In that moment, she understood the phrase, "one suffers for the sake of vanity." As she savored slowly, the exceptional taste nearly made her abandon her pride. Finally, she remarked, "It is indeed quite delicious." This time, she slightly lowered her goddess-like demeanor, offering a notably affirmative evaluation. The previous day, her friends had realized Li Ningyao was somewhat insincere, and now they were even more convinced. "Ningyao, if you think it an amp, oppos, es delicious, then eat more." Ma Minsha and the others placed the takeout box before her. Li Ningyao laughed. "Do you think I'm a pig? There is no way I can finish so much." "Well, just eat what you can, and we'll have a bit more too. We should finish it while it's hot. Cold pot stickers lose their juices and flavor." "All right then." Li Ningyao decided not to be overly polite. While she indulged in the pot stickers, Ma Minsha suggested, "Ningyao, honestly, if you're worried about being noticed by Boss Su, you could always wear a mask. That way, you'll blend in with us in line." Tao Yuxuan immediately agreed. "Exactly. If you wear a mask, with Boss Su being so busy, he probably won't recognize you as his type of girl." Upon hearing this suggestion, Li Ningyao felt a surge of joy. Her friends had invited her once more. However, wearing a mask in the afternoon was not an option. At this point, Li Ningyao was no longer averse to letting Su Chenyang know she fit his ideal type. After all, how would he know if she wore a mask? Yet, being invited by her roommates was a step forward for her. She could no longer maintain her reserve. "Hey, that is a splendid idea. So you mean to say you want me to queue with you this afternoon? You've invited me 3 times. I'm going to show you all some courtesy. All right, let us consider it your gesture of goodwill." The five shared a smile, chatting as they finished off the pot stickers. Afterward, they returned to their own tasks. Having eaten lunch and just 5 pot stickers, Li Ningyao still felt unsatisfied. As she worked on her problems, her heart began to anticipate the arrival of the afternoon. Before they knew it, the clock struck 4. As the 6 prepared to set out, Tao Yuxuan reminded, "Ningyao, you forgot to wear your mask." "Oh right." Li Ningyao feigned surprise. Yet internally, she lamented, why is Yuxuan being so attentive now? However, since Tao Yuxuan had pointed it out, if Li Ningyao were to refuse the mask, it would imply that she did not mind the straightforward Su Chenyang. Li Ningyao certainly could not allow anyone to think that, so she picked up her black cloth mask from her desk. Subsequently, the 6 left the dormitory. Chapter 60. Was Su Chenyang mistaken? As Li Ningyao ambled toward the school gates, she fervently hoped to avoid encountering her persistent admirers. While she believed she embodied Su Chenyang's ideal type and anticipated his pursuit, his intentions and chivalrous nature remained uncertain. Li Ningyao was not yet ready to sever ties with her suitors. Their presence and potential entanglements could complicate matters if Su Chenyang were to show her preferential treatment, placing her in an awkward position. She also wished to avoid being overly harsh toward the boys in public. Soon, the group of 6 arrived at the school entrance. As on the previous day, a dozen rows of students, numbering over 500, were queued at the stall. They joined the end of the line. As it was Li Ningyao and Amp, Oppos, as first time queuing, Ma Minsha sought to reassure her. Ningyao, Don and Amp, Oppos, to be daunted by the length of the queue. Su and Amp, Amp, Oppo's efficiency is remarkable. We should be served within 3 hours at most. It's all right, Li Ningyao replied. I'm here now, and I have the patience to wait. Her words reached the ears of a boy in the second row, who turned to see that it was indeed Li Ningyao. His eyes lit up. Ningyao, you're here for the guatai too? It was none other than He Kai Fan, whom she had met at noon. He had foregone the guatai at lunchtime for the sake of his goddess. He was determined to come in the afternoon, and now, to his delight, he had encountered her again. It was fate. Li Ningyao had hoped to avoid her admirers, but to no avail. Fortunately, He Kai Fan merely offered a greeting, which she hoped would not lead to misunderstandings. To preempt any such possibility, she said, "What a coincidence, He Kai Fan. Please focus on queuing and don and amp. Oppos, to disturb others." He Kai Fan recognized that a conversation across the queue would be inappropriate. He addressed the boy in front of Li Ningyao. "Excuse me, would you mind swapping places with me?" He Kai Fan was one row ahead. By swapping, the boy would advance in the queue. The boy readily agreed. Sure. They promptly exchanged positions. Oh no, Li Ningyao inwardly kriya, wishing she could dissuade He Kai Fan. However, Yang Zhuoxing, who was even further ahead, also noticed Li Ningyao and Amp, Oppo's arrival. Regretting his aloofness at noon, he felt compelled to make amends. Given the length of the queue, Li Ningyao would likely be waiting for 3 hours. Even with He Kai Fan as a chaperone, Yang Zhuoxing believed he would have ample time to clear up any misunderstandings. Yang Zhuoxing addressed the boy to the left of He Kai Fan. "Excuse me, would you mind swapping places with me?" Before he could answer, Tao Yuxuan interjected, "Yang Zhuoxing, why not swap with me instead?" She anticipated that someone would inevitably approach. Rather than let a stranger benefit, she preferred her roommate to gain an advantage. All right, Yang Zhuoxing readily agreed. Please no, Li Ningyao exclaimed, worried that the sudden influx of admirers would prompt Su Chenyang to show her preferential treatment, putting her in an awkward position. Yang Zhuoxing assumed that Li Ningyao's protests stemmed from her displeasure over the lunchtime incident and her reluctance to have him near. However, a man must be bold to win a woman's heart. Meanwhile, many onlookers were tempted to report the situation. Would Su Chenyang reprimand the boys if someone were to call them out as simps? Just as the thought crossed their minds, Su Chenyang noticed the commotion. Hey, you in the back with the mask, he called out, come to the front of the line. Let those two boys wait in the back. He Kai Fan and Yang Zhuoxing stared at Su Chenyang in disbelief, their expressions bewildered. Was he out of his mind? Did two people even qualify? Previously, he had only granted preferential treatment to groups of 7 or 8. They hoped Li Ningyao would refuse. Her acceptance would be mortifying. Li Ningyao cursed inwardly. The two were digging their own graves. She did not want to be cruel, but she had to give Su Chenyang face. Otherwise, based on his previous treatment of Chen Yishi, he might simply transfer schools. All right, Su, she replied. He Kai Fan could not believe Li Ningyao's coldness. How could Ningyao treat me this way? She agreed to buy smoked meat pancakes with me at noon. Yang Zhuoxing was filled with remorse. I'm such an idiot. I knew I was being a simp and had resolved not to pursue her, but I feared that He Kai Fan would win her over without competition. So I rejoined the ranks of the simps. Now, I have no standing in Li Ningyao's eyes. It was a case of simping till the end, getting nothing in return. The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for He Kai Fan and Yang Zhuoxing. Now everyone knew who the simps were. Wasn't that boy the one who had discussed how to identify simps with Su the other day? No wonder he disagreed with Su's assessment. Mortified, Li Ningyao left the queue and stood by Su Chenyang and Oppo's food cart. He Kai Fan and Yang Zhuoxing, unable to bear the embarrassment, slunk away, harboring resentment towards Su Chenyang. 5 minutes later, Su Chenyang's batch of guotai was ready. He handed the first portion to Li Ningyao. Here's your order. Thank you, Li Ningyao replied politely, deliberately removing her mask and placing it in her pocket. She then brushed her hair back, revealing her fair neck, so that Su Chenyang could see her clearly. Li Ningyao could feign that she was merely tasting the guotai, making her actions seem natural and preventing her roommates from teasing her later. Her aloof and stunning beauty was very much to Su Chenyang and Oppo's taste, causing him to glance at her. However, he frowned slightly. Did her actions seem contrived? Was she being manipulative? Su Chenyang was unsure of his judgment, but in the sweltering heat of summer, wearing a mask suggested a desire to remain anonymous. Since Li Ningyao had distanced herself from her admirers, he suspected that she wore the mask to avoid being recognized by her pursuers while queuing. If Li Ningyao wanted to distance herself from the boys, and given that his preference for aloof, beautiful girls was widely known, why would she remove her mask and toss her hair in front of him? Couldn't she have removed her mask and tossed her hair a bit further away when she wanted to eat the guotai? A girl flaunting her charms in front of a boy was definitely out of the ordinary. This is akin to a young man deliberately showing off to capture a woman's attention. Su Chenyang was uncertain whether he had succumbed to narcissism. Yet he couldn't oppose to shake the feeling that he had become a target for baiting. If he lacked resolve, he might end up ensnared, facing a fate far worse than that of a mere sycophant. This particular woman was not easily swayed. Perhaps it would be wiser to change his location for the stall tomorrow. Chapter 61. Sharing Abundance. Setting up a stall in the CBD. Li Ningyao noticed that Su Chenyang glanced at her twice before shyly averting his gaze. Although she was aware that Su Chenyang favored girls of her type, it still filled her with a sense of pride to attract the attention of such an outstanding and handsome young man. Just as Li Ningyao contemplated greeting Su Chenyang and extending a friendly demeanor, she became acutely aware of the many eyes fixated upon her, particularly those of her roommates, who were watching her every move with keen interest. Despite the justification for removing her mask at that moment, Li Ningyao felt it best to refrain from making contact while her roommates observed. She despised the archetype of a blunt, straightforward man, and initiating conversation would seem contradictory to her feelings. Ultimately, she took solace in knowing she had successfully piqued Su Chenyang's interest. Seizing a pot sticker, she promptly used her chopsticks to taste it, intending to substantiate her claim that her mask had been lowered solely due to her attraction to the culinary delight. Afterwards, she made her way toward her roommates. "I'll head back to the dormitory first," she announced. "All right." Though Tao Yuxuan and the others yearned to tease Li Ningyao, the throng of onlookers compelled them to hold their tongues for the moment. After Li Ningyao departed, numerous students from the business university cast disdainful glances at Su Chenyang, muttering among themselves about his evident preference for girls like Li Ningyao. Of course he is after our campus beauty. It and oppose, utterly shameless. They scoffed. Yet, it seemed to them that Su Chenyang would be stationed at the school gate for quite some time. Having previously changed locations within a few days at other universities, Su Chenyang's newfound interest in their campus beauty suggested he would take the time to observe Li Ningyao's character and values. This implied that he might remain at the business university for an extended period. If he found her personality and values compatible, he would certainly pursue her, leading to a likely scenario where he would be seen selling snacks regularly. However, the unfavorable news for many boys was that they would have to watch Su Chenyang flirt with their campus beauty. The fact that an outsider had set his sights on their beauty left them feeling somewhat resentful, yet unable to act upon it. Meanwhile, nearby office workers, tourists, and business professionals couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Did you see how captivated Su Chenyang was by that girl? He was utterly spellbound, one remarked. Yet, it seemed that Su Chenyang held no defense against such aloof beauty. As the clock approached 6 o'clock, the dinner rush intensified, swelling the line to nearly 1,000 people, forming an impressive and bustling crowd. By 7:27 p.m., the system notified Su Chenyang that supplies were running low. Due to the fluctuating demand for pot stickers, the system could only provide an estimate. Turning to the couple at the end of the line, Su Chenyang advised, "I'm afraid we're nearly out of ingredients. So you need an oppose. Wait any longer. Boss, it and oppose. It's only 7:27 and you and oppose. Out of stock already? You need to arrange for overtime," they retorted. Having seen a video clip online earlier that day where Su Chenyang mentioned the possibility of working late. Yes, I will arrange for overtime as soon as possible. I apologize for the inconvenience," he replied quickly. "Please inform the next customers that we sold out." "Sure thing," the young man assured him. And Su Chenyang returned to his work. At that moment, the other snack stall owners recognized that the ensuing hours would belong to them. Thanks to the substantial crowd Su Chenyang had drawn, they hoped that the girl Su Chenyang had been eyeing would share a meaningful connection with him. If he succeeded in winning her affection, he would likely continue to set up shop at the school gate for the duration of her studies. The stall owners fervently wished Su Chenyang well in his romantic pursuits, even wishing that Li Ningyao would take the initiative to approach him. As the clock struck 10:40 p.m. and Su Chenyang completed his last batch of pot stickers, he tidied up and prepared to head home. He had sold 140 portions that day, accumulating a total of 859 points. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 5612. Su Chenyang chose not to spend his points just yet, as he wished to save up for a golden treasure chest at 10,000 points to uncover its rewards. On his way back, he felt a sense of fatigue wash over him. Over the past 2 weeks, he had set up stalls at 3 different universities, and finding a sincere girl who matched his preferences had proven to be quite a challenge. As he pondered where to set up next, he noticed a celebratory banner hanging outside a nearby shopping center, prompting a realization. The long October holiday was approaching. I could set up a stall in the CBD during the holiday, he mused. The area was bustling with shopping centers, and while some students might venture to other cities, many would likely choose to shop and indulge in good food as a reward for their hard work. Even the most diligent students, who typically avoided outings on weekends, often found themselves exploring with friends during holidays. With the influx of students and the festive atmosphere, Su Chenyang concluded that setting up a stall at the university gate might not be the best option, as many would prefer to enjoy their time rather than wait in line for food. He decided to take a break the following day and return on September 30th, as the afternoon class would mark the beginning of freedom for students, leading to a lively evening of socializing. Setting up in the CBD during those days would also cater to his office worker fans seeking quick snacks, effectively sharing the bounty with all. I hope my critics will keep their voices down next time, Su Chenyang thought, feeling confident that this time his office worker fans would be satisfied. Subsequently, Su Chenyang returned home and promptly recorded a video to inform everyone that he would not be setting up his stall at the entrance of the business university the following day, in order to spare many from making a fruitless trip. Chapter 62. The cold and distant school bell is infuriated at this moment. It is nearly 11:00 and amp. Oppo's clock. Li Ningyao has finished her reading. When Tao Yuxuan and the others returned after purchasing pot stickers, it was already past 7. At that time, Li Ningyao was engrossed in her book, and her friends felt reluctant to interrupt her. Now that she has concluded her reading, Tao Yuxuan and the others can no longer contain themselves. Tao Yuxuan immediately began to tease. Ningyao, remember when you went to buy pot stickers? The way Boss Su glanced at you when you took off your mask was captured by a netizen and posted online. You wouldn't believe it. You and Oppos, retrending first on the local hot search again. You should check it out. Is that true? Are the netizens this bored? Li Ningyao replied with a hint of feigned helplessness. However, she had anticipated such a situation, so it did not come as a surprise. While Li Ningyao expressed her frustration, Tao Yuxuan and the others began to incite further banter. They argued that the netizens were not merely idle. After all, when Bossu mentioned he would set up a stall at their school, many speculated it was specifically to attract the school belle, Li Ningyao. Ningyao, what do you think of Bossu now? He is handsome and a competent chef. The video from a few days ago also proved that he is not just some aloof guy. Has your impression of him changed? Changed? I hardly know him. Li Ningyao dismissed lightly, determined not to concede any change in her attitude towards Su Chenyang. And I regret it immensely. If I hadn't been so hungry and tempted, I would never have carelessly removed my mask. Upon hearing Li Ningyao and Oppo's response, her 5 friends felt exasperated, thinking she was being overly picky. Ningyao, you and Amp, Oppo's, returning your nose up a guy like Bossu? You're far too choosy. I believe if he pursued you, you should at least give him a chance and soften your attitude. He is not like those infatuated boys. If you remain too indifferent, he might just give up. Finding someone better than Boss Su among those who chase you will not be easy. You should cherish such a quality man. Since the 6 of them shared a good relationship, they sincerely advised Li Ningyao not to let this opportunity slip away. However, the 5 roommates were blissfully unaware that their concerns were unwarranted. Li Ningyao was no fool. She understood precisely how to handle a man like Su Chenyang. Yet, she would never admit it aloud. What do I have to regret? I wish he wouldn't and Amp, Oppos, pursue me at all. Seeing Li Ningyao and Amp, Oppo's dismissive demeanor. The others were envious and wished to cry. Our Ning Yao is so beautiful and confident that she doesn't even look at a guy like Boss Su. If I had someone like him pursuing me, I'd be over the moon. Indeed, if I had a guy like Boss Su pursuing me, I would wholeheartedly reciprocate. I Wooden and Oppo's hesitate to take the initiative. It and Oppo's a pity that the boys Ning Yao looks down upon are the very ones we dream of but cannot attain. Hearing her friends express such envy, Li Ning Yao maintained her calm exterior while secretly reveling in pride. She felt an urge to smile, which was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. She decided it was time to change the subject. All right, I won't chat any longer. I'm going to take a shower. With that, Li Ning Yao picked up her basin and headed toward the bathroom. Just as she was about to step inside, Pan Rueming suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, how could this happen? Boss Su is not coming to our stall tomorrow." Her words immediately captured the attention of Tao Yuxuan and the others. Even Li Ning Yao, who was about to enter the bathroom, paused in confusion. All 5 pairs of eyes turned to Pan Rueming. Tao Yuxuan asked, "Rueming, are you saying Boss Su isn't coming to set up his stall? Is that for real? Don't joke about this." "Yeah, that is not a funny joke," Ma Minsha added, cautioning Pan Rueming to know when to stop with the jesting. After all, moments earlier, they'd been playfully teasing about Su Chenyang's anticipated presence at the school gate. Pan Rueming's sudden declaration that he would not be coming was disorienting. At that moment, the one who found it hardest to accept was undoubtedly Li Ning Yao. Surely, she must be joking, Li Ning Yao thought, praying that Pan Rueming was not serious. If she were, it would be a disaster. For Su Chenyang, Li Ning Yao had publicly dismissed 2 boys pursuing her, leaving them in a rather embarrassing predicament. Consequently, the other boys chasing her might reconsider their positions in her eyes, realizing they were merely infatuated followers. It was possible that they might even cease their pursuits altogether. Li Ning Yao had, to some extent, drawn a line between herself and those who chased her for Su Chenyang. If he were to stop pursuing her, wouldn't she be at a loss? Pan Rumen, who had been joking moments ago, would not suddenly turn serious. "I'm not joking. Boss Su himself posted a video. If you don't believe me, check it out." As soon as she said this, Tao Yuxuan and the others grabbed their phones. Li Ning Yao, who had intended to wash up, also picked up her phone to verify the authenticity of Pan Rueming's claim regarding Su Chenyang's latest video. Upon searching for Su Chenyang's account, she clicked on his most recent video. In it, Su Chenyang smiled at the camera, saying, "Hello everyone, I'm your food blogger, Su Taiyong. During my time setting up the stall, many people came to support me after work. However, recently the number of customers has been overwhelming, leading to many people making fruitless trips, which I find quite regrettable. Therefore, I have decided that starting the day after tomorrow, from September 30th until the National Day holiday, I will set up my stall near the CBD. As for which CBD, I have yet to decide. On the morning of September 30th, I will post another video to inform you all. Many have criticized me for setting up my stall at school, so I hope to receive less criticism and more praise in the future. During these days of the CBD, I will be setting up a bit later. So, please take note that tomorrow I will take a day off and will not be at the business university. Please don't make a trip for nothing. Wishing everyone a joyful holiday in advance. See you on September 30th. After watching the video, Li Ning Yao's mind went blank, leaving her utterly stunned. The good news was that she had wished for Su Chenyang not to pursue her, and now he wouldn't be coming. Yet the bad news was that she could not accept this reality. Was she not the type of girl that Su Chenyang favored? Hadn't Oppo's he been captivated by her? Why would he decide not to come to the school to pursue her? The video provided no explanation. Li Ning Yao was indignant. Chapter 63. Is the graduating bell no longer a bell? After watching the video, Tao Yuxuan and her 3 companions exchanged glances, confirming that Pan Rueming was not jesting. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. The silence lingered for several seconds until Tao Yuxuan and Oppo's voice shattered the temporary stillness of the dormitory. Is Boss Su really that fickle? He clearly has a preference for aloof types, so why has he changed his mind? What type of girl does he actually fancy? It feels like he is even more capricious than we are. ISN and Oppo's Ling Yao just as good as that girl from the finance university? Why does Boss Su favor her over Ling Yao? Even if Li Ling Yao was not interested in Su Chenyang, the five friends felt indignant on her behalf, unable to comprehend where she had fallen short. Of course, their primary grievance was for their own dashed hopes. As the five friends lamented, they noticed Li Lingyao standing quietly, absorbed in her phone. At that moment, they couldn't and Oppo's. T helped but wonder if Li Lingyao herself was the reason for Su Chenyang and Oppo's absence. After all, her striking beauty should have captivated him. There was no reason for him to stay away. Lingyao, did you say something while buying pot stickers last night that made Boss Su not come? Ma Minsha and Oppo's opinion immediately gained the consensus of the others. Even though the video uploaded by netizens captured the moment when Li Lingyao removed her mask, allowing Su Chenyang to glance at her a couple of times, it did not necessarily record every sound. With so many people queuing, the noise was quite overwhelming. Perhaps Li Lingyao had uttered something that went unheard in the video. Hearing her roommates speculate whether she had said something to upset Su Chenyang, Li Lingyao felt a wave of unfairness wash over her. She was merely stubborn, not foolish. She had already taken concrete steps to distance herself from Su Chenyang and the so-called sycophants. How could she have said anything to dissuade him? Yet, Li Lingyao found herself unable to express the truth. At that moment, a bitter sense of helplessness surged within her, reminiscent of having to swallow her own words. Finally, Li Lingyao explained, "You're overthinking it, all right? I only took off my mask to eat pot stickers. Why would I say anything? If I had told him to stop looking at me, wouldn't that be incredibly vain? Am I that foolish?" This reasoning resonated with the others. After all, Su Chenyang had merely glanced at Li Lingyao a couple of times. If that were enough to spark an infatuation, then insisting that Su Chenyang stop pursuing her would indeed seem rather irrational. It could also be that you were wearing a mask, Pan Rueming suggested. Maybe he thought you were even more aloof than the girl from Finance University and decided not to pursue you. This explanation quickly garnered agreement from the others, who felt a deep sense of regret but also recognized that it wasn't Li Lingyao's fault. After all, she had expressed her disdain for ironclad straight men when Su Chenyang mentioned setting up his stall near the university. Li Lingyao, feeling the validity of this argument, was seething inside. However, outwardly, she could only respond, "Forget it. His pot stickers may be delicious, but if he doesn't come, then he doesn't come. He said he was going to set up in the CBD anyway. The holiday is approaching. I can always go buy some then. It's no big deal." With that, she declared, "I'm off to shower," and took her basin into the bathroom. Once the bathroom door was shut, Li Lingyao could no longer maintain her composure and began muttering in frustration. "What a spineless boy. He can't even muster the courage to pursue a girl he finds attractive. Just because I wore a mask, he thinks I am Oppos, am too aloof to approach. What a coward." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she found herself blaming Tao Yuxuan. "It's all your fault, Tao Yuxuan. I didn't want to wear a mask this afternoon, but you insisted on being so meticulous. You're always forgetting things in class. And now you have to be so thorough when it's unnecessary?" A few words of complaint don't help at all. Meanwhile, at the business university, other male admirers of Li Lingyao began to reevaluate their standing. After pursuing her for so long without any recognition, they felt slighted by her blatant disregard for Su Chenyang in front of them. Although they were unaware of Su Chenyang's reasons for shifting his focus, they recognized his wisdom in refraining from pursuing her. Even if they were reluctant to admit it, this moment truly extinguished their hopes for Li Lingyao. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chenyang had unwittingly become a role model for these infatuated admirers. At that moment, he lay in bed, scrolling through his phone, primarily checking the latest comments on the video he had posted. Seeing the new comments filled him with mixed emotions. Many were urging for positive feedback, yet his fans seemed lackluster in their support. The comments section was rife with critiques about his change of position. "Didn't you find that girl attractive? Why'd you switch places? Isn't she your type? Aren't you being a bit too picky? Didn't that girl reject the advances of sycophants? Are you still not satisfied? Still talking about arranging work? Are you planning to set up elsewhere?" While these critiques were manageable, the comment from some office worker fans left Su Chenyang feeling exasperated. "Are you aware that during the long holiday, all the pretty girls go out to have fun, which is why you're in the CBD? If you and Oppos, re-come into the CBD just because university girls are out having fun, that seems a bit disrespectful. What? Do you think there are no aloof beauties among office workers? Is a graduating belle no longer a belle? For those who haven't graduated, you either need to be their peer or older, which requires you to take the initiative. But for the graduated belles, you're merely a younger brother. In sister-brother relationships, the belle must take the lead. Setting up in the CBD seems to be your calling. You should just establish yourself there permanently. The graduated belles are definitely better, and there are even wealthier older sisters. Reading through the comments about the belles left Chenyang utterly defeated. Who was the scoundrel who suggested he was after a belle in the previous video? Now everyone was calling him a belle chaser, tarnishing his reputation. If he were truly pursuing a belle, why would he have changed his position upon seeing that girl? Did he not have a type himself? He continued browsing other videos, where clips of him glancing at Li Lingyao had ignited speculation that he had set his sights on her. Now, even though he was not interested in her, he found it impossible to clarify the misunderstanding in the comments. The office worker fans had misconstrued his intentions, leading him to feel he deserved compensation for emotional distress. I'll go set up in the CBD, offering something upscale and classy. Surely a few extra bucks won't be an issue. Price increases must be justified by corresponding value. Chenyang is not the type to raise prices recklessly due to the teasing of these white-collar fans. Moreover, it would be quite delightful if a beautiful alumna were to come and support the event. Chapter 64. Creative Buns. Chenyang had grown accustomed to being ridiculed, and eventually, he fell asleep, unfazed by the comments. In contrast, Li Lingyao found herself unable to slumber, haunted by the sacrifices she had made the previous night, leading to swollen eyes upon waking the next morning. At 9:00 and Oppo's clock, when Li Lingyao and her roommates ventured to the cafeteria for breakfast, her friends immediately noticed her disheveled state. "Lingyao, did you not sleep well last night? Your eyes look a bit red." One of them inquired. "Is that so?" Li Lingyao feigned surprise in response. "I actually slept quite well. Perhaps it was just a facial cleanser that accidentally got into my eyes." This explanation, though somewhat plausible, satisfied her roommates, who ceased to press the matter. Once at the cafeteria, Li Lingyao hastily purchased scallion pancakes and ate treasure porridge. As she prepared to survey the seating arrangements with her tray in hand, she spotted He Kai-fan, who had come to the cafeteria with his own roommates for breakfast. Upon noticing Li Lingyao, he merely cast a cold glance her way before pretending not to see her, a stark contrast to the warmth he had displayed the day prior. Sighing, Li Lingyao understood that the events of the previous evening had clearly affected He Kai-fan. She had anticipated that neither He Kai-fan nor Yang Zhuoxing would pursue her any longer, and thus she did not dwell on it too heavily, choosing instead a seat near a fan to alleviate the discomfort. While eating her breakfast, Li Lingyao encountered two other suitors who, upon seeing her, also feigned ignorance and refrained from greeting her. The worst possible scenario had indeed come to pass. Once revered as a goddess by many, she now found herself devoid of attention, leaving her quite unsettled. This turn of events diminished her appetite for breakfast considerably. As the day wore on, Li Lingyao continued to encounter other admirers, and without exception, they all seemed to be wounded by the previous night and Oppo's occurrences. Feeling dejected, she trudged through the day in a daze. Time swiftly passed, and another day had dawned. Chenyang, having spent the previous day resting comfortably at home, awoke at 5 o'clock, feeling rejuvenated. After his morning routine, he accessed the system's marketplace interface, opting to exchange for a bun recipe. With the influx of patrons each day, it was essential to select a recipe that allowed for mass production. The process of making buns was not overly complicated, and the potential for creative shapes promised to elevate their market value. Particularly among the office ladies, there was a willingness to pay a premium for visually appealing creations. As Chenyang opened the bun recipe, he discovered two options: basic recipe and creative design. The creative design section boasted an introduction, capable of executing various high-difficulty bun creations. However, the creative design required additional points, leaving Chenyang both amused and exasperated. He had hoped to craft some inventive buns to enhance their price, only to find that the system required a separate exchange for that. The basic recipe cost 100 points, while the creative design demanded 200 points. Fortunately, he had sufficient points. Chenyang then inquired, "System, how many points are required to upgrade my food cart?" Currently, Your food cart only needs an upgrade to the stovetop position, which requires 50 points. Additionally, considering the need for speed in steaming buns, an increase in stovetop power will necessitate an extra 20 points. Very well. After a series of exchanges, Su Chenyang's points were reduced by 370. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 5242. The transformation would be complete in 3 hours. The plan for the pot stickers had been saved, allowing Su Chenyang to reactivate it for just 1 point in the future. With a notification from the system, the food cart was retrieved into the system's space for modifications. Subsequently, Su Chenyang proceeded to the kitchen to purchase ingredients from the marketplace. He soaked over 100 pounds of preserved vegetables in a large bucket of cool water to rehydrate them. The filling for the buns he chose primarily consisted of a mixture of preserved vegetables and pork. This choice was strategic. Using only meat would result in a dense filling that would not create the desired fullness in the buns. As Su Chenyang set about kneading the dough, he dissolved an appropriate amount of yeast in cold water, adding a pinch of sugar to aid fermentation. Given the summer heat, the yeast thrived without needing warm water. Once the yeast had activated, he combined it with flour and began kneading the mixture. During this process, he incorporated some lard. After forming the dough, he covered it with plastic wrap to allow it to rise. Recognizing that 1 bucket of dough would not suffice, he proceeded to knead a second bucket. After half an hour, he had prepared 3 large buckets of dough. Yet, this was still inadequate. To create visually appealing buns, he needed a variety of colors. Thus, Su Chenyang also prepared dough in shades of black rice, millet, and purple rice. Having completed the dough, he found the preserved vegetables had finished soaking. After rinsing them thoroughly, he chopped them along with the pork and some ginger and scallion water into a fine mixture. The preserved vegetable and pork filling amounted to an impressive 8 large buckets. Looking at the mound of filling before him, Su Chenyang sighed, realizing the labor that lay ahead. He needed to cook the filling until it was at least 80 done, ensuring the flavors of the meat and preserved vegetables melded perfectly for an enhanced taste. Cooking it to this point would also reduce steaming time, guaranteeing optimal texture. He prepared a large pot, pouring in a bucket of the filling, and began to stir-fry with a spatula. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was 9 o'clock. At the university cafeteria, Li Ningyao and her roommates were enjoying breakfast. While scrolling through her phone, the group stumbled upon a video posted by Su Chenyang. In the video, he cheerfully greeted, "Hello everyone, I am your food blogger, Su Taiyong. The weather is splendid today. I hope you can relish the culinary delights while enjoying the beautiful scenery. I will be setting up my stall by the banks of the shallow pond, away from residential areas, as that location allows for 24-hour vending. I plan to open at 11 and will work until noon. I hope to see you there." As the video concluded, Li Ningyao scoffed inwardly. How can he still have the nerve to set up a stall? She promptly blocked Su Chenyang. At that moment, Tao Yuxuan suggested, "Since we have nothing else to do, why don an amp? Amp? Oppos. Till we go check it out 11? All right," the others quickly agreed. Ma Minsha glanced at Li Ningyao. "Ningyao, are you coming?" "I won't be going. I still have to study," Li Ningyao firmly declined. After all, Su Chenyang had caused her such distress. Why would she support him? Fine. The 4 friends decided not to press her further, understanding that Li Ningyao's current online predicament with Su Chenyang might lead to an awkward encounter. Chapter 65. Girls are ever-changing. At 9:10, Su Chenyang sprinkled some flour on the cutting board. Then he placed the last large batch of fermented dough onto the board and began to knead it. Once the dough was smooth and cohesive, he rolled it into a long strip. As he was preparing to make numerous buns, he could not adhere to the usual method of dividing the dough into evenly sized pieces. Instead, he rolled the elongated dough into a slender rectangle. Subsequently, he used a rolling pin to flatten it, and, with a circular mold, he cut out perfectly round bun wrappers. This technique bore resemblance to his previous endeavor of making pot stickers, yet the distinction lay in the fact that pot sticker wrappers are made from dead dough, while bun wrappers are from live dough, which makes a significant difference. After extracting 100 bun wrappers, Su Chenyang sighed, "I'm exhausted. I must sell these at a higher price today." Taking a sip of water, he commenced the process of wrapping the buns. Grasping a bun wrapper, he swiftly took a portion of meat filling and expertly enveloped it. The entire process was remarkably quick, with each bun completed in a mere 5 seconds. The buns were plump and round, with evenly spaced pleats that appeared exceedingly neat and attractive. After crafting 800 buns, Chenyang turned his attention to decorative buns. Buns need not necessarily possess pleats. After encasing the meat filling within the dough, he began to sculpt its shape. Typically, when making decorative buns, one would piece them together. But if Chenyang were to do so with a system at his disposal, it would be quite embarrassing. He took a bun wrapper and molded a small yellow dough made from millet flour, along with 3 small pieces of black dough made from black rice flour. Chenyang melded these together with the wrapper, ensuring the thickness of the dough remained unchanged. Consequently, the increase in weight rendered the wrapper slightly larger, allowing him to take a bit more meat filling. Moreover, a slightly larger size would be more advantageous for the decorative buns. Next, after wrapping the meat filling of preserved vegetables and pork, he began to shape it. The first creation was a rural dog-shaped bun. The areas where the black dough was placed transformed into the dog's eyes and nose, while the yellow dough blended seamlessly with the original wrapper, resembling the dog's yellow and white fur. After defining the general outline of the dog, Chenyang used a carving knife to add intricate details. Considering the expansion that would occur during steaming, the appearance was not particularly appealing before cooking. Chenyang's speed was commendable. He could complete such a simple decorative bun in 30 to 40 seconds. Without the experience provided by the system, a typical person might take half an hour or more to craft a single creative bun. After an hour and a half of bun making, at 10:40, Chenyang set off with his food cart. The Chenyang River was in close proximity to his residential complex, and he arrived at Chenyang River in just 10 minutes. At that moment, many people were enjoying the scenery along the riverbank, some taking photos. Chenyang was not so self-absorbed as to believe that every visitor was there waiting for him. However, those who had come specifically to see him were naturally delighted when his food cart made an appearance. "Boss Su is here. Stop taking pictures," someone called out to their companion, inadvertently alerting others. A large crowd began to converge towards Chenyang and Amp, Oppo's stall. Hundreds of people gathered, yet there was an air of orderliness as they formed a neat queue. Approximately 50 individuals per row, spanning 10 rows, totaling over 500 people. In the middle of the first row, Chenyang unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, his neighbor, Zhou Yulin. Today, Zhou Yulin wore a fitted black short-sleeve dress with a small V-neck adorned with a bow. The dress was tailored to flatter her figure, ending just at the knee, accentuating her fair complexion. This time, Zhou Yulin was accompanied by her close friend, Sun Meichin. With a smile, Chenyang greeted her. "Sister Yulin, what brings you here? Aren't you busy since you have a day off tomorrow? My office is right next to the Fortune building. It's almost lunchtime, so I came over with my friend to join the fun," she replied. Understanding that they were in the CBD area, Chenyang refrained from further idle chatter and retrieved 2 steaming trays of buns from the cooler of his food cart. Each tray was quite large, measuring 1 meter in length and 60 centimeters in width. With sufficient spacing between the buns, each tray could accommodate 120 buns. The 2 trays contained different types of buns. One featured the standard round buns, while the other displayed the rural dog-shaped buns. The yellow and white colors mimicked the fur of a rural dog, with the eyes and nose embellished with black dough, giving it a comical appearance. This form was met with disdain from many onlookers, who cooed in and oppos. T helped but expressed their disapproval, whispering, "This is too ugly." Noticing their critical glances, Chenyang explained, "Don and Amp, Oppos, T judged the rural dog bun and Amp, Oppos, S appearance just yet. It will look much cuter once steamed." The regular buns were priced at 10 yuan each, with the average girl needing 3 to feel satisfied, and boys 4. Each person could purchase a maximum of 4. The Q version rural dog bun was priced at 20 yuan each. Despite Chenyang's insistence that the unappetizing appearance was due to the lack of steaming, no one seemed convinced, and silence prevailed as they exhibited little interest in the rural dog buns. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the skepticism, Chenyang remained confident in his culinary skills. Deciding to promote the buns after they were steamed, he poured an adequate amount of water into the 2 steaming pots, placed the 2 trays of buns onto the steaming racks, and ignited the fire. While the buns steamed, Chenyang took the opportunity to prepare more dough and filling. 20 minutes later, The first batch of buns was ready. Donning heat-resistant gloves, he removed the steaming racks. He then placed 2 new steaming racks onto the pots and retrieved 2 trays of standard buns from the cooler. Given the higher price of the creative buns, Chenyang primarily targeted affluent white-collar workers. Since it was still before noon, the crowd consisted largely of university students, making the regular buns a more suitable choice. After steaming the buns, Chenyang lifted the lids of the 2 steaming racks. As the aroma remained locked within, the crowd could not detect any scent. Once the steam dissipated, the patrons finally beheld the transformed buns. The standard buns now appeared plumper and rounder than before, while the once unappealing rural dog-shaped buns had dramatically improved in appearance with the dough expanding during steaming. The entire shape was now 3-dimensional, with even the tiny dog ears standing upright. The previously criticized squinty eyes now sparkled with life, and the little nose had become more pronounced and rounded. Particularly striking are the eyes. The dark pupils, upon steaming and enlarging, are encircled by a delicate ring of white iris. This resembles the eye designs often seen in anime. The rural dogs consistently wear a smile that evokes a sense of mischievousness. Their fur, a harmonious blend of pale yellow and white, appears remarkably lifelike, with colors exquisitely balanced. The overall appearance truly resembles that of a chibi-style rural dog. Furthermore, the dumpling-shaped rural dogs exhibit varied postures. Some are seated while others are lying down. In any case, they are utterly delightful and charming. I am utterly enchanted. The design prowess of Boss Su is exceptional. I have never encountered dumplings crafted in such a manner. This price of 20 yuan is simply a steal. A multitude of girls in line were instantly captivated. Those who might have previously expressed disdain are now consumed by a singular thought. Bye. Chapter 66. Why can college students be so pretentious? Chenyang noticed a change in the expressions of the girls waiting in line, which brought him great joy. He immediately inquired of the first woman in line. A professional. Sister, which type of bun would you like? I would like 3 garden dog-shaped buns, each with a different design, she replied. Olait, Chenyang responded eagerly, swiftly preparing 3 containers to pack the distinct garden dog-shaped buns, ensuring they did not stick together. After all, the professional had spent a considerable amount on these buns and would surely want to capture the moment for social media. Once the first girl departed, the next one chimed in, I would also like 3 garden dog-shaped buns. Certainly, Chenyang happily agreed. Initially, selling at the university gate, his average transaction seldom exceeded 30 yuan. However, now that they were in the vicinity of the CBD, the average spending of the professionals had escalated to 60 yuan, a remarkable increase. Next in line was a 19-year-old college student named Fong Siwen. She promptly declared, Boss, I want 3 puppy-shaped buns. Chenyang recognized that young women are often drawn to adorable items. Yet, understanding the limited financial means of college students, he felt it unnecessary for them to pay extra for the aesthetics of the buns. Dear student, all the buns have the same flavor. There is no need to pursue the visually appealing ones. I suggest that we ordinary college students stick to the regular buns, he advised. Fong Siwen, appreciating Chenyang and Oppo's good intentions, acknowledged that most college students relied on their families for financial support. However, she believed she could indulge in a moderate level of extravagance. It and Oppo's, that's all right, Boss Su. I recently received scholarship of 10,000 yuan, so a few buns are no problem, she asserted. A scholarship of 10,000 yuan indicated a national scholarship, which had recently been increased from 8,000 to 10,000. With such a substantial scholarship, Chenyang refrained from further comment and proceeded to pack 3 buns for Fong Siwen. Following her was her roommate, who, before Chenyang could speak, exclaimed, Boss, I also have a 6,000 yuan school scholarship, so please give me 3 garden dog-shaped buns. Of course. Chenyang nodded in agreement. The moment these 2 students spoke, the next pair in line felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although they lacked scholarships, they still wished to buy a garden dog-shaped bun for a photo op, opting for one of those alongside 2 regular buns. Then came a college couple. The young man requested, Boss, please prepare 7 uniquely shaped garden dog buns for me and my girlfriend. Dear student, is it truly necessary to purchase so many? Chenyang queried. The young man replied confidently and Oppos. As fine, boss. Both my girlfriend and I received 10,000 yuan in scholarships, so spending a bit more on buns is not an issue. Oh. Chenyang realized that among the college students patronizing his stall, there were indeed some hidden talents. Many of them were high achievers with national scholarships. He packed 7 buns for the couple. After they left, 3 more professionals arrived, all opting for the garden dog-shaped buns. Soon after, another college couple appeared, with the young man saying, "Boss, we would like 7 garden dog buns." Once again, Chenyang cautioned, as college students, I truly do not recommend purchasing such expensive buns. Even for a photo, 1 or 2 would suffice. The young man smiled confidently. No worries, Boss Su. I received a national scholarship and an additional 10,000 yuan from the mathematics application challenge. If my girlfriend wants it, I will certainly buy it. Another high achiever? This was quite impressive. Although Chenyang was unfamiliar with this competition, a prize of 10,000 yuan undoubtedly indicated substantial merit. Initially, he had aimed to earn from the professionals, but unexpectedly discovered that many college students were equally affluent. At this moment, the other students in line could not help but grumble internally. We are all college students. Why can these people be so pretentious? Receiving school scholarships is already a challenge for us, yet these individuals casually speak of national scholarships and competition prizes. High achievers certainly possess a certain confidence. Then came another female student. Boss, I would like 4 puppy-shaped buns. Before Chenyang could respond, she added, please do not advise me to save money. My monthly living expenses are 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chenyang ceased his attempts at persuasion. The professionals in line felt a pang of envy, some even wishing to cry. A wealthy beauty with a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan. I toil endlessly for just over 10,000 yuan a month, while this young woman enjoys a living expense of 20,000. Truly, comparison is futile, they thought. Many ordinary college students, lacking scholarships and hailing from regular families, also felt envious, unable to flaunt wealth like these high achievers or affluent beauties. These students settled for 1 puppy-shaped bun for a quick photo, alongside 2 or 3 regular buns. Before long, it was Zhou Yulin and Oppos' turn. The wealthy and stylish Zhou Yulin naturally would not settle for ordinary buns. I would like 4 puppy-shaped buns. Certainly, Chenyang nodded, preparing her order. Sun Meichin also requested 4 garden dog-shaped buns, and the 2 moved aside. They opened their containers, first capturing photos before indulging in their meal. After taking pictures, Zhou Yulin picked up a smiling garden dog bun and remarked, "It's so adorable that I almost feel reluctant to eat it." Indeed, Sun Meichin replied, "Boss Su and Oppos' craftsmanship is truly remarkable." Reluctantly, Zhou Yulin took a bite from the garden dog's head. She initially presumed that such uniquely shaped buns would contain only a small amount of filling. However, upon her first bite, a rich and savory broth burst forth, invigorating her senses. The saltiness, derived from the preserved vegetables during the pickling process, was distinct from typical salty flavors, offering a slightly intensified, yet not overwhelmingly salty experience. The flavor melded harmoniously with the fragrant preserved vegetables, creating a unique aroma that combined beautifully with the succulent pork juices, achieving a perfect balance. Moreover, since the preserved vegetable filling had been pre-cooked, much of the oil had been rendered, resulting in a juicy yet not greasy experience that was simply impeccable. Zhou Yulin savored each bite, relishing the tender meat and soft, preserved vegetables. The more she chewed, the more the distinctive aroma of the preserved vegetables enveloped her senses, delivering a delightful experience for anyone who enjoyed them. Another noteworthy aspect was the thinness of the bun's skin, just 3 millimeters thick and uniformly so. This ensured that, unlike typical buns where the edges might be overly thick, leading to a sparse filling and bland taste, Zhou Yulin found a garden dog-shaped bun to be entirely cohesive, brimming with filling. Su Xiaoti's culinary skills are truly beyond reproach, she remarked. Sun Meichin quickly concurred. Indeed, the even thickness of the skin and the generous filling are truly impressive. Moreover, the flavor of the dried vegetable and meat filling is nearly perfect. As one savors the bun, the delicate skin absorbs the juices, resulting in a delightful experience devoid of greasiness. It is truly exceptional. Not only is it visually appealing and delicious, but it is also remarkably affordable, priced at merely 20 yuan, far surpassing those upscale restaurants. Indeed, Chenyang's pricing, while perhaps not cheap at this stall, is nothing short of a gift when compared to high-end dining establishments. Subsequently, the two enjoyed their buns joyfully while editing photos on WeChat, sharing their delightful experience in a post to the circle of affluent friends. Chapter 67. Which young man can resist such allure? Chenyang had 2 steamers for dumplings, with a total of 240 buns. Some patrons purchased 3, while others opted for 4, sufficient to satisfy the appetites of 60 or 70 individuals. However, when it came to the 48th customer, the special pastoral dog buns had already sold out. Consequently, the girl in line turned to those behind her and said, "Sisters, go ahead. I'll wait for the next batch of the pastoral dog buns." The girl behind her was understandably displeased. So she distanced herself from her friend and addressed the couple behind her, saying, "Please, you go ahead." The couple, however, did not require such courtesy and responded to the 3 girls behind them. "You go ahead, my girlfriend and I are waiting for the pastoral dog buns." No, I also want to wait for the pastoral dog buns. Let them go first." One after another, they deferred, observing their steadfast determination to procure the pastoral dog buns. Chenyang interjected, "Everyone, please do not feel compelled to wait for the pastoral dog buns. I still have 2 steamers of regular buns. Moreover, these creative buns take me longer to prepare. If I were to focus solely on the creative buns, I would not be able to produce many in a day." No sooner had he finished speaking than a girl piped up, "Boss Sue, aren't you still making buns? Why not hasten the production of the creative ones now?" Her remark instantly garnered agreement from the girls in line. "Exactly. Just skip the regular buns and focus on the creative ones. There will still be people wanting your regular buns. Let those behind us go first. We are not in a hurry." Fearing that allowing those behind to purchase first might lead to chaos, Chenyang suggested, "Why not buy a few regular buns to tide you over while waiting?" This reasoning resonated with those at the front of the line. "All right, I'll take 2 regular buns. I only need 1." Since Chenyang mentioned that 3 buns would suffice for a girl, 1 or 2 regular buns would be adequate. The boys, showing little interest in the puppy-shaped buns, found the regular ones quite acceptable. Thus, a boy who came with his girlfriend began discussing with her, "Darling, I'll just buy the regular buns for now. I want to taste them." The girl replied immediately, "That's fine. Just get them, and then sit nearby to wait for me. If I get thirsty, you can buy me a cup of milk tea." "Sure." The couple quickly reached a consensus. Before long, the remaining half-steamer of regular buns was sold out, and Chenyang continued preparing the creative buns. At this point, more people began to queue up. After a few minutes, the 2 steamers of buns were ready again. Chenyang retrieved a tray of regular buns and another tray of Q-version pastoral dog buns from the freezer and resumed steaming. He then continued packaging for those in line. The girls only wanted 1 or 2 while waiting for the next batch of Q-version pastoral dog buns, so they remained in line. The boys bought 4 buns and then left the queue. Once the 2 steamers were sold out, Chenyang continued with the creative buns. The students at the back of the line began to murmur in confusion, "Boss Sue, what is going on?" Guarantee, there are just 2 steamers of buns that came out. Upon hearing this, Chenyang recognized that these newcomers were unaware of the situation. He quickly explained, "Today I prepared 2 types of buns. One is the regular round buns, and the other is the creatively shaped buns. Each person is limited to 4. Those at the front have yet to receive their creative buns, so they must continue to wait. Once the creative buns are ready, they will leave." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl in line asked, "Boss, what are the creative buns? Can we see them?" Chenyang held up a Q-version cat bun for the people at the back to see. This is the Q-version cat bun. It may not look great now because it hasn't been steamed yet. Once it is steamed, the dough will puff up, and it will look much better. Right now, I also have the Q-version pastoral dog buns in the steamer. The girl expressed skepticism. Will it really look good after steaming? Absolutely. Chenyang assured. The first batch of pastoral dog creative buns was initially met with disdain, but is now highly sought after. However, the Q-version buns will be pricier. The regular ones are 10 yuan each, while the Q-version ones are 20 yuan each. Upon hearing the price double, the boy who had come with his girlfriend felt exasperated. Boss Sue has a firm grasp of the girl's mindset. Make it look good, and the price doubles. My living expenses are already limited, and now a bun costs 20 yuan. It and amp, oppos, s unbearable. Fortunately, Su Chenyang and amp, oppos, as pricing wasn't amp, oppos, t exorbitant, so the boys did not resort to cursing. Just then, another girl in line curiously called out, "Boss Su, besides the dog and cat-shaped creative buns, do you have anything else?" "Today, I only made cat and dog-shaped buns for the girls. After all, creative buns take more time than regular ones, and I can end oppos, to produce too many different shapes." As soon as he finished speaking, a boy at the front of the line, who had planned to buy 7 Q-version buns for his girlfriend, inquired, "Did you make creative buns specifically for boys?" "Yes, I made buns shaped like the 5th-generation fighter jets for boys. I believe many will appreciate them." Su Chenyang pulled out another tray of buns to showcase. To ensure the boys at the back could see, he held one up high. The eyes of the boys in line widened instantly. They had shown little interest in the cat and dog-shaped buns, but the fighter jet-shaped buns were undeniably captivating. This was a dream come true. If they had hesitated at the price of the cat and dog buns, they suddenly felt it was manageable. After all, a university student and oppos' shoulders could bear the burden. At that moment, the boy who had just left the queue after purchasing 4 regular buns felt discontent. Initially satisfied with the deliciousness of the buns, he now regarded the regular buns in his hands with disdain, even if the flavors were identical. Comparing the ordinary buns to the fighter jet-shaped ones felt akin to comparing an average person to a goddess. "Bosu, why didn't you showcase these fighter jet buns earlier? Why hide such a treasure? That's rather unfair." The disgruntled boys who had already bought regular buns lamented, making those who had remained in line feel grateful. What a treasure this was! What boy could possibly resist such a delight? Luckily, they had stayed in line. Otherwise, they would have missed out significantly. At last, Boss Su had done something that left everyone satisfied. The boys eagerly anticipated purchasing the fighter jet-shaped buns and sharing their triumph on social media, envisioning how envious their peers would be. Chapter 68. Why must men trouble men? Faced with the complaints of a boy beside him who was munching on a bun, Su Chenyang felt quite helpless. He remarked, "The main issue is that these fighter jet-shaped buns are rather challenging to make. Therefore, their price is a bit higher than that of the cat and dog-shaped buns, costing 30 yuan each. These buns cannot be preserved for long. They must be eaten soon after being photographed. I believe it and oppos, it's unnecessary for university students to spend so much extra money." Upon hearing this, a boy in the queue immediately disagreed. "Su boss, you are mistaken. Although those white-collar workers have their own incomes, the housing prices in Hangzhou are exorbitant. If they wish to develop their lives here long-term, they must save to buy a home. If they do not own a house, they have to rent. Moreover, for those with girlfriends, they often need to take them out on dates, which adds to their expenses. They hardly have any spare money. We university students have relatively less pressure. I could always refrain from spending on games, right? So, please do not underestimate the financial capabilities of university students. Next time, consider us first when you have good items." This clear and logical argument immediately garnered the support of other male university students. "This brother is right, Su boss. Don and amp, oppos, to try to drain the pockets of those white-collar workers. They have their struggles. With various expenses and the challenge of finding a partner, is it fair to further deplete their finances?" Exactly. They're in oppos. A saying online that men in oppos spending is less than that of dogs, which essentially refers to these white-collar workers. Take me, for instance. I received a 10,000 yuan scholarship, and without any living burdens, what an oppos. What's wrong with me buying some food? You're a university student as well. Next time, prioritize the needs of students and consider the wallets of those young professionals. They truly have it tough. Hearing this, the girls in line couldn't help but smile. It seemed that boys had quite the weakness for such matters. Why must men trouble men? As it was still before noon and not quite time for the workday to end, there were in oppos too many white-collar workers in line to buy buns. At that moment, these white-collar workers had no one to speak up for them against the chatter of the university students. Su Chenyang felt that the living expenses of male university students were limited. If they were to pursue relationships, it wouldn't suffice. However, the university students in line were indeed more resourceful than he had initially assumed. "All right, I will certainly consider you next time. That an amp. Oppos, that's right. For the next batch, steam those fighter jet buns. Fine, fine. Su Chenyang nadith. At this point, the boy who was already eating a bun asked, Su boss, what about us since we in damp? Oppos, we already bought our buns. You've already purchased 4 buns, which exceeds the limit. You can't buy any more, Su Chenyang stated. While his words were indeed correct, the boys felt wronged. Su boss, we were unaware and bought these ordinary-shaped buns. Had we known, we certainly wouldn't have bought 4. We would have saved one for later. Exactly. Ignorance should not be punished. Can we return to the queue and get another purchasing quota? In their eagerness to obtain the fighter jet-shaped buns, the boys set aside their pride, hoping Su Chenyang could be a bit lenient. Su Chenyang was immediately put in a difficult position. That doesn't seem right. Besides, didn't you all come with your girlfriends? Typically, a girl can buy 3 buns without waste. Since each person has a limit of 4 buns, why not have your girlfriends buy one for you? All right, that works. Subsequently, the boys ceased their quarrel with Su Chenyang. At this moment, Su Chenyang glanced at the number of people in line and realized that it had surpassed 600. He still had some creative buns in stock, but if each of these 600 individuals wanted to purchase creative buns, he would need to make at least another 400. Given that each creative bun took around 30 to 40 seconds to prepare. The fighter jet-shaped buns required over a minute each. Hence, just to satisfy the demand for creative buns would take Su Chenyang 5 to 6 hours of continuous work. Not to mention, to ensure everyone was satisfied, he would have to prepare a considerable number of ordinary buns as well. Su Chenyang quickly addressed the crowd. The number of people wanting to buy creative buns today has surpassed my expectations, so we will cut off sales at the current queue. Anyone arriving later will only be able to purchase ordinary buns, with a limit of 1 per person. The previous boys are the exception. I will allow your girlfriends to purchase 1 fighter jet-shaped bun for you. To the girls at the back of the line, Su Chenyang asked, could you please inform those coming later about this? Of course, the girl replied, understanding that as long as she could secure her purchase, she had no objections. Additionally, it seems Su Chenyang truly was overwhelmed, so it was reasonable to limit the sales. Otherwise, for someone like her, positioned so far back in line, if Su Chenyang maintained a limit of 4 creative buns, it would likely be nightfall before her turn arrived. At that moment, those who had been part of the first batch of creative bun buyers felt extremely fortunate. Sun Meichin remarked to Zhou Yulin, these buns are not only visually appealing but also delicious. They are sure to be a hit. Indeed, we were quite lucky to have purchased them just now. However, I fear it may not be easy to buy them tomorrow. Zhou Yulin agreed, her head nodding in affirmation. Regardless, you have a secretary, right? If you're busy tomorrow, have your secretary come and buy some for you. And give me a couple as well. Sure. Zhou Yulin smiled and agreed. Queuing up had become a sort of enjoyment in life. If tomorrow she truly had no time and still wished to indulge, Zhou Yulin would have to rely on her secretary. Why Don and Amp? Oppos. Do you have your father arrange a secretary for you? I and Amp, Oppos, am still at the grassroots level in the company. How could I possibly have a secretary? Your father has trained you for 2 years, and yet. Before Zhou Yulin could finish her sentence, her phone chimed with a notification. She took out her phone and glanced at it, noticing someone had liked and commented on her social media post. Just a few minutes after posting, she had received likes and comments. Zhou Yulin felt that even her wealthy friends were intrigued by this creative bun. She relished the thought of her friends being envious, causing a smile to unconsciously appear on her face. Opening her social media feed, she saw a friend with the ID daughter of the god of wealth had given her post the first like, followed by a question. Is this really a bun? Which shop did you buy it from? Surprised to see this ID liking her post, Zhou Yulin exclaimed. I didn't expect this post to catch the attention of Jiang Wanxi. Really? Sun Meichin leaned in, confirming that it was indeed Jiang Wanxi and Amp. Oppos. SID. How surprising that our aloof campus beauty enjoys such cute things. Sun Meichin felt a stark contrast to her initial perception. In the next moment, her phone also chimed with a notification, indicating someone had liked and commented on her social media post. Upon checking, she found that Jiang Wanxi had similarly commented on her post, asking if this was really a bun. Which store did you purchase it from? Chapter 69. The delight of the office workers. Jiang Wanxi was a classmate of Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin during their postgraduate studies abroad. The two of them were studying in a prestigious university in the United States, one of the top 10 institutions, far from the likes of subpar colleges. In the elite circles of American academia, it was not uncommon to encounter stunningly beautiful international female students from all corners of the globe. Nevertheless, amidst the multitude of exquisite foreign beauties, Jiang Wanqi, with her strikingly ethereal looks, eclipsed them all, becoming the object of affection for many male students. Zhou Yulin was, in her own right, quite beautiful. During her undergraduate studies back home, she was not the campus belle, but she certainly held the title of the finance department in Oppo's beauty. However, upon meeting Jiang Wanqi, Zhou Yulin felt the vast chasm in their beauty. During their time abroad, many male students pursued Jiang Wanqi. When confronted by peers from the same or higher grades, Jiang Wanqi would declare, "I only date boys my age." This was due to her having skipped a grade throughout her primary, middle, and high school years, rendering her 3 years younger than her classmates. Consequently, those pursuing postgraduate degrees had to relinquish their hopes. Later, when underclassmen in their first and second years attempted to win her over, Jiang Wanqi would again assert, "I do not date younger boys." These two statements effectively eliminated any male candidates who met her stringent criteria. Many boys lamented their academic shortcomings during their formative years. Unable to skip grades, yet they could not bring themselves to fault Jiang Wanqi for her high standards. During their studies abroad, Zhou Yulin, Sun Meichin, and Jiang Wanqi formed a close-knit friendship, supporting one another in the unfamiliar landscape of a foreign country. However, Jiang Wanqi hailed from Shanghai, making casual gatherings a rarity. Upon seeing the photos of the adorable dog-shaped buns posted by her friends, she felt compelled to reach out, clearly intrigued. Zhou Yulin, while savoring a bun, quickly typed a message to Jiang Wanqi. "Aren't you in Shanghai? Asking where I bought them won't help." After a minute, Jiang Wanqi replied, "I have a business trip to Hangzhou tomorrow, and will be staying there for the holiday. Is it convenient for me to stay at your place?" Zhou Yulin responded affirmatively. Jiang Wanqi continued, "The dog bun you posted earlier, was it genuinely a bun? It looks more like a cartoon character." Anticipating that Jiang Wanqi might not be able to video chat, Zhou Yulin opened the box and snapped a picture of herself taking a bite of the bun's head, sending it to Jiang Wanqi. "How could such a bun be crafted so realistically? Is it delicious? Which shop is it from? When I come, you must take me to try it." Sun Meichin chuckled at Jiang Wanqi's enthusiastic response, surprised to see their usually aloof goddess exhibit such eagerness. Zhou Yulin, amused, continued typing. "We'll talk about it when you arrive." Jiang Wanqi assured her, "I'll come see you after work tomorrow evening. Remember to invite Meichin, or I'll message her later." Zhou Yulin replied, "It's fine. Meichin is with me now, so we can meet tomorrow evening." As their conversation drew to a close, Sun Meichin posed a question to Zhou Yulin. "If Wanqi comes, will you send someone to queue for buns, or will you take her to queue yourself?" Zhou Yulin pondered. "Perhaps it's best to send someone. It's rare for her to visit Hangzhou for work and stay a few days. It might not be fitting to make her line up." Sun Meichin, however, felt a sense of pride in their hometown's culinary offerings. But what if the buns turn out to be less than satisfactory? Didn't she previously complain that Hangzhou is a culinary desert? I think we should take her to experience it firsthand. Zhou Yulin was swayed by this reasoning, recalling how they had invited Jiang Wanqi to Hangzhou for the May Day holiday, only for her to suggest they visit Shanghai instead. Just as they concluded their discussion on how to host their friend, their phones chimed with notifications from their social media, filled with comments from their affluent friends inquiring about the location of the buns. As Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin busily replied, Su Chenyang's batch of fighter plane buns and the Q version dog buns were ready. When the steamer lid was lifted, revealing the delightful creations, the boys and girls alike were mesmerized by the adorable Q version dog buns, each crafted with remarkable precision and charm. The fighter plane buns, made from a blend of black rice flour and regular flour, boasted a sleek silver-gray hue. The attention to detail was astounding, resembling high-quality models rather than mere food. The surface glistened with a sheen of oil, evoking the image of a formidable aircraft poised for battle. The boys were captivated, their eyes widening in awe at the sight of these culinary marvels. As the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, Nearby office workers expressed their astonishment at the charming creations. Initially drawn by curiosity, they were taken aback by the whimsical presentation of the food, especially the boys who came with their girlfriends. Initially reluctant to bask in the midday sun, found themselves utterly captivated by the fighter plane buns. How can food look this striking? It's simply irresistible. Finally, Chenyang had catered to his fans, knowing full well that the boys could hardly resist such enticing offerings. The office workers were in high spirits, eager to indulge and support the delightful fare laid before them. Chapter 70. Today's university students are too arrogant. As the white-collar fans expressed their satisfaction with the snacks of the day, they hurried to join the queue. However, upon reaching the back of the line, a girl, who had just exchanged pleasantries with Chenyang, announced, "Dear friends, Boss mentioned that today, as creative buns are sold out. Those arriving later can only purchase the regular buns. If you desire the creative buns, there's no need to queue." What? We can't buy the creative buns anymore? The previously jubilant white-collar fans erupted in dismay. They immediately called out to Chenyang, Boss, does this mean we can't get those stylish creative buns now that we just arrived? Chenyang promptly replied, due to the overwhelming number of people in line. The creative buns take more time to prepare, and we simply cannot keep up. Hearing this, the white-collar workers felt a twinge of helplessness. Boss, this is quite disappointing. We came all the way to the CBD to enjoy a fair share. It's unreasonable that we just got off work, and the main attraction is already sold out. Could you please make a few more creative buns? Otherwise, it seems we won't get our fair share after all. Listening to the white-collar complaints, the university students in line felt somewhat embarrassed, lowering their heads, stifling laughter, unsure if it would appear rude to find humor in the situation. Chenyang had anticipated a 7-day holiday, knowing many female students would flock to the CBD for leisure, hence setting up his stall. He genuinely wished to cater to these white-collar fans, who made the effort to support him by visiting the school's entrance. After all, the creative buns were originally intended for these white-collar patrons. Yet, only a handful like Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin, who got off work early, managed to procure them, while the remainder were claimed by university students. Thus, he felt a pang of guilt towards the white-collar fans. I'm sorry, everyone, but unfortunately, I won't be able to prepare more creative buns today. My plans have deviated somewhat. Tomorrow, since you all have a day off, come early, and I will strive to make more so you can buy them. Reluctantly, the white-collar workers decided they would have to wait until tomorrow. At that moment, a white-collar female spoke up, "Dear students, if you happen to buy the creative buns today, please refrain from posting them on social media. Otherwise, even more people will come tomorrow, and no one will get any." In response to her remark, the university students in line fell silent. They understood her reasoning, but after the arduous effort of queuing for the creative buns, what would be the point of not showcasing their purchase? Moreover, if the white-collar workers arrived early tomorrow, they might not even get a chance to buy them. If they missed out again, they had even less reason to keep quiet about their delightful acquisition. After the white-collar female's comment, seeing no one engage with her, she felt awkward, muttering, "These university students are hard to deal with." Realizing that the students were unwilling to cooperate, the other white-collar workers decided to let it be. Chenyang continued his work, busily crafting the creative buns. Gradually, more white-collar patrons approached, only to express their disappointment upon learning that the creative buns were sold out. Even though they were aware of the deliciousness of Chenyang's buns, the disappointment lingered. With the front of the line filled with customers craving creative buns, Chenyang had to prioritize their demands, ensuring that he could not cater to the lunch crowd. As a result, the number of people in line did not increase during lunch hours, inadvertently benefiting the other vendors around. Observing a higher foot traffic than usual, the stall owners were elated, anticipating that the next 8 days would allow them to reap the rewards from Boss and Oppos as presents. If only Boss would continue to set up his stall here. It was uncertain whether the office workers nearby had any attractive individuals among them, but in this era, age gap relationships were quite popular. The vendors hoped that the white-collar women would take the initiative, especially since some were single and looking for a match. Each vendor silently wished for Chenyang to encounter true love soon. If only they knew his type, they would not hesitate to introduce him. hoping to enjoy the fruits of his success alongside him. However, in the CBD area, it was impossible that there weren't any lovely women. Yet, given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that they would be able to purchase the creative buns anymore. The news had spread among the women, so it was doubtful they would come. Meanwhile, many young men in the CBD were outraged, having seen a short video mocking their consumption power compared to university students while scrolling through their lunch break. However, their anger was not directed at the mockery itself, but rather at the university students for snatching the buns that rightfully belonged to them. These university students were truly excessive. When Su Boss set up his stall at the university gate, they bought in large quantities. Now that he was at the CBD, they continued to dominate the purchases, seemingly unaware of the need to leave some for others. Today's university students seemed oblivious to their own audacity, daring to flaunt their superiority while competing for buns. The white-collar men were deeply aggrieved, unable to bear the thought of their coveted buns being sold out to university students. Frustrated, they flocked to the comment section of the video where Su Chenyang announced his venture to the Jiangxi New City, leaving messages such as, "You come to the CBD to sell? You ought to cater to your white-collar fans. With such low prices, it's a miracle I even get a chance. If you raise the price, nobody will complain. For these coveted buns, what's wrong with pricing them at 50 yuan? It's merely the cost of a pack of cigarettes, and I still support you. I can tolerate many things, but I cannot accept the fact that the coveted buns are sold out. Raise the price so those university students can't afford them. I'd gladly pay 100 for 4. The allure of capturing the perfect photo of a single coveted bun compared to a set of 4 was incomparable. Many of these young men were military enthusiasts willing to pay for the emotional value. However, while the white-collar men expressed their grievances, a chorus of white-collar women began to comment as well. Given the current trend, if female university students came to buy, they would surely miss out. Thus, raising prices seemed the most sensible choice. What else with this charity? Why not learn from the high-end tea houses and their pricing? Your presentation is exquisite, yet your prices are so low. Do you think there are no wealthy patrons nearby who can afford it? You are insulting the affluent. Don't let scalpers swoop in. Once they do, they'll profit more than you ever could. These white-collar women did not believe they were being unreasonable. After all, showcasing these buns on social media would undoubtedly elicit envy from friends, providing an emotional payoff. If wealthy patrons were willing to spend, scalpers would surely be drawn in. Chapter 71. Reasons for liking aloof girls. At this moment, Su Chenyang was overwhelmed with work, oblivious to the fact that as batch after batch of buns emerged from the steamer, numerous young women were capturing photographs of the innovative buns to share on social media platforms, causing the excitement to escalate. 2 hours later, around 2:00 in the afternoon, the crowd in front of Su Chenyang and Oppo's stall had dwindled by half, leaving approximately 300 people. Nevertheless, the supply of creative buns he had prepared at home was entirely consumed, and he was now reliant on making them on site. While Su Chenyang busied himself with the preparation of buns, Ma Minsha, Tao Yuxuan, and a few others stood at the front, directly in his line of sight. Observing his industrious demeanor, the 5 exchanged glances and ultimately felt compelled to voice their curiosity. "Bosu, didn't you set up your stall at the entrance of our business university just the other day? What prompted the sudden change in location?" They were genuinely intrigued about Su Chenyang's opinion on why he found Li Ningyao attractive, especially since he had announced that evening he would not be returning to the business university. With Li Ningyao absent, they seized the opportunity to ask their question. When Tao Yuxuan broached the subject, the queue in front perked up, eager to hear Su Chenyang's response. From the outset of his stall, Su Chenyang had been quite forthright in his conversations with patrons, so the gathered crowd believed he would answer candidly. With a slight smile, Su Chenyang replied, "Haven and Oppos. I addressed a similar question previously. I don't find any girl particularly attractive." No sooner had he spoken than other girls erupted with playful teasing. "Bosu, weren't you just admiring those beautiful girls from Business University the other day? If they weren't attractive, would you have glanced at them?" "Exactly. Isn't that girl similar to the one you found appealing at the Finance University? If you claim she is unattractive now, it sounds rather disingenuous." Even among the boys waiting for their buns, many scoffed internally at Su Chenyang's contradictory stance. How shameless! That girl is undeniably beautiful, yet he dares to claim otherwise? If it weren't for the fact that he pursued her, I might suspect he's merely bitter about not being able to win her over. In response to their jests, Su Chenyang clarified, I didn't say she was unattractive. I meant that I didn't find her appealing. He acknowledged, the girl at business university was indeed beautiful, but she didn't strike me as the type who was easy to get along with, which doesn't align with my personal taste. Hence, I didn't feel particularly drawn to her. As soon as he finished, Tao Yuxuan pressed on, Boss Su, if you haven't interacted with her, how can you determine that she's difficult to approach? Su Chenyang's instinct had already formed a judgment. He felt Li Ningyao was not an uncomplicated individual. She had intentionally removed her mask, seemingly trying to attract attention. However, this was merely a hunch, and Su Chenyang lacked concrete evidence. Given that someone was recording, Su Chenyang refrained from disparaging Li Ningyao. Nevertheless, her behavior at the time had left him uncomfortable. When that girl approached wearing a mask, it was clear she didn't want to be pursued for her looks. One must possess self-awareness. I helped her evade the advances of a boy. I couldn't very well pursue her myself. Could I? That would mean becoming the very person I despise. The girls present nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Su Chenyang's perspective. He was indeed a man of integrity. Tao Yuxuan and her friends exchanged wry smiles, realizing it truly was the mask that had led to this misunderstanding. They recalled that Li Ningyao had expressed disdain for Su Chenyang's straightforward demeanor, which explained her choice to conceal her face. Yet, Su Chenyang remained oblivious to this fact. Su Chenyang, despite finding Li Ningyao attractive, had decisively chosen to forego the pursuit, a decision that the five admired greatly. At that moment, another girl ventured to ask, Boss Su, may I curiously inquire why you are particularly fond of aloof types of girls? This question intrigued everyone present, prompting further inquiries. Yes, Boss Su, please enlighten us. After all, exceptionally beautiful girls generally share a similar standard of attractiveness, so why do you have a penchant for those with a more aloof demeanor? This was not an unanswerable question, and Su Chenyang responded directly. In truth, there is no exceptional reason. It's just that nowadays, girls are inherently difficult to court. If a girl has a sunny and warm personality, she won't be overly cold even towards those who flatter her excessively. I once fancied sweet-natured girls, only to find myself completely ensnared by those who take advantage of my affections, all while believing I had a decent rapport with them. It wasn't until they ended up with someone else that I realized I had been made a fool. Upon hearing this, the crowd recalled Su Chenyang and Appo's previous lamentations about being ensnared in such situations, eliciting both laughter and sympathy. So that's what he meant by being ensnared. Su Chenyang continued, after reflecting on this, I came to the conclusion that aloof girls might be more suitable for someone like me. If an aloof girl encounters someone she likes, she won't remain indifferent. You can sense it. This way, it's akin to seeing a progress bar. If she continues to be distant, and I cannot perceive any positive signs, I can simply walk away without becoming the fool who realizes too late. His words prompted deep contemplation among the girls present. Su Chenyang was indeed insightful. Many girls had to concede that they were not the aloof type. If a boy pursued them, they often felt too bashful to be overly cold towards him. Naturally, if a boy they liked showed interest, they would offer a more favorable demeanor. However, that attitude, when not in a relationship, would not significantly differ from their behavior towards other boys. Aloof girls, on the other hand, showcased a distinct difference that was readily apparent. Thus, Su Chenyang and Appo's reasoning was difficult to contest. At that moment, many boys in attendance shared similar sentiments. They resonated with his words, recalling their own experiences of being ensnared multiple times, only to find that all their efforts had been in vain. If only I possessed the clarity of thought that Su Chenyang has. He learned his lesson after one encounter, while I fell for the same trap several times. Fortunately, I have managed to successfully pursue a girlfriend now. In Su Chenyang's line, there were hardly any of those relentless admirers left. After all, what girl would willingly spend time with someone who was excessively flattering in a place like this? However, many single girls, reflecting on Su Chenyang's comments, secretly lamented. If only I were the aloof type. If what Boss Su says is true, then if aloof girls were a bit more proactive, wouldn't that lead to intriguing stories? Su Chenyang was not only handsome, but also an excellent cook and a successful individual. Furthermore, he was straightforward with other girls, but knew how to be a caring partner with his girlfriend. Upon reflection, as long as a girl was not overly demanding, interacting with Su Chenyang would be quite effortless. Thus, possessing both beauty and an aloof demeanor would be a significant advantage in winning over such an admirable man. It was frustrating that they did not embody that type. How could other girls not feel envious? At this juncture, Su Chenyang jokingly quipped, "In truth, if pursued, I would mind any type of girl as long as our personalities and values align." Pursued? Boss Su, how audacious! The girls present exchanged amused glances, laughing at the audacity of his statement. A boy like Su Chenyang would certainly not mind being pursued by an ordinary girl. However, Su Chenyang is fond of girls who possess the beauty of campus goddesses. How could such enchanting individuals possibly pursue him? Even numerous boys cannot help but harbor a silent disdain. One illusion. How audacious to dream such dreams. There are countless admirers devoted to these campus beauties. On what grounds could they reject the affections of these admirers and yet still pursue him? Chapter 72. Media University, the stunning campus belle. Su Chenyang noticed several boys casting disdainful glances in his direction. How could they be so humorless? He found himself looking down upon them in turn, for one must always hold on to their dreams. What if they come to fruition? Subsequently, Su Chenyang devoted himself to making buns. 10 minutes later, after purchasing buns, Tao Yuxuan and her 4 companions departed. As time progressed, a steady stream of people began to queue. Among them were white-collar workers who had knocked off early and university students who had no classes that day. Although the creative buns had sold out, ordinary buns remained available. Some left in disappointment, while others chose to stay and sample the flavors. At 6 in the evening, Li Ningyao sat alone in her dormitory, enjoying takeout while scrolling through short videos. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a video featuring Tao Yuxuan and her friends questioning Su Chenyang about his school transfer. Hearing Su Chenyang mention that he had changed schools because Li Ningyao wore a mask, presenting an air of not wanting to be bothered, left her feeling quite helpless. This Su boss is truly absurd. What if I was simply wearing a mask due to a cold? Why be so hasty in judgment? As if girls would chase after him. How absurd. Regretting her previous attitude towards Su Chenyang, Li Ningyao found it hard to believe that any beautiful girl would be so shameless as to pursue someone. Consequently, she clicked not interested to avoid further videos related to Su Chenyang popping up on her feed. Yet, despite her disinterest, there were plenty of others keenly interested. At Hangzhou Media University, the clock struck 6 as classes ended. In classroom 502 of the broadcasting department, 6 girls emerged last, clutching their textbooks. The university was renowned for its abundance of beautiful girls, especially in the broadcasting department. Each of these 6 girls possessed strikingly exquisite features, easily qualifying as campus beauties in any other university. Among them was a girl clad in a white shirt paired with a denim skirt, boasting chestnut-colored, shoulder-length hair with a middle part. Her face was as picturesque as a painting, and her skin radiated a luminous whiteness akin to moonlight. In addition to her stunning looks, her vibrant personality contrasted with her 5 roommates, as she exuded a calm and unique demeanor. This girl was none other than Tang Xue, the universally acknowledged goddess among boys at the Hangzhou Media University. As they exited the classroom, Lin Suishan, who had been distracted by her phone during class, remarked, "Did you all see the video of Su Boss? His creative buns today were truly innovative." Lu Silu immediately chimed in, "I came across it this afternoon. Those buns looked mouth-watering. How about we all go buy some tomorrow? I'd love to go, but I'm afraid we won't get any," she replied. Su Boss has a limited quantity he can make in a day, and, judging by the short video, he nearly sold out right after setting up shop at noon. Just imagine tomorrow. That's true, Lu Silu agreed. But I genuinely want to try them. Let us take our chances. That works. Curious about their animated discussion, Tang Xue inquired, "What are you talking about?" "What buns?" Lu Silu explained, "Well, Su Boss set up shop today and even made it onto the trending list." Tang Xue raised an eyebrow, Skeptical. Buns can trend? Why would I lie? Just check for yourself. It's currently the top trending topic. Is it really that dramatic? Tang Shuya felt puzzled and picked up her phone to check the trending list. The title at the top read, "The Pinnacle of Bun Aesthetics." Tang Shuya clicked on the trending topic, and the first video was from a girl who had visited. Though she had few followers, the video had garnered over 50,000 likes and thousands of comments. In the video, the girl showcased Chenyang and Appo's adorable miniature dog-shaped buns, cat-shaped buns, and fighter jet-shaped buns. They looked so lifelike that if she hadn't known they were buns, she would have thought they were toy models. The fact that buns could be crafted so beautifully was no wonder they topped the trending list. Tang Shuya glanced at the comments section, which was filled with praise. This creative bun may not taste as good as advertised, but in terms of appearance, it undoubtedly ranks #1 among buns nationwide, without contest. It's a pity I cannot buy one. Crying emoji. For buns like these, it's all about looks. What good is beauty if they don't taste good? Unless Sue Boss brings his stall to the capital, I won't be convinced. Smirking emoji. Traveling to the capital isn't convenient, but Hangzhou is relatively close to Shanghai. Sue Boss, you should consider sharing your culinary delights with fans in nearby cities too. Dog emoji. Seeing the attitudes of netizens nationwide, Tang Shuya felt captivated by the buns and Appo's aesthetics, feeling as though she had not been sheltered from the world. Noticing Tang Shuya and Appo's apparent interest, Lu Silu and the others asked Shuya, "Will you join us tomorrow?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Shuya nodded. Sure, those buns do look appealing, and if they taste good, it would indeed be worth the trip. The others were taken aback by her response. Wow, we didn't expect you to agree. You usually dislike joining such crowded events. Lin Suishan and the others enjoyed visiting popular restaurants for social media check-ins, but Tang Shuya was particularly averse to such trendy spots, finding them rather uninteresting. That Su Chenyang had become a fleeting internet sensation was a surprise, and that Tang Shuya was willing to join them left everyone astonished. Tang Shuya clarified, "It's mainly because I believe no one else in the country can create buns with such artistry. I haven't seen similar buns in any short video. This is different from those trendy restaurants where alternatives abound. That's why I'm willing to make an exception for these buns." At that moment, Lin Suishan teased Shuya, "It would be best if you went. If you do, Sue Boss would surely be stunned. Who knows, maybe Sue Boss will set up shop right outside our media university, making it easier for us to buy buns." This statement was met with nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, Sue Boss seems to prefer girls like you. There's a noticeable difference between you and those girls from finance university or business university. Hearing their playful jests, the easygoing Tang Shuya couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Stop joking around. If you keep this up, I want to go. All right. We won't joke anymore. Lin Suishan and her friends smiled subtly, refraining from further teasing, as they were genuinely curious about how Su Chenyang would react upon seeing Tang Shuya the next day. Among the high-caliber beauties, they believed Tang Shuya was unmatched in the realm of cool, aloof campus flowers. Chapter 73. The Campus Bell. One must not be thick-skinned at 6:00 and Appo's clock. Su Chenyang was still engrossed in crafting his innovative steamed buns. Due to the necessity of preparing some regular buns as well, he had yet to complete his tasks. It wasn't until 7:25 that all the creative buns were finally finished. However, a line of approximately 500 people still awaited him. These were the white-collar workers who had just finished their shifts and were eager to purchase the regular buns. Thus, Su Chenyang still had to make 2,000 regular buns. With his exceptional culinary skills, he could produce a regular bun in just 5 seconds, ensuring a steady efficiency. By 11:10, Su Chenyang had completed all his work. The exquisite taste and the reasonable price of just 10 yuan each left the evening clientele satisfied as they departed. Today in Appo's culinary points had increased by a total of 267 points. Name, Su Chenyang, culinary points, 509. Though his points were slightly lower than expected. The combined profit from both the regular and innovative buns amounted to around 37,000 yuan, which was notably higher than usual. As he rode his food cart home, Su Chenyang began contemplating the strategy for his stall the next day. Given the overwhelming demand for creative buns today, it would be prudent to pair them with regular buns. Albeit that it slowed him down, he resolved to increase the size of the creative buns tomorrow, merging the quantities into one larger portion to satisfy a single customer. He could then enhance their presentation and price them accordingly. He mused over the possibility of losing out to scalpers if he wasn't too careful. Having been preoccupied, Chenyang had not had the chance to check online reviews. However, while queuing that evening, a fan among the white-collar workers mentioned this concern. It would indeed be absurd if the buns he painstakingly crafted yielded less profit than those sold by scalpers. As he intended to raise prices, Chenyang knew he needed to post a video announcement. Upon returning home and preparing to record, he noticed a message from his roommate. Chenyang, tomorrow, Jiang Mo Liai, Wu Rui Quan, and I will come by to buy some creative buns. It's not that I'm unwilling to queue, it's just impossible to get them. Understanding that his roommates were likely still awake, Chenyang promptly replied. Chenyang, then come to Yangliuxiafan community at 6 tomorrow morning to help me out. Winking emoji. There were some simple tasks he could delegate to them, easing his workload. Chenyang, no problem. Okay, emoji. For the sake of their girlfriend, the three were certainly willing to put in the effort. Chenyang chuckled, then quickly recorded the video to inform everyone about the upcoming price increase. After posting, he took a refreshing shower and collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. The following morning at 6, Chenyang's phone rang. It was Chenyang, who informed him that the three had been stopped by the community security. Chenyang instructed him to pass the phone to the security guard, allowing their entry. After freshening up, the trio arrived at the villa and Appo's entrance. Once welcomed inside, they couldn't and Appo's help but marvel. Wow, you and Appo's, reliving quite lavishly now. No wonder you don't return to the dormitory. This villa must be quite expensive, huh? You're hiding your wealth well. In response to their curiosity about his residence, Chenyang simply remarked, the rent is around 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. After working so hard, one must indulge a little. Considering you don't bat an eye at that amount, your current income is truly enviable. To be honest, if we can't find jobs after graduation, we might as well work for you. That sounds fine, Chenyang replied with a grin. But first, let's see how capable you are. With that, he led them to the kitchen. I soaked the preserved vegetables last night. They're ready now. Xiangbing and Mo Liai, you two will wash the preserved vegetables thoroughly. Rui Quan, assist me with the dough. Understood. After delegating the tasks, Xiangbing and Jiang Mo Liai immediately got to work, pouring out the water from the bucket of preserved vegetables. Wu Rui Quan joined Chenyang by the mixing station. Rui Quan, there are 3 bowls here. Please pour a bag of 50 kilograms of flour into each. Okay. Wu Rui Quan promptly set to work. Meanwhile, Chenyang prepared 3 vessels of cold water, adding the appropriate amounts of yeast and sugar to ensure proper fermentation. Once the yeast dissolved, he poured a portion into one of the bowls of flour and began kneading the dough. He requested Wu Rui Quan to assist by adding water as needed. With assistance at hand, Chenyang felt a significant reduction in pressure, and the 3 worked seamlessly together. Before they knew it, the clock struck 8. At Hangzhou City Media College, in the broadcasting department's dormitory 406, the 6 girls, enjoying a holiday, lazily awoke at 8. Instead of rushing to freshen up, they lay in bed, scrolling through short videos on their phones to wake themselves up. While browsing, Lu Silu stumbled upon Chenyang's video. Startled, she sat up and exclaimed to her 5 still sleepy roommates, Su Boss posted a video last night. He mentioned that the buns will be increasing in price today and suggested we college students refrain from purchasing. Are we still going then? Is that true? Tang Xua and the other 4 roommates quickly searched for Chenyang's account on their phones. Tang Xua clicked on his latest video, where Chenyang addressed the camera. Hello, everyone, I am the food blogger Su Taiyong. Yesterday, there was an overwhelming demand for my creative buns, far exceeding my original plans. By noon, the creative buns had sold out, and I felt quite remorseful toward the white-collar fans who arrived later. To accommodate more requests, today's buns will be slightly larger, more substantial, and exquisitely crafted. Consequently, there will be a price increase. The new price may not be convenient for college students, so I advise against purchasing today. Chenyang had initially thought that many college students would come to play during their holiday. aiming to share the joy. However, it seemed the white-collar workers had not benefited at all, which he found inappropriate. He assured himself that he would continue to set up stalls at the university, allowing his white-collar fans to enjoy his offerings. The video continued, with Chenyang advising, "Moreover, I do not recommend seeking out scalpers. While queuing may be a bit tedious, you will at least savor the deliciousness. Otherwise, if a scalper delivers it, the buns might be cold by the time you receive them. I can confidently say that my buns rank among the best in Hangzhou. If you merely wish to take photos, it will be better to purchase a toy to showcase in your social media posts. Honestly, my buns could easily be mistaken for toys. No one would ever know the difference. That's all I have to say. Interested friends, see you at 11. The video concluded. After watching, Tang Shuya glanced at the comment section. Su Boss heeded the advice. The price increase is a wise decision. The price increase is justifiable. Otherwise, university students would flock to purchase the creative buns, monopolizing them entirely. For those of us who work during the long holiday, it truly leaves us with no opportunities whatsoever. Once the holiday concludes, Boss Su will depart, and we are merely afforded a few days of preferential treatment. It is not unreasonable for us to expect a bit more consideration. The white-collar fans in the comment section all expressed their agreement. After all, paying a higher price is far preferable to being unable to purchase at all. Tang Shuya did not notice any university student fans chiming in the comments. She speculated that perhaps the students felt too shy to speak up, especially since they nearly monopolized the buns yesterday. Furthermore, Chenyang himself advised against university students participating, making it seem unnecessary for them to awkwardly show up and support. Chapter 74. Is it wrong for boys to like what girls like? While Tang Shuya was still perusing the comment section, Lu Silu consulted several roommates for their opinions. Since Boss Su mentioned it, shall we go buy some buns at noon? Lin Suishan immediately expressed her thoughts. The main concern is how much the prices have increased. If the creative buns have gained popularity, the price might have surged, which is somewhat unacceptable. Indeed, another chimed in, besides the price hike, we'll have to endure a long queue today, which dissuades me from going. Observing the cute cat and dog-shaped buns looked appealing, but the thought of inflated prices made the prospect of indulging seem less appealing. As the others voiced their opinions, they turned to Tang Shuya, who had remained silent, and inquired, "Shuya, what do you think?" Tang Shuya reflected on how self-aware the university students in the comment section appeared to be. Perhaps it was unnecessary for them to act so obliviously. Let us skip it. We need not join the crowd. Since Boss Su is offering a special privilege to those white-collar fans, we shouldn't intrude. Competing with them for buns would make us university students seem rather shameless. Tang Shuya's words instantly quelled any hesitations among the group. Yes, there's no need to appear shameless over a bun. Let us just take a leisurely stroll and enjoy some other delicious treats. With this original plan in mind, the six friends easily reached a consensus. Since they intended to venture out for a pleasant outing, they promptly got out of bed, taking turns to freshen up. By 8:30, they had finished breakfast in the cafeteria and exited the campus. 2 hours swiftly passed, and it was now 10:30. At the Fortune Center building beside Chenyang New City, in a 20-square-meter office on the 16th floor, Zhou Yulin had just finished processing some documents when her phone chimed. It was a message from Sun Meichin. "Sun Meichin, I'm about to head down from the office." Zhou Yulin immediately replied, "Zhou Yulin, I just wrapped up some urgent matters. I'll be down shortly." After sending the message, Zhou Yulin grabbed her phone and bag, rising from her seat. However, as she stepped out of the office, she encountered a man in a suit, standing at the door, about 178 in height. "Brother, are you looking for me?" "Yes. Are you off to buy food again?" Zhou Yulin had shared a photo of the Q-version rural dog bun on her social media after purchasing it yesterday, so Zhou Kaijia was aware. "At your age, why are you still so fond of those cute things? By the way, could you buy me a fighter jet bun as well?" Zhou Yulin nearly winced at his request. "Brother, do you have no shame?" "I can't guarantee I can buy it, as I'll have to queue. Besides, Boss Su limited the quantity yesterday, and there might be the same situation today. If I buy one for you, I might end up without one for myself. Why not send your secretary? My secretary is busy right now. You seem to have time on your hands, so take him with you to buy one for me." Zhou Kaijia reminded her. "Don't forget, I'm the one handling your matchmaking pressures. Fine, fine, Zhou Yulin conceded with a forced smile. But what was so urgent that you needed to find me? Let us discuss it later. You should go first to avoid missing out. All right. Seems like it isn't anything serious. With that, Zhou Yulin called her secretary and departed. As Zhou Yulin and her secretary arrived, they were greeted by a gathering of people milling around the stalls by the banks of the shallow pond. Although it was the holiday season, attracting numerous visitors, Zhou Yulin sensed that many were drawn specifically for Su Chenyang as creative buns. Due to the crowd, Zhou Yulin struggled to spot Sun Meichin. After reaching out via WeChat, they eventually found each other. Upon meeting, Sun Meichin remarked, "Why did you bring Shaoli along? My brother asked me to buy him a fighter jet bun, and anticipating it would be limited today, I had to bring Shaoli." Sun Meichin nodded in agreement. "It's likely to be limited today. If we don't secure a good spot, we'll be queuing for ages. As a busy office worker, I can't afford that. Who can argue with that? I have a meeting this afternoon, the latest by 2 o'clock. If I can't get it, I'll be in trouble." As Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin conversed, a cheer erupted from the crowd. "Boss Su has arrived." People immediately surged forward, eager to reduce their waiting time. Unfortunately, the sheer number of people made it nearly impossible. When Su Chenyang halted his food cart, the crowd began to form an orderly line to avoid chaos. Otherwise, no one would get anything. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin found themselves in a favorable position, approximately 300 people back in line. Given that Su Chenyang had ample supplies, they believed they could procure their buns before returning to work. Watching the throngs of people, Su Chenyang was taken aback. The line stretched impressively, with about 60 individuals queued up, forming 18 rows. With over 1,000 people, he estimated his ingredients could barely accommodate them, even with a slight surplus. Thankfully, he had called his roommates for assistance, preparing additional creative buns to manage the demand. Feeling relieved, he advised to the gentleman at the back of the queue, "If anyone tries to cut in, please don't allow them to join. The buns will be sold out." "Understood," the young man replied with a smile. The crowd laughed, acknowledging that it was unprecedented for Boss Su's stall to sell out so quickly. Meanwhile, the vendor beside him was equally pleased, remarking, "Today, as foot traffic is excellent. It's another profitable day." With a busy stall drawing in customers, the vendor didn't mind that Su Chenyang's line extended to his own. Soon, Su Chenyang retrieved a tray of creative buns from the freezer. The girls at the front of the line gasped in delight upon seeing today and Appos as creative offerings. "Boss Su, is that a panda?" "Indeed, but this panda bun is made up of the equivalent of 4 regular buns, ensuring one is enough to satisfy your hunger. Crafted to be lifelike, the panda bun was priced at 100 yuan each. While this was somewhat steep, if yesterday and Appos, cat and dog buns had also been priced at 100, some might have hesitated. However, few could resist the allure of a panda. Combining 4 20 yuan creative buns into one, the panda bun was a mere 20 yuan premium, well within acceptable limits. This struck a chord with many. They were determined to acquire the panda bun. Given Boss Su's skill, the panda was bound to be irresistibly cute. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Even Sun Meichin and Zhou Yulin, both affluent and stylish, found themselves enamored by the panda concept. Boss Su truly understands what girls want. As the girls reveled in their excitement, Su Chenyang surveyed the line and noted a stark imbalance. Among the 60 individuals, only 5 were male. Due to the increased size of the buns, each steamer can only accommodate 60 buns at a time. Therefore, Su Chenyang had to adopt a more pragmatic approach. The number of girls slightly outnumbered the boys in the front row, so he decided to prepare the panda buns first. "You all can wait for the next batch." At that moment, a boy from the front row inquired, "Boss Su, are the boys not allowed to purchase panda buns?" Chapter 75. The Swift Change of Face. Even the school bell could not resist the temptation. This question momentarily caught Su Chenyang off guard. Naturally, he would never suggest that a particular type of bun was exclusively for girls, denying boys the chance to purchase them. However, he instinctively assumed that boys would lean more towards the fighter jet buns. Without hesitation, Su Chenyang replied, "Of course you can buy them. If you all prefer panda buns." "That would be splendid. Then I shall buy panda buns." "I shall also purchase panda buns," declared the 5 boys in the front row in unison. Although opting for panda buns seemed somewhat incongruous with their rugged masculine image, who could resist the charm of a panda? These delightful creatures appeal not just to girls, but to boys as well. At that moment, a boy from the back who had come to buy fighter jet buns inquired, "Boss Sue, besides the fifth-generation fighter jet buns, do you have any other varieties available today?" Indeed, in addition to the fighter jet buns, I have also prepared buns shaped like a destroyer. What? Destroyer-shaped buns? The expressions of the 5 boys in the front row shifted immediately. Chenyang retrieved a steaming tray of destroyer-shaped buns from the freezer, though they were not yet steamed and appeared somewhat unappealing. Any boy with a modicum of military knowledge would instantly recognize them as the latest model of destroyer. Renowned as the king of the seas, capable of single-handedly challenging aircraft carriers. In comparison to the fighter jet buns, the choice was evident. After all, with the unveiling of 6th-generation aircraft, 5th-generation jets were already considered outdated. It was precisely because of this that the 5 boys in the front row felt that purchasing panda-shaped buns was quite acceptable. There was no need to wait for the fighter jet buns. "Boss, I think I will pass on the panda buns and opt for the destroyer-shaped buns instead." "Yes, Boss Sue, surely that could be arranged?" The boys in the front row immediately expressed their regret. At this juncture, the boys in the back were less than pleased, as the destroyer-shaped buns were evidently more intricate and consequently more expensive. In truth, the price was not the issue. The real concern was that Chenyang did not have many of these buns available. This destroyer shape was still the latest model, a coveted item. To buy or not to buy was a fool's dilemma. Hey, brothers in front, a man's word should be his bond. Being fickle is hardly a virtue. Indeed, the panda is adorable and quite suitable for you. Just stick with the panda buns. Leave this one to us. The girlfriends of the 5 boys in the front row exchanged amused glances upon hearing the remarks from their male counterparts. Yet the boys remained unfazed. "I think 1 panda bun is sufficient. They're in amp. Oppos. There's no need to purchase more. If you believe 2 would look better, then you should definitely buy the panda buns instead of the destroyer-shaped ones." As the boys engaged in their spirited debate, Chenyang interjected, "Everyone, please refrain from the noise. You can purchase whatever you desire. The destroyer-shaped buns require the equivalent of 5 regular buns in terms of ingredients, and they are quite challenging to make. Priced at a hefty 200 yuan. Therefore, I still recommend the fighter jet-shaped buns, which are equally impressive today and priced more affordably at just 150 yuan. Who cares about being economical when spending so much on buns?" The boys present comprehended and accepted the price, ensuring their purchase regardless of the circumstances. "Boss Sue, please prepare the next batch of destroyer buns." "All right." The boys in the back grew anxious. "Boss Sue, please make a few extra destroyer buns today." "Understood." Chenyang was taken aback by the practical nature of these boys. They no longer desired fighter jet buns? The girls in line shared a laugh, particularly the girlfriends of these boys. The spending habits of men truly are a mystery. They often hesitate over a few extra yuan for clothing, yet without a second thought. They were willing to spend an additional 50 yuan on the destroyer buns. Would they not comply, even if the price were 300 yuan? As the girls pondered this, Chenyang continued crafting panda buns, for there were indeed more girls in line. Given the larger size of the buns, they required a few extra minutes to steam. After 15 minutes, the first batch was ready. When Chenyang lifted the lid of the steamer, a cloud of steam dissipated, revealing the buns, prompting an astonished squeal from the girls in the front row. "Wow, ISN and AMP. Oppos. This my dream bear. Hua, just as she appeared in childhood. Absolutely adorable. I can't believe I failed to recognize Hua earlier. The craftsmanship is simply exquisite. I can hardly bear to eat her. I am utterly defenseless against Hua. Boss Sue, your artisanal skills are truly remarkable." Many girls seized the opportunity to photograph the various shaped buns, and Chenyang did not intervene, as he still needed to place more destroyer and panda buns in the steamer. Once the girls completed their transactions and paid, they eagerly moved aside to capture the moment on camera. The boys in line found nothing amiss, as they too intended to document their desired buns. Many boys had previously questioned why girls enjoyed taking photos, but now they could empathize with that sentiment. After the girls finished taking pictures, they either posted them on their social media or shared them on Douyin. The likes and admiration from friends on social media came swiftly, and the emotional value derived from their friends' envy was worth 100 yuan. Thus, the buns were effectively free. After a short while, another batch of buns was ready. Many boys and girls collected their buns and moved to the side, snapping pictures and sharing them online. Chenyang's creative buns had already reached the top of trending searches the previous day and remained there, still garnering attention. Therefore, those posting on Douyin could still ride the wave of immense traffic from the trending topic. At noon, at the Haicheng Coastal Silver Mall, Tang Shuya was waiting in line with her 5 roommates outside a hot pot restaurant. Due to the long holiday, the mall was bustling with people, making queues a common occurrence. The 6 had taken a number and had been waiting for 2 hours, so their turn was approaching. As they stood chatting and playing on their phones, Tang Shua suddenly stumbled upon a short video posted by a girl with the ID, heart like clear sunshine. The first frame showcased an array of panda-shaped buns steaming in a steamer. Is that Hua? Tang Shua instantly recognized her dream bear. Wait a minute. Basu is crafting creative buns shaped like Hua today. How utterly unfair. Her complaint did not stem from the fact that Chenyang was unable to create them, but rather that university students were forbidden from purchasing them. Even the typically composed Tang Shuya found this intolerable. Creative buns shaped like Hua. The 5 roommates immediately leaned in closer upon hearing Tang Shuya's words. The video displayed multiple images of Hua, and had one not known they were buns, they might have mistaken them for plush toys. In fact, these buns were more lifelike than any toy. As the video continued, it showcased the blogger posing with the creative buns, causing the 5 girls to feel envious. Boss Su is treating them so preferentially. Why is he so generous to these white-collar fans? Although he did not set up a stall at our school gate, his displays at other schools were not nearly as exquisite. I yearned for those creatively adorned buns. As we awaited our turn for the Haitian delicacy, several of us suddenly lost interest. Lin Suishan suggested, "Why don an oppos? Do we go buy some buns?" "Sounds good," was the enthusiastic agreement from Tang Shuya. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Suishan and Lu Silu, along with the others, turned their gazes towards Tang Shuya. Noticing their stares, Tang Shuya inquired, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Your agreement came too swiftly. Didn't it oppose? You mentioned in the dorm that you would advise against college students buying such things? Isn't it a bit shameless to go and buy them now?" Chapter 76. University students harbor significant resentment towards Chenyang. It was at this moment that Tang Shuya recalled her earlier comments made in the dormitory. Her cold visage suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Blushing, she explained, "It's primarily because Hua is simply too adorable." Lin Suishan and the other 4 chuckled lightly, choosing not to tease her further. After all, they had all agreed with Tang Shuya's sentiments previously, only to now change their stance. At that juncture, Lu Silu proposed, "How about we enjoy a hot pot first, and then head over? If we go now, we'll still have to wait in line and endure hunger for a while longer." With just 2 tables left before their turn, Lu Silu felt that abandoning a 2-hour wait would be rather unwise. However, as soon as she finished speaking, several roommates voiced their dissent. "But after we finish the hot pot, considering the popularity of Su's stall, will there even be any left for us? The Hua-shaped buns would undoubtedly attract a crowd. Once someone shared a photo, even more people would flock to buy them. If they didn't hurry, they might miss out entirely. If we're worried about starving while waiting, we can grab a little something to nibble on in the meantime." Lu Silu found this argument quite compelling. Such sought-after items could not be leisurely awaited until they were sufficiently fed and satisfied. "All right, let us go." Just as they reached a consensus to leave, Tang Shua noticed the text beneath the video. "Wait a moment, it seems like today, as creative buns are already sold out." Earlier, Tang Shuya had only recognized the creative buns were from Hua, failing to pay attention to the accompanying text. Now, upon reading it, she realized that even without dining, there would be no opportunity left for the 6 of them to purchase any. As soon as she voiced this, her 5 roommates erupted in disbelief. "Sold out? It's only noon. Didn't Su say he was making extra creative buns today?" They were incredulous that they had sold out by noon. What about those who arrived later? This is simply unacceptable. As they criticized, they glanced once more at the text. The video read, My dream bear is a top-tier star wherever it goes. It sold out as soon as it was available. Thankfully, I managed to snag one. If it sold out immediately, that clearly indicated there were none left. If only we had gone at 11, they lamented, now resigned to waiting until tomorrow. A collective sigh escaped their lips. Not securing the coveted bear buns felt akin to losing a beloved companion. Instantly, the joy of their outing appeared significantly diminished. Yet, Doeen was blissfully unaware of their discontent, as the six friends typically enjoyed watching Huahua as short videos. Those fortunate enough to purchase Huahua's creative buns were eager to share their experiences, tagging Huahua in their posts. Consequently, the six friends encounter a plethora of videos showcasing other girls proudly displaying their Huahua buns, each one posing with the delightful treats, evoking feelings of envy. While scrolling, Tang Shuya stumbled upon a video featuring a classmate, Liang Shulan. Look, Liang Shulan also managed to get Huahua's buns. What? Liang Shulan went to buy some too? Lin Suishan and the others leaned in closer, discovering in the video a lively, attractive girl with a ponytail and neatly styled bangs. I can't believe she went to buy buns. Didn't she say she despised vendors like Sue who cater to pretty girls? They recalled her earlier remarks, mocking Sue for being timid around attractive women, yet here she was, unabashedly supporting him. Shuya, it seems we were the foolish ones. Just earlier in the dorm, you mentioned the comments section lacked input from university students, speculating they might be too embarrassed to speak up. In reality, these individuals don't waste time commenting. They let their actions speak volumes. Indeed, I assumed the absence of university student replies meant they were uninterested, when in fact, it was just us who missed out. Tang Shuya realized she had been outsmarted by her own cleverness. Those truly astute had already indulged, leaving her and her friends to envy others as they watched the videos. As the group continued to bemoan their fate, it was finally their turn for the hot pot. The server guided them into the restaurant, and as they settled in to order, they overheard nearby tables filled with university boys lamenting about Su Chenyang. Su was a bit excessive, producing a battleship-shaped bun and pricing it at only 200 yuan. If he charged 500, I concede that university students might find that unaffordable, but 200? I could still manage that. Another boy chimed in, exactly. My girlfriend wanted to go this morning, but I told her the wait would be too long and the prices were outrageous, which only upset her. The panda bun was priced at 100 yuan for 4, essentially just 20 yuan more than the usual creative buns. How am I to appease her now? And if I buy that battleship bun tomorrow for 200 yuan, I can't even imagine the consequences. This sentiment resonated with another boy, who added, I told my girlfriend these creative buns are just a tax on intelligence. And now, Su comes out with his dream ship. Talk about a slap in the face. If it were priced higher, I wouldn't feel so embarrassed, but at 200 yuan, it's incredibly tempting. Tang Shuya and her friends couldn't help but chuckle at the boys' grievances. Yet they all shared a common fate of feeling out of sorts. At that moment, after placing their orders, Lin Suishan and the others began to quietly discuss their plans for tomorrow. It looks like many university boys will be vying for the buns, so we need to arrive early to secure a good spot. Absolutely. I expect plenty of white-collar workers might show up too. If we arrive late, they may be sold out by then. Little did they realize that there was a demographic with even greater purchasing power, the successful middle-aged individuals and affluent women. The allure of the panda was irresistible, even to the middle-aged socialite, and the battleship, a pinnacle of romance for men, especially those with a penchant for such themes. In front of Su Chenyang's stall, Zhou Yulin patiently waited in line, feeling optimistic despite the 150 people ahead of her, confident she would secure her purchase before her afternoon shift. Just then, her phone rang, revealing a call from her father, Zhou Yulei. Chapter 77. Successful individuals join the rush upon receiving a call from her father. Zhou Yulin was certainly not one to take it lightly. As she connected the call, she inquired, Dad, what is the matter? Zhou Yulei asked, Where are you right now? I'm out, preparing to have a meal. Are you purchasing that creative bun? Zhou Yulei was aware of this, since Zhou Yulin had shared it in her social circle the day before. Zhou Yulin felt this was not a secret. Thus she replied, Yes, is there something you need? Given that it was already past noon, signaling the end of the workday. Zhou Yulin naturally assumed her father was calling about a matter concerning the company. If it truly was a company issue, Zhou Yulin would find herself in a difficult position. However, her worries were unfounded. Zhou Yulin said, "I just saw a short video where it seemed that Boss Su has a destroyer-shaped bun, right? Can you give me one?" Zhou Yulin chuckled at his request. It was no surprise to her, as her father was indeed a seasoned military enthusiast, with various models stored in a dedicated room at home. Zhou Yulin promptly responded, "Dad, that is not possible. Boss Su limits each person to one creative bun. Brother has already asked me to buy one, and I can only get another if I bring my secretary along." "Then just find a scalper," Zhou Yulin replied nonchalantly. For successful individuals, spending an extra couple of $100 to resolve an issue was inconsequential. "Surely you're not considering waiting in line?" Zhou Yulin exclaimed, "Dad, where would I find a scalper? I don't even know who one is." Zhou Yulin had seen many people expressing concerns about scalpers in the comments under the Creative Bun video yesterday. Perhaps scalpers were indeed present today, but they were unlikely to be calling out nearby, leaving Zhou Yulin perplexed about how to locate one. "Well then, just bring the buns to my office when you can." "Wait, Dad, are you really competing with brother for the buns? Isn't that a bit shameless?" Zhou Yulin immediately laughed and refuted. "What do you mean competing with your brother? He has to visit a factory in the suburbs later. If I buy the buns, he won't be able to eat them, which would be wasteful. If he truly wants one, he can find a scalper on his way back from the factory." Brother is going to the suburban factory? Zhou Yulin's first thought was that Zhou Kaijia likely wasn't going there willingly. Zhou Yulin indeed needed Zhou Kaijia to make the trip this afternoon, just advanced from the original schedule. However, compared to Zhou Yulin, Zhou Kaijia would probably know better how to contact scalpers. Although Su Chenyang had advised against seeking scalpers in the video, Zhou Yulin felt such matters were nearly impossible to prevent. "All right, Dad, but it will probably take me about another hour to secure the buns." "All right, I'll wait for you in my office." "Okay, I'll bring them over as soon as I have them." After hanging up, Zhou Yulin was surprised to discover that her uncle also liked Boss Su's creative buns. "My dad is a military enthusiast, so that's quite normal. But come to think of it, Uncle Sun seems to be a military fan too, doesn't he?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Sun Meichin and Appo's phone rang as well. "Great, now Dad is calling me too." Sun Meichin knew that typically she and her father communicated via WeChat, hardly ever by phone. The unexpected call was surely indicative of another motive. The content of their conversation was predictable. Sun Meichin could only lament, "If I find a scalper, that would be great. If not, I won't have any buns to eat." Since Sun Meichin had come alone, she could only purchase one bun, which meant she would have to buy it for her father first. Besides Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin, many others in line received calls from family members. These individuals came from well-off backgrounds, and their elders casually suggested directly purchasing from scalpers, while Su Chenyang busily prepared buns. He overheard some people in the front of the line discussing scalpers. "Scalpers at this price? Wealthy individuals truly have too much money to burn," he mused with some exasperation. In truth, Su Chenyang already felt a bit guilty about the pricing. For instance, the panda bun, although made to serve for, cost him only 3 yuan to produce. It was being sold for 88 yuan in profit. The profit margin for the fighter jet and destroyer-shaped buns was even more considerable. He felt a pang of conscience. After all, when he previously sold on campus, the profit margin barely reached 50 to 70%. The general profit in the food industry hovers around 50%. So even achieving 70% was reasonable given his unique system. Now that it had skyrocketed to 88%, it felt excessively lucrative. If these affluent customers sought out scalpers, it would undoubtedly attract many of them. He needed to devise a strategy to address this issue. Su Chenyang had specifically advised university students not to come, intending to offer a slight advantage to his white-collar fans. If the line was filled with scalpers, his initial suggestion for students to refrain from coming would be pointless. However, as he was preoccupied, he planned to ponder solutions to this dilemma later. Before long, another hour passed, and Sun Meichin and Zhou Yulin finally obtained their buns. Since Sun Meichin was attempting to locate a scalper, Zhou Yulin joined her in the search. Neither had any experience contacting scalpers, and when they inquired with other girls who had secured buns, nobody was willing to sell, compelling them to abandon the quest. This left Sun Meichin feeling despondent. Zhou Yulin consoled her, saying, "Never mind, Meichin, you can use my bun for a photo." "All right, Thank you, Sun Mei-chin replied, feeling this was the only option left. Being mindful of the bun and Appo's flavor, Zhou Yulin allowed Sun Mei-chin to take a picture before she herself took the bun and headed off to deliver it to her father. 8 minutes later, Zhou Yulin arrived at Zhou Yulei's office with the bun. Upon entering, she was surprised to find her mother, Li Ruoping, there as well. Mom, wherein and Amp, Appo's. You supposed to be dining out with friends today? Yes, I just finished shopping and had lunch nearby with Aunt Zhang and Aunt Wang. They're still waiting for me. If they're waiting for you, why are you here at the office? I heard from your dad that you bought panda buns. Give them to me first, and you can find a scalper yourself. What? Zhou Yulin was taken aback, not expecting her parents to be waiting for her. After standing in line for 2 hours, it seemed her filial piety was entirely directed towards her parents. Mom, that's not fair. You should find a scalper yourself. Then have your brother look for one. He has plenty of connections with scalpers from when he pursued your sister-in-law. There'll be no problem. So you're taking mine first? Your Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhang are still waiting for me. With that, Li Ruoping moved closer to Zhou Yulin. With no choice, Zhou Yulin handed the panda bun to Li Ruoping. Yet before doing so, she insisted, Mom, we agreed that you wouldn't arrange any blind dates for me this year. No problem, Li Ruoping readily consented. However, Zhou Yulin couldn't help but doubt whether she would keep her promise. Grabbing the creative bun, Li Ruoping left in high spirits. Zhou Yulin then set out to find her brother, Zhou Kaijia, to see if he could locate a scalper, as she still hadn't taken her own photo. She had already let her friends and mother take pictures with the buns, yet she had missed out on her own opportunity. Chapter 78. The Exuberance of Successful Individuals, Achieving Great Things with Minimal Expense. Upon receiving a call from Zhou Yulin, Zhou Kaijia replied, Sister, just deliver the buns to Dad. I'm at the factory. Brother, Mom took my buns. If you find a scalper this afternoon, please buy me a panda bun. And also, could you give me the contact details of scalper? This was because her close friend, Jiang Wanxi, was coming over that evening. They had agreed to go buy creative buns together the next day. However, given the current circumstances, Zhou Yulin felt it might prove challenging. Thus, if all else failed, she would have to resort to finding a scalper. Upon hearing that Zhou Yulin's buns had also vanished, Zhou Kaijia couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I understand. How could our parents be so bold, especially Dad, who grandiosely asked me to check the orders at the factory and then snatch my buns? He is too embarrassed to cue himself and didn't even think to send his secretary. After a brief exchange of grievances, the call ended. Yet, despite knowing that their buns had been taken, it did not dampen the spirits of Zhou Yulei and Li Ruoping. Zhou Yulei opened the lunchbox to reveal a majestic gray-hulled destroyer bun. The details of this bun were nearly identical to the model Zhou Yulei had purchased himself. Even seasoned military enthusiasts could not discern any flaws in its design. Zhou Yulei promptly took out his phone to capture the moment and posted the photos on his seldom-used social media account, writing, What I'm eating is not merely a bun. It is the culmination of years of toil and hardship. After sharing the post, he hesitated to take a bite. However, realizing it had not yet cooled significantly, he knew he must savor it while it was still warm. With a heavy heart, Zhou Yulei took a bite. The rich, savory broth burst forth in his mouth, the robust flavor of the meat melding with a unique salty savoriness, perfectly balanced. In that instant, Zhou Yulei felt a slight shock, as if he had never truly tasted something exquisite before. How could such culinary prowess emanate from a mere street stall? Zhou Yulei had recently been perusing short videos before bed and had encountered some featuring Chenyang, who had recently garnered immense popularity online. Zhou Yulei attributed this to Chenyang's handsome appearance, believing it exaggerated the praise for his culinary skills. After all, he had not seen any male admirers lauding Chenyang's cooking. However, after personally tasting the bun, Zhou Yulei began to realize that some things were indeed not mere flattery. They contained genuine substance. He chewed slowly, savoring each bite. The pork belly, having been sautéed to perfection, was rich yet not greasy, tender beyond compare. The dried vegetables were soft and fragrant, creating an impeccable harmony with the pork. Paired with the bun skin, it effectively neutralized any greasy sensation without overwhelming the palate with excessive saltiness. The flavor was astonishingly well balanced. Each mouthful was a delight. Zhou Yulei could not help but marvel at Su Chenyang's extraordinary talent. As Zhou Yulei prepared for a second bite, he noticed the intricate layering of Su Chenyang's creative buns. The initial bite he had taken was from the hull, which was quite thick. Had it been filled solely with meat, the bun's skin would have been overwhelmed by the disproportionate filling, resulting in an excessively salty flavor. However, Su Chenyang had cleverly included two thin layers of bun skin within the hull, achieving a perfect balance. This bun was undeniably delectable, surpassing even the most esteemed establishments. Zhou Yulei continued to indulge, his face reflecting pure satisfaction. Just then, his phone chimed with notifications. A longtime friend had commented on his recent post. Before he could even open WeChat, more messages appeared. "Is that a bun?" Questioning emoji. "Are you joking? A bun can look like that? Take a bite and show me." Disdain emoji. Upon seeing the disbelief regarding his bun, Zhou Yulei snapped a photo of his half-eaten destroyer bun and shared it again. Within 2 minutes, several replies flooded in. "Wow, does Hangzhou have such a remarkable chef?" Shocked emoji. "Is it a chain? Does it exist in the capital?" Questioning emoji. "Isn't that bun just too extravagant? Why isn't it in Pengsheng? Shanghai doesn't have it either. Now I want to visit Hangzhou for a few days." As he read the envious comments from his longtime collaborators, Zhou Yulei felt vindicated for having procured this bun from Zhou Kaijia. At their age, flaunting luxury cars and high-end watches on social media felt rather lowbrow. This unique form of rugged romance was the ultimate display of opulence. The envy that would typically accompany a luxury car worth millions or a watch worth tens of thousands was encapsulated in this mere 200 yuan bun. Zhou Yulei's vanity was immensely gratified. These were his business partners, and Zhou Yulei was eager to entertain them, strengthening their relationships. He replied uniformly, "If you want to come, hurry up. I'll host you for a few days. If not, once the holiday ends, there may not be any left to buy." He knew that Su Chenyang was catering to the white-collar fans in the CBD area. Zhou Yulei, as an older admirer, was likely not within the scope of Su Chenyang's outreach. Thus, it was possible that after the holiday, Su Chenyang would return to selling at the university entrance, where he surely wouldn't sell such expensive buns. While Zhou Yulei reveled in his satisfaction, Li Ruoping was experiencing a similar joy. She arrived at the renowned Fuitang, boasting a Michelin 3-star certification with her panda buns in tow. It was a well-established restaurant. Upon entering the private dining room, 5 friends awaited her arrival. The 10 dishes on the table were already served, visually appealing and fragrant. In such a 3-star establishment, each dish cost several hundred yuan, totaling nearly 8,000 yuan for the entire table. However, for these well-versed middle-aged socialites, such a price held no allure. When Li Ruoping opened the box containing the buns, a charming and lifelike panda appeared before her eyes, prompting gasps of admiration from the 5 affluent women. "Wow, how adorable and realistic. Ruoping, you truly are impressive. We were just trying to find a scalper and couldn't tea, yet you went out and managed to get one. Your connections are admirable." In the eyes of the 5 women, a single panda bun costing 100 yuan far outshone the average 800 yuan dishes. Unable to resist, they all pulled out their phones to capture the moment. The admiration from her friends elicited a response that even luxury handbags worth tens of thousands could not achieve. A bun priced at 100 yuan could evoke such effect. What a steal! Not to mention, Li Ruoping herself found the panda bun utterly delightful. Despite being middle-aged, a woman's innate affection for cute things could not be suppressed. Li Ruoping smiled modestly. "It's nothing special. I just happen to have a few connections. Quickly take your photos and dig in." The buns are no longer steaming hot. After snapping their photos, the group carefully tore off a piece. Their caution stemmed from the bun's lifelike quality, making it feel as though they were tearing apart a panda cub, evoking a sense of reluctance. After tearing off a piece, the 6 individuals took a bite. Upon tasting the first morsel, they exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. The thermal insulation of the food container had preserved the dish's warmth. Although it was not as scalding as when it was freshly made, the texture remained delightful. It was a rich, succulent experience, with the luscious meat juices harmonizing beautifully with the fragrance of pickled vegetables, creating an unparalleled flavor that was utterly irresistible. Due to the passage of time, The bun's surface, though slightly coated in oil, had become a tad firmer. Nevertheless, as it was their first tasting, the six did not perceive this as an issue. Rather, they found it quite satisfactory. However, having just torn off a small piece, they quickly felt it was insufficient, prompting them to hastily tear off another portion, fearful that it might disappear. Chapter 79. Is the scalper too arrogant? The panda bun equates to 4 buns, with 6 individuals sharing. Each person barely receives even a single bun. Naturally, no one could indulge fully. The exquisite taste left not a morsel of the flavorful minced pork with pickled mustard greens in the takeout box. Everything was devoured with gusto. These individuals, accustomed to a life of luxury, would never show their dissatisfaction, even if they felt a lingering craving. However, when they sampled the other dishes, they unanimously agreed that, in comparison to the impeccably seasoned buns prepared by Chenyang, the other dishes, which averaged 800 yuan, seemed utterly unworthy. After their meal, the 6 reclined in their chairs, taking a moment to relax while sharing the photos they had just taken on social media. Purchasing the panda bun without posting it online felt devoid of soul. They had initially refrained from snapping pictures of the panda bun due to their concern for appearances, but ultimately settled for a simple photo of the bun itself. Consequently, they shared a 9-square grid on their social media, featuring photos of the other dishes, with the panda bun proudly occupying the central position. Following this, the group continued their shopping spree. As they wandered, their social media feeds filled with envious comments from friends. Impressive. I've contacted numerous scalpers, all claiming they're out of stock, yet you managed to procure the panda bun. Is there such a remarkable chef in Hangzhou now? The panda bun seems almost adorably excessive. To think there's a panda bun available. Alas, I'm currently stuck in the mountains and can't return. Had I known, I would have traveled during my holiday. Such bad luck. Friends from Hangzhou and beyond expressed their envy. Among the 9-square photos, the panda bun garnered the most attention, far surpassing their usual social media posts. Thus, the 6 felt elated that their purchase had been worthwhile. Not only did Li Ruoping and her affluent companions share their purchases from scalpers, but many other wealthy ladies who had secured the panda bun also drew considerable admiration. The panda bun became a sensation in the elite circles of Hangzhou, while the destroyer bun similarly gained popularity among the successful gentlemen. With affluent men and women competing to purchase, it was no surprise that the younger wealthy crowd sought to flaunt their acquisitions through scalpers. Unfortunately, even if the scalpers attempted to buy from others, their efforts were futile. The majority of those queuing at Chenyang's stall were white-collar fans. They were acutely aware that upon their arrival, the innovative buns had already sold out. For the upcoming days of the holiday, acquiring them would prove challenging. Thus, the singular opportunity to spend a small amount for the sake of prestige was unlikely to be lost. Furthermore, Chenyang had indicated that the prices for the day would be relatively high. Consequently, the patrons willing to support him were predominantly middle-class professionals who valued quality of life and wouldn't merely resell for a few hundred yuan. Thus, the scalpers were left with only a fraction of the buns. The orders from wealthy individuals, as well as from successful gentlemen and elite ladies, poured in, far exceeding supply, leaving the scalpers in a state of desperation. Initially, there were only a few scalpers at noon, quietly buying at elevated prices from others, causing minimal disturbance. However, by 4 in the afternoon, many scalpers began to flaunt their audacity, openly shouting their offers. I'll buy the panda bun at 5 times the price. Come to me if you wish to sell. I'll purchase the destroyer bun at 4 times the price. Come to me if you wish to sell. I'll buy the fighter bun at 4 times the price. Come to me if you wish to sell. Chenyang only sold his buns for a maximum of 200 yuan, while these scalpers were offering as much as 800 for them. This irked Chenyang considerably. Chenyang concocted a plan to deal with the scalpers. Tomorrow, watch how I put an end to your antics. Since the emergence of these scalpers, he had maintained a stern demeanor while crafting his buns, a sentiment not lost on those in line. They felt the scalpers were indeed acting overly brazen, especially in front of Chenyang, openly calling out their purchase prices. Among the queue, a demurely dressed young woman spoke up. Boss Su, you needn't concern yourself too much about those scalpers. Their willingness to pay such exorbitant prices indicates that your buns are highly valued by the wealthy. This is, in fact, a good thing. Encouraged by her words, other white-collar women chimed in to comfort Su Chenyang, recognizing that, at the core, he was still a young man who had yet to graduate from university and was unaware of the harsh realities of life. Boss Su, consider the concert tickets of those top celebrities. Despite multiple crackdowns on scalpers, they remain unrelenting. The same applies to the appointments of top-tier physicians. Scalpers continue to thrive despite various efforts to combat them. Therefore, your frustration with the scalpers is truly unwarranted. While Su Chenyang appreciated the understanding shown by the white-collar women in line, he could not suppress his desire to teach the scalpers a lesson. He resolved that tomorrow's plan would ensure that the scalpers would receive no further orders in the future. With a forced smile, he replied, "Ladies, I'm not angry, merely a tad uncomfortable. However, rest assured, I have a strategy to deal with the scalpers. Just wait and see tomorrow." At that moment, a girl continued recording a video, making Su Chenyang aware that his words might end up online, possibly reaching the scalpers. Yet, he felt no trepidation. In a way, he was preemptively warning them. Should the scalpers suffer losses tomorrow, they had only themselves to blame for ignoring the advice given. The white-collar women who had just encouraged Su Chenyang were skeptical of his confidence in handling the scalpers. Nevertheless, they rallied their support. "Boss Su, go ahead and show those scalpers a thing or two." "I will," he smiled, resuming his work on the buns without the previous frown. Though he appeared to have lightened up, other young professionals and students in line began to worry. Scalpers were akin to mosquitoes, rearing their heads at intervals, and any effort to combat them seemed futile. They feared that Su Chenyang and App's solution might be to cease selling altogether. Given Su Chenyang and App's unique approach to crafting buns, even if patrons came to buy today, many would undoubtedly return tomorrow for other creatively designed buns, should they become available. To assuage their concerns about Su Chenyang potentially halting sales, someone suggested, "Boss Su, rest assured, we will help you resist the scalpers. If they cannot buy at high prices, it proves we are indeed resisting them. You needn't worry. Just focus on enjoying your time, selling each day." "Indeed, Boss Su. Don't lose heart because of a few miscreants. We have a week-long holiday, led into App's. Let's make the most of it by continuing to sell." Su Chenyang understood their underlying fears and smiled in response. "I know, and I've devised a plan to deal with the scalpers. I will certainly continue selling." "That's wonderful." The reassured patrons felt relieved. Whether Su Chenyang's plan would prove effective remained uncertain. However, one thing was clear. He was not the type to simply give up when faced with challenges. Chapter 80. The enigmatic school flower, Jiang Wanqi soon. The clock struck 7 in the evening. In a private room at a restaurant in Hangzhou named Guiyu Zhai, Zhou Yulin and son, Mei-Qin, awaited the arrival of their dear friend, Jiang Wanqi. "Why hasn't Wanqi arrived yet? Perhaps I should send her a message, otherwise Boss Su's buns will get cold." Son Mei-Qin expressed her impatience. They had invested 800 yuan, amounting to 900 yuan in total, to purchase these creative buns, hoping to enlighten their friend, as Wanqi often claimed that Hangzhou was a culinary desert. After all, scalpers were acquiring panda buns for as much as 500 yuan. It was unreasonable to expect them to sell for a mere 100 or so. It had been over half an hour since they received the buns, and the two friends grew increasingly concerned about the diminishing heat retention of the food. Just as Sun Mei-Qin was about to reach for her phone to send a message, the door of the private room swung open. In addition to the server, a figure donned in a purple women's suit appeared at the entrance. The ensemble featured a black low-cut top beneath a purple waistcoat and an outer purple blazer, complemented by loose-fitting wide-legged trousers, though she wore simple flats instead of high heels. Her height of 1.7 meters still conveyed an air of elegance. However, it was her strikingly beautiful face, as flawless as porcelain, that truly captivated attention. With no makeup at all, her complexion surpassed even Zhou Yulin's lightly made-up visage. At that moment, her hair was styled into a low bun, subtly showcasing her naturally exquisite features, radiating an elegant and intellectual beauty. This alluringly aloof young woman was none other than Jiang Wanqi, the cherished friend of Sun Mei-Qin and Zhou Yulin, whom they had met abroad. Every time they beheld Wanqi's attire, both friends envied her innate beauty. Arriving slightly late, Wanqi apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost track of time discussing work." Her visit to Hangzhou was primarily for a business collaboration, necessitating her formal attire. It's all right. I hope your meeting went well, Zhou Yulin reassured her. Quite well, indeed. I've wrapped everything up, and I can finally relax and spend time with you both in the coming days, Wan Qi replied, taking a seat in the center position reserved for her by Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin. Wan Qi, you must try our city and Oppo's as finest buns, Sun Meiqin exclaimed, eagerly lifting the lid of the food container. Inside lay a panda bun, meticulously crafted to appear lifelike, with its tiny eyes gazing up at Wan Qi in an almost pitiful manner. Although she knew it was merely a bun, its remarkable realism astonished her. The creator of this bun possesses exceptional skills. I've only seen intricate designs made from sugar before. To sculpt such a beautiful shape from dough is unprecedented in our country, especially from a street vendor, she mused. Yesterday, when she had seen a Q-version rural dog-shaped bun, it had seemed ordinary. However, after encountering various intricately designed panda buns on Douyin, she had initially thought the images were enhanced by filters. Witnessing the exquisite craftsmanship in person was truly eye-opening for Wan Qi. Noticing her astonishment, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin exchanged satisfied glances. This bun is not only visually appealing, but also delicious. After you taste it, you'll realize that Hangzhou is far from a culinary desert. It's a gastronomic paradise, Zhou Yulin declared. With a gentle smile, Wan Qi replied, the notion that Hangzhou is a culinary wasteland isn't solely my opinion. It's a widespread sentiment online. As her hunger surged, coupled with the praise from countless others who had savored Boss Su's culinary prowess, Wan Qi felt a genuine curiosity about the bun's taste. It would be inappropriate to take photos during their meal, so she set aside the thought and focused on tasting. Using chopsticks was impractical for such a dish. Wan Qi opted to clean her hands with a napkin before tearing off the bun's head. As she did so, Sun Meiqin chuckled, Wan Qi, how can someone as stunning as you have such a ruthless heart demolishing the bun's head like that? You've completely ruined its image. It was gazing at me so pitifully from this angle. If I tore it from another side, it would feel like a crime. So, I thought it best to eat the head first, Wan Qi explained. As she tore off the panda head, a delicate and enticing aroma wafted through the air. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin savored the scent as well. However, the buns had cooled somewhat, diminishing the richness of their fragrance compared to when they were freshly steamed. Taking a refined bite, Wan Qi discerned that the bun was merely warm, having lost much of its initial heat. Though the temperature affected the experience, the savory juices of the meat melded perfectly with the salted mustard greens, creating a delightful explosion of flavor on her palate. With each careful chew, she marveled at the tender pork belly and the well-seasoned mustard greens, each aspect executed with impeccable precision. Alas, arriving late had compromised the bun's softness, impacting her overall enjoyment. Yet, even so, the more she chewed, the more the flavors unfolded, and she relished the aromatic notes of the mustard greens. As she swallowed, the lingering taste left her yearning for more. This bun is truly beyond reproach. It is, without a doubt, the best bun I have ever tasted in all my years. Seeing Wan Qi's genuine praise, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin felt their investment in the expensive purchase worthwhile. Having waited with growing hunger, they quickly tore off pieces of the bun to satisfy their appetites. Though they had enjoyed freshly steamed buns prepared by Chenyang just a day before, they could distinctly sense a difference in taste as they savored the now-cool buns. Wan Qi, had you arrived earlier, you would have been even more astonished by the flavor, Zhou Yulin remarked. Indeed, the Q-version buns we bought yesterday were even more delightful when hot, Sun Meiqin added. Could they be even better? Perhaps I should seek out a fresh batch from Scalper tomorrow, Wan Qi mused. She was fond of waiting in lines, and with a rare opportunity to relax and gather with friends, it felt like a waste to spend her time queuing. As Wan Qi mentioned finding a scalper, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin remained silent, understanding that her nature was not one to indulge in such bustling chaos. Chapter 81. The enigmatic school bell develops an interest in Chenyang. After concluding the previous topic, the group continued their meal while engaging in lively conversation. By the way, Wan Qi, now that you've graduated and returned to work at your family's company, have your parents set you up for any blind dates? Jiang Wan Qi replied with a slight smile. I'm only 23. I don't have the same pressure as you all. Besides, I have my brother, the perpetual singleton, to shield me." This remark elicited both laughter and exasperation from Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin. Sun Meiqin, who had broached the topic, clearly had her own concerns in this regard, as did Zhou Yulin. Jiang Wanxi's comments made it seem as though only they were enduring the trials of life. All right. It seems our sisterly camaraderie has reached an impasse on this topic. Being young is indeed a blessing. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin quickly shifted the conversation to lighter subjects, discussing food, recent reads, or current events. After finishing their meal, they left the restaurant. It was already 9:00 and Oppo's clock. Jiang Wanxi and Sun Meiqin followed Zhou Yulin back to her villa, where Sun Meiqin planned to spend the night. Once at the villa, the trio settled in the living room to indulge in fruits, watch television dramas, and engage in lighthearted banter. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang was preoccupied with preparing buns. By the time he closed up shop, it was already 11 o'clock. Despite a long day's work, Su Chenyang was in high spirits, having sold a total of 1,095 creative buns that day. Name: Su Chenyang. Culinary points: 7,604. Among these, the panda buns accounted for 700, while the fighter jet and destroyer buns numbered 159 and 236, respectively. The day's profit exceeded 127,000. The fact that he could earn such a sum from selling buns in a single day struck Su Chenyang as somewhat extraordinary. In reality, the affluent residents of Hangzhou could easily consume over 1,000 buns. Had he sold them at scalper prices, he would have made an incredible fortune. Yet, despite the substantial earnings, Su Chenyang felt that accumulating culinary points might yield even more valuable rewards from a system, leading him to refrain from viewing his profits as mere windfalls, instead focusing on creating high-value dishes. Upon returning home, Su Chenyang recorded a video to caution scalpers before taking a shower. Not long after he posted the video, notifications pinged on the phones of Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin at Zhou Yulin's home. Seeing the notification, they picked up their phones. Douyin notification: the food blogger Su Taiyang has released a new video. Has Boss Su posted another video? Could it be that he is taking a day off? Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin were regular patrons at Su Chenyang's stall, so they typically kept their notifications muted. However, with Su Chenyang's recent foray into health-conscious street vending, they had enabled notifications to avoid the hassle of checking his account daily. When they heard that Su Chenyang might take the next day off, Jiang Wanxi chimed in, "No way. I was hoping to buy buns tomorrow. Not necessarily a day off." Zhou Yulin clicked on the video. In the video, Su Chenyang addressed the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm your food blogger Su Taiyang. The creative buns were a hit yesterday, and I've prepared even more today, yet they are still insufficient for everyone clamoring to buy them. This has resulted in an overwhelming presence of scalpers at my stall this afternoon, with some brazenly shouting purchase prices right next to me." At this point, Su Chenyang's tone conveyed his displeasure. He felt that scalpers should not be so audacious as to call prices in front of him, whether at a hospital registration or a concert. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin, who had purchased buns from scalpers that afternoon, felt a bit awkward. Could it be that Su Xiaodi really won tea set up tomorrow? Upon hearing Zhou Yulin refer to Su Chenyang as Su Xiaodi, Jiang Wanxi immediately took note. However, the video was still ongoing, so she refrained from asking. Su Chenyang continued, "With scalpers being so outrageous, I believe it's imperative to take a stand against them. I hope those who are financially well off will refrain from enabling the scalpers' arrogance and avoid wasting money. Therefore, I strongly encourage affluent customers to come by in person, so you won't be disappointed. Beautiful things are sometimes worth queuing for." Su Chenyang understood that wealthy individuals were not inherently averse to queuing. Rather, they often looked down on inexpensive street food, deeming it unnecessary. After all, why else would there be long lines outside luxury boutiques? He had never heard of scalpers flocking to luxury stores, as many high-end products were beyond their financial reach. By pricing his buns affordably, Su Chenyang aimed for everyone to enjoy delicious food, without implying that culinary excellence should be cheap. He hoped that, at the same time and place the next day, true bun enthusiasts will be able to purchase his creative buns. Wishing everyone sweet dreams tonight, the video concluded. Not taking a day off, but if Su Xiaodi is indeed targeting scalpers, will we be able to buy buns tomorrow? Zhou Yulin planned to take Jiang Wanqi shopping the next day, hoping to find new bun designs and purchase from scalpers if necessary. However, with Su Chenyang's crackdown on scalpers, that didn't seem likely to be straightforward. At that moment, Jiang Wanqi inquired, Yulin, why do you call boss Su Shouty? Do you know him? Yes, because he lives next door. He lives next door? Zhou Yulin nodded. Yes, but boss Su is very busy every day, so we hardly see each other, hence we aren't too familiar. I only got to know him a bit when he borrowed to shoot a video while he was on break. Since Su Chenyang was busy preparing ingredients in the kitchen from the moment he woke until he opened his stall, and Zhou Yulin had to leave for work by 9, they naturally never crossed paths. Moreover, Su Chenyang returned home later than Zhou Yulin, making encounters rare. Thus, after their brief interaction that morning, they had not met again. Oh, no wonder the little golden retriever in the video looks so familiar. It's your doo-doo. Although we aren't into amp, oppos, close, based on what I know of Su Shouty. He seems quite serious about tackling scalpers. If I want to buy buns from them tomorrow, it may not be easy. Jiang Wanqi immediately expressed her doubts. Is he really that capable? I can't imagine how scalpers would suffer at his hands. While the taste of Su Chenyang and oppos, buns is undeniable, their visual appeal alone is enough to entice those with disposable income. Not to mention, when they taste good, purchasing from scalpers might indeed be more expensive. However, for many affluent individuals, a few hundred extra yuan is insignificant. Hence, the reluctance of the wealthy to queue and their preference for paying for convenience ensures the scalper market's existence. Therefore, combating scalpers is undoubtedly a monumental challenge. Jiang Wanqi remained perplexed about how Su Chenyang intended to achieve this. Sun Meichin interjected, Wanqi, don't think that way. I share Yulin's perspective. When Boss Su says he will tackle scalpers, he is not joking. Tomorrow it truly may be difficult to buy buns. After all, Su Chenyang's approach to relationships was equally decisive. If he deemed something unsuitable, no matter how beautiful the person, he would abandon it without hesitation. Such a decisive and formidable young man left Sun Meichin incredulous that Su Chenyang could be merely jesting. Furthermore, Su Chenyang explicitly stated in the video that the scalpers had brazenly confronted him, clearly indicating his considerable agitation. He is merely a college student. Could he truly possess such prowess to confront the scalpers? Jiang Wanqi found herself increasingly skeptical, yet intrigued. If that were the case, perhaps they should go to the scene tomorrow and witness firsthand how he intends to take on the scalpers. Sounds good. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin nodded in agreement, both finding the prospect of observing Su Chenyang's confrontation with the scalpers rather amusing. Thus, the decision to witness the unfolding drama was unanimously embraced by the three of them. Chapter 82. The enthusiasm for gossip ignited. While discussing the plan to queue up for some fun the next day, Jiang Wanqi suddenly recalled the matchmaking conversation she had just overheard between Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin. With a playful grin, Jiang Wanqi remarked, Yulin, since you and Boss Su are neighbors and you feel pressure by the matchmaking, perhaps you should consider your next-door neighbor. From the video, Boss Su appears quite handsome and is quite the culinary wizard, an ideal matchmaking candidate right at your doorstep. Who knows, you might just forge a connection with him. As good friends, Jiang Wanqi felt comfortable teasing Zhou Yulin, not adopting a cold demeanor as she might with others. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqi's quip, Zhou Yulin retorted with a laugh, I don't have that kind of luck. Besides, Boss Su seems to prefer the likes of our goddess from Jiang University. Our goddess is both aloof and dazzling. She outshone all those foreign girls back in the day. Perfect. You should join us in the queue tomorrow. I'm quite curious to see how young Master Su reacts upon seeing you, Zhou Yulin added, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sun Meichin, catching the humor of the situation, chimed in indeed. I too am eager to witness how our goddess fares with a younger type of man. Will she still exude her charm? Jiang Wanqi had anticipated her friends would turn the jest back on her. If we're queuing for buns tomorrow, you too must refrain from frivolous jokes. If you start jesting there, our friendship boat might just capsize, she warned with a smile. Casual banter among friends was one thing, but with a crowd present and numerous videos being recorded, the stakes felt much higher. At Jiang Wanqi and Oppo's words, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin exchanged glances, smirking at one another. They promptly thumped their chests in assurance. Fear not, we know how to conduct ourselves. Such banter is meant for private moments. It's quite unbecoming of you to doubt our discretion. The more they reassured her, the less secure Jiang Wanqi felt. A twinge of regret washed over her for having initiated the topic. After the discussion, the trio continued chatting until the movie ended. By 11:30 p.m., they each retired to their respective rooms. In Zhou Yulin and Appo's home, there were still 3 rooms available. After returning to her room and freshening up, Jiang Wanqi noticed the time. It was already midnight. As she lay in bed, she scrolled through short videos to unwind her mind. After watching a few clips, she stumbled upon the latest video posted by Chenyang. She had already seen it, but in just an hour, it had garnered over 20,000 likes and numerous comments. Jiang Wanqi enjoyed perusing the comment section. To her surprise, the most upvoted comments were from scalpers. We earn our living through our own efforts. What business is it of yours? Come at me if you dare. I don't believe you could do anything to me, one comment read, accompanied by a rolling eyes emoji. Another remarked, you keep claiming to combat scalpers, yet so many companies have tried and failed. What do you think scalpers are invincible? Seeing such brazen comments from scalpers left Jiang Wanqi incredulous. Had she misread the situation? It was her first encounter with scalpers being so audacious. Typically, scalpers were reviled online, often remaining silent. Their boldness in challenging Chenyang was unprecedented. In the video, Chenyang hadn't said anything particularly provocative, yet these scalpers were undeniably audacious. Jiang Wanqi recalled the videos from the afternoon, where fans had filmed scalpers openly bidding at Chenyang's stall. If she were the vendor, witnessing scalpers bidding high right before her eyes would surely incite anger. Thus, Chenyang's call to combat scalpers seemed entirely justified. If scalpers wished to continue profiting, they ought to exercise discretion rather than blatantly confront the stall owner. Why were these scalpers so brazen with Chenyang? For about 10 minutes, Jiang Wanqi pondered this conundrum, unable to find clarity. The reason eluded her because the scalpers' boldness stemmed from Chenyang and Appo's, as previous remarks about sycophants, which had inadvertently wounded some scalpers' pride. They resented his dismissive tone, especially when he claimed he would take them down. What could a mere college student, still in school, possibly achieve against the likes of established companies? Jiang Wanqi found herself increasingly curious about the spectacle awaiting her in the queue the following day. As she drifted off to sleep, anticipation filled her dreams. The night passed swiftly. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Chenyang awoke. While brushing his teeth, he opened Douyin and noticed a flurry of notifications. Curious about the comments on his latest video, he clicked into the section and found several top comments that made him chuckle. These scalpers really are quite audacious. Do they think I was joking? He mused. After finishing his morning routine, Chenyang visited the System Mall to procure the ingredients needed for the day. He planned to switch up his fillings, opting for a combination of vermicelli and minced meat. Once he gathered his supplies, his 5 roommates arrived. Although only 3 had come the previous day, the allure of the food stall had drawn the other 2 single roommates to lend a hand, significantly boosting their efficiency. By 10:40 a.m., with preparations completed, Chenyang set off from home. Today, his food cart was markedly different from the previous night, as he had invested 50 points to upgrade it. Name: Chenyang. Culinary points: 7544. Now featuring creative buns of larger size, Chenyang had also expanded the steamer to enhance cooking efficiency. Previously, he had 2 pots accommodating 2 steamers. Today, he added an extra pot specifically to reclaim business from scalpers. Chapter 83. Jiang Wanqi and Tang Xua. As Chenyang had yet to arrive at Chenyang River, a remarkable scene unfolded at the riverbank. Today, the crowd gathered near Chenyang's previous vending spot was significantly larger than yesterday's. The abundance of attendees heralded another splendid day. The other stall owners were quite pleased with the situation, as they had managed to earn a little extra by following Chenyang's lead over the past couple of days. Their spirits were high, but the influx of patrons began to raise concerns among some. With so many visitors today, would Boss be able to handle the demand? If one were to secure a spot towards the back of the line, it might necessitate waiting for over 10 hours. It was possible that Boss would even refuse sales altogether. Clearly, securing a prime position was imperative. In contrast to those anxiously hoping to make a purchase, many scalpers mingled within the crowd, unconcerned about the wait. They were not there to queue, but to buy at inflated prices. Just like yesterday, they would sidle up to Chenyang, directly calling out offers for purchases. While many contemplated their strategies, a stunning figure suddenly captivated their attention. Among 6 youthful and attractive girls, one stood out with skin as luminous as moonlight, drawing the gaze of many men. This enchanting young lady was none other than the aloof campus beauty from Hangzhou Media College, Tang Shuya. Though Lin Suishan and Appo's S5 roommates were undeniably lovely, they paled in comparison to Tang Shuya. Today, she donned a pink floral dress with a simple square neckline, exuding an air of elegance. The puff sleeves and minimalist canvas shoes lent her an aura of fresh charm. Yet, this attire seemed somewhat at odds with her cold, composed demeanor. Nevertheless, her perfect features effortlessly commanded such a style. Indeed, she epitomized youthful beauty, a stark contrast to the women who had already graduated. Despite assertions that the graduates were just as attractive, many beautiful white-collar workers had queued for buns the day before. They were overshadowed by the undeniable allure of the present university student. Accompanied by her roommates, it was likely that she was unattached. Yet surely there would be many suitors vying for her attention. Previously, Su Boss had remarked on the abundance of admirers, leading him to refrain from pursuing anyone. It remained to be seen whether this exquisite girl would alter his stance. Rarely did one encounter a girl whose beauty eclipsed that of a typical campus beauty. And surely Su Boss would find it irresistible. Many boys felt compelled to at least attempt to win the heart of this captivating girl, even if it meant adopting a humble approach. Even the surrounding girls Kuden and Amp, Appo's, helped but widen their eyes in astonishment at Tang Xua and Amp, Appo's, beauty. Her cold elegance perfectly aligned with Su Boss and Appo's preferences, and he would surely be mesmerized upon seeing her. It was uncertain which university she attended, but one could speculate that Su Boss would venture to her campus for his next stall. While Su Chenyang had previously encountered equally beautiful girls like the initially disinterested Xia Yiru, and later Chen Yishi and Li Ningyao, Tang Shuya still managed to surpass them. When even other girls found her exceptionally beautiful, it was a testament to her extraordinary allure. Lin Suishan and her roommates noticed the collective gaze of the crowd fixated upon Tang Shuya. With a hint of envy, Lin Suishan remarked, "Our Tang campus beauty truly is the center of attention wherever she goes. Indeed, her charm is undeniable. I suspect when Su Boss arrives, he'll be thoroughly captivated by our Tang campus beauty." Another chimed in. "Stop chatting nonsense," Tang Shuya interjected, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she became the object of so many stares. Although she was accustomed to receiving compliments, the sheer number of eyes upon her made her uncomfortable. Lucilla laughed and replied, "Nonsense? This is merely the truth. Our Tang campus beauty is indeed the most stunning here." Just as Tang Shuya finished speaking, the attention of the crowd abruptly shifted. The group instinctively turned to see what had drawn their gazes. 3 elegant white-collar women had arrived, and among them, the one on the right astonished even Tang Shuya and her friends. This woman appeared to possess a beauty that slightly surpassed Shuya's, radiating an even more refined grace. It was the first time Lin Suishan and her friends encountered a girl with a cold demeanor who could rival Tang Shuya's beauty. They had thought Shuya was the undisputed campus beauty at their media college, where stunning girls were abundant. However, the woman before them, while sharing a similar aloofness, exuded an elegance and intellectual charm that was refreshingly soothing. This striking figure was none other than Jiang Wanqi, a student from an overseas university renowned for eclipsing many beautiful girls from across the globe. Today, she wore a simple French-style short-sleeved shirt paired with a black long skirt, accentuated by a black bow at the waist. Her choice of footwear, a pair of white sneakers, enhanced her gentle, intellectual beauty. Unlike Tang Shuya, who relied on her extraordinary looks to carry off her outfit, Jiang Wanqi effortlessly embodied a refined charm that made her appearance feel harmonious and comfortable. It was likely that Jiang Wanqi had already graduated. Compared to the still studying Tang Shuya, while their beauty was difficult to distinguish, Jiang Wanqi's grace was undeniably superior. The world of postgraduate beauties was indeed full of hidden gems. Today, two of Su Boss and Amp, Oppos, as preferred types of women had arrived, leaving him with a delightful dilemma. One was younger, while the other possessed a more sophisticated allure. It would surely leave Su Boss in a state of delightful confusion. As many began to speculate on how Su Chenyang would fare today, an excited murmur rippled through the crowd. Su Boss is here? Chapter 84. Su Chenyang, sister. You are truly beautiful. Upon hearing Su Chenyang's arrival, many individuals withdrew their gazes. After all, no matter how strikingly beautiful she was beyond their reach. They could not forget the purpose of their visit today, to purchase Su Chenyang's buns. Moreover, many young men had come with their girlfriends. A mere glance sufficed. Lingering too long might lead to a figurative kneeling on a washboard upon returning home, which was hardly worth the risk. In truth, Tang Xue and Jiang Wanqi were both aware of each other and Amp, Oppos, as presents. However, both had come primarily to buy buns today, making the competition for positions far more pressing. Those who arrived first to the stall began to rearrange themselves in line. Jiang Wanqi, along with Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin, as well as Tang Xue and her 5 roommates, found themselves in a fortunate position. They weren't at the very front, but neither were they far back. In a line of 60, Tang Xue and her roommates stood in the middle of the 3rd row. Today, an extra steamer was added, allowing them to be among the first to purchase. Jiang Wanqi and her companions, however, found themselves in the middle of the 4th row, which meant they would have to wait for the second batch. Yet, Tang Xue and Jiang Wanqi stood one in front of the other, creating a stunning visual juxtaposition of beauty. Many scalpers, having no intention of standing in line, loitered nearby. Owing to Su Chenyang's earlier brash remarks in a video about teaching scalpers a lesson, the scalpers, feeling defiant, responded without courtesy. Numerous scalpers displayed their signs, proclaiming the purchasing prices for Su Chenyang and Oppos as creative buns, which had not yet begun steaming. The prices mirrored those of the previous day, panda buns at 5 times the price, and fighter jet and destroyer buns at 4 times. Some scalpers even broadcasted over loudspeakers, purchasing creative buns at prices that will satisfy you. Come and negotiate. Glancing at the audacious scalpers beside her, Su Chenyang chose not to engage with them immediately. Instead, she retrieved 3 steamers of buns she had prepared at home from the freezer. Among these were 2 steamers of panda buns and 1 steamer of fighter jet and destroyer buns. Today's offering featured a filling of glass noodles and minced meat. Those who were not fond of this flavor could forego the queue. Nevertheless, her words elicited no departures. Having come this far, who would leave? Besides, the glass noodle and minced meat filling was quite popular, appealing to many. A girl at the back of the line helped to announce that the queue was full and that there was no need to continue waiting. At that moment, the line stretched over 200 people long. With 2 additional roommates joining that day, Su Chenyang had prepared extra, which coincidentally matched the increased number of attendees. She felt a twinge of guilt for those fans still working who could not arrive in time to queue. However, she had done her utmost. The girl at the back of the line acknowledged her words. Following this, Su Chenyang began to bring out various colors of dough and fillings from the freezer. Observing her preparations, many were left disappointed as they had hoped to buy buns from the scalpers, especially Jiang Wanqi and her friends, who had come specifically to witness Su Chenyang and Oppos as confrontation with the scalpers. Jiang Wanqi whispered, "ISN and Oppos, Su Boss supposed to take action against the scalpers? Why is there no sign of it?" Since Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin had described Su Chenyang as someone who followed through on her words, Jiang Wanqi had believed them. The lack of reaction felt unusually out of character for Su Chenyang. "I'm not entirely sure," she replied. "This is quite different from the impression Su Xiaodi usually gives me. Perhaps she has a plan in mind." Hoping for the best, Jiang Wanqi felt a tinge of regret, but was not entirely disappointed. Given Su Chenyang and Oppos' ample stock, she would likely be served quickly, which could be considered a financial saving. Just as Jiang Wanqi finished speaking, she sensed Su Chenyang's gaze shifting toward her. Turning her head, she confirmed her suspicion. Su Chenyang was indeed looking in her direction. Positioned one in front of the other, Jiang Wanqi and Tang Xue were both visible to Su Chenyang. whose expression reflected mild surprise at the striking beauty of the two girls. Many onlookers were curious about Su Chenyang and Amp Oppo's reaction to Jiang Wanqi and Tang Shuya, two exceptionally attractive girls. They noted that despite being further back in the line, Su Chenyang had managed to spot the two beauties. Was the young man, perhaps, unaccustomed to such sights? Had it not been for Jiang Wanqi and Tang Shuya and Oppo's presence in the queue, numerous individuals would have undoubtedly teased Su Chenyang, questioning whether he found the still-studying beauty or the already graduated beauty more appealing. As these thoughts swirled in many minds, Su Chenyang unexpectedly initiated a greeting. "Sister in the white shirt, you are truly stunning." The mention of white shirt led Jiang Wanqi to compare herself with Tang Shuya. Surely, it referred to her, right? Surprised by Su Chenyang's direct approach, Jiang Wanqi felt a flicker of astonishment. Having previously observed Su Chenyang in videos, she noted that he typically refrained from initiating conversation with girls he found appealing. Although Jiang Wanqi recognized that she fit Su Chenyang's type, she also noted the 2-year age difference. Did boys not prefer younger girls? Thus, she presumed that Tang Shuya, being younger, would align more closely with Su Chenyang and Amp Oppo's standards. Meanwhile, the queue was abuzz with astonishment at Su Chenyang and Amp Oppo's boldness. "Oh my, has Su boss become quite audacious today?" they murmured. "He usually claims he needs to observe character and values first. Why the sudden greeting?" A chorus of skepticism echoed as many wondered about Jiang Wanqi and Amp Oppo's response to Su Chenyang and Amp Oppo's compliment. Even Tang Xia turned to observe Jiang Wanqi and Amp Oppo's reaction, harboring a hint of discontent. After all, she and Jiang Wanqi were quite similar in appearance, with Tang Shuya being a few years younger. Why should she feel overshadowed in terms of allure? Having encountered many admirers during her studies abroad, Jiang Wanqi was no superficial girl. Although Su Chenyang was undeniably handsome and an exceptional cook, she believed that initiating flirtation upon first meeting felt somewhat superficial. With a composed demeanor, she replied, "Thank you for the compliment. I suppose I and Oppo's am rather ordinary. Perhaps you should focus on making your buns, Su boss." Ordinary? Many girls thought, wishing they could achieve such ordinariness. Yet the next moment, Su Chenyang's words left everyone momentarily stunned. "Sister, do not be so modest. With your beauty, you must be quite affluent, yes? Today, I am introducing a special creative bun exclusively for wealthy ladies, though it comes at a premium. I wonder if you might be interested in learning more." Upon hearing this, all present felt their minds momentarily halt. What? Was he eyeing the wealth of a rich woman? Although the woman exuded the aura of affluence, she was not his preferred type. How could he bring himself to fixate on her wealth? He began by complimenting her sister and Amp Oppo's beauty, leading me to believe he intended to court her. But in the next instant, he broached the subject of money, nearly causing me to double over in astonishment. The previous evening, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin had jested with Jiang Wanqi, suggesting that she embodied Su Chenyang's ideal woman and would undoubtedly captivate him. Consequently, when Su Chenyang singled out Jiang Wanqi, acknowledging her beauty, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin braced themselves for some juicy gossip. However, Su Chenyang and Amp Oppo's unexpected retort caught them completely off guard. Brother Su was proving to be impervious to charm. Despite her affluence, she was not his type, and discussing money felt crass. Even Tang Shuya, who had initially harbored some reservations, was amused, concealing her laughter behind her hand. This Su fellow genuinely lacks the Amp Oppo's scumbag and Amp Oppo's gene. Given the abundance of handsome men at the Communication University, Tang Shuya had observed a tendency toward fickleness among some of the male students. They readily dispensed oily, insincere compliments. Had Jiang Wanqi encountered such a student from their university, Tang Shuya surmised that she would have been bombarded with amorous overtures. Instead, Su Chenyang had directly addressed the financial aspect, effectively precluding any possibility of flirtation. Tang Shuya had witnessed firsthand what it meant for a man to possess principles. Undeterred by beauty, he would not pander to those who did not appeal to him. Jiang Wanqi, for her part, was momentarily taken aback. When Su Chenyang commented on her attractiveness, she had entertained various scenarios, even anticipating the kind of cloying remarks he might employ to ingratiate himself with her. Instead, he had brazenly targeted her wealth. Was this appropriate? Had Su Chenyang attempted to charm her with his looks, Jiang Wanshi might have felt uncomfortable. But his direct appeal to her financial resources was even more unsettling. Why was Su Chenyang, who typically set up shop near university gates to woo the campus belles, singling out her wallet instead of her beauty? Was her allure diminished by being 2 years older? Despite her displeasure at being perceived solely as a wealthy benefactor, Jiang Wanshi was intrigued by Su Chenyang's concept of bespoke, opulent baozi. Su, what exactly are these exclusive, creative baozi you speak of? Jiang Wanshi inquired. Su Chenyang had anticipated her interest. He had seen Zhou Yulin's WeChat post from the previous night, where she had showcased the panda baozi purchase from scalpers, which she had acquired specifically to treat the exceptionally beautiful woman before him. Jiang Wanshi exuded an air of affluence, prompting Su Chenyang to market his exclusive baozi to her. These customized baozi would build upon the panda baozi, incorporating a miniature likeness of the customer. For example, it could depict her embracing a panda or a panda playfully interacting with her. In essence, it would be a baozi rendition of the customer and a panda together. This would be a truly singular creation. This was Su Chenyang and Oppo's strategy to thwart the scalpers. The wealthy patrons who paid inflated prices for these creative baozi did so to flaunt their purchases on social media, demonstrating their acquisition of a coveted item. If Su Chenyang could craft a personalized baozi featuring the customer alongside a panda, the wealthy patrons would likely queue up themselves. After all, if one patron merely displayed a panda baozi on social media, while another showcased a baozi featuring herself with a panda, the former would pale in comparison. If the purpose was not to impress, but merely to enjoy a delicious treat, what difference was there between a regular, circular baozi and a creative one? Why pay exorbitant prices to scalpers? Once the wealthy patrons observed this trend on short-form videos, their interest in purchasing from scalpers would likely wane. Upon hearing Su Chenyang and Oppo's proposition, the nearby scalpers visibly reacted with dismay. This was a bold move. To introduce such personalized baozi was excessive. They had assumed that Su Chenyang would merely devise methods to limit scalper purchases. Instead, he had shrewdly exploited the wealthy patron's desire for ostentation by offering exclusive, creative baozi. These scalpers had already received numerous orders for the day. Would they now have to issue refunds? Had they known the extent of Su Chenyang's cunning, they would never have engaged in confrontational behavior at his stall and in the comment section. In contrast to the scalpers and Oppo's distress, Jiang Wanshi was intrigued. If Su Chenyang could create a baozi that resembled her, it would undoubtedly elicit envy from her friends in Shanghai when displayed on social media. Furthermore, Su Chenyang's method of combating scalpers impressed her. Jiang Wanshi had witnessed firsthand Su Chenyang's resolute nature. Su, what is the price for these exclusive creative baozi? She inquired. 1,000 yuan. Surely that an amp. Amp? Oppo's. That's not an exorbitant sum for a woman of your means? The other patrons in line overheard the exchange, and their minds raced. Only 1,000 yuan? That doesn't an amp. Amp? Oppo's. Tea seemed too steep. Many affluent, white-collar women began to contemplate indulging in this extravagance. Unbeknownst to Suheng, the price point he had established for wealthy patrons was deemed reasonable by many white-collar workers, sparking their interest. In fact, Su Chenyang had carefully considered the pricing. Wealthy patrons were likely paying scalpers 1,000 yuan for panda baozi. By coming to the stall, they could acquire a personalized, creative baozi for the same price. It seemed a much more sensible option. Who would seek out scalpers under such circumstances? Indeed, the scalpers and amp, Oppo's, expressions soured upon hearing Su Chenyang and amp, Oppo's, price. He and Oppo's priced it precisely at our resale price. Shameless, they seethed inwardly. Su Chenyang and Oppo's actions would undoubtedly impact their ability to acquire panda baozi. A purchase price of 200 or 300 yuan would not be worthwhile for those who had queued for hours, earning only a meager profit of 100 or 200 yuan. Su Chenyang and amp, Oppo's strategy was proving to be a significant blow. However, the scalpers quickly devised a countermeasure. If the wealthy patrons want to buy them, I'll simply queue up with their photos, won't I? Or I'll reserve spots for them. that should circumvent the rules. Su Chenyang had not explicitly stated that the patrons had to be physically present. With this in mind, the scalpers regained some composure. Jiang Wanqi found 1,000 yuan to be quite reasonable. She had initially braced herself for a hefty surcharge, given Su Chenyang and Appo's assumption that she was wealthy. However, the price aligned with her original budget for purchasing panda baozi from scalpers. Very well, Su. Create one for me. I trust it will be a faithful likeness. Don't disappoint me. Rest assured, I wouldn't charge such a premium if I couldn't deliver, Su Chenyang replied confidently. He then addressed the patrons in line, announcing that exclusive, creative baozi would only be sold to the individuals physically present. Those attempting to purchase with photographs would be turned away. Furthermore, patrons were prohibited from changing places in line. He requested everyone and Appo's cooperation in enforcing these rules. The expressions of the scalpers attempting to acquire the baozi visibly darkened. He and Appo's blocked all the loopholes. They had been planning to pay those in line to purchase baozi using the wealthy patrons' photographs. Alternatively, one could purchase a position, allowing affluent women to queue for entry. In essence, it is exploiting a glitch. However, Su Chenyang promptly rectified the bug, effectively rendering these scalpers powerless. Chapter 86. Is 1,000 yuan considered bargain? Most scalpers did not queue, yet a few were still present in line. These scalpers deliberately provoked the crowd. Boss Su, why can't we buy with a photo? Why is it not allowed to switch people? Isn't this a form of coercion? This statement garnered some agreement from a queue. That makes sense. Su Chenyang immediately countered. How is this coercion? If someone wants to buy for their partner, they can simply purchase the regular creative bonds, can't they? You can bring a photo or queue for a day, then let your partner take your place to buy. How am I to discern whether you are a devoted admirer or merely infatuated? If I cannot tell, I treat all alike as infatuated admirers. If any innocent bystanders get caught in the crossfire, so be it. It is well known that my establishment does not welcome infatuated admirers. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd were amused. Is Boss Su subtly mocking someone? It was evident he feared that scalpers might bring photos of wealthy patrons to purchase buns or occupy space for them, thus shifting the blame onto the infatuated admirers. Did infatuated admirers become the scapegoat here? Even Jiang Wanqi found it somewhat humorous. What had Boss Su endured at the hands of infatuated admirers? Though Jiang Wanqi could not ascertain if there were any infatuated admirers in the queue, it was clear that Su Chenyang aimed to suppress the scalpers. It was curious how he intertwined their fates with those of the infatuated admirers. Jiang Wanqi wondered if Su Chenyang's disdain for infatuated admirers stemmed from a previous experience where a girl he fancied was taken by one of them. Tang Shuya shared similar sentiments. Although Boss Su appeared a tad harsh towards infatuated admirers, his confrontational stance was undeniably entertaining. As spectators, Tang Shuya found Su Chenyang as evident disdain for infatuated admirers rather amusing, although she had seen him ridicule them in short videos before. Witnessing it live was far more engaging. With Su Chenyang and Appo's remarks, the scalpers fell silent. They could be scalpers, but they certainly could not be infatuated admirers. Continuing to speak would likely provoke Su Chenyang to further ridicule them under the guise of infatuated admirers. Given the number of people recording videos, being labeled as such could lead to ruinous reputations online. They silently prayed for their turn to come soon. For a mere 100 yuan, one could acquire panda buns or even aircraft carrier buns. Surely selling them for 300 to 500 would not be an issue. If the wealthy patrons were slow to catch wind of the exclusive creative buns, perhaps they could even fetch close to 1,000 yuan. At that moment, Zhou Yulin and son Mei-Qin spoke up. Su, I would like an exclusive bun, said Zhou Yulin, followed by son Mei-Qin. Since Jiang Wanqi was purchasing, they couldn't possibly abstain. Very well, my dear sisters. Thereafter, Su Chenyang commenced crafting the creative buns. May I propose a design of a panda embracing your thigh? That sounds perfect, Jiang Wanqi and the others nodded in agreement. At this juncture, numerous individuals in line wrestled with whether to inquire about the exclusive patron package specifically aimed at curtailing scalpers. Ultimately, many opted to hold their tongues and wait to assess the outcome of Su Chenyang's creations for Jiang Wanqi and her companions before making a decision. After scrutinizing Jiang Wanshi once more, Su Chenyang envisioned the bun's design in his mind. He promptly retrieved various colors of dough, beginning to piece them together. The resulting shape was irregular, making it challenging to describe. He then added filling and wrapped it in dough, creating two connected sections. Next, Su Chenyang began to shape the bun. As he sculpted, the left portion swiftly took on the likeness of a panda. The areas of the dough made with black rice flour transformed into the panda's fur. Having meticulously planned the design in advance, it was evident that Su Chenyang's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. To conceive such a complex shape from a single bun is a testament to his extraordinary skills, likely placing him not only among the best in the country, but perhaps even the world. This innate talent would surely leave even the finest pastry chefs in tears. The onlookers were left in awe, feeling a sense of futility in their own efforts compared to such innate talent. However, many soon found themselves less conflicted about purchasing the exclusive bun. It seemed worthwhile. 1,000 yuan may appear steep, but considering the artistry of a world-class pastry chef creating a delicate bun, is it truly excessive? In high-end hotels, such a refined pastry might command tens of thousands, attainable only by the wealthy, as ordinary folk might struggle to even secure a reservation. Thus, being able to purchase it now does not seem extravagant. As many began to formulate their intentions, Su Chenyang completed the panda-shaped bun and proceeded to sculpt Jiang Wanshi's likeness. The bun swiftly morphed into a humanoid figure. He then took out a carving knife to swiftly refine the details. Realism was paramount for the humanoid form. Beyond the coloring of the bun and Appo's skin, the intricacy of the facial features was crucial. In less than 2 minutes, Su Chenyang had crafted the humanoid bun. The final product depicted a panda, playfully clinging to Jiang Wanshi's thigh, while it had yet to be steamed. The likeness of both the panda and the human appeared somewhat unconvincing. Jiang Wanshi awaited the final product with eager anticipation. Following this, Su Chenyang began crafting the exclusive creative buns for Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin. In just 5 minutes, their buns were also swiftly completed. The efficiency was commendable. Had he taken too long, it would have been awkward to present these exclusive offerings. Su Chenyang then resumed making the regular panda buns. Soon, 15 minutes had elapsed. He removed 3 steaming trays of buns and replaced them with a new steaming tray from the freezer. For the third tray, he took down 3 aircraft carrier buns and placed the 3 exclusive buns to steam. Subsequently, Su Chenyang began to pack the buns. Many grabbed theirs and moved aside. A few high-earning professionals lingered, eager to see the buns of Jiang Wanshi and her companions. They told those behind them, "Please go ahead and purchase first." Those uninterested in the exclusive buns stepped forward, paying for the panda buns. Some male professionals chose to wait, as scalpers were also acquiring the aircraft carrier and fighter buns at high prices. Thus, it was only logical that Su Chenyang would have exclusive creative buns for affluent patrons. To Su Chenyang's surprise, many professionals in line were keen on purchasing the exclusive buns. He felt it unnecessary to spend such money. "Dear friends, there is truly no need to buy this exclusive creative bun. It's not worth such extravagance," he exclaimed. "This bun is tailored for those who enjoy purchasing from scalpers." "It's all right. We're merely observing for now, not necessarily buying," they replied. "Yes, let us just wait and see." Upon hearing the white-collar workers in Appo's remarks, Su Chenyang immediately surmised that their intentions extended beyond mere observation. Much to his amusement and slight dismay, instead of attracting the affluent patrons seeking scalpers, he had inadvertently drawn the attention of these office workers. Su Chenyang found himself in a quandary between laughter and tears. However, given their evident understanding of their own financial constraints and purchasing power, Su Chenyang refrained from further persuasion. Chapter 87. Certification of the Campus Bell. Su Chenyang and Appo's character shines. Su Chenyang continued to package buns for others. Soon, it was the turn of Tang Xua and her 5 companions. "Su Chenyang inquired, classmate, which style of panda bun would you like?" Tang Xua quickly pointed to the side, saying, "Let the people behind us go first. I want to see how the exclusive buns look." "I can wait. Let the sisters behind me go ahead." Lu Silu and the others followed suit. displaying similar humility. Chenyang was taken aback to discover that these 6 individuals were, in fact, discreetly affluent. He felt that it was unnecessary for white-collar workers to buy such items, and even more so for university students. He advised classmates, as university students, it seems unnecessary to indulge in this extravagance and spend such frivolous money. Previously, he had posted a video urging university students not to purchase creative buns to avoid unnecessary expenses. Now, he found himself offering the same counsel. Though Chenyang's intentions were commendable, Tang Shuya believed it vital for him to recognize that there are indeed remarkable individuals among university students. A bun costing 1,000 yuan might be deemed excessive for the average student. Yet, coincidentally, the 6 girls in Tang Shuya's dormitory were among the more affluent. Thus, for them, 1,000 yuan was hardly a burden. Tang Shuya responded, "Boss Su, 1,000 yuan does not impose any financial strain on us. So please refrain from urging us to consume rationally." Her words left many white-collar workers feeling somewhat ashamed. Were these 6 girls from the same dormitory? A dormitory full of wealthy individuals? Each girl was quite attractive, and they all had money. Life truly seemed unfair. It was indeed frustrating to see university students unfazed by spending 1,000 yuan on buns, while others hesitated to part with such sums. As many looked on enviously, Chenyang resumed packaging buns for those behind, continuing to counsel the 6 university students. "Honestly, as a bun seller, I find the exclusive bun lacks value for money. It may not be a wise choice. You would be better off purchasing a bag you truly like, rather than spending it on a bun that will be consumed shortly. The taste is similar to that of the panda buns. The cost-effectiveness simply doesn't add up." Tang Shuya had only encountered merchants eager to extract as much money as possible from customers. She had never before met someone like Chenyang who advised against excessive spending. His principle garnered her admiration, and she could not help but smile, which made her appear particularly charming and less aloof. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Boss Su. We occasionally indulge ourselves without issue. We earn our own money through part-time jobs and do not rely on our families." Tang Shuya sensed that Chenyang might assume the 6 of them were spending their family and Oppo's money on such an unwise purchase. However, she had not asked her family for money since entering university. Last year, upon starting university, numerous agencies sought to sign her due to her remarkable beauty. Tang Shuya declined their offers, yet several clothing e-commerce companies approached her for collaboration as a model. She agreed to model ordinary clothing. Now, she earned tens of thousands each month without relying on her family, thus maintaining a substantial personal savings. Lu Silu and her companions shared a similar situation, all 5 being quite attractive. Hangzhou boasted an abundance of e-commerce companies, allowing them to collaborate with various clothing businesses. Since they earned their own income, the 6 could freely purchase what they desired without guilt. Chenyang had already offered his counsel, since Tang Shuya and her friends truly had the means. He saw no need to continue the discussion and resumed packaging buns for the next customers. At this moment, Jiang Wanqi began to appreciate Chenyang and Oppo's approach. Boss Su is genuinely encouraging rational spending. Such sincerity is rare nowadays. A person's business practices often reflect their character. Chenyang's sincerity in business indicated that he was undoubtedly a person of integrity. In a world where many are pragmatic regarding financial matters, eager to maximize profits regardless of ethical considerations, Chenyang's adherence to principles in the face of money spoke volumes about his character. After completing the packaging, Chenyang utilized the time while the second batch of buns was still steaming to continue crafting panda buns. With the increased size of the panda buns, he worked swiftly, completing each in a mere 30 seconds. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the second batch was ready. Chenyang removed the 3 trays of buns and placed new ones for steaming. Only then did he unveil the trays, capturing the attention of many. As the steam dissipated, 3 exclusive creative buns stood out prominently. The buns crafted for Jiang Wanqi and her companions were modeled to depict pandas embracing their legs. The pandas looked remarkably lifelike, requiring no further embellishment. As the crowd's gaze fixated on these character-shaped buns, astonishment filled their eyes. The level of realism, akin to that of 3D printing, was astonishing. The buns featuring Jiang Wanxi and her friends mirrored their skin tones perfectly. The sculpting of their features was so exquisite that it almost seemed like a masterful work of art, nearly achieving a 100% likeness to their beautiful visages. The only detail missing was the eyelashes, a minor intricacy that Su Chenyang could not replicate without sacrificing efficiency. No one would hold this against him. After all, 1,000 yuan was not an outrageous sum, and expectations should remain reasonable. Achieving such a close resemblance in facial structure was already a significant accomplishment. Their hairstyles and colors were similarly well captured, though the buns could not replicate hair with the same clarity as real life. As long as the styling was accurate, it was deemed a success. The attire of the three was also impeccably mirrored, bringing their images to life. If one were to take a photograph, they would hardly suspect these were buns without scrutinizing the details. Coupled with the lively panda nuzzling their legs, gazing up with an endearing expression, it evoked a delightful illusion of being embraced by a panda. This design fulfilled the fantasies of all panda enthusiasts. Jiang Wanxi, Zhou Yulin, and Sun Meiqin instantly fell in love with the creation. Su Xiaodi, your skills in shaping are truly remarkable, they exclaimed. Su Chenyang smiled modestly and began packaging for the three. Jiang Wanxi, typically reserved and seldom one to offer praise, could not contain herself this time. Boss Su, there's no need for such modesty. Your craftsmanship is genuinely impressive. As long as the sisters are satisfied, he replied. Seeing the exquisite, exclusive creative buns, Tang Shuya wasted no time. Boss Su, please give me one of those exclusive creative buns. Me too. I want one. Lu Silu and the others chimed in enthusiastically. I want one as well. So do I. Other onlookers regained their composure and joined in the conversation. Even those positioned further back in the queue began to speak up, as many in line felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of acquiring this exclusive, creatively designed bun. Little did they know that the hearts of the scalpers nearby had already sunk. With such lifelike character designs, how could they possibly inflate the prices to sell to wealthy patrons? What was the harm in earning a modest profit while allowing others to partake? Was it truly necessary to be so miserly, hoarding all the gains for themselves? A group of disgruntled scalpers, grumbling under their breath, packed up their belongings and departed. Chapter 88. Captivated by the cool and elegant school bell, Su Chenyang was taken aback by the number of people in the queue willing to spend the extra money for personalized baozi. Fortunately, it was only a small fraction of the 1,000-plus customers who opted for the custom design, reassuring Su Chenyang that most people were still rational and not blindly splurging. Su Chenyang announced, those at the back of the line who wish to purchase exclusive, customized baozi will still need to wait their turn, as I need to cater to those ordering regular creative baozi as well. Moreover, the character designs take time, so there might be a longer wait. Understood, came the reply from the back. At that moment, a male office worker inquired, Boss Su, are there no exclusive creative baozi for men? Indeed there are. For men, in Appos, the fighter jet baozi, with a character engraved in the cockpit, or the destroyer baozi, featuring a character on the deck. The prices are 1,500 and 2,000 respectively. The price of the fighter jet and destroyer baozi was 4 times the original price due to scalpers reselling them. Su Chenyang estimated that the scalpers were selling them to wealthy individuals for over 1,000, hence the higher price. The person who inquired was unaware of Su Chenyang and Appos as pricing strategy. He simply assumed that since the exclusive baozi for wealthy women were 10 times the price of the original panda baozi, it was normal for the fighter jet and destroyer baozi to be 10 times the original price as well. Many who were considering a purchase quietly remained in line. As Su Chenyang continued to pack baozi for other patrons, those who had already received their orders left the queue. Jiang Wanxi, Zhou Yulin, and Sun Meiqin, after receiving their baozi, found a less crowded spot suitable for taking photos and checking it online, capturing some beautiful shots first. After the photo shoot, the three were ready to savor the flavors. However, looking at the exquisitely crafted baozi in their containers, they were somewhat reluctant to dig in. Honestly, if these baozi could be preserved indefinitely, I wouldn't and Appos, bear to eat them, Jiang Wanxi exclaimed. Indeed, they and Appos, too exquisite, like works of art, Zhou Yulin agreed. But alas, Shuden and Oppos. We enjoy them while they and Oppos. Rehat? Sun Mei-chin chimed in. Yesterday, the preserved mustard green and pork baozi were already a bit cold when we ate them. Therefore, Jiang Wanqi was determined not to let these cool down. Having already spent some time taking photos, she couldn't delay any longer. Separating her character-shaped baozi from the panda baozi, she started with the panda baozi. Zhou Yulin and Sun Mei-chin did the same. As they tore into the panda baozi and the character baozi, the exposed fillings revealed a tantalizing aroma. The unique fragrance of the meat made their mouths water. The three couldn't and Oppos resist taking a large bite. As they bit down, the succulent juices inside the baozi nearly made them cry out in delight. Despite the minced meat filling, the juices were incredibly savory. Chenyang had chosen the front leg of the pig, specifically the marbled part with both lean and fatty meat. Thanks to the system store, Chenyang could purchase any cut of meat in bulk. When Chenyang stir-fried the minced pork with vermicelli, cabbage, diced carrots, and eggs, he cooked it until it was 80% done, rendering the fat from the marbled portion. The remaining fat had less grease, and its proportion in the filling was not excessive. Thus, when steamed, the juices produced by the filling would not be overly greasy. Although cabbage had a high moisture content, stir-frying reduced the moisture. Therefore, steaming would not produce a large amount of water that would affect the flavor of the juices. Instead, the refreshing aroma of the cabbage would blend into the juices, and the slight sweetness of the carrots would enhance the taste. The aroma of the carrots would also enrich the flavor. That and Oppos. That's why the three felt that the juices in the baozi were incredibly rich and savory. This freshly steamed baozi was indeed different from the one they had yesterday. Jiang Wanqi marveled inwardly. She had already found the preserved mustard green and pork baozi delicious. But this warm vermicelli and minced meat baozi was even more to her liking. Jiang Wanqi began to slowly chew and savor the flavors. The baozi's dough was soft and fluffy, and the minced meat and eggs were cooked to perfection, making them tender and smooth. The vermicelli was soft and glutinous, with a rich meaty flavor, making it incredibly fragrant. What surprised Jiang Wanqi the most were the diced cabbage in the filling. They were crisp and crunchy. The cabbage leaves had both soft and firm parts. However, Jiang Wanqi didn't detect any of the firmer parts of the cabbage leaves, which would have affected the texture. She wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't bitten into them, but she knew that the filling retained the best flavors of each ingredient, making it unbelievably delicious. Moreover, even after being intricately shaped, Chenyang and Oppos' baozi dough maintained a uniform thickness throughout, ensuring a consistent texture with every bite, a level of detail that was unimaginable. It was simply too delicious to resist. Such a delightful treat was truly blissful. Having grown up in a wealthy family, Jiang Wanqi had tasted many delicacies. When she first started eating gourmet food, she felt that it brought happiness. However, after trying various cuisines, she no longer experienced that feeling. Now, tasting Chenyang's baozi brought back that sensation, which was truly rare. But of course, if Chenyang's baozi were to be sold at such a high price, they had to provide customers with a top-notch experience. Therefore, when making the filling, Chenyang only used the soft leaves of the cabbage, discarding the firmer ones. It was only because he had a few classmates helping him that he even chose to use cabbage. Otherwise, Chenyang would have avoided it altogether. Moreover, Chenyang and Oppos' vermicelli was made from genuine sweet potato starch, unlike many unscrupulous merchants who use tapioca starch or cornstarch. Therefore, using quality ingredients was also key to the deliciousness. If only Boss Su could set up a stall in Modu, Jiang Wanqi thought to herself. Because Chenyang didn't and Oppos' sell one type of food for long. If he were to set up a stall in Modu, she could try a new delicacy every couple of days. With Chenyang and Oppos' culinary skills, she wouldn't and Oppos' tire of a dish even after eating it for 2 days. If Chenyang came to Modu, she could simply have someone queue up for her every day and enjoy his creations. The thought alone was a great pleasure. This also made Jiang Wanqi understand why Zhou Yulin and Sun Mei-chin were willing to brave the scorching sun to patronize Chenyang's stall. From understanding Zhou Yulin and Sun Mei-chin and Oppos' actions to wanting to become like them and support him every day, Jiang Wanqi was filled with longing. But she was in Modu, And if Su Chenyang didn't amp, oppose, come to Modu, she would be unable to support him every day, no matter how much she wanted to. Chapter 89. No school beauty can resist delicious food. Upon witnessing Jiang Wanshi and Oppo's contented expression as she savored her bun, Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin instantly understood the delight she derived from its exquisite flavor. Zhou Yulin, with a smile, inquired, "Wanshi, how is it? Is it true that Su and damp, Oppo's buns taste even better when enjoyed fresh?" Indeed, the warmth of the buns made them far superior to the cooled ones from the previous day, delivering an unparalleled taste. Jiang Wanshi, not one to be obstinate, readily acknowledged, "Delicious is delicious. There's no denying that." As soon as she spoke, Sun Meiqin chimed in with a laugh. "So, our Hangsheng is brimming with culinary delights. You simply weren't aware of them, were you? Are you convinced now?" This remark elicited a soft chuckle from Jiang Wanshi. Indeed, Hangsheng is not a culinary desert. There are many gastronomic treasures awaiting discovery. I concede, although it was all in jest, the joy on the faces of Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin was unmistakable. Jiang Wanshi then sighed. While it's commendable that Su is tackling the scalpers, it does make it quite challenging for us to indulge in these delicacies with ease. The food is so delectable that I already find myself yearning to return tomorrow. After all, Jiang Wanshi was merely visiting Hangsheng for leisure, and with the holiday drawing to a close in a few days, she would have to return home. Had Su Chenyang not dealt with the scalpers, she could have simply purchased buns from them daily without any hassle. Now, to enjoy the food, she had to endure the line each day. With a 7-day holiday, today marked her first day of work, leaving her with just 6 days to unwind. The thought of queuing each day weighed heavily on her mind. Furthermore, if Su Chenyang ceased to stall operations in the city, her chances of tasting these delights would diminish even further. Thus, not coming was not an option. Zhou Yulin and Sun Meiqin, upon hearing Jiang Wanshi and Oppo's lamentations, felt a tinge of helplessness themselves. As regular patrons of Su Chenyang's stall, they were acutely aware of the exceptional quality of his offerings, which were simply unattainable in other restaurants and hotels across Hangsheng. A singular taste was insufficient to satiate their cravings. When they had learned of Su Chenyang and Oppo's intentions to combat scalpers, they had hoped he might successfully diminish their numbers. Yet they suspected some would still endure. However, today's events led to the scalpers packing up and leaving without protest, making it clear that if one wished to purchase the buns, queuing was now a necessity. Sun Meiqin remarked, "Then we can only hope for a favorable spot in line when we come." Zhou Yulin nodded in agreement. "If we can manage to purchase quickly like today, we can enjoy our meal and then take a stroll afterward. It all comes down to luck. Let us hope tomorrow brings us better fortune." Jiang Wanshi's tone was tinged with resignation. The trio continued their meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation about their afternoon plans. Before they knew it, they had devoured the panda-shaped buns and the character-shaped buns, which collectively equated to the usual 5 buns. The character-shaped buns, needing to be more substantial, weighed in at 3.5 buns, while the panda-shaped ones were 1.5 buns in size. For young women, finishing 5 buns was indeed a remarkable feat. Feeling quite full, the 3 decided to rest a while longer, relishing the riverside scenery and the gentle breeze, which brought a sense of contentment to their lives. Besides Jiang Wanshi, many others who had acquired their buns shared the same sentiment, appreciating Su Chenyang's choice of location. However, Su Chenyang himself was far less fortunate. He was too preoccupied to enjoy the riverside view. As the supply of creatively crafted buns dwindled, Su Chenyang had no choice but to prepare everything fresh on the spot, resulting in longer wait times for customers. Originally, Tang Shuya and her 5 roommates were poised to be among the first to receive the creative buns. However, the 6 insisted on ordering the exclusive creative buns, and with others ahead of them, they faced a wait of over an hour. By around 1 p.m., the 6 finally obtained their uniquely crafted buns. Despite the lengthy wait, their joy was palpable as they found a pleasant spot to take photographs of the charmingly realistic buns. Once the photos were captured, they eagerly tasted their creations. Each bite revealed a perfect blend of texture and flavor, leaving their faces aglow with satisfaction. Lin Suishan exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious. How can a bun taste this remarkable?" Lu Silun nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, from the dough to the filling of meat, vermicelli, cabbage, and egg, each element is exquisite and flavorful. I dare say it rivals even the best crab roe buns. It's no wonder the queue was so long right from the start. At that moment, even Tang Shuya could not help but marvel with such delightful flavors and stunning presentation. It seems nearly impossible to find a pastry chef of such caliber anywhere in the country. Su really is a culinary genius. Yet, she lamented, "What a pity we missed out yesterday. We could have tasted the preserved vegetable and meat buns. I can only imagine how delightful they would have been." Reflecting on their missed opportunity, Tang Shuya chuckled at her own cleverness. Upon hearing her mention the preserved vegetable buns, the others felt a pang of regret as well. It wasn't just the preserved vegetable buns they had missed. They had also overlooked the egg pancakes, meat pancakes, and possibly even the pot stickers, which surely must have been delicious. They had previously dismissed the online reviews as exaggerated, but now they recognized the value they had lost. Suddenly, Lu Silu suggested, "Since we missed out before, let us seize the opportunity in the future. During this holiday, Su will likely set up his stall near the university. Shueya, why don't you invite him to set up at our school lesson trance? If you ask, he might just come after the holiday ends." This idea was immediately met with enthusiastic agreement from her 4 roommates. "That makes perfect sense. If Su set up at our school, we would have to travel far, and we could enjoy his buns every day. If Su comes to our campus, Shueya, you would undoubtedly be our heroine among the girls." The possibility of persuading Su Chenyang to set up a stall at their school now rested entirely on Shuya's shoulders. Chapter 90. A good man must be seized. Upon overhearing a conversation among a few individuals, Tang Xia felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. After savoring the bun, she truly appreciated Su Chenyang's culinary skills. If given the opportunity to indulge in more of his culinary creations, she would certainly not object. However, the idea of engaging in such antics was entirely out of question for her. With a hint of annoyance, Tang Shuya remarked, "Could you all refrain from such frivolous chatter? I am not that alluring. It is clear that Boss Su has an affinity for that beautiful sister. Did you not hear him compliment her beauty? He certainly does not regard me with the same admiration. Thus, it is likely that Boss Su will continue to set up his stall in the CBD." Unaware that Jiang Wanshi had come from the bustling metropolis, Tang Shuya instinctively assumed that she was simply working in the CBD. As the campus bell, her comment elicited laughter from her companions. "Oh my, is this really our esteemed Tang Shuya? How is it that you suddenly lack confidence in your own charm? You have always overshadowed others at school. Why let the presence of another beautiful girl shake your self-assurance? This is quite uncharacteristic of you. You ought to be more confident. Although that lovely sister possesses a unique aura, you too have your own advantages. Namely, you are younger than she is. The fact that Boss Su previously set up his stall by the university gate suggests that he prefers women of similar or lesser age. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps that sister perfectly aligns with Boss Su and Appo's aesthetic preferences, and he might not mind older women at all. So please, refrain from your teasing. I am not well acquainted with Boss Su. Inviting him to set up at our campus would seem quite unreasonable. There are so many visitors around, many of whom are filming. If I were to invite him, it would appear as though I have developed an infatuation with him, which is simply unacceptable." As the campus bell, Tang Shuya certainly had her pride. Although she was astonished by Su Chenyang and Appo's culinary talents, it could not be equated to a sudden infatuation. If rumors spread online claiming she had fallen for him, only for him to not return her affections, it would spell disaster for her reputation. Well, Lin Suishan and the others conceded, Tang Shuya does have a point. If they're wearing into Appo's so many people recording videos, it would be less of an issue. With Boss Su's rising popularity, such playful banter could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, Lin Suishan and Lu Silu still held out hope that Su Chenyang would indeed set up his stall at the campus entrance. "How about this? We can invite Boss Su without using your name. What do you think?" suggested one of her friends. Tang Shuya replied, "If you're going to act on your own accord, why seek my opinion? If you wish to call out a Boss Su, go ahead and try. Lin Suishan smiled gently. We must consider your opinion. If we were to do this alone, we would lack the necessary clout to attract Boss Su to our school. We need someone with charisma, and who better than our Tang Shuya? Then I suggest you refrain from inviting him. Tang Shuya quickly dismissed the proposal. If you intend to use me as bait, others may perceive it the same way. They may even think I have a crush on Boss Su and that I am too shy to express it myself, which is absolutely out of the question. Tang Shuya was conscious of her potential future in entertainment and did not want any scandalous past to mar her reputation. If a history of infatuation with a boy were to surface, it would be disastrous. Therefore, she concluded that if she wished to savor Su Chenyang and damp Oppos as delicacies, she would simply take a trip to Q for them herself. Do not fret. As long as you do not acknowledge the rumors, what harm is there? Her friends encouraged. Consider this. Compared to the boys at our school, Basu's looks are unmatched. He is strikingly handsome and does not exhibit any playboy tendencies, which is a significant advantage. Moreover, having a boyfriend who is an exceptional cook is indeed a stroke of luck. Frankly, boys like him are highly sought after, especially since he seems to prefer the aloof type, making it difficult for many girls to approach him. You have the opportunity to make the first move. It would be a wise choice. When Boss Su sets up at the campus entrance, you can observe him. If you feel he is unsuitable, simply limit your interactions, and there will be no rumors. After hearing her roommates and Oppos arguments, Tang Shuya began to consider their perspective. After all, she was merely discerning. She had no intention of remaining single forever. Encountering a suitable man and possibly becoming friends was a viable option. Yet, she still had reservations. Perhaps you should all cease this frivolity. The internet has a long memory, and this could lead to complications down the line. Besides, if Boss Su does not find me appealing, he will not come even if you invite him. If I meet his aesthetic preferences, he will approach me himself. Upon hearing Tang Shuya and Oppos as final statement, her friends recognized that she harbored no animosity towards Su Chenyang. However, it was difficult not to be charmed by a handsome, skilled cook who was not a heartbreaker. Honestly, I believe it is still worth reaching out to Boss Su, one of them suggested. Shuya, good men must be seized. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. Seeing her friends and Oppos' earnestness, Tang Shuya shook her head in response. When it comes to matters of romance, you all suddenly become philosophers. I have yet to witness your enthusiasm for boys. It is not that we have not encountered anyone suitable. When we do, we will certainly take the initiative. If only Bosu were interested in our type, you would see us being proactive. Her friend's insistence made Tang Shuya realize they were not joking. They might genuinely take action. However, there was no need to rush. After all, after the long holiday, as long as Boss Su had not developed feelings for that sister, he would likely return to set up his stall at the university entrance. Tang Shuya had another thought that remained unspoken. Su Chenyang had previously set up his stall near his own university, excluding the few schools he had visited. Her own media college was conveniently located nearby. Even without an invitation, it was quite probable that Su Chenyang would come to the media college after the holiday. Thus, why should she risk giving others the impression that she was infatuated with Su Chenyang by having her roommates invite him? Tang Shuya was not naive. She understood the value of meeting good men and the importance of assessing compatibility. Yet, there is truly no need to rush into anything. Her roommates, unaware of Tang Shuya's reasoning, assumed she was simply concerned about maintaining her image. If Boss Su is snatched up by someone else, you will soon realize your mistake. They warned. If that happens, so be it. Tang Shuya replied nonchalantly, doubting that Su Chenyang could be easily intercepted by anyone. If Su Chenyang truly favored the aloof type of girl, Tang Shuya believed that among the nearby universities, none could surpass her. Apart from Jiang Wanqi, who had momentarily made Tang Shuya feel slightly less charming, she felt confident in her appeal. However, Jiang Wanqi likely would not take the initiative to pursue Su Chenyang. Would she? Following Tang Shuya and Oppos' jest, the quintet ceased their banter. Subsequently, they partook of their buns while deliberating on their afternoon and Oppos' itinerary. Lin Suishan and her companions and Oppos' jesting with Tang Shuya stemmed from the latter embodying Su Chenyang and Oppos' as preferred feminine ideal. Likewise, Many in the queue were cognizant that the two comely women were of Su Chenyang and Amp, Oppos, as predilection. From the moment Tang Shuya and Jiang Wanshi appeared, many had been intrigued. Now that Tang Shuya and Jiang Wanshi had finally departed the line, someone in the queue jested, "Boss Su, were those two charming ladies to your liking? Relatively speaking, which do you find more aesthetically pleasing?" As the words faded, others joined in the playful teasing. "Boss Su, is it the alumna who resonates more with your aesthetic sensibilities? Now you perceive that our CBD is a veritable crucible of talent, correct? Will you still hawk your wares at the university gates?" Su Chenyang had anticipated the teasing. He retorted, "Pray, cease your frivolous banter. Do not assume anything merely because attractive women are present. Aesthetic appeal may initiate attraction, but we must remain steadfast in our devotion to character. Therefore, refrain from hastily inquiring about my sentiments toward anyone. If you persist in such discourse, which comely woman will dare patronize my stall?" Upon hearing Su Chenyang's remonstrance, the queue desisted from further ribbing, lest they be perceived as superficial. After all, Su Chenyang had previously avowed that even if a woman met his aesthetic criteria, he would still assess her disposition and principles before pursuing her. Even in the face of such pulchritude, Boss Su remained steadfast in his principles, a testament to his fortitude. Many present introspected, questioning whether they could emulate Su Chenyang's principled stance in the presence of such allure. Subsequently, Su Chenyang devoted himself to crafting buns. Concurrently, the fervor surrounding Su Chenyang and Oppos' introduction of the exclusive heiress-only bespoke buns reached a fever pitch online. For many affluent individuals, the news did not originate online, but rather from scalpers. Su Chenyang and Oppos' pricing rendered it exceedingly difficult for these scalpers to procure the bespoke buns. Unable to secure the buns, they were compelled to reimburse their clients and Oppos' deposits, elucidating the rationale. While these affluent individuals were disappointed by the scalpers and Oppos' failure to procure the bespoke buns, Su Chenyang and Oppos' exclusive offering captivated them. The bespoke buns, in contrast to the standard variety, offered a more ostentatious effect. Su Chenyang and Oppos' price mirrored that of the scalpers, and he thoughtfully provided an upgraded version. Consequently, even the inconvenience of a personal purchase could be overlooked. Su Chenyang's introduction of bespoke buns was specifically targeted at those affluent individuals with a penchant for conspicuous consumption and a proclivity for patronizing scalpers. Ironically, upon learning of this, the affluent individuals did not resort to invective. Instead, a contingent of patrons who uploaded videos of Su Chenyang and Oppos' pronouncements against proxy purchases were met with vitriol in the comment section. Su Chenyang, engrossed in his culinary endeavors, remained oblivious to these online criticisms. However, many, upon witnessing these comments, rallied to Su Chenyang's defense, championing his cause. As dusk settled, at 7 p.m., within Zhou Yulin and Oppos' abode, Zhou Yulin, Sun Meichin, and Jiang Wanshi, having concluded their hot pot repast, reclined in the living room. Zhou Yulin stumbled upon a Douyin video of Su Chenyang inquiring whether Jiang Wanshi desired a heiress-only bespoke bun and stipulating against proxy purchases to combat scalpers. The video and Oppos' trending hashtag, "How two-faced is Boss Su?" piqued Zhou Yulin and Oppos' curiosity, prompting her to peruse the comment section. Upon encountering several disparaging top comments, Zhou Yulin was exasperated. It defies belief that Su Chenyang and Oppos' efforts to combat scalpers could elicit such opprobrium. These individuals are truly preposterous. Surely, combating scalpers cannot warrant such criticism. Sun Meichin and Jiang Wanshi, intrigued, leaned in to examine the comment section. Promulgating such repugnant stipulations while peddling buns from a stall is rather presumptuous, is it not? Why the prohibition against proxy purchases? Am I not entitled to surprise my paramour with a bun on her natal day? During your tenure at the university gates, you extended preferential treatment to a maiden purchasing pot stickers for her beau. Yet, now you institute such regulations. Is this not blatant duplicity? While curbing scalpers is commendable, there are alternative strategies. Avoid resorting to blanket restrictions. Is it not reasonable for amorous couples to queue for each other and oppose? As for past, the comment section was replete with defenses of Su Chenyang. After all, Su Chenyang and oppose. As restrictions pertained solely to bespoke buns, standard buns remained unencumbered by such limitations. However, irrespective of the number of Su Chenyang and oppose advocates, the detractors invariably conjured specious arguments in rebuttal. Are these individuals simps? Why else would they so denigrate Boss Su? Sun Meichin lamented, feeling aggrieved on Su Chenyang and oppose's behalf. Even Jiang Wanqi was rendered speechless by these comments, concurring with Sun Meichin and oppose's assessment. They must be simps. Otherwise, if their claims of true love hold merit, acquisition would be attainable. Why the insistence on procuring the most exorbitant offering? Despite her truncated adolescence due to grade skipping and her abstention from romance to prioritize her studies, Jiang Wanqi, based on her observations of acquaintances, posited that genuine affection would engender mutual understanding in the event of prohibitive regulations. She marveled, no wonder Boss Su harbors such antipathy towards simps. With such a surfeit of individuals vying to be simps, expending both resources and time in queues, and expressing discontent at the inability to acquire the most extravagant offering, it is understandable that Boss Su feels suffocated by the simp culture. Previously, Jiang Wanqi had dismissed Su Chenyang's assertion of being smothered by simps as hyperbole. Now, she possessed a profound appreciation for the intensity of simp competition. Yet, this is not the most disconcerting aspect. What is most disconcerting is that despite their invective, these individuals will undoubtedly patronize Su Chenyang's stall tomorrow. Consequently, the queue tomorrow will likely be. Zhou Yulin's pronouncement was interrupted by the ringing of her mobile device. Zhou Yulin, recognizing the caller as her brother, Zhou Kaijia, answered. Brother, what is the matter? Sister, father has tasked me with collecting a prospective client from the airport tomorrow. Could you oversee the inspection of the 3 material shipments slated for delivery at the factory tomorrow? Zhou Yulin demurred. Jiang Wanqi promptly interjected. Attend to your affairs, then. Zhou Yulin responded. Very well. What time should I arrive tomorrow? Arrive at 9 a.m. I will email you the parameters for the 3 material shipments anon. Understood. Concluding the call, Zhou Yulin addressed Jiang Wanqi. Wanqi, it appears that only you and Meichin will be able to queue tomorrow. Before Jiang Wanqi could respond, Sun Meichin interjected. I was about to broach the subject. I, too, have commitments tomorrow. My aunt has informed me of a luncheon with her acquaintance's child, recently repatriated from abroad. My attendance is obligatory. Oh, a matchmaking engagement. Jiang Wanqi smiled in understanding. You all go ahead and take care of your matters. I can manage the queue by myself. She added, perhaps if luck is not on my side tomorrow and the position turns out to be unfavorable, the day will swiftly pass. Zhou Yulin, with a hint of regret, replied, I apologize. I had intended to take good care of you these days, but something urgent has come up. It's quite all right. There's still several days ahead. Jiang reassured. Moreover, if I manage to purchase my buns quickly tomorrow, I could visit your factory and enjoy some time together, perhaps even take a tour. That sounds great. Subsequently, the group resumed their conversation and continued to enjoy the film. Chapter 92. Su Chenyang has no tolerance for flatterers. Before long, the clock struck 11, and Su Chenyang finally completed his work. Riding his food cart home, he felt quite content. Today, he had sold a total of 158 creative buns. Name, Su Chenyang, culinary points. 762, the day and oppose. Profits were substantial. Among them, the exclusive creative buns accounted for approximately 96 sales, with an average price of around 500. Just from these buns, he earned a profit of 140,000. The remaining creative buns brought him an additional 160,000, leading to a total profit exceeding 300,000 for the day. Although selling creative buns had reduced Su Chenyang's points income, the tangible money he earned provided him with a sense of accomplishment. In the next moment, Su Chenyang noticed that the system had automatically deducted a point from his total. Name, Su Chenyang, culinary points, 761. He had previously instructed the system to notify him about the weather forecast in case of rain the next day. Master, tomorrow will be sunny until around 7 p.m. At 7:30, there will be a thunderstorm for half an hour, followed by light rain until midnight. Rain meant a day of rest. He had been operating his stall for 3 consecutive days, and after making so many creative buns, he felt somewhat fatigued. Given that the heavens decreed rain for tomorrow, there was no need for him to set out. At 11:20, Chenyang returned home. He promptly recorded a video to announce his day off the following day, sending it out by 11:35. Afterward, he took a refreshing shower. Just a few minutes after posting the video, in the neighboring household of Zhou Yulin, Jiang Wanqi was engaged in a conversation with her. Due to Sun Meichin and Appo's impending matchmaking date, her parents had insisted she return home tonight to ensure her presence tomorrow. At that moment, Zhou Yulin's Douyin app notified her. The food blogger Su Taiyong has released a new video. Boss Su has posted a video. Could it be a response to the flurry of complaints from those flatterers? Zhou Yulin speculated. Perhaps Jiang Wanqi concurred. Zhou Yulin clicked on the video, and Jiang Wanqi watched alongside her. Su Chenyang addressed the camera, saying, "Hello, everyone. I'm your food blogger, Su Taiyong. I just checked the weather forecast, and rain is expected around 7 p.m. tomorrow. As per my usual practice, I will take a day off in case of rain. Wishing you all sweet dreams tonight and a pleasant mood tomorrow. If the weather permits the day after, I shall see you then." Zhou Yulin immediately displayed a wry smile. So it's a day off video. Wanqi, since Boss Su won't be setting up tomorrow, what do you plan to do? Jiang Wanqi sighed in resignation. If Boss Su is taking a break, I'll just wander around Hangshang by myself. Once you're free tomorrow afternoon, send me a WeChat, and I'll come to your factory. Sure, Zhou Yulin nodded, and the two resumed their series binge, finishing the last episode of the midnight drama before resting. After showering, Su Chenyang lay in bed, the clock reading midnight. Not feeling tired, he indulged in watching short videos. As he scrolled, he stumbled upon a trending topic related to himself. The headline read, "How many double standards does Boss Su really have?" Had it not been for his appearance in the video, he would have doubted his own eyes. Curious, he clicked on the video to discern where he had exhibited double standards. The content featured Su Chenyang promoting exclusive creative buns to Jiang Wanqi, prohibiting scalpers from purchasing them. He saw no double standards in his actions. Upon perusing the comments section, he encountered several condescending remarks directed at him, which clarified the situation. These flatterers truly had no shame. Did they genuinely think they were in love? If it were true love, they would be deeply moved by even the simplest round buns, rather than resorting to such theatrics. Currently, when Su Chenyang set up his stall, the buns were nearly sold out, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. He firmly believed that anyone genuinely in love would not be angered by the unavailability of exclusive creative buns. Moreover, he had established a rule that these flatterers could not purchase exclusive creative buns for others, saving them money without any gratitude in return. In the comments disparaging him, he noted that those defending him were silenced by the unreasonable antics of these flatterers. Su Chenyang held a disdain for flatterers and would not tolerate their defamation. Since he had a day off tomorrow, he decided to borrow Zhou Yulin and Appo's golden retriever to film a video. Setting his phone aside, he began contemplating what content would effectively reveal the true nature of these flatterers. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber. The next morning, at 8 a.m., Su Chenyang awoke and immediately sent a WeChat message to Zhou Yulin. Su Chenyang, "Yulin, could I borrow your golden retriever to play with today?" Since Zhou Yulin had to reach the factory in the suburbs by 9 a.m., she had left home at 7:30 to avoid the morning rush hour. Thus, she was currently driving and unable to reply promptly. Seeing that Zhou Yulin had not responded, Su Chenyang assumed she was still waking up and proceeded to wash up. After finishing his morning routine, he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Having sold buns for the past few days, his breakfast had consisted solely of buns. Even the tastiest options could become tiresome after 3 consecutive days. Su Chenyang opted to make some fragrant pancakes paired with a luxurious soy milk. He spent 200 culinary points to redeem the recipes for the pancakes and soy milk from the system and Appo's shop. Subsequently, he mixed enough all-purpose flour for 2 people, plus a portion for the golden retriever. After all, he couldn't show up empty-handed to borrow Zhou Yulin's dog. The key to delicious pancakes was the dough. Su Chenyang added some salt and a touch of sugar to the flour, mixing it thoroughly. Next, He poured in boiling water to utilize its high temperature, allowing the flour to undergo some gelatinization. This would ensure the dough he kneaded later would be soft and delicate, resulting in a superior texture. While most chefs would pour the hot water directly into the flour and quickly stir it into clumps, Chenyang opted for a more gradual approach, slowly adding hot water while stirring to ensure all the flour was evenly treated. Without the system's guidance, mastering the step would likely take an ordinary chef a lifetime to perfect. After completing the boiling water step, Chenyang added warm water with yeast to the dough, as yeast would enhance the flavor and texture. He also included a bit of lard and 2 eggs for added aroma. Once the kneading was finished, he covered the dough with plastic wrap to let it rise. At that moment, he received a reply from Zhou Yulin. Zhou Yulin, sure, but I'm not home right now. You can get it directly from my housekeeper. Not home? That meant he had made too much breakfast. Chenyang, all right. Thank you, Sister Yulin. Zhou Yulin, you and Amp? Oppos, re-welcome. Chapter 93. Filming a video with Jiang Wanqi after concluding the conversation with Zhou Yulin. Chenyang stepped out of his home, intent on borrowing the little golden retriever. He planned to offer a treat to ensure its cooperation during the filming session. As he arrived at Zhou Yulin and Amp, Oppo's doorstep and prepared to ring the doorbell, a familiar bark caught his attention from nearby. He looked down to see the little golden retriever wagging its tail and barking at him. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered Jiang Wanqi returning from a walk with the dog. Although he had known that Jiang Wanqi and Zhou Yulin were good friends since they had come together to buy buns the previous day, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter her so early in the morning. Good morning, Boss Su. Are you here looking for Yulin? She has gone to work. Jiang Wanqi greeted him. Good morning, sister. I had arranged with Sister Yulin to borrow her little golden retriever for a video shoot, Chenyang explained. Ah, I see. Then I and Amp, Oppos, hand Dudu over to you, Jiang Wanqi said, extending the leash to him. Thank you. Chenyang replied gratefully, preparing to lead the little golden retriever back home. However, in the next moment, he realized that the once friendly puppy now seemed reluctant to follow him. The little golden retriever squatted beside Jiang Wanqi, refusing to budge. Chenyang tugged gently at the leash, but the dog remained resolute. Dudu, didn't and Amp, Oppos, till we become friends last time? Come with me, he called out. The little golden retriever responded with 3 barks, clearly indicating its unwillingness to accompany him. Understanding the situation, Chenyang could not help but chuckle in exasperation. So, you and Amp, Oppos, were you a bit of a sycophant, huh? Last time when I fed you pot stickers, you were all friendly, but now that you and Amp, Oppos, were you with a beautiful lady? You've changed your tune. Jiang Wanqi chuckled at his playful tone, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Despite being teased as a sycophant, the little golden retriever still refused to follow Chenyang, clearly favoring Jiang Wanqi and Oppos as company over his. After establishing rules against scalpers online, Chenyang found himself being mocked by the very sycophant he had encountered in real life. I prepared some delicious treats for you. Are you sure you want to come with me? He asked, pulling on the leash once more. Yet, the little golden retriever remained steadfast in its decision. No wonder you played the sycophant so well last time. I truly misjudged you. Chenyang laughed in frustration. Just as he was about to concede defeat, Jiang Wanqi shyly suggested, Boss Su, are you planning to film a video today? Why don't I bring Dudu along to join you? What do you think? Since Jiang Wanqi had no plans for the day, she saw this as an opportunity to join in on the fun. She was curious about the content of Chenyang and Oppos' video, especially if it involved a playful jab at sycophants. Accompanying him would also ensure that the little golden retriever could participate. Chenyang considered her proposal. Sister, will this interfere with your plans? Not at all. I have nothing scheduled for today, she replied. Great. Have you had breakfast yet? If not, I was planning to make some savory pancakes. Would you like to join? Chenyang asked, realizing he could offer her a meal instead of wasting the food he had prepared for Zhou Yulin, who was out. Sure. I won't stand on ceremony then, Jiang Wanqi said, not wanting to decline the invitation. Given Chenyang's reputation for making delicious buns, she figured his savory pancakes would be equally delightful. Then let us go. I need to change my clothes first. Can I come over later? She asked, noting that she was currently wearing Zhou Yulin's workout attire and needed to dress appropriately for going out. Of course, The pancakes will take some time to prepare, Su Chenyang assured her. Before heading home, he shot one last teasing glance at the little golden retriever. Remember, little one, sycophants face consequences. The puppy, detecting Su Chenyang and Appo's jest, barked back 3 times in defiance, as if to say, no consequences will come my way. Not wanting to argue further with the dog, Su Chenyang returned home, while Jiang Wanshi led the little golden retriever back to Zhou Yulin's house. Once back in the kitchen, Su Chenyang began preparing the oil paste and secret sauce, both of which were crucial to the savory pancakes and Appo's deliciousness. He combined flour with salt, star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorn, cloves, and ground cumin, mixing them thoroughly. Next, he heated oil, opting for lard, and once it reached the right temperature, he gradually poured the flour mixture into the pan, stirring quickly to create a smooth paste. After achieving the desired consistency, he strained the oil to eliminate any lumps, ensuring a finer texture. At that moment, Jiang Wanshi entered the living room with the little golden retriever. Noticing her arrival, Su Chenyang called out without looking up, "Sister, feel free to make yourself comfortable." "Okay," she replied, nodding as she settled onto the sofa. The kitchen door was open, allowing her to catch a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting from inside. Although she lacked culinary skills and could not identify the specific scent, she found it undeniably pleasant. After preparing the oil paste, Su Chenyang set about making the secret sauce. He heated more lard in a pan, adding ginger, garlic, and scallions to release their fragrant essence. He then incorporated star anise and Sichuan peppercorn, sautéing them over low heat. After filtering the mixture, he added the required proportions of broad bean paste, sweet sauce, and other condiments. "This sauce smells incredible. You make your own condiments, Boss Su?" Jiang Wanshi called out from the living room, captivated by the rich aroma emanating from the kitchen and the sight of Su Chenyang and Appo's focused demeanor. His handsome profile, concentrated on preparing breakfast, made Jiang Wanshi suddenly realize how attractive and charming a man who could cook truly was. After the sauce in the pot reduced to a thick consistency, Su Chenyang incorporated an appropriate quantity of cooking wine and water, continuing to stir-fry until it reached a boil. Once it achieved the desired state, he extinguished the heat, decanted it into a jar for preservation, ensuring it was readily available for future culinary endeavors. As the dough had not yet undergone sufficient fermentation, Su Chenyang commenced the preparation of soy milk. He meticulously cleansed an assortment of ingredients, including rice, millet, peanuts, and soybeans, before introducing them into a blender, accompanied by rock sugar and clear water to be pulverized. While the conventional method for preparing soy milk with a blender involves activating the designated mode, Su Chenyang recognized that such an approach would invariably fall short of achieving the refined standards of a state banquet. Upon pulverizing the soy milk ingredients, Su Chenyang ceased the blending process. Subsequently, he retrieved a pristine receptacle, adorning it with a piece of cheesecloth to serve as a filtration medium. Deliberately, Su Chenyang poured the soy milk onto the cheesecloth, facilitating the removal of any residual solids. This meticulous procedure ensured that the soy milk would possess a flawless texture upon consumption. Following the filtration process, Su Chenyang transferred the soy milk into a pot, initiating a gentle simmer over medium heat. By this juncture, the dough had completed its fermentation. Su Chenyang extracted the dough, meticulously kneading it into a smooth, cohesive mass, before employing a rolling pin to rapidly flatten it into a thin sheet. Su Chenyang uniformly coated the dough with a layer of seasoned oil, then delicately incised several slits along the periphery of the dough. Subsequently, he folded the dough, employing the rolling pin once more to refine it into a delicate, attenuated sheet. Su Chenyang raised the lid of the electric griddle, applying a layer of lard to the cooking surface before carefully positioning the dough upon it. Crafting the sauces and condiments oneself undoubtedly elevates the dish to unparalleled heights of deliciousness. Jiang Wanshi mused, succumbing to the pangs of hunger. Her fondness for savory pancakes ignited an anticipation for the impending culinary delight. The once fickle golden retriever, upon detecting the savory aroma, promptly settled onto the floor. Its gaze fixated upon Su Chenyang within the kitchen, a testament to the rekindling of their camaraderie. With the lid of the electric griddle sealed, Su Chenyang addressed Jiang Wanxiu in the living room, announcing, "Sister, a few more minutes and the savory pancake will be ready." "Very well, I'm not in a rush," Jiang Wanxiu responded, though her eagerness was palpable. As Su Chenyang meticulously monitored the heat of both the soy milk and the savory pancake, Jiang Wanxiu deemed it opportune to engage in conversation without disrupting his focus. "Superproprietor, my name is Jiang Wanxiu. Like Yulin, may I address you as an Oppos, little brother Su and Oppos?" Jiang Wanxiu proposed, recognizing the informal nature of their acquaintance, deeming the continued use of superproprietor somewhat impersonal. "Certainly, Su Chenyang aquí esté." Comfortable engaging in conversation with those he knew well, though he often found himself at a loss when interacting with strangers. Furthermore, he hesitated to initiate conversation with Jiang Wanxiu. Mindful of her reserved demeanor, conscious of her potential awareness of his attraction, he refrained from appearing overly eager, lest it be misconstrued. Unbeknownst to Su Chenyang, Jiang herself, introverted, struggled to identify suitable topics for conversation with unfamiliar men. Thus, following her greeting and Su Chenyang and Oppos' response, she found herself devoid of further conversational prompts. Silence descended upon the room once more, prompting Jiang Wanxiu to tactically retrieve her mobile phone, alleviating the awkwardness of the quietude. During the interlude, Su Chenyang, too, occupied himself with short videos on his phone, discovering a deluge of complaints regarding his announcement of a temporary absence from his stall. "Are you serious? After thwarting the scalpers, you take a break? When am I supposed to buy buns?" Disdainful emojis, too. "With such high profits, you take a break? Young man, you don and amp? Oppos, to appreciate the business opportunity. Take my advice, set up a stall. Don and Oppos, to choose laziness at your age." Striving emojis 3. "You and Oppos, we only been setting up a stall here in the CBD for 8 days. And you and amp, Oppos, we already taking a break? Unacceptable." Bomb emojis 5. Overwhelmed by the thousands of complaints, Su Chenyang lamented, "ISN and amp, Oppos, this my usual routine? Why the complaints?" As the rain was beyond his control, Su Chenyang felt helpless. After a lapse of 2 minutes, Su Chenyang, judging the time to be right, deactivated the electric griddle. He lifted the lid, brushed on a layer of sauce, and sprinkled sesame seeds and chopped scallions, ensuring an even distribution. Reclosing the lid for approximately 10 seconds, Su Chenyang sought to compress the scallions and sesame seeds, preventing them from dislodging during flipping, thereby ensuring a uniform flavor profile. While conventional savory pancakes typically receive a single layer of sauce, Su Chenyang, recognizing the mildness of his sauce, opted for a double application, enhancing the depth of flavor. Upon flipping the pancake, Su Chenyang reapplied the secret sauce, along with sesame seeds and chopped scallions, before resealing the lid. The residual heat within the griddle served to compress the sesame seeds and scallions, while simultaneously intensifying their aroma. Without this step, the mere surface application of these ingredients would yield a negligible enhancement to the overall taste. As Su Chenyang once again lifted the lid, Jiang Wanxiu was greeted by a distinctive fragrance, a harmonious blend of wheat and savory notes, exuding a gentle and enduring allure. "It smells divine," Jiang Wanxiu exclaimed, inhaling deeply. The captivating aroma stimulated her salivary glands. Meanwhile, the golden retriever, previously reclining beside Jiang Wanxiu, promptly rose to its feet upon detecting the fragrance, poised for a culinary indulgence. Su Chenyang, having diced the pancake into bite-sized portions within the kitchen, arranged them onto 2 plates. Simultaneously, the soy milk reached its optimal state. Su Chenyang removed the lid from the pot, releasing a delicate, sweet fragrance that complemented the existing aromas of wheat and savory notes. "The soy milk smells wonderful as well," Jiang Wanxiu remarked, noting the richness and depth of flavor that distinguished it from commercially available varieties. Su Chenyang poured 2 cups of soy milk, then emerged from the kitchen, bearing the platters of food. "Sister Wanxiu, breakfast is served." "Thank you," Jiang Wanxiu responded politely. The golden retriever approached Su Chenyang, wagging its tail expectantly. Su Chenyang retorted with a smile, "I have a profound aversion to sycophants. There and amp, Oppos, none for you. Go home and eat dog food. Woof, woof, woof." The golden retriever protested vehemently. Su Chenyang remained unmoved, determined to impart a lesson to the obsequious canine. Its propensity to forget past kindnesses in favor of fleeting attractions was simply unacceptable. Sister Wanxiu, please try it. Very well, Jiang Wanxiu replied, accepting a piece of savory pancake with her chopsticks. The pancake was a mere 2 millimeters in thickness, each layer thin and distinct. The pancake appeared incredibly crisp and tender as she lifted it with her chopsticks. With a single bite, Jiang Wanxiu experienced the satisfying crunch of the 2 crisp layers, followed by the soft interior. It perfectly embodied the quintessential characteristics of a savory pancake, a crispy exterior and a tender interior. As she savored the taste, the sauce permeated her palate, a harmonious blend of fermented soybean paste and sweet bean sauce, neither overly salty nor lacking in complexity. Before she had even savored it, the exquisite flavor made Jiang Wanxi and Amp Oppos as heart bloom with joy. To indulge in such a delightful breakfast in the morning felt like the perfect commencement of a beautiful day. How wonderful it would be if she could relish such delectable breakfasts every day. Jiang Wanxi couldn't and Amp Oppos help but exclaim. Chapter 95. Jiang Wanxi, a stroke of luck. This notion, Jiang Wanxi knew, was merely wishful thinking, somewhat impractical. Each chew replicated the same exquisite texture and flavor, the meticulous detail bordering on the sublime. Upon swallowing, a lingering fragrance permeated her palate, an aftertaste that was endlessly gratifying. Jiang Wanxi felt utterly insatiable, promptly stuffing another generous piece of savory pancake into her mouth. The flawless taste banished any semblance of life and Amp Oppos as tribulations. While savoring each bite, Jiang Wanxi effused praise. Young Su, this savory pancake is absolutely divine. I and Amp Oppos, he never tasted anything quite like it. I and Amp Oppos, am relieved I haven and Amp Oppos, disappointed you, elder sister Wanxi. Su Chenyang smiled, before indulging in the savory pancake himself. The taste was indeed gratifying to Su Chenyang. As Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanxi reveled in their breakfast, the nearby golden retriever, enticed by the aroma but unable to partake, grew increasingly restless. Woof woof. The little golden retriever, forsaking Jiang Wanxi's side, circled Su Chenyang's feet, wagging its tail in hopes of eliciting a favorable response. Su Chenyang feigned indifference, continuing to relish his meal. Jiang Wanxi, observing this, remarked with a smile, Young Su, the little golden retriever seems rather anxious. Perhaps you should offer a morsel? Jiang Wanxi could have readily fed the golden retriever herself. However, she deemed it prudent to seek Su Chenyang's permission first. Otherwise, she might find herself deprived of her own share, an undesirable outcome. It's quite all right, elder sister Wanxi. Let's give it a taste of its own medicine. A little hunger will teach it the consequences of being overly sycophantic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxi recalled Su Chenyang and Oppos' admonition to the golden retriever when she had mentioned changing clothes about the retribution for being a sycophant. At the time, the golden retriever seemed unconvinced. Since Su Chenyang suggested letting it go hungry for a while, implying that it would eventually be fed, Jiang Wanxi refrained from interceding on its behalf. After consuming several pieces of savory pancake, Jiang Wanxi touched the cup containing soy milk, noting that it had cooled slightly. She lifted the cup, blew on the escaping steam, and took a sip. The initial sensation was one of perfect sweetness, a sweetness that resonated with her very being. In the subsequent moment, Jiang Wanxi discerned a rich soybean aroma, subtly intertwined with the fragrance of rice, creating a harmonious blend. This exquisite flavor surpassed even the soy milk she had sampled in upscale restaurants. What truly astonished Jiang Wanxi was the absence of any grittiness in the soy milk. Its texture as smooth and velvety as milk. Jiang Wanxi surmised that Su Chenyang had meticulously filtered the soy milk to remove any residue. While high-end hotels also employed filtration to enhance the texture of their pricier soy milk, they could not replicate the smoothness achieved by Su Chenyang. Even the soy milk Young Su had perfected. Was there anything he couldn't and Oppos, Tea Master? Jiang Wanxi marveled inwardly, Her appreciation for Su Chenyang and Amp, Appo's, as culinary prowess deepening. This was, of course, to be expected. The grinding process using a blender required finesse. If the particles were too large, they could be easily filtered out, but the flavor would be compromised. Conversely, if the particles were too fine, complete removal during filtration would be impossible. Thus, even with the ubiquitous national banquet recipe for soy milk readily available online, variations in execution would inevitably arise. The silky, smooth texture of the soy milk proved irresistible to Jiang Wanqi, who took another sip. Were it not still rather hot, she would have indulged in a generous gulp, savoring the rich, creamy, and velvety sensation. The unassuming breakfast provided Jiang Wanqi with the most delightful culinary experience of her life. This was the epitome of a perfect start to the day. The only minor imperfection was the incessant whining of the nearby golden retriever. The little golden retriever seemed to notice Jiang Wanqi and Appo's gaze. Having failed to elicit a response from Su Chenyang, it turned to Jiang Wanqi, hoping for a more compassionate reception. Jiang Wanqi smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I can't help you." Realizing that the woman was unreliable, the little golden retriever returned to Su Chenyang's side. Su Chenyang had no intention of truly mistreating the dog. After the little golden retriever returned to his side, Su Chenyang lifted it up by the leash and asked, "Will you continue to be a sycophant?" Woof, woof. The little golden retriever barked twice, indicating its change of heart. "Du sycophants face rétribution? Do you concede?" Woof. Upon the little golden retriever's admission, Su Chenyang ceased teasing it and went to the kitchen to retrieve the remaining half of the savory pancake. He would reserve it for Jiang Wanqi in case she desired more. After presenting the savory pancake, the little golden retriever greeted Su Chenyang with affectionate barks and tail wags, reaffirming their friendship. Then, the little golden retriever began devouring the savory pancake. Jiang Wanqi remarked with a smile, "This little golden retriever is quite spineless." That, in Appo's, that's the nature of sycophants. Elder sister Wangzai, if you and Appo's re still hungry, they're in Appo's, that's more in the kitchen. All right, ordinarily, Jiang Wanqi would have declared that one serving of savory pancake sufficed. However, Su Chenyang's savory pancake was so delectable that Jiang Wanqi anticipated wanting more, so she refrained from making any definitive statements. As it turned out, Jiang Wanqi was well aware of her own inclinations. When presented with such delicious fare, she invariably desired more. Su Chenyang obliged by retrieving the other half of the savory pancake for Jiang Wanqi. He also poured her another cup of soy milk. With 2 cups of soy milk and 1½ servings of savory pancake, Jiang Wanqi felt rather full, almost disinclined to move, preferring to recline on the sofa. However, having partaken in his breakfast, she felt obligated to assist. After Su Chenyang placed the dishes in the dishwasher, Jiang Wanqi inquired, "Young Su, or shall we film the video later? I plan to film in the courtyard this morning and venture out this afternoon." With that, Su Chenyang picked up the dog leash, preparing the satiated golden retriever for its duties. "I haven't an Amp, Appo's, tea help with anything after eating breakfast. I feel rather embarrassed." "Nonsense, elder sister Wanqi, just relax. Otherwise, this sycophant one and Appo's, tea cooperate." Su Chenyang once again disparaged the little golden retriever. Were it not for this sycophantic canine, Su Chenyang could have simplified matters considerably. Now that Jiang Wanqi was present, taking up her entire day, Su Chenyang felt compelled to provide her with 3 meals a day. It wasn't Appo's tea that Su Chenyang begrudged Jiang Wanqi a few meals. Rather, dining alone was far simpler than dining with company. With a guest present, one couldn't and Appo's tea afford to be discourteous. By the way, elder sister Wanqi, while I and Appo's am filming the video, perhaps you could contemplate what you and Appo's tea like for lunch and dinner. I can simply return home for lunch and dinner. Please don't stand on ceremony. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. You're welcome to relax and watch television on the sofa. Just let me know when you've decided. In that case, I shall follow your lead. You decide. If that's the case, let's have seafood noodles for lunch and decide on dinner later. Does that sound agreeable? Splendid. Jiang Wanqi smiled faintly, realizing that Zhou Yulin and Sun Meichin and Amp, Appo's, this unavailability had inadvertently worked to her advantage. She would have the good fortune of savoring Su Chenyang and Amp, Appo's, as lunch and dinner, a privilege unavailable to ordinary diners. Today was indeed a stroke of luck. She wondered how young Su and Amp, Appo's, seafood noodles would taste. Jiang Wanshi eagerly anticipated the arrival of lunchtime. Chapter 96. The enigmatic school bell lends a hand. After Su Chenyang and Jiang Wanshi agreed on what to have for lunch, Su Chenyang commenced recording his video. He led his golden retriever into the yard, where the dog's nature as an affectionate companion became starkly apparent. As Su Chenyang pulled the dog away, it glanced back longingly at Jiang Wanshi. "Oh, foolish canine. If your owner were to discover your devoted nature, it would surely bring her to tears." Su Chenyang scoffed with a chuckle. Although Zhou Yulin may not possess Jiang Wanshi's beauty, she was still quite attractive. Su Chenyang was baffled by how a dog raised in such an environment could be so naive. At that moment, he began to ponder the correlation between a pet's character and its owner's demeanor, even questioning whether Zhou Yulin had once been similarly smitten. Jiang Wanshi found herself disenchanted with the current television dramas, believing the writers might be somewhat unhinged, which rendered her uninterested in watching. Instead, she settled on the couch, observing Su Chenyang as he attempted to film in the yard. "Dudu, lie down for me and try to look as sorrowful as possible, embodying the state of unrequited love." Yearning for other dogs, Su Chenyang instructed the golden retriever. "Your gaze should be filled with melancholy, akin to the pitiful look you gave me when I denied you the fragrant pancake." As Su Chenyang began to direct the dog, it occasionally turned its head to glance at Jiang Wanshi. Growing increasingly exasperated, he called out, "Wanshi, why not come over and assist me?" "All right, sound good." Jiang Wanshi nodded and joined him in the yard. She gently patted the dog's head, signaling it to lie down, and the golden retriever complied. "Oh, you wretched creature. Why are you being so uncooperative? Were I not preoccupied, I would certainly raise a dog of my own, perhaps a fierce wolf, and then I wouldn't need you anymore." Jiang Wanshi cooed into Amp, Appo's, to help but laugh at Su Chenyang and Amp, Appo's, as comments. Typically, she maintained a serious demeanor, but his presence had elicited several chuckles from her today. Although he did not deliberately aim to amuse her, Jiang Wanshi found his attitude toward the affectionate dog rather amusing, even endearing. With a smile, she defended the golden retriever. "Su, it is merely a dog. One shouldn't hold such high expectations. It was much better last time when I took it out for filming. It cooperated splendidly. This time, it is utterly captivated by your presence, and thus, its aspirations in life seem rather dim." "Woof, woof, woof." The golden retriever barked thrice, as if asserting its humble status. Su Chenyang then instructed Jiang Wanshi to give commands to the golden retriever, which promptly complied, showcasing the forlorn expression of a lovesick dog. Su Chenyang retrieved his phone and officially began filming, with Jiang Wanshi observing and assisting with the commands as needed, making the process considerably smoother. As hours slipped by, they found themselves nearing noon, having successfully captured all the necessary footage. "Wanshi, why not take a break in the living room while I prepare some noodles? We shall head out for more filming in the afternoon." "Very well," she replied, nodding as Su Chenyang retreated to the kitchen. Jiang Wanshi affectionately patted the golden retriever and Appo's head, smiling as she said, "Dudu, please cooperate this afternoon. Do not let Su call you a lovesick fool and disgrace your owner." "Woof," the dog barked, seemingly affirming its commitment. Returning to the living room, Jiang Wanshi occupied herself by scrolling through short videos. Meanwhile, Su Chenyang commenced his culinary endeavor in the kitchen, opting for high-gluten flour to yield a chewier noodle texture. He used room-temperature water rather than warm or boiling water, adding 2 eggs to enhance the flavor. As he kneaded the dough, Jiang Wanshi felt somewhat uncomfortable merely waiting for her meal. Thus, she approached the kitchen, inquiring, "Su, may I assist you in washing the seafood? While I lack cooking skills, I can certainly handle cleaning." "No need. Wanshi, you are a guest. It would not be proper to impose work upon you," he replied. "It and Appo's is quite all right. I am not truly a guest in the conventional sense, so lending a hand seems appropriate." Jiang Wanshi was aware that had it not been for the golden retriever and Appo's insistence, Su Chenyang would not have invited her over. It felt rather shameless to take advantage of a dog-esque company without contributing in some way. Offering to help would render her more comfortable continuing to share a meal later, allow her to sample Su Chenyang's culinary prowess. Really, there's no need, Wanshi. Guests should not be asked to assist. Just relax and wait to eat. Please, allow me to help. Sitting idly can be rather dull. Su Chenyang, sensing her determination, deemed further pleasantries unnecessary. He suspected that Jiang Wanshi might not have much experience with household chores, so he assigned her a simpler task. All right, Wanshi, please help wash the scallions, ginger, mushrooms, and vegetables, and peel a few cloves of garlic. Sure, she agreed, well aware of her limitations in the kitchen. As she prepared to assist with the ingredients, Su Chenyang reminded her, Wanshi, please wear an apron to avoid staining your clothes. He then removed his own apron and offered it to her. No need, you wear it. My clothes are inexpensive, while yours are luxurious. It wouldn't do to soil them. Su Chenyang and Appo's attire was simply casual wear purchased online for a modest price. While Jiang Wanshi donned a short lemon-yellow top paired with light beige high-waisted trousers, exuding a relaxed summer vibe. Her hands were devoid of extravagant nail art or jewelry, save for a simple black hair tie on her wrist. This understated elegance complemented her outfit beautifully, highlighting her affluent background. The fact that Jiang Wanshi, typically composed, had volunteered to help was remarkable in itself. Thus, it felt inappropriate to risk soiling her attire. After contemplating the potential inconvenience of changing clothes later, Jiang Wanshi conceded. All right. Thank you, Su. She accepted the apron, her inaugural experience wearing one. Although she understood how to don it, she struggled to tie the strings behind her back. Unable to manage it, she sought Su Chenyang's assistance. Su, could you help me tie the apron? Chapter 97. The three delicacies noodles prepared by Su Chenyang. Jiang Wanshi struggled to tie the apron around her waist. This image of her as a domestic inept, juxtaposed with her persona as the aloof campus beauty, presented a stark contrast that struck Su Chenyang. He removed his donating gloves and approached her from behind, assisting her with the apron. This only reinforced Su Chenyang's realization that Jiang Wanshi was truly unskilled in household chores. He retrieved another pair of gloves from the cupboard. Sister Wanshi, please put on these gloves. They will protect your hands. All right. Thank you, Jiang Wanshi responded, secretly appreciating Su Chenyang's thoughtfulness. Previously, when she came across videos featuring him, he had claimed to be merely a warm-hearted guy, not a sycophant. It was hard not to view him as an unwaveringly straightforward man, especially when he would shift positions at the school gate upon spotting a girl he fancied. Jiang Wanshi had been skeptical at the time, but now, seeing how he was cautious about getting his clothes dirty while helping her wash vegetables, she began to believe he genuinely cared about the little things. Although they had only spent a few hours together, Jiang Wanshi and Appo's perception of Su Chenyang had significantly transformed from her previous observations gleaned for short videos. She began to diligently wash the ingredients, ensuring every corner was spotless, lest she inadvertently hinder Su Chenyang's efforts. While Su Chenyang continued kneading the dough, Jiang Wanshi was astonished by his speed. You finished kneading already? She exclaimed. Yes. If I don and Appo's to work quickly, I want and Appo's to be able to prepare enough meals, he replied, covering the dough with plastic wrap to allow it to rest. Jiang Wanshi found his reasoning quite sensible, especially given his swift preparation of creative dumplings. Sister Wanshi, could you step aside? I need to clean the seafood. Sure, she complied, moving aside to give him space. The seafood he prepared included blue crabs, shrimp, clams, and small yellow croakers. As Su Chenyang worked on the seafood, Jiang Wanshi hastened her washing of the ingredients, not wanting to be the only one unprepared when it came time to cook. As she washed the mushrooms, Su Chenyang immediately pointed out, Sister Wanshi, simply rinsing the mushrooms one into Appo's tea suffice. You need to do it this way. He patiently demonstrated for her, removing the stems from a mushroom first. Okay, Jiang Wanshi mimicked his actions, tearing the mushroom into roughly 3 pieces to enhance the washing effectiveness. Is it really necessary to do it this way? She queried, following his instructions diligently. Once she grasped the technique, Jiang Wanshi continued washing the mushrooms, and Su Chenyang acknowledged her conscientiousness. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, he realized that she was quite easy to get along with. As Su Chenyang finished preparing the seafood, Jiang Wanshi completed her washing tasks as well. Su Chenyang, is this acceptable? She inquired, presenting him with the cleaned ingredients. Perfect. Sister Wanshi, why don't you step outside for a bit? Dinner will be ready shortly. All right, she replied, understanding that her assistance had come to an end. She removed the apron and returned it to Su Chenyang. Once he donned the apron anew, he began crafting the three delicacies noodles. First, he rolled out the dough and cut it into evenly sized noodles. After preparing the noodles, he heated lard in a pan, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic to saute until fragrant. He then lowered the heat and added the shrimp heads, frying them gently while stirring continuously to extract the shrimp oil. In no time, the shrimp heads turned a vibrant red, and the lard began to take on a rich hue. As the oil reached the right temperature, Su Chenyang swiftly turned off the heat and filtered the oil. Once filtered, he returned the shrimp oil to the pan, adding the small yellow croaker first, frying it until golden on both sides. He then removed the fish and placed the blue crabs into the pan, cooking them cut side down. Next, he added an appropriate amount of water to the pan. Simultaneously, he filled another pot with water, adding salt and lard for boiling the noodles. When the water boiled, he placed the shrimp into the pot with the blue crabs. After a minute, he added the clams and, finally, the small yellow croaker. This order of addition was dictated by the cooking times of the ingredients, with the pre-fried fish being the quickest to cook. At this moment, Su Chenyang dropped the freshly cut noodles into the boiling pot of water, cooking them for 30 seconds before retrieving them. At this point, the noodles were approximately half-cooked. After removing them, he placed the noodles into the seafood pot to continue cooking for another 30 seconds. This method allowed the excess flour from the noodles to wash away, ensuring a better texture. Once the time was up, Su Chenyang turned off the heat and portioned the noodles into bowls. He even prepared a bowl for his golden retriever, though it contained only noodles and broth. The reason was simple: a sycophant dainty deserved seafood. As Su Chenyang served the noodles, Jiang Wanshi was enveloped by an enticing aroma. So fresh, she marveled, though she had yet to taste it. She sensed that this seafood noodle dish would truly live up to its name. Su Chenyang presented the bowl to her. Sister Wanshi, please have a taste and see if this seafood noodle suits your palate. Thank you, she replied, taking a spoon to sample the broth first. Blowing gently to cool it, she took a sip. The moment the broth touched her lips, she was struck by its freshness. The flavors of blue crab, small yellow croaker, clams, and shrimp melded together in an exquisite harmony that tantalized her taste buds. It felt akin to the thrill of romance, as if someone she admired was playfully flirting with her. However, in the next moment, Jiang Wanshi recalled that she had never been in love, leaving her uncertain if she was accurately capturing the sentiment. Chapter 98. Where is the promised straight man? As Jiang Wanshi savored the soup, a subtle sweetness lingered on her palate, a delightful aftertaste that was both fresh and sweet. She recognized the exquisite flavor derived from the fresh mushrooms and the crisp sweetness of the greens, which elevated the broth and appo's richness and complexity. Moreover, during the noodle preparation, Su Chenyang had boiled the noodles in clear water, effectively removing the excess flour on their surface, ensuring that the soup was not tainted by any starchy residue. Thus, the broth was remarkably pure. Jiang Wanshi took another bite of the noodles. They were delightfully chewy, absorbing the robust essence of the broth. Each mouthful was an exquisite experience, akin to her taste buds dancing in a romantic embrace with the food. It was simply indescribable. At that moment, Jiang Wanshi felt a pang of regret for staying behind for lunch. Su Xiaoti's culinary skills were truly exceptional, making her reluctant to return to Shanghai. Occasionally indulging in a bun or a savory pancake was one thing, but after experiencing Su Chenyang's delectable dishes, she feared she would struggle to enjoy her meals back in the city. However, today was just a stroke of luck, allowing her to enjoy both lunch and dinner at Su Chenyang and appo's place. Even if she remained in Hangzhou, such delightful meals would be a rarity. Hence, it was a fleeting thought. The deliciousness of the noodles caused Jiang Wanshi to momentarily neglect her table manners, though she was still conscious of Su Chenyang and appo's presence. Nevertheless, her eager slurping signaled her satisfaction with the flavors. The nearby golden retriever was also voraciously indulging in its meal. After Jiang Wanshi had relished several bites of noodles, She proceeded to sample the seafood. The shrimp was tender, while the clam, razor clam, small yellow croaker, and blue crab meat were all remarkably succulent. With such a medley of ingredients, the cooking was executed flawlessly, ensuring that none were overdone. The level of culinary expertise left Jiang Wanshi in awe. Before she realized it, her bowl had been rapidly emptied. Only a small amount of broth remained. If not for her full stomach, she would have savored every drop of the soup. Sated, Jiang Wanshi couldn't help but exclaim, "Su Xiaodi, your noodles are truly exquisite, undoubtedly the best three-flavor noodles I have ever tasted." As long as Sister Wanshi is satisfied, Su Chenyang replied, "Let us take a short break after lunch, and we can head out to film at 1:15. Does that sound good?" "Certainly," she agreed. After Su Chenyang placed the dishes in the dishwasher, he gathered some props for their filming into his backpack. At 1:15, he and Wanshi, along with the golden retriever, set off to record their video. Lacking a vehicle, they opted for a ride-sharing service. While in the car, Wanshi received a message from Zhou Yulin. "Zhou Yulin, I'm not too busy right now, and won't be until 4 p.m. Would you like to come by my factory? You can rest in the office while I work, and when I'm done, I'll take you out for a feast." Receiving such an enthusiastic invitation made Jiang Wanshi feel a bit guilty, as she would have to decline. She promptly replied, "Jiang Wanshi, Su Xiaodi is using your golden retriever for the video, but it's not cooperating, so he asked me to assist, and I can't amp, oppose, tcom." Zhou Yulin, "Oh, Su Xiaodi asked you to help? That is fine, I understand. Are you both busy?" Noticing Zhou Yulin's playful emoji, Jiang Wanshi realized she had been misinterpreted. Of course, given that last time the golden retriever had been quite cooperative, it was puzzling why it was not today. It was evident that Su Chenyang wanted her to join in on the filming. Given her appeal to him, it was no surprise that Zhou Yulin would draw such conclusions. However, since Su Chenyang had invited her, Jiang Wanshi felt that Zhou Yulin should be considerate and not disrupt their date. "Jiang Wanshi, I'm being serious." "Zhou Yulin, I believe you. Have fun. I won't disturb you. See you later." Zhou Yulin gracefully ended the conversation. Realizing the extent of the misunderstanding, Jiang Wanshi